is Thundra. A battle of titans. Thundra chase the third straight title, while Falcons fight for
Yang juara TI
dynasty.
kemarin siapa?
Ini
The
Falcon,
Lion
Falcon
City
Dia masuk lagi nih.
awaits its
Ini
champion.
yang di Majora. Sama-sama juara TI, Cok. Iya, juara TI
It
juga nih.
is such an amazing experience to see those teams
Thundra.
walk out on stage. A best of 5 grand finals.
Dua
for both
tim
of
ini
them.
lagi
I
masuk
have to
final
say,
berarti.
the cheers when
bukan
Whitemon
TI,
was leading
ini.
Thundra down
Iya.
those stairs. This is his
Yang TI kemarin
region.
dua tim
In
ini.
front of a crowd on LAN here for SEA. It's a
Mental
lot of
kemarin
cheers for
juara
him. A
nih,
lot,
si
and
Falcon.
on the side of Thundra there.
No, I mean Whitemon is a beast, and there's a reason he's being cheered
Yang
for.
ada
Not
Twig
only
ya,
is
kalau nggak salah.
obviously a
Iya.
hometown favorite, but he's
Sama yang ada
incredibly
Twig.
good, one of the
Twig
best
Rock.
players in the world, and arguably the best 5 in the world. So, yeah, very much deserved cheers.
I mean, I always have bias when a 5 player gets the praise on a team, right? Because often when you look at teams, it's always like, look at the off lane, look at this, look at the carry, the mid, whatever. But often when the 5 player can step up and really be the focal point, I mean, that's just how exceptionally good Whitemon is.
I mean, I feel like you can pinpoint any player here and drag them out and talk how good they are.
Yeah, the
Like
Whitemon
everybody in
cowok,
this
ada
whole
orang
lobby
Indo.
is phenomenal, and yeah, it's hard to highlight one specific player
Bentar,
honestly. But yeah,
baru
Whitemon is
rumah sakit
definitely
baru pada balik.
maybe the best 5 player in the world. We'll see.
I want to
Maybe
highlight,
Snaking has something to say
Terus
about
roda
that.
I wanna highlight like a
gerak.
fun little
Head
story for you guys. Do you remember the last time Dota was here in Singapore, in the Singapore Indoor Arena?
I do.
Yep.
Yeah. it was
TI11.
TI11 3 years ago. And do you know who lifted that Aegis?
I do.
Who was it?
Thundra.
That's right.
Wah.
They're here again in the grand final,
Kayak
same
Istora Senayan ini.
arena. 3 years apart, where that
Anjay,
Oracle
Whitemon.
lifted the Aegis 33 was on that roster. But so was Skeeter and
Siapa
Snake.
orang
So
Indonya?
either way,
Ini
we are
Whitemon.
gonna have players lift the trophy again in
Di mana dia?
back-to-back Dota events right here in Singapore.
I guess
Yeah,
that,
that's very cool.
that goes on the Snaking trophy.
Nickname-nya masih
wall, I'm
Whitemon
sure.
aja.
That's it. It's like a caveat to it. Not only would it be his first Blast Slam, but again here in Singapore picking it up.
Mau namain apaan? Jablay.
It's gonna be a lot of action. You
Yeah,
don't know
Black Moon.
exactly where it's going to fall, but I do know, T.
Whitemon.
One thing we can look forward to
What's that?
is a
Mamba
draft to this game number 1 in our grand finals.
Team Thundra. Last time at the Singapore Indoor
Barang-barangan
Stadium, I gave
loh.
you your first Aegis,
Barang-barang
but today,
Ini tuh
I'm going to
broadcast kali ya?
snatch that trophy right from under you.
I'm
Kenapa
just
harus
done with
pilihnya
Falcons.
itu?
I want them to lose. I don't want us to win. I want them to lose.
Okay, Thundra Esports, please give us at least one win. I wanna make this game look serious and interesting for the viewers.
Falcon, you guys got lucky the last event and the one before, and a few others before that, but now the luck is over.
Efficient farming 50 menit. Must be Falcon.
Falcons versus Thundra Game 1 draft. I'm joined by Quinn and Misery. We're breaking this down and trying to understand where the teams will be going. Of course, we spoke a lot about contested heroes, unique heroes, but that doesn't matter because depending on what the coaches have decided, that could change the script for the entire grand final. So the first game,
Kayak gigi dia.
so important.
Nggak kena mic
No, and I
dari
think
depan.
it's like in a best of
Making it
5,
nobody
you know,
gets
best of
it.
3, oftentimes you sort of
Like
discount the
patent.
bans. It's like, shmeep, shmop, whatever. They ban this hero, they ban that hero. But I think in a best of 5, the bans in the first phase are more important
ada
than
hero
any other
Marcino.
type of series because it changes so much. There's sort of a story that the bans and what people decide to play against, right? When you're playing that second pick, you have to give someone some hero in the first pick. What are they choosing to give?
Right. So, like, let's say you're Thundra, your second pick. You gotta give Falcons a hero, right? We didn't speak about it on the panel, but you gotta pick your poison there. Like, what do you actually feel like playing against? If it was you, Quinn, what would you give them? Like Chen, Huskar,
Uru.
Naga. You know, it's it's a really difficult choice, honestly.
It is, and I think I'm honestly not sure what they're going to opt for. I think they will not be getting Naga Siren. I think they will not be getting Huskar, and I think they will not be getting Timbersaw. So I think those 3 are just straight up, it's not happening.
Right.
And so to me, they're looking at Chen, and they're looking at potential like Dragonite, and maybe Pangolin, other
kayaknya gue
first
depis
picks
tuh, Whitemon.
that I can see them potentially opt for. So I
Nggak mau
think
gue kalau nggak gue
realistically it'll be
depis
between whether they give them Dragonite or Chen, because I think Timbersaw, Naga Siren,
Coba
and
lu,
the other hero I
wah.
said are just not happening.
Kopi pahit.
We do currently have some audio issues, by the way, so once that's sorted, then we'll go. We're not just holding the grand finals hostage just to talk longer, by the way. I was checking a stat out, by the way, earlier, and against Falcons, at least in the recent games, no team has had the confidence to pick Chen against them. It's been an auto ban, or you give Falcons the hero win their first pick. Do you think that's something maybe to be played around with in this grand finals? We're talking about banning it, but if it's available for Thundra, do you think they will take it themselves?
I think it could be a legit option. I mean, when you are going down the rabbit hole of drafting here, you gotta be thinking maybe we need to steal some of these heroes, right? Because, you know, one way to ban a hero against Falcons is to take it for yourself. So I think we know Whiteman plays Chen as well, and Falcons are kind of showing the Chen playbook, I think, the last few months here, like how you can put it in the off lane, how you can put it in the safe lane. You know, it looks a lot more flexible than the casual 5 safe lane Chen that we're used to. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw Chen from Thundra.
I think it's also very possible they choose to play against it and play a bounty hunter, or, you know, I think that's a hero they would very likely look towards. I'm not sure how locked up Falcons bans will be on either side, but there's a possibility that they don't have enough slots for the bounty hunter. There's other bans that are too high priority, and then you have this Chen into bounty hunter response, which I think Thundra is a situation that they could possibly look into.
Yeah,
luckily though, guys, I believe the draft is now finally ready to start the first game, of hopefully 5 games of this grand finals. And, you know, they're not rushing into ban yet, but you can hear some cheers from the crowd, of course. They want, probably, again, they still want Thundra to win, I think. There's like 70% of the crowd wants Thundra to win. So we'll see how that goes. And Marcy, an automatic ban throughout this entire tournament for very good reason. One of the first heroes to inspire the Helmet Dominator meta at TI, and even when Helmet Dominator got nerfed, it runs potent throughout multiple roles.
I mean, in a way, it's a lot easier for Falcons to ban because some of the heroes that Thundra excel at are heroes that Falcons themselves don't want to play, right? Like Marcy, for example, and another one would be Lycan, right? There are just some heroes that Falcons don't really touch, and it's some of Thundra's best heroes.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see because I think there are some locked bans, right? I think this Huskar ban is locked. This Naga ban, Naga will not be given, I think, in the series. And I also think that this Marcy, Falcons will ban it from both sides every game. So there's a lot of heroes that both sides will be banning from both sides, right? So like Thundra will ban Huskar every game, no matter if they're first pick or second pick. And Falcons will ban Marcy every game, first pick or second pick. So it can adjust what you're willing to give and what you can actually, you know, how you can set things up, because these will never change.
Yeah, and I believe Thundra is always undefeated with the Axe, at least during Blast Slam. I know they have played other tournaments, but at least within this tournament, that is the respect there. Well, Study 3 has been the kind of one of the few players that has instigated the move away from Blink Blade Mail, going for auras and being super potent from that. But yeah, as we've already mentioned, the big heroes are just getting banned out. There's no real surprise as we enter this first draft.
Yeah, but we've some teams leaving the Axe and choosing to play against it. I like, personally, as a starter, banning this Axe. We haven't seen that many blind heroes from 33 that have been as successful as the Axe. He played a Beastmaster one game and they didn't lose that game to Miles. And so for me, it's like, he's winning with this bunch. We don't play it. Just get it out. Yeah, let him play something else.
So, Pugnus available right now, and we saw how yesterday Thundra responded with the Shadow Demon on 9th pick. If that is to happen again with Falcons open with the Pugna, do you think that's where Thundra will go for it? But again, doesn't matter. They instead go for the Bounty Hunter.
This is a little bit of a curveball for sure.
A big curveball.
He's definitely playing the Thundra matchup more so than in the general Falcon structure. And I also want to say that the DK is actually in the pool, so this is the hero that Thundra, probably expected Falcons to pick. At least they want to give away DK and then pick something from there. But yeah, now Thundra needs to think, what are we going to do against this Bounty Hunter?
No, I think it's a very interesting adjustment. Bounty Hunter is typically considered very good against Dragon Knight. You buy Vessel, and you also get this damage amp on the track, which is DK is one single dude with a Vessel and this track, and all this, you know, poking damage is very good against Dragon Knight typically. So, you know, Falcons may be thinking, okay, if we first pick DK, they're going to respond with Bounty. We don't like that situation for us. It's also here Tundra's very very potent with, and so they're like, all right, we're going to switch it up, and we're going to take the Bounty for ourselves. I think it's a very interesting approach.
I think it's also a good adjustment from both teams that nobody here is actually picking the DK first.
Yeah,
because the DK has looked a little bit iffy in this tournament, in this last few days in particular. I feel like he's gotten abused in mid lane. He's been abused a little bit as a carry as well. So I think this is wise from both teams.
Is it also not setting up for the fact that a Bounty Hunter naturally wants to leave the offlane quite early on? And then we talk about 33, the importance of him. You then go through the Twin Gate, you can set up this like trailing situation, you can shut him down. Like Ari, he wants to be aggressive, but if Ari's being aggressive into a Bounty rotation, he might feed away a couple kills. Like what happens if they go for the double kill instead they get double killed? And already maybe Falcons are looking at Tundra's success with how they're opening this draft.
Yeah, I think if you're Falcons and you watch Tundra's replays, you look at, okay, these supports are in a lot of fights. They're creating a lot of kills. There's a lot of skirmishing power. And so I think if you're Falcons, you're trying to match that. You're trying to not get out skirmished in that early game. You want this ability to fight back. I think Tundra's best avenue to beating Falcons is building that early advantage with snowball, with skirmish. And the Batrider also sort of leads into that, you know, type of thing. Like, they want to fight.
I mean, it gives them skirmishing at like 10 to 20 minutes with the track, but it also gives them this Invis hero, right? Running around, scouting out BZM in the jungle, scouting out 33. You know, as we have talked about with Thundra, they like to split up. They like all their cores like to farm a lot. So you also have that aspect of finding people behind the lines and setting up kills across the map. The DK and Abaddon gets banned out. That's also some of Tundra's most played heroes, right? And
Bounty doesn't want to play into, you know, the unkillables, right? As soon as you get to the kind of middle portion of the game, if Bounty's walking to a hero trying to, like, you know, track and set up for your team, DK, he doesn't care at all. Abba just dispels it, so it really is trying to secure the Bounty's game.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see what they opt for, because I think there's a possibility they leave this bat flex until last pick. Maybe they think it's, you know, maybe BZM has a better idea of how to play this hero against Mallory. Maybe they feel like it does shut him down, and they want that flexibility. And so, which means that Pure and 33 will be picking their heroes blind, most likely. So what are they going for now? The Axe is gone. Now the Dragonite flex is gone. They'll probably just be picking things straight up. So what is it that they want to go for?
I mean, I think something like Mars could be interesting here for Thundra, like keeping it open and having a very solid offlane of yourselves. What are you going to say?
Can't Thundra just go just for the Bane to keep the draft alive, right?
They can do that too.
Because I feel like with Bounty Hunter, you want to be dragging the wave, being annoying, but if at any point you're underneath a sentry, you want like a traditional 5 against this hero. You need to play for obs and sentries, detection, be a little bit more sacrificial. Again, there's so many options, but I think just making sure that your map play is clean is critical against a Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they didn't have so much success with the Beastmaster the other day, but it is a hero that Thundra historically has liked quite a bit, both for 33 and for BZM, so they could look at it. It's, you know, a bit of a mixed bag against Bounty Hunter. You can get ganked, but also Zoo and a bunch of units is generally good against Bounty Hunter because he's can be like have a hard time actually getting in there and doing a lot.
I think the way the bans have developed here, it almost feels like Thundra needs to start taking away some of Falcons' core heroes, right? Because you see, if you look at the Falcons bans, it's a lot of the heroes that they don't like to play, like the Axe, like the, you know, they ban their own dragon in a way, but I think we might see Thundra pick up the Pangolin, for example, or the Mars, you know, just to try to take it away from Falcons.
I mean, critically though, Thundra, they are kind of showing their hand in regards to making sure their lanes are strong, right? We already mentioned how, you know, statistically at 20 minutes, these teams are quite similar in regards to net worth. And here, when you have like a Jakiro, it's a very strong blind pick. You play into it. And now Falcons utilizing the classic Pangolier pick. You flex between multiple lanes. When there's a Bat and a Jakiro in the game, it is quite chaotic when there's a Pangolier in the mix. These heroes, they want to have very clean positioning. You know, Jakiro wants to play for the Ice Path. Batrider wants no time to understand what he's lassoing. Pangolier will always break that, you know, that pacing.
Yeah, I mean, I think this Jakiro, while it is just a strong 5, like they're just picking a guy, I think it's interesting in that 33 is typically a player who just picks his hero. He doesn't care what he plays against. But to me, this says outside of the Axe, they don't actually have a hero that they're super comfortable just picking outright. They want more information before they start picking these core heroes. While the Bat is a flex, there's no hero that is guaranteed a core yet. And so it's interesting to me to see Thundra be more sort of tentative with their core picks because it's not typically a trait of Tundra's drafting.
But if we're talking about Batrider being a flexer, then they would need to lock in, you know, 33 and Pure's hero in this position, as they do have the double pick.
Yeah, it definitely makes things a bit more awkward in terms of what heroes you can pick. It is also one of Ari's, you know, most played heroes, so they might just opt to, you know, pick something that's a bit more straightforward and honest here. But a lot of aggression now from Falcons heroes, right? Pugna, Bounty, Pangolier, like so much mid-game tempo and so much potential for snowball here.
Yeah, it is very typically whenever you're second pick, you have 9 and 13. Generally, you'll pick a core on one of those spots because picking double cores on 16, 17 is very weird.
Yeah,
I don't even have a full understanding of why exactly that is, but it feels incredibly awkward in drafts to double pick those heroes.
So what's 33 looking at here? I mean, I mentioned Mars earlier, but obviously that's kind of a bad suggestion because that's not really a 33 type of hero, but Beastmaster potentially is there. That's also a hero that you could flex towards the end, so for BZM to play it as well.
Yeah, it's definitely an option.
But I think we are looking at 33 hero here. Okay.
Okay, now that's a 33 hero.
Yeah, that is a classic.
And it's I don't know, it's probably fine this game. I don't think it screams like this is super good Doom game, but the hero was just a very strong laner. Doom Bat is like that's a monster off lane. And so I think they just want something strong in lane, something solid.
A bit greedy right now, I think, for Thundra, right? I think if you look at Falcons heroes, like we mentioned earlier, that they're very fast, and Thundra's heroes need a little bit more time, perhaps, a little more levels to be able to fight back. So I don't know if Falcons are looking into something that could potentially punish this even further and tempo up this game.
Yeah, normally those tempo heroes come through the form of like the Zoo that you mentioned earlier, but Amar doesn't really play that. So I feel that's why Thundra is so confident.
Ursa duluan pasti ya yang
Other
ngepick
teams,
ya.
let's say it was heroic in the grand finals. You're looking at, you know, enigmas or really hard crushing lanes, right? To try and break them. But again, not really the case. Throw an old school Viper in the mix from Amar.
What about some
Not
Medusa
today.
18 here is also an option for Falcons, actually,
Iya,
so the Doom,
bingung
right?
Belgi. Tangannya keram doang no Ursa.
That's definitely a hero that they are thinking about right now, I'm sure.
No, it's absolutely a possibility. It doesn't have an individual good core-to-core matchup with Ursa, but it is, you know, one of the best heroes against Doom, and I think it's quite good against both these supports. I think they do want some sort of sustained damage. Pangolier as a hero, his damage can fall off a bit, and he's not going to insta-kill like some Ursa and some Doom that are quite tanky heroes. So Falcons will definitely want some more sustained damage as the game progresses. Also not the highest damage hero, so you want something to pump up the damage. That's a blast from the past.
Oh, that's a Amar Razer into that Ursa, right? That's kind of interesting pick. It's a hero that we pretty much forgot about.
Yeah.
But you know, say we want to try and win the lane, right? Sure, the traditionals he doesn't really play, but you know, why not go for some of the old school heroes that kind of rose him in notoriety? So yeah, the Razer. The thing is though, with the Razer, it's after laning phase. What are we thinking? Why is it like towards the BKB, just kind of frontline for his team?
BKB, S and Y type of thing.
So still the same build as he used to do, right?
Yeah,
I would imagine so. Yeah.
What this Razer also does is that he gives us this sustained damage that we were lacking before, similar to some of the other suggestions. But it's also a hero that has this nuke built into the hero, so that he can fight early on together with the track bounty hunter, right? With the Pangolier. It has both the potential to be insane late game, but also hit this 20-minute timing that can punish Thundra. So very interesting and good pick, I think, actually, for Falcons.
Yeah, it's very good for the tempo, but obviously you still need to look at what stuns, what team fight do they have. There could be a portion in the mid game where, because their control really only comes from the Pangolier, if he's shut down in some way, you can just, you know, disengage, run away from the problems, and then look to take that secondary fight. But they can snowball really well if their lanes.
A lot of pressure, I think, throughout the lanes, like being able to push waves really quickly, right? Razer nukes the wave, Partner nukes the wave, Pangolier nukes the wave, right? And then you can invade areas and start forcing fights around the towers, things like that.
The support of
Razer
what happens if they just lane with the Ursa and you just go fight into the Razer. Like we've seen how level 1 plays can set up for a really, you know, successful time when you're on the back foot. Secure a back rider, you put them together, Razer can die minute 1, minute 2.
Certainly, yeah.
I really like this Razer pick. We've seen a couple teams give this Ursa against Pangolier, and it's one of the worst offlane to carry matchups for Pangolier. And so I think it's really good that they don't do that, that they put this Razer against this Ursa, and they say, no, you blind pick this Ursa to try to stop us from picking other stuff. Fine, we're actually going to counterpick you, because we saw a couple times yesterday, people sort of counterpick themselves to give this Ursa a free game, and I think you cannot be giving this Ursa hero a free game, especially to a player like Pure, who we saw yesterday is very capable of taking over the game on this hero. So I think the Razer pick is great.
True, I agree. So, I mean, Falcons are picking now, and I agree with T's assessment that they could use another way of starting a fight and not just rely on the Pangolier diffusal initiation or a Rolling Thunder. What would that be from Skeeter? Could it be something like a Sven? Is that a little bit too farmy, or?
It's not a way to start a fight in regards to team fight and like stunning, but like a gyrocopter. You can just threaten the lane on the Doom. You then can be sacrificial in playing behind the Razer, playing behind the Chaos. Again, it's not any stuns or team fight that I was looking for, but it gives them a lot more of that recipe of we are going to be ahead at 20 minutes.
Yeah, I like the idea. I think it was an option at an 18 pick as well at the gyrocopter. So that's definitely a possibility.
Falcons definitely thinks that Tundra's last picking mid. They think it's just support Bat Rider. Pretty interesting. Pangolier, if it does end up being mid Pangolier against Bat, is a very knife's edge lane. Pangolier can do totally fine, and you can also die 100 times, depending on, you know, skill node is. Holy crap!
That carry Venom.
Oh my god, they're inspired by mid one. Oh, there was a little smirk from Skidder.
I think the lineup is. I think the lineup is disgusting.
It's so toxic.
Really toxic. Yeah, it's so much pressure. Ridiculous lineup, actually. Doom is not gonna have fun into Pugna Venomancer.
I mean, to me, like, we saw Heroics do something similar. They also went for the disgusting lineup, but I think this disgusting fits better because I think
this works.
Tundra's heroes hate playing against like random
Bolehnya
guards.
skill
Like,
3 ya,
they have
yang
no one who really ghost pushes, no one who can kill
buat
these waves that
anak-anak.
easily without being
Anjing
in the
ada
middle of the wave.
Venom
When you're playing against
Susah ini.
snakes and you're playing against a bounty hunter sees you and you're playing against all this kill threat, this early aggression, I think it can be very
banget di
impressive for Thunder's heroes.
Wah, era ini ya.
Okay, and we've been mentioning so many times that Falcons, their lockdown, their control, it is lackluster. They really are relying on only the Pangolier to be that big team fight. So of course, elusive heroes in the last pick are going to look very, very strong. And it is a carry Venom answer for Skidder.
That's kind of sick.
Yeah, it's kind of sick. They're kind of not copying mid one, but they're kind of respecting, because people are playing it more, it's coming into light. And for Falcons, they haven't played Venom in over 9 months. The last time they played it was back in the Venom Master support days when it was that pesky 5 and you farm up and buy auras.
Right.
Yeah. This is a very different Venom Master.
What do you think about the Storm? Because like there's not much disables, but of course that does not always indicate whether it's a good Storm game or not. How do you feel about it?
I honestly feel like they're a bit cornered before this last pick, and while I can see why they picked Storm, and I think it makes a lot of sense, I don't think it's good enough. Like, Mallory will not lose this lane. He will just not lose. Like, I think he will even win this lane. I think in some ways Pango can be favored in this lane, and I don't think he has enough damage. If you look at the Falcon side lanes, I think they're favored. I think they'll have Solars and Glimmers, and Thundra will have damage issues.
Kalau yang
And
turnamen
I think
Dota
that Venom
kayak
carry is
internasional
super cool on it.
akunnya udah dari
It's a very gacha.
Dotanya
It's
ya,
very
mana?
cheesy pick, honestly. It's so good against
Oh iya,
all of
masih
Tundra's
tetap
heroes.
pribadi.
It really is.
I'm really scared for Thundra that on paper, if their draft has no pressure, 16 minutes, all their timings look
Kirain
beautiful,
yang
right? The
akun
blink
dari
from the
sana
Ursa
gitu.
overlapping with the Storm Spirit, Doom having a blink dagger
Yang
himself, and
setnya udah
there's so much
semua
fight.
kebuka.
That's 16 minutes. Everything that Falcons have built is win at 2 minutes, 4 minutes, 6 minutes. Like the journey to getting online for Thundra is so difficult. So they're gonna have to find some extra little pieces to the puzzle, because right now the entry to the game from Falcons, it looks pretty free. Of course, scaling from Thundra, if we put 4 or 5 items on every hero, yeah, they're going to be able to play out the game, but
udah masuk terus
very, very scary.
No, they definitely need to lock in.
Ini pasti gamenya udah masuk
There's
cuma di
potential
pause.
for the lanes to go super badly on Thundra, and this game gets really rough really quickly.
Udah, emang
And so I think
gitu
they
kan?
really need to be on the ball and play crisp. Or I think, like you said, I think this early game and this
Ini udah.
oppressive potential from Falcons draft is too much. I would much rather be Falcons here, but I think if Thundra locks in, they can survive early game.
They need BKBs, right? They need a lot of items on their heroes, and then they have a chance.
Thank you very much for your thoughts, guys. Before we start game 1, we will be joined by Slacks with an interview with Moon Meander.
Absolutely, I am here with
Sama
Mr.
oh,
Moon
waktu
himself.
ini
Moon,
yang
pretty
kayak
interesting
kalau-
draft here.
kalau
Before
ada
we get
mau
into
tukar
it, though,
hero
I don't
gitu
know
ya.
if a lot of people know this, but you have quite the connection to Singapore.
Yeah, I grew up here till I was 16. I went to Victoria School.
Okay. 16 years in Singapore. Welcome back, my friend, here on this stage once more. Let's talk a little bit about this draft. Now, Razer, do you remember what this hero does? Do you have any idea? I mean, because we haven't seen it too much. Are you prepared for something like a Razer?
We feel like Amar was going to take the Viper Razer, so yeah, we were kind of ready for it. Yeah, but we wanted to put him in that spot where he's playing a hero he hasn't played in forever.
Oh, that's what I like to hear. Okay, put them out of their comfort zone. What do you think the comfort zone right now is on carry Venomancer? Pretty wacky. We have seen a lot of Venomancer so far in this tournament, but not necessarily in that role.
Skidder has a very set job in this team, is to hold a safe lane down, and he just wants to get carried by Amar, so he's playing Venomancer.
Okay. I hear that. What are your chances, my friend? Are you going to be winning this one?
Either we lose in 15 minutes or we win.
All right, well, that's what I want to hear. Fantastic. Give it up for Moon as we go to game 1 with our casters.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Just cannot wait to get these games underway. Thundra versus Falcons, an absolute treat. This is going to be fun to see them go head-to-head in this best of 5.
I mean, for sure, it's good to hear that Moon actually does agree kind of with what the panel was saying, kind of what we were saying too. The speed that Falcons can set with this draft definitely looks pretty terrifying. So we'll see if Thundra can endure the pressure, because their lineup, it scales very hard if they can get to these items. So we'll have to see if they can.
Absolutely, because the pressure's going to be on. We saw, the Ursa pick comes out for Pure, and then those last two heroes coming in from Falcons, they're definitely going to instill, you've got to imagine some level of fear into the Ursa, right? There's going to be a Veno on one side of the map, there's Razer on the other. Two heroes that Ursa's not going to have fun running into early on in the game.
It's an incredibly, what I would call, disruptive lineup from Falcons, right? It's pretty much preventing you from trying to get to your game plan. They just want to set tempo and just mess with you. Eventually Blink Daggers might be getting canceled from little pokes. Veno Wards will be slowing heroes down from getting that gap closed, all these different slows and annoyances. So it should be pretty interesting to see how those things will kick off. I'm going to be looking completely at these lanes. If Thundra loses too hard in these lanes, things can get very, very dangerous in terms of how things can accelerate, because they need items for sure on these cores. All 3 of them like
But
farm.
I guess the question is going to be, though, even if Falcons do get that lead, will they be able to put the pressure on enough to shut it down? Because we've seen the style that Falcons have been winning in, right? They'll get that lead, and they will keep the game going. Maybe this time round, that could work against them if they do kind of keep it going long enough to allow Thundra to get the chance to get back in on the action.
Yeah, perhaps for sure. But the one thing, Falcons has just been, they've been very good about dodging the ganks, though, right? Like, I feel like they've just been really good at moving around and manipulating things. But that being said, Thundra, they're one of these teams that I think all of us talk about also, especially Quinn. He loves to say this is dishonest Dota. Whenever 33 is playing, he is all about manipulating the game plan to how you want to play. So definitely potential for them to do that. And they do have heroes that can cut these waves, can be very pesky. You know, Batrider in particular can delay games a lot. If you can ever get to that blink, that force staff too, that's where the catch is coming.
Absolutely. And the thing is, when it comes to catch and the jump from Thundra, Falcons, then they don't necessarily have the best defensive measures, right? They have the Decrepify, but outside of that, if it gets to the point where Thundra don't fall too far behind and they're the ones initiating with this Doom, Storm, Ursa, Batrider just collapsing in on a hero, they can get those instant kills at the start of the team fights pretty easily.
As long as they get the information, right? That's super important. Falcons have the edge on information for the most part in this one because the Veno wards are going to be down. There's going to be a bounty scouting on it. But if Thundra can get those, you know, that information, can get the jump, they see the Pugna in some of these fights, for sure. Looks like we do have a bit of an audio issue, by the way, so apologies for the delay.
And what do you make about the last pick from Thundra? You know, getting the BZM Storm Spirit is something that he's incredibly strong on. We know that with this lineup that they're playing against, there's not a huge amount of lockdown. Obviously, Storm as a hero, right, can suffer if he gets kind of crushed and falls behind in the early game. Like, making the recovery is not going to be easy. But if he doesn't get pushed too far behind, I think, you know, as Moon was saying, there's going to be that strength around him.
Absolutely.
That this Storm could just run rampant across the game and the team fights, and nobody's going to be able to get their hands on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a late game style draft, right? It's speed versus greed in a way, you could say, for, you know, Falcons versus Thundra here. So yeah, we'll have to see what BZM is going to be able to do on this Storm. I've seen this hero suffer a lot because you fall behind, right? Even if there's some limited catch, when you're playing versus sustain, it can be very complicated. So the Pugna, it's got to be eyes from BZM to find that and just know where this annoying snaking is at all times. And it looks like we are getting ready.
We are. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Both of these teams, quite the journey here, and an impressive one through the groups and then turning up in the semis, showing that they by far are the best right now. Let's see which one of them is going to be able to take this first game of the grand final.
All right, let's go.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, can't wait to see how this early game's going to go down. Is the Falcons just going to be able to dominate these lanes, sort of create this early chaos that Thundra are going to struggle to recover from, or are Thundra going to be able to hold strong?
That's going to be the question to look at. And got to see, of course, watching out the scouting, watching out the level 1, the potential first bloods, and see what Crit's going to do in particular on this bounty hunter, because this is a hero. I want to talk about it quite a bit here because it's a hero he used to play a lot. And in this type of draft, it is a little different from what we've seen from Falcons in a lot of their games. They did kind of steal things from Thundra, right? Taking that bounty away from Ari. So we'll see what he looks to do with it and how much pressure he's going to look to put on.
Because overall, yeah, the bounty as a hero, actually see some early engagement here as they're going to get the setup on a BZM. BZM in trouble.
Denied.
So they're not going to be able to get the last hit in. Draws first blood here. More Falcons are going to try and potentially push on for more. Maori, he'll back away.
They threw a blood grenade there.
Yeah, not going to be able to find anything in return, Thundra, so Falcons able to get away with that hit.
And they actually put the ward down behind the tower on Falcons, so they smoked up afterwards on Thundra to get positioning here, and Falcons is completely aware of that smoke, so they might look to actually fight again, potentially here.
Let's have a look, and maybe down the line, Crit's going to be hovering around for some courier snipes on the mid. You got to watch out for that.
And that is actually pretty brutal if they are going to do that. That's a good point. As you said, eyes on Crit to see what he wants to do with this, because he could even look to like try lane at the start here, make some moves around. Probably wants to start with ATF. I don't think you want to let your Razer get shut down too much in the start, but we'll see where he wants to go. As it was him who got the first blood too, right? So he's going to be able to have that availability of either getting that like wind lace or boots super early on to make early movement.
He's going to try and get that block on a little bit, but Pure will make sure the Crit can't stick around too much. So they should be able to still have the lane in an okay position, Thundra, on that top side. But yeah, how is this lane going to be? You know, as the Ursa laning into this bounty Razer, Can you come out all right because of the fact that you have this strong lane support and Whitemon on the Jakiro?
It can be difficult for sure, but if the Jakiro can actually get the trade hits, then perhaps he can. It's just Bounty is one of the best heroes at trading back. You actually soak the pressure incredibly well because you have insane base armor, of course, and that regen as you see him able to just trade with Whitemon a bit. But yeah, we'll see if they can get those levels up. If they can get the level 2, catch the Razer off guard with the Jakiro, then they could look for Amar. But it's just, this is what's going to happen. It's going to be walking the dog, you know, walking the Ursa, taking his damage in a lot of these laning starts.
And of course, yeah, even though it's not been the most common pick recently for Amar, just back in the, well, I say back in the day, it wasn't that long ago relatively, but he's had periods where he's carried games from the offlane on the Razer.
100%.
So getting his chance to get his hands on it this game, you've got to imagine that Amar, he's pretty fired up and ready to go. He's looking forward to playing this one.
I'm looking forward to see it too, because as you said, you know, not really too many people are playing it, especially not these even level 30 players. You know, Crystals isn't playing it. So cool to see that we are going to see that one brought out. Bottom, some aggression coming out onto 33. Just it's constant poke and harass in this lane coming out from the Veno and the Pugna, just slowing down that Doom. See what Ari wants to do in the lane. It's just right now it's both sides doing some creep manipulation, just dragging waves, denying some potential from each other.
Yeah, talking about potential, you know, what is the potential like for the carry Veno? Because even if they, you know, you say Thundra are able to hold their own in the early game and don't fall behind, even if it starts to go later, right, this Venomancer carry can still be pretty deadly.
It does absurd amounts of damage. You can fall into some issues where you can just get exploded very early if you do get focused, but they have the Pugna, right? They have this decrypt that can potentially save in a lot of situations. And it's not, you know, it's Falcons, so it's not like he's an end-all carry ever. That's just the way that they play, right? That's why they have this Razer, they have this Pango, they have pseudo cores on the side. So far, Pure is actually doing excellent, by the way. So
in the mid matchup, what have we got at the moment? BZM 13 for 3 against the 12 and 1. Pretty close here between the two of them.
Yep.
Carry.
Once he hits level 3, that's probably where we start to see a bit more of that dominance. But the fact that Pure is actually 12 and 5 right now versus 7-1 is a pretty big deal.
That's, yeah, he's going to be very, very happy with that Pure.
Level 1 Link is a bit, you know, the level 1 Link and level 1 Plasma Field is a bit underwhelming, so it is that level 3 timing for the Razer where he gets the big strength, of course, but yeah, still.
And I guess you can still sort of work against it a little bit by getting some swipes stacked up on the creeps, so you'll still have that harder hit to take the CS, even if you lose a bit off the back of the early static links.
And in the later stages, it's going to be very different. If, as we keep saying, this is a Falcons approach just to shut them down as much as possible for them not to get to those points. Because Ursa, we've seen this Ursa versus Razer a lot of times. If the Razer falls behind in any ways, if Ursa's online, he can just eat the Razer.
Oh yeah, so he just bursts in before the static link's able to build up any sizable amount of right click.
As long as they know where the puck is. We'll have to always, you know, factor that in. But
I think so far so good in the safe lane for both sides. Skeeter having just as good of a time down bottom for Falcons.
Yep, 33. It's a pretty much impossible lane for them to get too aggressive in down here. Ari, you know, playing versus that Pugna, it's very difficult for you to make that aggressive move. And yeah, at 33, every time he walks up, he just gets galed and poked. It's gonna be a lot of harassment here now. 33. Might have to be careful.
The damage is adding up. Blood grenade down upon him. I don't think he's got anywhere to hide here. 33, he's got.
My God, Veno just does so much damage. It builds up so quickly.
And that's not going to get any easier for 33 down here. That's going to just be more and more likely that Falcons can push for that sort of kill anytime 33 just gets a little too far, you know, forward on the lane. It's not going to be fun down there for him on the Doom.
It is debuff central, of course, for the Veno. Even the second point in the Gale, which is pretty cool to see. Just all about early damage, early aggression. Now that level 3 is hit for Amar, looking to get that big link.
Pretty decent link off there, getting the 55 early on the damage. Pure and Whitemon have to hold back a little bit under the tower, but CS continues to hold very strong for Pure. BZM is going to head over, grab that bounty, at least away from Falcons, so he can get he's in a better shape with the bottom lane.
Ari again.
They're trying to get the chance to get in onto Skeeter, but Skeeter's fine. It costs Ari this time his life. You know, Thundra trying to push for that aggression, but just not getting away with it in the same fashion that Falcons are in these lanes.
It feels very dangerous for them to go for an aggressive move. Whenever you're playing versus Pugna, this ward just gets dropped down, right? It's gonna nuke you back multiple times whenever you go for an aggressive move, so. 33. I mean, Skater is potentially pushing for a kill here.
It's looking kind of spooky for him again. Yeah. This time, he'll be all right. Skeeter fairly, you know, low himself in HP, less than half. Doesn't want to completely push forward with the fact that there is a bat hanging around in the wings.
Yeah, 33's got a salve, so he'll be able to sustain himself back up. But yeah, very much so struggling down there. But Amar does continue to struggle as well. 15-2. Thought it would start to get better, but not yet. 27 and 11 on the Ursa. Pure. having a very good time with the backup of this Jakiro.
BZM continuing to hold strong in the mid against Maureen. Continues to be a very even trade between the Pango and the Storm.
Crit is scouting movements out, so he is seeing that Whitemon is looking for that power rune, seeing Ari also making the move over. Maureen has hit 6 before BZM, so they are looking to play around that role. BZM is potentially not going to be 6 here for that power rune play.
Nice sort of strike in time, and can BZM afford to step up? Whitemon by his side, and an early dust coming in. It will make sure the Crit doesn't get anywhere close. They'll get the regen rune on BZM ready to go. Round burst through Crit. The Crepify's out for the snaking. Crit's actually able to turn and throw down a blood grenade. Falls very low on the HP, but he'll get out of there, Crit. And at the least, Thundra get the chance to secure that regen rune for BZM.
Bit of good RNG for him. Should be able to finish off the 6 here, but Maureen is power controlling the wave. He's just power denying right now, so it's a little scary. BZM steps up. He's going to eat some damage here.
He's got a few 1 charges, and as you say, the regen rune at the ready.
He's considering it. You can see Maureen pumping.
He's going to have cooldowns again in a few seconds, Maureen. So yeah, BZM. He's got through the tougher parts and should be fine now. We'll try and get some damage in at least to try and slow down some of the effects of that regen rune, but BZM's going to be okay. Back up to full HP and full mana.
Nice little play
shortly.
Making sure that that regen keeps its full potential, keeps going.
See top here, 7-minute wisdoms. Crit will be able to secure his. Same to be said on the other side of the map for Ari.
Balance in the world.
Top. Still this lane that Pure, he's going to be pretty happy with the outcome.
And BZM now making the move.
There's the backup. They get the lead in straight away. Amar's not ready for that one. Caught by surprise as BZM turns up and ensures that this top lane absolutely just continues to look up for Pure.
Might look to continue sticking around. I mean, BZM is thinking about it, but not going to. So gets a galvanized stack, and yeah, these two, they're doing fantastic. Level 5 now for Whitemon, level 5 on the Ursa. He's got his Cornucopia already finished. Phase plus Cornucopia plus Windlace already.
They get the sentry drop down, and they've got the dust prepared as well. Whitemon with the detection to make sure that BZM gets the chance to get involved in both of the kills top. Whitemon, he's prepared.
The backup of Whitemon is definitely making the difference in that top lane. He is just trading super effectively versus the bounty, versus that Razer, allowing Pure to get this free farm. This is massive. We do see Skitter have that 500 difference, but Skitter was set up to have a good lane. Pure was supposed to have a pretty tough lane, and he has not had that tough lane.
So around the power runes. It's going to end up being down on the bottom. The Invis rune should fall into the hands of Maureen. I don't think BZM's going to have the chance to zip him for this one. So Falcons this time round will gain control of the power rune.
Udah, gua udah makan.
Belum mati mas.
Those quick moves up top.
Ngapain?
Thundra making sure to keep the overall openings this game. Close across the board. Crit's got eyes on Pure.
It's a real big deal that they've done this though in the top lane, right? Having the Razer shut down. This hero doesn't really like to play too much from behind. Can just start to fall further and further towards. So we do see rotation coming in. Maureen points out by his buddy.
I mean, Amar was trying to sort of bait them in, but as it was, Pure doesn't fall for the bait. Whitemon will likely lose his life here, but more than enough time and space is given for Pure to remain safe.
Whitemon will sack his life for that. Mar will take the kill, but I think Thundra is more than okay with sacrificing their 5 position in that type of position here. BZM lingering still around the top side, so still looking to play with his Ursa.
I mean, Pure wants to try and threaten for the Lotus, but he's got to back off now. The static link's there. He'll jump up to the side. Ari not here. Amar with the flame break will allow Pure to live. Does cost Ari his life, so they are keeping Pure safe in this lane, but it's costing them a couple of support lives now in Thundra.
So what Falcons has done now, right? Because Amar was struggling, they're just leaving the Pango sitting him there, and Snaking's just sapping mid. He's just blasting the tower, getting as much efficiency out of this as possible. This is a very clever move to ensure that the Razer doesn't further fall far behind. So continuing this pressure up here too. They might just stick around until they get this tower. They even swing Skitter up here.
Oh, and they sense that someone's in the trees. They're going to find Whitemon here. Falcons just continuing to successfully feed off the supports of Thundra.
Those are massive rotations really for Maureen to re-establish that lead. Snaking got away with everything that he was doing in the mid lane. He's gotten that tower down to 500 HP and still lingering in the area. BZM?
Trying to go for this, but it's a tricky one to try for.
Snaking's actually out of mana, but yeah, can't dive that far forward now at this point.
The rune to be found in. BZM will claim it. Not really a huge amount of mana to play with. Does have a pretty much full wand though, so.
Maybe makes the move down bottom to look for a tower themselves. If they do see Skitter, they could potentially look for a jump onto him here, but Crit is actually just following him.
Yeah,
so
keeping eyes on BZM.
So very difficult for them to make that move. Skeeter should be more than aware. We'll be able to back up, play defensively. So as you said, Falcons, they have so much information that they can play around. So dodging some of these ganks can be all important. You see Thundra, they really want to go for this tower, but Malreen's here and he has a defusal already done.
Yeah, I was able to get the pickup after that play up top, and he's got the lead in now onto 33. Back on top of the way, turning up the fight, 33, trying to get the Doom off, but he can't. He'll spread. Taken down. Now Ari's in trouble. BZM bullets come in with the backup. They get the dual breath out onto the two of them, but Falcons, they've turned up their numbers as well. Amar comes over to the bottom lane. BZM has to zip away. Falcons chasing Thundra up beyond the tier 1 tower. They'll turn their attention to Whitemon. The plasma field connects. Amar takes Whitemon down. It's a little bit too much for Thundra to sort of fight back into this. Falcons, with the numbers, proving to be as strong, I guess, as you would expect with their lineup in mind in this early game. Thundra, as you said, they gotta dodge this. They can't walk into these plays.
They literally can't move near this Venomancer, it feels like. I saw Pure, he TPs in, tries to come in, the Noxious Plague spread to him. It feels like when that happens, the fight's over immediately. You can't walk in, and they step up a bit too far. Quickly jumps up to a 5k lead. This is before Track's even online. Crit was still level 5 during all this, so.
We'll see again here what that's sort of the start. As soon as the ult was out and it splits, it's at that point Tundra's hope of trying to find something in response completely evaporates.
It's just such a hard lineup to run into. As we were mentioning, the Veno wards are down, the Pugna ward is down. Running into Pugna ward and Veno ward at this point in the game is almost asking, you're asking for that.
It's tough.
And Malreen with this type of start too, with these rotations that he's done, this early defusal is doing a lot of damage. The low levels and the low mana pools at this point, it's very problematic. So, great.
We'll try and take him down, but Amar's here to help out. Crit's still alive. Finally, they'll finish him, but now Pure's in trouble.
Not worth it for Pure.
Losing his life for that's going to feel pretty rough. And potentially Ari's been taken as well as Amar and Snaking run him down, get Amar the double. He might not have necessarily dominated the lane against Pure, but at this point, with the lead that he's got, Amar absolutely back on top. 3-1 and 2, he is in a hot spot.
And he's got the build. He's playing versus the Ursa. Even playing versus, Storm can actually be decent too. He's got Yules. So he's got a way to either build up the link, prevent the Ursa from saving himself. Actually, a lot of different things that I can do in this game. Used to love to see these Yules, Razors. Another jump. Yeah. That's not an easy kill.
It's super difficult to get aggressive onto this Pugna.
Yeah.
Naking just keeps his cool. BZM can't find these kills alone.
And wanted to point this out too. I was mentioning how Snay was soaking so much XP. Snay is like almost level 8. Ari's level 5. So it's like almost a 3 differential between the 5 and the 4. He now did just get the 6, but yeah, Snay was about to hit 8.
Yeah, still very much a long way from a potential Blink Dagger on the back.
Yeah.
33.
Another move.
Having a tough opening to this game. They're going to be able to punish him once more under his tier 2.
Speed is working. 7k lead, and now those tracks, they're going to start to add up. You're going to see the damage too, not just the gold that it gives. I always like to mention this one now because it feels pretty insane. That 8% damage amp, throw that in with how much damage this Veno's doing, with how much damage this Pango's doing. Very difficult to run into the fights. That actually pretty cool combo, right? With Veno, with the Pugna ward, and then tracks. If you're running into Veno wards, you're getting all tracked up. It's like this fight is getting scarier and scarier.
I mean, it feels like they cannot take a 5-man fight
really does
right
feel
at this
like
point, Thundra. Maybe they can go for pickoffs, but even then, Falcons have shown that they're very good at responding. So Thundra, they have to play these next moves very, very carefully. Otherwise, this game is going to continue to get harder and harder.
Yeah, and this last pick Storm, even though we said, very limited lockdowns, he is really starting to struggle here, even though he did pick up a couple Galvanized stacks. It's hard for him to pick and choose targets because they're getting tankier. There's a Pugna ward that's always going to be very disruptive. And yeah, just no real information gathering is the other problem, right, for Thundra. They don't really have ways to see in that backline a lot of times.
See down bottom, Ari. Is he going to get away with the TPO? He's not. The damage.
The track.
Far too much here from Falcons.
Item Domi masih sama kayak dulu kan?
We talked about, obviously, the fact that Falcons, they don't have a huge amount of lockdown. It doesn't matter when they have this insane level of damage coming out so early. BZM's going to attempt to look towards Malreen, but again, just not in any sort of shape to get these kills on his own, and he's got to be careful if anything. Malreen's starting to look back towards him. BZM has to zip away.
He knows he has no fear. The only thing that can catch him there is if the Doom randomly comes out of nowhere, but he's got the haste, so always be able to disengage. Super impressive plays from Falcons. Queuing up more of those Yule Scepters as well, so getting prepared in case that Ursa does get online, they will be able to have these counters for him.
We'll see how well Thundra can set up their side of the map to allow Pure to get the chance to to get back on top.
Oh, and Skeeter already has Hurricane Pike, and he's getting on the way toward Yasha. These timings are ridiculous how fast Falcons is hitting them in Whitemon.
Thundra, can they do anything about this? Looks like this time around their side of the map, they're able to play defensive enough to ensure that they won't lose even the support in this situation.
Does have the Battle Fury. Pretty slowed down though. After he was having what we were saying, like a good start in the lane, now it looks like he was having a pretty rough one, right? 15 minutes in. One of those slower timings we do see coming out for Pure. And Thundra now kind of being, look at them, they're kind of sticking together, right? It looks like they're a bit afraid or maybe potentially looking for some type of move because they don't want to lose and hemorrhage more heroes, but Falcons is just split up in farming, so that lead just continues to grow.
Every moment, once again, allowing Falcons to get further and further ahead, as we've seen them do many a time in the games where they get this early lead.
Thundra needs to Blink Dagger on Ahri. Yeah, it really does feel like that. The way that they can make moves without it is pretty much just BZM having to YOLO dive in and give up his life. So I think they actually have to do this. You can see they're prioritizing Ahri getting a bit of farm over here, but he's still quite a ways away. 1,200 until he has it.
It's just going to be a sort of moments of Thundra ensuring that they don't slip up and feed away any of these core key kills. And just for them, hope that Falcons don't push on for the tier 2s quite yet. I mean, Falcons, of course, working towards that timing where we saw in the games yesterday, where they're able to look towards the Roshan, look to take the Tormentor. That's going to be the real point where Falcons can really just jump ahead in that lead. And very few teams that have been able to come back from that sort of situation against Falcons.
BZM.
They get the opening.
There.
If they can get the angle to keep him locked down, it's good bounces. It's going to be enough. Maori perfectly catching BZM in the river.
He just got the blink. Literally just came out on the courier, picks it up. They wait for him to walk into the river, the one place that he can get chain stunned. And they do find him. And all in the meanwhile, Amar is farming triangle. Skater is taking the enemy triangle. So they're doing everything, it feels like, on Falcons right now. Crit, probably going to die here.
They should be able to punish him. Pretty deep, trying to get away with sneaking around on the map, but Thundra and Deep will make sure he doesn't get away from that one, sir.
But again, information gathered. 4 heroes being pulled to the tier 2 to take out that pesky bounty hunter.
Yeah, and even with them all turning up, Maureen's able to sort of poke at them with the swashbuckle, blink away. Not a lot the Falcons are scared of right now.
No. Taking a look at some of his itemization as well, too. As we said, the Yasha Skeeter almost on the way to the Manta. Same thing for the Razer. Seeing defensive items coming out, the Pavis for snaking, so very tanky. He also has the Essence Ring on snaking, too, so bringing this Pugna down is going to be very difficult, and he's one of the main priority targets you have to go for. He looks maybe kind of squishy, but he is immensely tanky, actually, right now.
Yeah, essentially so much HP that you're going to have to go through between the heals and the... with the Essence Ring, it's not easy.
Like, not even counting in the... Oh, wait, Mark.
They will find him. But the Yules to buy up a little bit of time, but the Ice Bomb comes in as well as the Macropire. They'll take him down.
Good kill.
They get the dust out onto Crit. But they do have to start backing off just in case there's backup coming in from Falcons. And here it is. Maureen rolls on forward. Will catch 33. So Thundra, they find an opportunity, but again, they're still having to pay the price for making those moves.
Every time anything happens, Falcons just rainbow TPs. They are ready for any of these fights and potentially maybe looking for that Roche.
I mean, here's that timing. I feel like we saw them do it in both games yesterday in the semifinals, like this 19-minute Roche straight into the 20-minute Tormentor. They're getting away with it again, Fogged.
Maureen? Okay, he'll get Pavis up. Will get healed up also from Snake. So yeah, they should be able to do this one. Let's see if Thundra wants to attempt or if they even expect this. Looks like they're content with just hitting creeps at the moment. Maybe they don't expect them to have gone that quickly into the pit.
And even if they do, maybe they're just deciding not to make this play.
Yeah.
They do obviously have like the blink on Ahri, but it doesn't look like they're going to attempt to get anywhere close to this.
Yeah, and you'll look at that. Running into Falcons when they're set up is super dangerous. They don't really actually have that many of the Venom wards outside of the pit, but either way. Maureen will be healed up from snaking. Pugna is very balanced, by the way, as you see right there. Everyone full HP after the Roshan. See it, Snake.
He's already scouting out the next play.
Oh, BZM's relatively low mana.
Trying to clarity up. I think Crit's going to be able to have his hands on him.
Oh, he's going to get stopped.
He's in trouble. Oh, he's ready.
Nice.
Okay. The Spidey senses tingle just in time, but they won't save him still. Falcons ready to catch him. And with that, Falcons can, as I say, just continue with the game plan.
Yeah.
Straight to the Tormentor.
Perfect for them. Pugna can just stay full HP during all the nearly allies, so they can actually smoke potentially if they want to right after this, even without rolling under, to potentially look for a fight here.
What?
Itu saat
Thundra
yang di
looking
bawahnya
to potentially catch Ari. Ari is
kan ada
thinking about it with the blink.
Would be a pretty nice catch, but not quite
Oh,
able to
itu
get
yang
his hands
bawahnya
on
Arden
it.
besar.
Amar backs off just in time, just speedy enough between the Asher and the Yules.
Seems like he kind of knew
Oh,
it was
itu
coming
gratis
too.
di
They were
situ.
waiting for Pure to get
Tapi
closer, because if they do it when Pure is not
bisa
close enough, it could
mid.
just turn on their heads immediately. So
Oh,
not
langsung
able
ke
to
tangan
find that grab.
siapapun gitu ya.
Everything just going the way of Falcons completely again, as we've seen so many of these games. Manta soon to be done, as we said. Starting to get this pressure on these T2s. BZM down to that 3 galvanized. 0 and 3 on this last big storm so far.
Ready to get that pressure amped up and look towards the tier 2s.
Their lineup takes T2s pretty easy. The Pugna can just continuously blast it. Skeeter can just be set up for it. And Amar is just cutting behind it. So
yeah, I mean, we have what Manta done on top of the Yules. Amar not afraid of anything that they throw down upon him. BZM go for this with the jump towards him. Crit doesn't look like he's getting any help in the mid, so BZM able to find himself a freebie.
Crit was actually just trying to deal with the Dominator creep and just gets caught because of it. 33 with annoying pesky micro here with this Dark Troll Summoner. BZM will get a kill, the first one of the game for him.
And should be able to finish off this tier 1 tower.
They're TPing though. Skeeter is coming in.
Be able to clean up the helm of the Dom creep, but BZM will be fine. Gets the tower.
Oh, and I should have pointed this out earlier too, but Skater did get blessed with the Searing Signet, by the way, so he did get that additional debuff, of course, for that Septic Shock to continue racking up.
Still with this 9k lead, but as we are seeing, once that Battle Fury was online for Pure, he's managing to keep up with the cause of Falcon.
They're starting to do that.
Farm is still there for the Ursa, but obviously, as we talked about in the draft and such, it's not an easy game for the Ursa, right? Even if you're able to get your items online at a decent time, they have a lot of counters on Falcons that will make your entrance into any sort of team fight incredibly difficult.
Yeah, I mean, it probably does feel like they're like, okay, we need to go to these like desperate kind of things. We need to slow the game down completely. You see the Midas gets picked up from the Doom, right? They're looking to get to those later stages. Probably the BKB timings is the key one. If they can get the triple BKBs with the Blink Dagger initiation from the bat, that can potentially be their stronger things to be able to fight around. Problem is, there's still a lot of things that go through it, right? The Venomancer is still extremely annoying, even if you have BKB. Same thing for the Razer too. So it's not going to be an end-all, be-all answer when Thundra gets those, but at least a step toward the right direction. And we're seeing these. We actually always have to mention this. There's a Doom and a Bat Rider, and even a Storm, we'll say. So a lot of single target disables. Lincolns and Lotuses are going to start getting queued up here for Falcons.
Yeah, they'll likely have those answers in time. Thundra, they have to play their cards absolutely right to stand a chance in recovering the state of this game 1. Falcons very much on track to do what they did twice yesterday.
Pure. A double stack here. He is getting scouted the entire time, though. Great.
Be able to clear it and yeah, able to back off just in time.
Anjing udah.
Ari though, he'll be the sacrificial lamb there on that one, pushing down on the bottom lane.
Oh, and I love the build that he is going for. It's pretty standard right on Skeeter, but he is going the Scotty. Next build, next item. So versus Ursa, even more devastating to be able to fight against. BZM. Double stun.
And did the setup. Nice attempt there from Crit, but again, the follow-up in terms of lockdown isn't huge from Falcons, so BZM safely walking back.
Yeah, the only way you can do that pretty much ever is if they do have that Rolling Thunder, or if the Basher comes out next, which I don't think he is actually doing on Malrine anyway. He's still going for the Aghanims.
Yeah, not too far off it as well. Just about 1,000 gold, and he'll have that one done. Crit again, though, in this situation. Thundra showing that they're very prepared for Crit's sort of sneaky movements where he's trying to get some sort of deep information around this mid.
They might be able to smoke off this. I mean, Pure getting that kill is actually pretty important too. He's got his BKB done with the Blink now.
Let's have a look. Blink ready as well on the Doom.
Aku nggak tahu. Wah, iya salah sedot. Sedotnya urusan. Ngampus BKB anjing. Bubar nggak lu? Bubar jalan cu.
What a play.
He wants to have the final word though. He's able to run down Whitemon. But
Dia buru-buru gondar.
Thundra, they'll be able to back off. Ari will be chased down by Crit. The two supports will suffer.
Nggak ada cooldown.
Ari actually getting the Firefly off. TPs are coming in though. Ari, there's nowhere to run. The Shuriken bounces over. Falcons will be able to clean up the supports, but not a bad hit from Thundra. Even in that situation where, I mean, they must have killed him with like 0 seconds left on the Aegis.
I think it was 1 second, yeah. Literally 1 second left on it.
Even with that, they were still able to get him that second time and get something out of that play, Thundra.
That's how they have to actually play when they're at this deficit, right? You have to do these sequence kills. That's how we saw, you know, the game was extremely rough. We can mention this for Heroic yesterday, but if you can get these sequence kills, Crypt dies, then they see Skeeter, then they catch snaking, this is the ideal moments, because I believe Amar, I think he had TP on.
Gua kira dia bakal nyedot Venom.
Literally that last second of Aegis giving Skeeter that second life. Of course, didn't matter too much because Thundra was still able to get that big kill against him at the end of it. And yeah, good control from 33. Straight away, as you said, you've got to have someone dealing with
langsung tele
the
anjing.
just go straight for snaking.
Tugas gua udah beres kata dia.
A little bit of something there.
My
job
is done. Massive Pure gets in, gets out. He's getting closer and
Anjing
closer to
langsung
the
tele
biggest
tuh
item that he can
sebelum
probably get in
bangun
this
dari
game since he's
ulti.
playing versus that Veno is the Nullifier, right? So if he can get that, then it's going to allow him to stick on those targets even easier.
All right. I mean, we heard it right from Moon in the coach interview. He said, you know, 15 minutes, they might lose. If they're able to push it past it, they're in a good spot. And we're, you know, we're 10 minutes beyond that. Sure, Falcons have this 8K lead against them, but we are definitely seeing the potential of Tundra's lineup if they can kind of make sure this game doesn't fall any further out of control.
No, absolutely. The BKBs are they're all starting to come online, right? I think the third one is about to be finished too. Right? 33 is very close to having it. The Storm has it. The Ursa has it. So the potential now to fight and run in is a lot easier versus this tango roll versus all these annoyances of the blast and the Pugna ward.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got a lot of ways to just go on a target. And Falcons, they don't have, I guess, obviously the items are starting to come out. They'll have some sort of ways to defensively respond. But in terms of abilities, very much limited in sort of getting someone out of there and surviving against these sort of spells that just going to be thrown down at the start of the fight by Thundra.
They are pivoting a bit. So after that last fight, Skeeter has also decided, you know what? I'm not going to get Scotty yet. I'm going to get the Lincolns. So they are starting to make that bit of adaptation.
For sure,
they did have that little hiccup come into play.
No, as you were saying, just Lincolns and Lotuses are going to be huge in this game against that sort of play style that might allow Thundra to get back ahead.
Yeah, but I feel like Tundra's actually, this is the point of the game where they're starting to feel definitely pretty good, right?
I think
it's not like they're not feeling amazing, but they're like, you know what? We're getting to sit back, we're getting to hit the creeps. It's not this oppressive lineup from Falcons anymore that is just taking over everything. They're getting to hit those creeps, and Pure is pretty much about to pass that Venomancer in net worth.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw yesterday, right, sort of the struggles from Heroic to be able to make plays against Falcons. Thundra here today, they're showing that it can be done.
And I am seeing 33. He is prepared already for those Lincolns. He's got that Purge creep at the ready. This is a very value Purge creep game. Playing versus the Venomancer as well, being able to get some of these debuffs off, even versus the Decrep. This is probably by far the best creep that he can have in terms of, breaking everything. Breaking Lincolns, dispelling, etc. So see how much he can actually do in the fights with it, because he's a little bit lacking on mana. It is an expensive one.
Falcons ready to get on the aggressive themselves, and they'll probably feel that they want to be doing this. They're going to definitely feel that the game with the slowdown is meaning that ever-increasing lead that they're so used to being able to build, it's not quite happening here. That lead slowly slipping away from them. They've got to be a bit more proactive, a bit sooner than they were able to get away with that slower playstyle yesterday. They've got to make moves against Thundra, otherwise Thundra are going to be able to just close that gap and get the chance for Pure to excel in the later stages as the Ursa.
Because they have picked up quite a bit of items on Falcons, but they haven't been able to make anything come of it because of that last sequence of plays. Thundra now on the other side, they have all the items, and they might actually look for another move themselves. That Nullifier's done for Pure. Good to see if the BKB was coming for 33. I think it is. They're ready to fight. The triple BKB plus Nullifier plus Blink Dagger Initiation.
They feel strong, Thundra. We might just be about to see them express that and display it here with this sort of...
Salah.
Little awkward on the illusion.
Uh-oh, BZM.
He's in trouble.
He got baited.
Salah urusannya, cabut.
That was not the plan there for Thundra.
Udah tumbal proyek.
That went horribly wrong, horribly fast.
I mean, as horrible as it possibly could, because that was also the gem that they just picked up too. So they actually just lost so much. Oh my god. Well, going for an illusion, he made it sometimes.
It happens.
Oh, it was a big timing for Thundra to potentially find. But yeah, BZM dying, doesn't get BKB off, loses gem, dying, doesn't get BKB off, loses gem, and Roche potentially is going to be... It is a long spawn, actually, so 50 more seconds. We'll have to see it again. Yeah, look at this little bait.
Yeah, just unfortunately for Pure, getting baited by the illusion, and even if that sort of wasn't an illusion, it was very much both...
The utter disappointment.
Understandable emotions there, you know, but it happened. It happened. But just the fact as well, they were, even if it wasn't an illusion, right? They were making 2 different jumps.
They were. They messed up that initiation.
Maybe they're not quite in a position to be able to get away with.
Yeah.
Maybe if they were sort of closer overall, that
Ada apa,
network
Pak Fajar?
wasn't quite as much as it has been for Falcons. You
Kalah
can make that
tadi
sort of
Warah.
play, but trying to make that sort of
Iya,
move
Pak
with just
Fajar.
2 cores going in
Tidur
first
enak.
onto 2 separate targets, it's
Gue bilang
difficult to get away with it.
ngambil air dulu.
I guess a lot of those defensive items have been picked up by Falcons and they weren't fully prepared for that. But even so, it's a risky move. It doesn't pay.
Dari mana?
And doesn't get the BKB off, right?
Kiwi,
He didn't
Kiwi,
preemptively
ini
use it on the Storm, and he actually gets... It's like the worst case scenario happens. The Lotus reflects the pull, so yeah, everything just went wrong. Roche, it is back up. Falcons position, smoked. Everything is back up at the ready for both sides.
Feeling confident again to get away with a little bit of jungling over on Tundra's side of the map.
Yep, and Lincoln's, of course, he's queuing that one up as well, so they're going to potentially at least have the 2 pretty soon. Malrine is not queuing that, though. He is just going for standard for now. I mean, he's queuing at least the Basher standard for now.
Eyes on Pure in the mid. Pure's going to make the jump first.
Got the lasso.
Going to go straight away.
Di Lotus kok.
Get the BKB off. Can they get him
Selamat
to safety?
anjing.
He'll live.
No way.
Back away from Pure.
Nggak
Pure's
ada
gonna be kept
strong.
down with this BKB coming to an end. The ult right through here
Duh,
from
Mas
Skeeter.
Tolol ke belakang.
Wipe on,
Wah.
taken down. Skeeter picking up the double.
Doomnya mati, tolol.
We'll see them trying to look for him. They got the Doom down upon him. But again, it's not going to be enough. Amar, he survives through it all, folks.
And they committed so... They both jumped him in the back line.
Mati lagi,
33
boy,
and
mati dia.
BZM. BZM used his entire mana pool to jump.
Padahal udah
Snake
berdua
just got the
mushroom,
glitter
ya.
off, gets the heal off, and that's a Doom used as
Too
well.
strong anjing.
Falcons, yeah, they'll be able to get back on with moving into the Roshan.
Dipakai dong.
So despite that little bit of a slowdown in that mid-game as we entered into it, the Thundra able to enforce against Falcons. Things getting back on track for Falcons. They can continue to pick up the objectives. Thundra, they've just got to kind of get themselves back together and prepare for the next move. And the moves from Falcons, though, they're coming fast. They've got their eyes on Pure. Pure, BKB's on cooldown.
BKB for now.
He is in
Yeah,
Yeah, they can kite him out. They've got the Yules. They're ready to play around with Pure. Nowhere to run. Amar gets the kill.
Oof. I mean, these like forced errors kind of in a way, right? Like Thundra just making a couple of these jumps. That has hurt so much. They were starting to get that momentum coming back their way, but now back to business. Falcons getting the Aegis now, getting the Tormentor again. Re-establishing the game for themselves completely. I mean, they had, of course, they had kept the gold lead, but we could see things were starting to turn.
It was slipping away. I think he sort of got up to what, like an 11k lead, then fell back down to like a 6k, but bam, we're back there. 13k advantage now for Falcons.
And Ari gets solo killed here, Malrine. A flawless performance so far from this Pango.
Susah nyulik bangok mah.
Difficult 33 trying to slide in for a chance to make a move, but not gonna happen. Malrine out of there with the
Anjing, dapat satu lagi ya. Dua tuh, udah 2 orang tuh gue
Getting
lihat.
harder and harder, not just for the Doom, not just for the Bat Rider, but even
Iya.
also
Tadinya
for
enggak
this
ya, belum.
Nullifier. Trying to go for the play. Amar also does get that shard, which is pretty really strong.
Dia spawnnya berapa menit sekali tuh?
Absolutely, Amar having a great time here. Very much in his element at this point as the Razer, top of the net worth. You know, we were used to seeing it in
Berarti
the
ya
past
2
from
digitan lah.
Amar. We're getting it here still today.
They're just so good at taking those team fights at the exact moments that they
Tapi
need
gak usah
to.
beli sat-sat lah.
Thundra.
Nggak
Now what's
usah.
the game plan? Because you did hit those timings
Tapi
earlier.
langsung
You look
beli.
for the fight, and everything has gone so
Bisa buat
sour.
support.
How do you now fix this? It's going to be the question. The next hurdle that they have to try to get to.
Yeah. I mean, looking towards the scaling, right? Looking towards those big item pickups. Whitemon's trying to get the Aghanims online as the Jakiro. See if they can keep this going long enough to allow their 3 cores to excel in the later portions of the game. Obviously, 33 on the Doom. This hero can always come in with these sort of crazy moves. If he gets a good Doom and the Falcons aren't able to bail out the target,
sure,
doesn't matter what sort of lead they have or how big your core is. If you get Doom for it.
You do. But there is now starting to get some more counters as well, too. I always like to mention this one from the Bounty Hunter, too. Yes, they have items, you know, the Lotuses, the Lincolns, etc. Bounty has hit level 15, and he has the Shard. So friendly shadows, if you doom a target, you better have detection, you better be standing on him, because he's going to get the damage reduction, he's going to get faded away, and he's going to be able to run away. So have to be very prepared for a lot of things. He even finished his Boots of Bearing, so he's looking to get these heroes out, just get them out. Catch.
And as we've seen that they have a very high chance of doing so. And Thundra, if they want to make the jump, they have to find someone out of position. And Falcons, they don't do that much.
They really don't. And they're starting to get even these greater healing Lotuses as well, too, since they're getting all this map control, so even more sustainable for their lineup.
Itu juga kalau
How do you
ada
break the
juga.
formation? It's got to be the question.
Tier 2.
Jadi Esports tadi
Slowly
udah
being sieged here
dijelasin.
by Skeeter. Of course, no interest from Thundra to do anything outside of the base for now.
Oh, yeah, this is such a scary spot. Okay, he'll go down. He's gonna look to cut the wave, potentially slow down some of this push.
In position to take Tundra's Shrine of Wisdom there. Skeeter's able to grab it, but at the same time, BZM will be able to take Falcons on the other side of the map. Falcons, though, starting to approach the high ground. See how much they want to try and do with this. They still have the minute and a half left on Skeeter's Aegis.
Skeeter has hit the 20 talent also, the very imbalanced 20 talent that we do see that. It looks like one of the old talents that we used to see. 50 base damage, an absurd amount of damage now in this Veno. This building's dropping. Banner's down.
Thundra not able to pull together a defense right now. They don't want to do so as well into the Aegis of Skeeter. Just having to watch these racks go down.
Pure's coming back.
Beresin creep doang bro.
Trying to clear out the creep waves and such, but already the rain tracks has gone. Backdoor protection will kick back in, but yeah, they've still got creeps around, so
it's just so hard to make a move because he's gonna get Lotus. He already has the Lincolns, might get second Lincolns. There's just so many different ways to protect.
They can't jump this. They just have to let these racks be taken by Falcons, and
Skeeter's
Falcons get away with that. They want to go for another set. They'll be able to pop the Lincolns of Amar for now.
What do you do? He's full HP, just still rocking on the high ground there.
Just 40 seconds of Aegis still. It's just not an appealing move to make. They'll get the lasso, drags them back underneath the tier 4. They'll come in with the lockdown, try and drop down the Doom. They'll get it in on towards Maori. Maori will roll away with the rest of the
anjing tebel banget no.
He'll get the grab on the Snake.
Skeeter's fine.
Snake getting caught by the Nullifier. I popped down onto the two of them with Amar. He's ready to just run past the barracks, take down Whitemon.
MT
They try and make it a defensive play, but it's just so difficult.
They didn't want to throw both of these spells onto one target. They were trying to do things like that, but now both of them just end up surviving. The Aegis, and now 2 Rexus have been claimed. Falcons doing what they do best.
They might just stick around for more. BZM.
They might.
Seeing if you could get a grab on the way out, but Falcons, they back off. They can start to swing over towards the top lane.
They used everything. I mean, they used their Doom, they used their Lasso, they used their BKBs. Falcons can stick around. I think actually they still do have this BZM's BKB, but
BZM.
Skeeter's just standing on high ground.
Oh,
what do you do about this, Veno? Somebody's got to do something unless they're ready to just having to accept the fact of facing the mega creeps.
They ran out of steam. They used all their abilities.
And
they got to do something.
Can do something.
Pressure orb now done as well on Amar.
Lotus habis. Mari kita sikat.
Right, final glyph. Yeah.
Gak bisa habis anjing Lotus.
Waduh,
battery drop ngapain itu wah. Battery drop.
33 attempts to lean into the fight.
BKB buat apa itu?
Back up in a few seconds. And he's running in to see if he can maybe get a Doom opportunity, but he can't. He has to hold back. The Plague Ward's slowly finishing off the job here. Falcons, they're not going anywhere. BZM will try and zip in again. Not able to start any sort of move though. Falcons continue to hang around. Thundra struggling to push them back. The melee racks on the top lane gone. They have their Lasso, they have their Doom, but this next play from Thundra has to be nothing less than perfect. He's in, tries to make the jump over towards Snakey, but Snakey's out of the hard. The static link in onto Pure. Amar charges forward with the BKB, they'll lay down the back of Ari tries to get the grab, but he gets killed immediately by Maori. Pure getting killed off through the enrage. They cannot survive against this. Thundra failing back to the fountain. This game, it's over. Falcon taking game 1.
Again, it looks very similar to the style they did with Heroic. We did see a little bit of a swing in some situation there, but the way that they did that play afterwards, the way that they died, it was pretty brutal for Thundra, right? They look for this play with these big timings with their gem, and they literally just lose BZM for free, lose the gem, and completely lose that slight comeback that they were starting to come back with, and Falcons as clean as ever afterwards.
Absolutely, yeah. Thundra putting everything into that moment to try and get a grab back on this game, but unable to successfully execute that move. Falcons shutting them down pretty hard here in this game 1. Maureen ending the game flawless on the KDA, 8-0-12. Wow. And yeah, Skeeter, that Veno pick coming in and causing a lot of issues for Thundra in this first game. Falcons, they'll get the first game at this best of 5.
Congrats, Keter. Quick question, how long have you been sitting on this Venomancer carry?
Not too long, like a couple of weeks maybe.
Did you get a chance to practice it a lot, or was this like, this is the time?
Yeah, I played some pubs, some scrims with mixed results, but this felt like the right Venom game.
Was this you thinking like, hey, this is the game, or did you have to play from AORUS like this is the game? Who called for it?
No, I did, but I also just asked them, what do you guys think? Because it's not like our classic hero, and they all supported me, so that was nice.
It worked out great. Congrats and good luck in game 2.
Thank you.
It's nice to get a little bit of extra information just between these games there. And Quinn, this is your one chance. It's a one-time offer for you to take back what you said before this grand final started. That Falcons play honest Dota.
Venomancer is honest. The hero's not good. I mean, not really
Venomancer
good. Nobody really picks it. It's cool. It's a creative pick. I think that's honest. It's not like picking some lame, cheesy crap. Veno, he's a snake, but who cares? He's cool.
You're talking about how long he's been holding on to it. The last time I saw Skidder play carry on Venomancer specifically was like 2018. By the way, I'm looking at it. It's TeamSpirit.Skidder, like the early days of TeamSpirit, like when he's playing with like Biver, 9, Hester Joe, like this is so long ago for the last time I've seen him play it, and now he's here. You know what, lads? I want to play it, and they just crush. There was a couple moments, sure, Thundra had a little bit of life, but fundamentally the overlapping of Falcons heroes made this map feel so oppressive.
Yeah, I mean, okay, maybe Venomancer in and of itself is not toxic, but the whole lineup of Falcons is just so disgusting, right? The Razer, the Bounty, the Pugna on top of the Venomancer. I agree. I was thinking the same thing. We just claimed that Falcons are honest, and here they go, game 1, best of 5. Yeah, I don't know. A hard game for Thundra, I think. Yeah, I think there was some game to play for them, but yeah, I think this is a very difficult game.
There definitely was. There were still moments there, but it felt like from that start where we had the first blood going that way of Falcons, them getting 3 bounty runes, you kind of think to yourself, it's going to be really tough in lanes. How are we still going to be able to capitalize without potentially being too aggressive here?
Yeah, I mean, the Thundra safe lane went very well, but their off lane went very poorly. And Doom is not a hero that does very much from behind. Kind of all of his spells only do damage if he's right next to you, and you can't be right next to Veno, like, ever. They beat the crap out of him in lane. And you can just see, like, just casual building pressure. Doom is a hero that needs to be able to cast whatever Infernal Blade on you and spam you down, but, like, how can you do that here? You're just getting hit by 2 goobers nonstop. The green guys just, ganging up on you.
And you can already see from the minimap, right? Look at Batrider's positioning. He's already in the jungle at, like, minute 40, and then the next clip, he then moves back to the lane. So it's like the early lanes format for Thundra was somewhat sacrificial, trying to, survive, get whatever you can, and of course 33 is the one getting very much sacrificed on the Thundra lineup.
Yeah, it's not a hero that you want to have a bad start, and I think it'll be interesting to see in the coming games how Thundra adjusts to this, because I think the Axe will likely can.
Mana nih Dota lagi entot ya.
Can put a play against as a Doom. I agree. I think the 33 hero pool is a little bit of an issue for them right now. I think we might see Doom again, but with a Venomancer ban or something like that, or making sure the hero at least has a good game. But some of his traditional heroes are not that good right now, and the heroes that Falcons play, like the Mars, the Pangolier in the offlane, he doesn't really like those as well. So I agree. I think that's a challenge for them to overcome here.
Yeah, that's the bottom side of the map, though. The mid lane went a little bit more even. It definitely was something that was favoring Thundra, and we saw early rotations from that Storm Spirit really helping out ULTRAGEAR, and they realized that Doom, maybe we're going to have to sack him a little bit, but this ULTRAGEAR still has a game. It still has potential, and he was doing great in the farming, but the early game and some of the rotations that were then met by the Pengu as well.
Yeah, you can already see here, right, that the ULTRAGEAR, sitting second net worth when you're playing into a Razer. All right, okay. Of course, that's where Whiteman did so much work on the Jakiro, but Maureen, he identified what he had to do. We're going to expect this from a Pangolier. He kills top lane once, he comes back a minute later, kills top lane again, and a lot of this early game was just Pangolier, uncontested in mid, getting the XP he wants, and just reading the map. Minute after minute, gets kills, applies pressure, and we already said that 33 was having a hard game. Maureen was like, you know what, let's make it even worse game. And after killing Whiteman and stabilizing what was an ULTRAGEAR who was having a free farm, he then comes down bottom to really put the final nail in a 33 coffin to ensure that Falcons had free entry to the mid game.
I think this fight right here also shows how impossible it is for Thundra to fight into Falcons heroes at this phase of the game. right? Every spell they have has longer range than Tundra's right now. Look at the Razer spell, the track, the shurikens, the Pangolier spells, Pugna spells. Everyone's slowed. It's just so hard. They're just gonna feed a bunch of gold away fighting it this early on in the game. But they also don't have a choice because it's kind of up to Falcons to dictate when they want to fight. So yeah, very much pressure on Thundra this game.
So you don't think there was room for a different approach in the Thundra lineup to play more passively, try and get earlier item timings, or is it because those lanes went that way, you have no choice?
I think Quinn touched on it a bit before. He said that they need to play very crisp early game, and I think they had some moments very early on where Storm came top, ganked the Razer, right? And that's kind of part of what they had to do and not give any kills away. I think even Doom dying in that bottom lane, like we saw the clip earlier, if he went 0 deaths in lane but got a little bit less XP, I think that would have been better. Just not give away any kills at all and play really conservatively and understand that we really need to be disciplined early on.
I also think Batrider's maybe a bit of a bait pick, right? We saw how Rogue tried to play Batrider in the mid lane. It didn't work out against Falcons. And now Thundra pick up the Batrider. They're like flexing it a little bit. Harry's playing it. He has no lane. I think Batrider as a hero conceptually against Falcons just doesn't seem that good because his entry to the game just takes way too long, right? Like you still need to have mid-link dagger. You need to kill in lane, and Falcons, they don't give away cheap kills. We're not seeing Harry getting kills of 33, breaking open the early game. I think maybe that first hero in the draft was, you know, the wrong direction, and now you're kind of fixing problems already from that one hero.
You also, the hero has lane counters. Batrider is not an uncounterable hero in lane, and Pugna is probably the best one. You put the ward down, and then, okay, what on earth can Batrider do now? You can't cast your spells. Now ranges you, he can kite you. And also, it's just spamming these
Mana? Oh iya.
They put your hero on 13 supports right up front, and Falcons is like, okay, that's fine. You can pick some support heroes. We're gonna pick strong, solid, you know, base. We have our 2 strong supports. We have our Pangolier that's flexing. Pick whatever the heck you want. And I think Thundra, you see it in the second phase. Ursa Doom, it's not that good.
Yeah, I do think the first 2 picks really limits what they can pick later on. When you just add on the hero pool of 33 on top of that, the issue we talked about earlier, it just becomes very hard to draft suddenly when you're halfway through the draft already. So I think they need to change the supports to match the tempo of Falcons, if that makes sense, or the laning pressure from Falcons, so they can actually play Dota.
Yeah, with that last pick, Benno, and speaking to Skitty, he said they'd played it in scrims, he'd played it in pubs, sort of mixed results. And so, for everyone at home, so you don't just go and spam that Benno in a pub, were you ever afraid he was going to fall off? What about the rest of the heroes there allowed this Benno to not only just have such a good game, but feel like he was always hitting some form of timing, that he was always being able to have impact in the game?
Win your lane and then play through your team. Like, you're not picking Benno to, you know, just farm, right? It needs to be forward thinking. It's breaking off lane and walk towards mid, take over additional jungle, take over additional parts of the map, and then because of your positioning and your desire to keep looking for the fight, other people will play with you. So maybe in a solo queue ranked game, it might not work the same way. Communication can be a bit difficult, but of course competitively, when your team's enabling it, it feels like it will always scale because you're just taking so much map away from your opponent.
Yeah, but we can see Falcons combining a whole bunch of heroes in this bottom fight where Thundra tries to make some move, and there's a big fight with a lot of heroes joining, and Falcon says, that's fine, we're gonna bring everyone, and we're gonna take this fight. And they're not leaving Venno alone. He's not just sitting back and farming, like you said. Like he's getting involved in the game, and they're using these snakes, they're using this pressure. They took all 3 tier 1s like by like 10 minutes or something like this, or very, very early, and then the pressure mounts, and all the lanes are pushed in, and Falcons is like, okay, we're not gonna build a huge gold lead right now because our heroes don't have the most kill threat. We talked about they don't have that many fight starters. It's just sort of this Pangolier really once, you know, Thundra gets to that sort of elusive state, but that's okay. The gold lead can stagnate, and we can still keep the lanes in and just be sort of oppressive until we get to that point where we can ransack you.
I think also Venomancer is not the traditional hero that we are used to, that has played as a carry, sounds like a meme, but he actually is a carry now. He has so much damage built in with his new innate and facet and level 20 talent as well that, you know, he gets to this 25k net worth and he actually deals damage, you know, like any other carry would with that net worth. So I would say that it's not necessarily all in the same way that it used to be. There was a fight in mid game where Thundra almost came back with the BKBs, like kind of like a early comeback, and that's where they got on top of Venomancer and actually killed him twice with the Aegis, right? But this is kind of what you have to happen, and you have to get on top of him, take him out really quickly before all this slow apps up, and this is the fight right now. And I mean, I think this is the problem with Venomancer carry, is that if he gets caught like this in these type of situations, with the BKBs as well, it's like, then the slow doesn't matter as much. Yeah.
Not to nitpick a little bit there, but the Aegis was expiring on 2 seconds on the Venomancer, so, you know, if Thundra little improvements. You got to focus up, make sure you get that kill as the second ticks down. It's the small little things, but again, for Thundra, they saw some moments, but I think fundamentally, their heroes, their play, it was too many independent cores that had to have good games that eventually come online through items. You need to have a little bit more overlap because Falcons, they're showing that desire to defend every tower, fight every move. Like they are so, even though people say they farm a lot, they skirmish beautifully and do all this work. And I think you need to respect that immensely. And Thundra, if you're picking like AFK cores, you're probably not going to be able to survive the early game.
It feels like there were two paths that came out of that 25-minute fight there in mid-game. The one that we saw was Falcons getting the win. But when we step back, have that hindsight now with us, Quinn, what could Thundra have done more to have more of a control over this game?
I think, to be honest, there's just some individual slip-ups. I think maybe the feeling of being so far behind got to them a little bit. There were some skirmishes mid where they overextended, where the Storm jumps in too far, he pulls a Lotus guy and sort of kills himself. Ursa drops an illusion, or jumps an illusion. And I think at that point, you know, the game was actually pulled back a little bit. It didn't feel like Falcons had a free win anymore. Certainly not some 90% chance to win. Dota Plus was saying like 54-46. And so I think if you're Thundra, while the early game was a disaster, the mid game was not that bad. And I think that shows some signs of hope for Thundra, that if they can clean up this early game, if they can have, you know, a better structure for this draft and they cannot end up in such a hole in the early game, then I think they have better chances than I was expecting. Because this game was, like, considering the start, was not that stompy.
I kind of agree. I think they kind of overcome the worst part about the Falcons lineup, right? They got to their BKBs, the Doom had a Midas, the Ursa was slowly getting to top net worth. So I think that if they actually played more conservatively and played on their own vision and didn't jump the gun, I think they actually had a good chance of making a comeback there. Because like we just saw, if they actually jumped the Venomancer, jumped the right targets more cleanly, then it's harder for Falcons to play the fight.
Well, the thing about a grand final is it's a best of 5. It's a marathon. There is so much room for improvement. More games on the horizon just after this break.
You gotta scream it for me. Falcons or Thundra, okay?
Thundra! 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 We got some guys with some great fashion sense. God damn, you're looking serious. This guy knows everything. I'm gonna slide the microphone to you. Fancy man, what's your name?
Mark.
Mark. Who's gonna win, Mark?
Of course, the DA champions.
Who's that, Mark? I wasn't paying attention.
The Falcons.
Okay, thank you, Mark. God damn, Mark's looking good. Thundra, Indro Pride.
Thundra.
Thundra.
Thundra. Falcon.
Oh. Finally, Falcons fan.
Falcons.
Grand Finals day with the homies. Let's check in. Is people all right? Hello up there. Hi, hello. Don't pretend to be excited. What's going on up there?
We're just chilling.
Just being chilling up there. Okay, who's gonna win? Take the microphone, slide it in between your feet.
Falcons.
Probably Falcon, not gonna lie.
But we want a close game. We want a 3-2 game.
What would you do if Thundra wins? Are you gonna boo?
We're gonna cheer. We just want good Dota, man.
What hero means good Dota? What hero do you want to see?
Tasha, of course.
Some Meepo.
Some Meepo. We got some freaks up there. They want some Meepo. Okay, goodbye, gentlemen. Goodbye. Hello, everybody. Yes, we're here at the Merlion statue with Mike, and now
it's a bit of a mix between a lion and a fish. There are cultural significances to that. We are going to get Amar to try and design a Dota 2 hero based off the Merlion.
Look at that majestic beast. What position are we doing?
Carry.
Carry beast. Intelligence, strength?
Agility.
Agility?
Over universal. Universal.
Very smart. It is 2 different creatures. All right, you got any spell ideas here?
First spell is gonna be like Dragon Knight Breathe Fire.
Oh, but shoot water.
But it shoots water the whole time. It's a toggleable spell.
Okay. Fun fact, Singapore, do you know the real name of it?
No? Singapura.
Which means?
Lion City.
Lion City.
So second spell should be a field of lions. A field of 10 billion lions.
So a passive now?
It's gonna be called the Mythical Beast. The longer he stands still, the more damage reduction he has, and the more damage he deals.
Okay. I think you are literally just describing a tower, but that is okay. What is the ultimate of the tower hero?
So it's BKB, Pierce, Leash, debuff immune leash. If you lose 50% of your HP in that field, you instantly die.
How does someone beat the Merlion?
So you pick Doom and Doom him.
Well, thank you, sir. Absolutely incredible job.
Falcons versus Thundra Game 2 draft will be starting shortly. For this draft panel, I am joined by my fellow boardman, SVG. Welcome to the draft panel. And of course, Misery.
Yeah, we needed the trifecta, right?
We did, yeah. But they don't ever show our faces. This is why they put us on a draft panel. It's okay.
I think it would be fitting to show faces right now, but I'm not saying they should. Because I just to promote the boldness.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Anyway, SVG, more important stuff. What's your thoughts, first of all, game 1, looking towards game 2? If you were kind of in the Thundra position, what's your pivots? What's your kind of new angles that you'd be looking for?
I think the upside for them is Falcons branched out a bit. Downside is they beat them by branching out. So maybe you're feeling like they didn't even play their best heroes and they beat you. But I think the other side of that coin is you can say, well, they're going to experiment a little bit. Maybe we don't have to super hyper focus on their main heroes and we can just play Dota against them, right? Instead of the Falcons, like, I'm locked in a cage with a Mars hero pool and I have to deal with this. And he's just going to get something no matter what. And I think you should just focus on what you want to do, play it to the highest ability, and you can take this team on.
I can see that. I think just idea of like overthinking Falcons drafting, right? Instead of being in the moment and actually thinking logically about the next pick, instead of overthinking, oh, they're going to pick this, they're going to pick this, so they always do this. So I think that's a good point. I also think that it's pretty impressive by Falcons. Like, we've seen them play the same style so many times, sure, but this last game was a little bit different, right? They actually picked up new heroes, but also a new kind of style with a much more aggressive approach than they're used to, and they just execute.
I mean, looking at the player cams, I'm seeing Falcons look pretty chill. 33 though, you know, head in his hands. Again, he often has that pose, but I am a little bit worried for him at the moment. Like, when we look at his run so far in Blast Slam, he's playing Axe twice to be able to beat Mouse to get to the grand finals. He then lost on a Beastmaster. He lost on his Doom. We looked to the previous tournament when they had their elimination series. He only had 1 game win with the Timbersaw. Like, you're not getting hands on your Timbersaw. You're not going to get your hands on your Axe. And I feel like he's having a little bit of a shakier performance when he's off of, you know, just that one Axe hero.
I want to see the Sand King.
We'll see running back
about it backstage. I think this is the hero he goes to when you need a playmaker from the off lane that can reliably farm against the counter pick laners. Like, if you're going to get Veno'd, you know, if this sick guy is going to play safe lane Veno against you, then you have to throw out the idea that you're going to come out of that lane ahead with anything. Go back to your stacking efficiency, go back to the playmaking in the mid game, get something that can build auras or be the initiator for your team. I think that's the style of hero they need to go for, and make the lane victories happen elsewhere, because you're going to get counterpicked at some point.
I think also you could potentially steal away the Pangolier as well. I mean, 33 can play Pangolier, and they can also flex it to mid themselves. It also takes away a very key hero for Falcons. If the bans look similar to last game, they did ban out the DK and some of their own heroes as well, and then suddenly Falcons might be in a situation where it's a bit more awkward which core heroes they can pick.
Yeah, I think critically though for Thundra, it's tried to activate 33 in some way. He's having quite a quiet couple of games. If they can find a way to, you know, like you're mentioning, SVG, find that Sand King, find that recipe for success. But of course, the draft is now ready for game 2, and we shall be seeing what they are going to go for. Thundra is going to be first pick this time around. The last game, they were second pick.
The other hero I thought of for him is the Tide. We have not seen 33 play as Tide in a long time, but if you look at that hero's performance in this event, particularly I go to Boom, when he was playing, it looked really good. And it does have a very good matchup against some of the traditional safe laners that Falcons would want to throw Skeeter on that aren't like the lane dominators. I particularly think about the Dragon Knight that has Resin in priority. Tide can just go there and stand against him fine, right? And it can also go and do stacks if the lane matchup's bad. So I think that could be another offlaner that kind of fills that gap.
I really hope if they are to go for Tide though, they pick it at the end of the second phase, right? You see the 4 heroes of Falcons, you lock in that Tide, like make it a statement pick, not like a blind pick that we often saw Mouse do.
Yeah, I don't want to see him just pick it and like get Ursiters.
Yeah, exactly.
Just, what am I doing in this game?
But yeah, I can agree. I mean, look at that Ursa ban actually. What did that tell you?
It's the first pick Tide.
The Tide, it's the first pick. Jam it.
No, but that is kind of interesting and very interesting ban, right? Because
feels like more of a Thundra hero than
maybe they're trying to force the Axe. Like, let's say you don't ban Axe, you can just pick Axe straight away, right? They ban out the Axe, well, then you can still pick the Doom later on. You can still pick the Tide, like we mentioned. So maybe it's like a premature ban for like the future 33 melee hero.
They are flooding the pool with a lot of big heroes that both heroes teams have used. Sorry, the Lycan's available, the DK's available, potentially Timbersaw is available. So just banning this Ursa here, it opens up for so many of the iconic heroes of both these teams to be available.
Look at these bans actually from Falcons. Bounty on the and Queen of Pain. That does leave the Timbersaw in the pool, like you mentioned, and the Axe as well.
Yeah,
somebody's taking Timber here.
Yeah,
it's guaranteed. I can see either team pick it up.
Maybe we'll see Thundra ban it out and potentially going for that Axe themselves.
I think they might first pick it.
They might first pick it as well.
I mean, I like how I come into this saying you're probably not going to get access to these heroes, and then both are available. So yeah, we'll see which one they value more.
Again, though, if I'm Thundra in this series, especially after the game 1, I want to just assert something against Falcons. I don't want to be reactionary. I don't want to be sitting in this draft thinking, what am I going to do about this? What am I going to do about this? I want to just put something out there, make them deal with it, make Falcons react to what you are proposing in the draft instead of the other way around. This looks like Bayan's first pick Timber to me.
I would agree. What would happen though if, you know, Thundra, they get access to the Timbers, the Axe, you know, some of the best heroes, and then they also lose this game? Like the psychological breakdown that when you move into the post game is going to be scary. You need to make sure you play your best in this game.
I was about to say that the issue with this is you're giving them Pugna again.
Yep.
I personally would have banned Pugna over the Gyro last there. I think it's a way more powerful hero, way more influential, and it fills that save that Falcons always want from the 5. Yeah, they're going to get something like Chen Ench, but you can't ban everything. I think the Pugna's different than the Chen and Ench in terms of the laning prowess and against the Timber in particular.
Yeah, I also think I think the Pugna is just such an open like first pick here compared to like if they were to pick Gyrocopter on 9 there, it gives them so much more information, right, on what's going on. But I mean, they should have expected the Pugna to come out. You saw Falcons instant pick it up, so they have also prepared giving away the Timbersaw and picking up the Pugna as a response here. So
again, the Pugna is a good counter Timbersaw because of course the Neverward just constantly being able to heal up the Pugna himself when he has the facet, and yeah, just threatening him the entire time, so mitigating some of his damage very nicely.
I also want to see supports from Thundra that play a bit more around BZM. I think there was a lot of flack that got thrown at BZM for that Storm game in game 1 in terms of his impact, but I also felt like the 2 supports did not play well around the Storm. Like the Jakiro follow-up when the Storm goes in super deep and the Batrider's initiating while the Storm's also looking for a target, they don't really synergize that well. And I think it's a big factor when you play against Falcons. You don't want to get outnumbered in that Maureen has supports behind him and your mid doesn't. You're going to get crushed on the power runes. You're going to get crushed in the initiation battle.
True. Oh, that's the Malrine Primal here.
Yeah, I love when we see like an open pick Primal because of how Malrine plays, right? The fact is, he can concede a lane through skipping, and Primal Beast is one of the best cores at skipping waves the entire time. So no matter what Thundra wants to pick for BZM, you know Malrine's going to have a game. He's going to get that early Blink Dagger, use the, you know, the 12-30 minute smoke to get that critical kill.
I mean, what's so cool about watching this draft play out is that now the Queen of Pain ban makes sense as well, right? It's first phase ban, which means it's set up for this. You give away Timbers or you take Pugna. They're not going to expect us to Primal Beast, so they won't ban it. And then the Queen of Pain is banned, right? So now we don't care what you pick mid. I mean, you could argue for a Timbersaw mid, potentially, but they're probably not going to do that on Thundra.
And the thing as well with the Primal Beast is you are somewhat like an insurance policy for your team, where if the game does get a little bit more difficult, you naturally go AORUS, you've got Break, you have Shivas for heal reduction. Like the mid to late game item choices also can fix some of the problems that Thundra might present.
Yeah, Clock makes sense as well here, right? Traditionally good against Pugna, you know, good against Primal Beast. It's very hard for it to trample around through the Battery Assault, get in through the cogs. You know, you're just so annoying for Primal Beast to deal with. That hero though, he did get nerfed last patch with the Battery Assault, not working on double on creeps anymore. So a bit worried about that. That usually he ends up not being that impactful unless he gets a bunch of kills early on.
Key thing as well is Thundra, they're already down to 40 seconds of their reserve time compared to Falcons who have their complete reserve time available. It really is a difference of Falcons who are drafting on their own, you know, merit versus Thundra who are having to, you know, think what they're going to do, react. It might hurt them when they get to later picks having just no reserve time.
All right.
I mean, this hero was going to come out at some point in this series.
Yeah.
That was inevitable. This feels a little early to take it here because you easily could have just shown your other support. And the other thing is if it's almost guaranteed to be an Ahri support that they're going to pick up here, putting White Man on that clock, then like what are you going to get for him down the road that is really better than what you would have gotten here based on what you see? If it's just going to end up being Hoodwink or something anyway.
In a way, yes, but at the same time, you do see the Primal, you know it's going mid, right? I think in some ways it's better to just lock in that mid laner that goes up, and then you have the support later on so you don't get counter matchup in the laning phase.
That's true, there's value there.
So I think there's some value there for sure.
I'll say the one scenario is, you know, if they pulled the Huskar shenanigans, but that's also the value of banning that hero first is.
Yeah, I like that teams just get it out in the first phase. Don't bother wasting
Makes it
bans.
simpler for sure.
I mean, that's the change with the 2-in-1 bans in the middle portion. It's like if you have to kind of promote bans. Old times when you have more bans, yeah, you know, different story. That side, Falcons do need to pick up.
The one downside of this is you do give Falcons 100% security in counter-picking Timber on the lane, whereas that flex in theory existed before. You could have thrown him mid, and that is something that Thundra will play. So you are showing a bit more. You can get that support matchup to then skew that lane back the other way, like you were talking about.
I'm a simple man. I just keep want to see the crit Grimstroke. Like when I'm seeing like melee heroes that want to get in and out of the fight, keep kiting, and you have such aggressive potential. I called for it yesterday, didn't really come into play. They went for a Skyroth Mage instead, but I feel like the pacing of Falcons, if you just get additional, 10 to 20 minute supports that just come online, break the team fights, we could just see a repeat of the last game where they just get such a nice foothold on the game.
Yeah, you can just Grim Mars here or something, right?
Again, they go for the Snapfire. It's the tried and tested of the patch. And they go for the Weaver. Trying to lock in their lanes. And when Skidder wants to try and play a bit more aggressive in the lane, he has been kind of defaulting to the Weaver. And yeah, no real kind of counter to him at the moment, right? There's no perfect lockdown. You can't rely on a clockwork. In lane, the Weaver can just always chase down the Timbersaw with the correct support, and yeah.
Again, also, I think the Timbersaw, as strong as this hero is, it's not that fun of a lane to play against, right? Weaver, Pugna, a lot of right-click going into you. You don't really apply any pressure to the Weaver as well.
Really tough lane.
Yeah, and we've seen the Skeeter Weaver really pop off. I think this hero is pretty underrated, honestly, as a carry.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, maybe it's just in Skeeter's hand, but just in general, it looks strong.
Okay.
Ooh, nice. That's a cool hero.
I mean, cannot argue with the synergy here, right?
Yeah.
No, this is like, when Thundra has their backs against the wall, I always feel like they default to pick Invoker and have stuns, be it the Bane, be it the Void, any source of, enable Cataclysm, and once again, Thundra are falling back to that plan.
And this is where the potential last pick support actually gets some value, right? Because now you get to see Falcon's lineup, and you get to decide, well, how greedy can we go with our support, and what kind of, what are we lacking in our draft that our support can make up for? And I think this Void pick is actually really strong against Falcon's lineup. It's a traditional counter to Weaver. He hates the time dilation, right? He just chrono and kill him. It's good against Primal Beast as well. Does not like getting time dilated. He gets so slow. He has to use all his spells to be effective. Boom, time dilated, right? Same with the supports.
One key question though. Is Thundra falling into the same trap as game one where they need to survive that first 15 minutes and then their draft is, able to play out? Or is it not as damning this time around?
But that's why I think the support is important. The last pick support is going to make up for some of that.
Yeah, it has to be a fast support. It has to be a strong laner. It has to have something with a low cooldown stun to give you a little kill threat in this game without we need Chrono to kill Weaver every single time. I'm a little worried about the pace here. This is a little greedy. The one thing that helps it is you do have the Invoker farm can bring the Void online. If you have a fast Cataclysm, even if the Void's really far behind in his net worth, the Chrono's still going to be a massive threat against Weaver, who's a low HP hero. I'm just not sure what Ari plays in his hero pool that's going to fit all of these kind of requirements.
I think Ari is the clock now. When they pick the Void now,
Really?
I think Ari is going to be clock.
That lane is just a complete sacrifice pull lane.
It is. But I don't know if there's any support that can really make up for it. Since they did pick the Weaver carry, your Timbersaw is not going to be that effective regardless.
I think Lion is the only one I'm thinking of here.
Lion is quite greedy, I think.
Why not throw back to some of the classics? It's not damage. Actually, it kind of is. Elder Titan. Stabilize some early fights. A little sleep here, a little sleep there.
Too slow.
I think it's too slow.
The skirmishing looks really tough.
I think you need a ranged nuker of some sort. And then you're Gucci.
I mean, we have been seeing White One play like a position 5 mortar. Right, put a calling down, it can stop the... Oh, okay. They just go back to that Rider.
I'm not a fan of that pick, personally.
Yeah. I also think that's too slow and too greedy. I think this hero needs too long to get online. He needs...
And you're against Pugna Weaver. The lanes do not look easy. The team fighting doesn't look that easy. You get another source of cheap low cooldown initiation, which I like for the lineup. But it's another hero that has to farm for it in clear waves. You're taking that away from Invoker, you're taking away from Timber, you're taking away from Void.
Exactly.
You have 3 cores who all just need to gobble every creep on the map.
So doesn't Amar then break this logic for Thundra if he gets like an aura buying hero that just buffs up the lack of damage that Thundra has, the scaling that they need?
Or a Legion Commander.
Or a Legion Commander. Yeah.
I mean, if they're feeling spicy. You know?
I mean, if they're feeling spicy. Every time I think of that hero, I just go, maybe in 7.4. And then they lock it here.
I don't know, his giving the bonus damage to the team when you win duels, that gets pretty crazy in some of these games and with a hero like Weaver.
There we go.
Wow.
My guy. Give me your hand.
That's why he's here.
There it is.
That's why he's here.
I genuinely think people...
They're feeling spicy, fair enough.
They underestimate the bonus damage, and if you can put it on certain carries that have bonus attacks or flak or like Medusa, it really gets out of control fast. I think this is the perfect game for this hero. Really good against the Bat, really good against the Void. It's an absolutely free lane, and it is a hero where if you go in this game and you dual Faceless Void or Invoker, the fight's very straightforward.
I'm just happy to see that we're seeing creative freedoms coming through Falcons draft right in the grand finals. And the last time we got a Venomancer from 2018 for Skidder to play. Now we're seeing a Legion Commander, a hero that is forgotten about, other than good old SVG.
But it is an Amar classic.
But it is an Amar classic.
Yeah.
We're bringing the classics back. Even in the interview with Moomiander, he was thinking that maybe Amar would pick up a Viper for all heroes, right? It's yeah. I mean, I can see the pacing that you're mentioning with the Legion.
I do like Thunder's chances a lot more this game, though. As much as I don't agree with the bat, I don't like it that much. I think they have better tools this game. The Falcons lineup is a lot more honest than it was last game, and they don't have the same tempo. So I think there's a good chance that Thundra will take this one.
I think critically for Thundra, it's respect the aggression from Falcons, stabilize the map, and make sure they're ready for the comeback fight. They cannot let all the skirmishes go the way of Falcons, and then you're playing for the 15k comeback fight, the 20k comeback fight. It needs to be, around 6,000 to 7,000 gold if you are to be losing a little bit of that early game, and then critically, you need vision on the Legion Commander. A hero that's forgotten about, but like you were mentioning, if you don't shut him down and respect his jump, you will just get picked apart in every fight with your key core getting jeweled.
I think it's all about the Invoker Ags. Get the Cataclysm online as fast as possible. That'll allow your Void to come back in the game with the Chronos. To me, if Thundra can pull some lane shenanigans in this one, it would help them a lot. Like put the Timber top against the Legion, start some weird pseudo tri-lane somewhere, do something to make it more chaotic. I don't really care what it is. Just don't let Falcons play you straight up across 3 lanes, because you're not favored in these lanes right now.
I have a really important question. Are we going to see Amar duel someone, but then die to the Cataclysm?
Possibly.
Could be, yeah.
Does he care though if he takes you down with him?
That's fair. And how much dual damage is he gonna get by the end of this game?
Oh, like 250 plus.
250 plus. Misery, how much damage are we saying?
Less than 250.
Oh, come on, such a cheap answer, man. I want exact numbers. 250, give me a number.
70.
And let's find out.
He's gonna lose.
Okay, well, let's find out if Aoi agrees with that with Slacks.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are here with Aoi 2000, everybody. Oh, yes, the crowd always loves me some Aoi. Sir, I gotta talk to you about this team here. Now, they say that Thundra does like to pick BZM, the Invoker, when they're a little spooked, when they're a little scared, their backs are up against the wall. Is that the position you think you've put them in?
No, I didn't know that was true, but we did say before the series that at some point the BZM and Voix is going to come out. And we thought that they would mostly only play with Axe and Sand King, but they decided to play with Void. But I think their lanes are pretty bad, so we'll see.
Okay, gee willikers. All right, now that is the classic Void Invoker combo. Many people do fail in pubs to survive such a unstrikeable thing. What advice would you give those pubbers out there? How are you guys gonna survive it here?
In pubs it's hard, but we're gonna hopefully have our mid laner be able to click him to see if he's a Sunstrike, and he'll say he's Sunstriking, and they don't have any stuns, so hopefully we don't die to it.
Okay, fantastic. That is advanced tech right there. Last question for you. When's the last time ATF played Legion Commander?
I don't know, a few days ago in the scrim. Okay. It was official. I don't actually remember. Scrim or official, but we played it, and I think the heroes, it's not strong, but this is like a very good Legion game. Well, according to him. I don't actually play the hero, so I don't know, but he said it's good. He also was like, Ursa last pick's good, Sark's last pick's good. We have no idea any of his heroes, so if he wants something, he just picks it.
How do you have a job? Okay, no worries. Thank you so much. A pleasure. Let's see how it works out in the game.
Thank you very much there, Slacks and Aoi. Yeah, we're getting ready here for this game too, and Fog, excited to see this. I feel like we get some new heroes, right? Pure bringing out the Void, and as was discussed there, Amar on the Legion.
Yeah, and there's a reason we pay SVG the big bucks, calling that one there. It's a very, very good one, as we will be able to get into the game shortly.
Absolutely can't wait for this. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Game 2. Ladies and gentlemen, Singapore getting into the action of this second game here at this best of 5 Thundra up against Falcons. We've heard from the panel, Fog. What do you make of this? And we heard from Aoi as well. Very much feeling that Tundra's gone kind of greedy here.
It is very greedy.
Will they get away with this?
It looks like a really, really strong Falcons approach again, too. They get their pesky Pugna. Snaking is absolutely insane on this hero, as we've seen. And yeah, I agree, too. This Weaver pick, this doesn't seem like the easiest lane in particular for 33. A lot of these games, these Timbers, you know, they tank up the new build with the treads. You get your reactive armor. You usually can withstand the pressure, but this is a lot of pressure. It's mixed magical and physical damage that's going to be coming out from that lane pretty heavily from the two of them. So let's see how these lanes do go down, because it does feel like Falcons is in a very good position to potentially win all three.
Let's have a look, see what they can do here with this lineup, and fun stuff as well. Oh,
Spoils.
We'll be able to put a stop to that smoke that Falcons were trying to set things up with.
So, interesting thing, I expected him, of course, because I think this is just the better facet in 99.9% of games. Interesting thing with the Spoils of War 2, press the attack on all your allies when you win the duel. They were mentioning how annoying this time dilation can actually be.
It's the answer to it.
It's an answer.
Yeah.
It absolutely is. So I'm wondering if that's an extra little pseudo thing that Amar is thinking about, besides the fact that he's versus Timbersaw, which you're dispelling the Q to help your allies in some situations, the Bat Riders, you know, your stickies, etc. And even, you know, the Cold Snap and all these other spells. There's a lot of different things that this press the attack can really bail some
absolutely I think
situations out of.
You know, which we've got a pretty good idea of because of what Howie mentioned in terms of the heroes he was suggesting, right? The Ursas, the Slarks, and the Legion. Exactly. What do they all have in common? They can get all that rubbish off them.
Exactly. So it's pretty interesting. We're going to see Whitemon. This is I call this the Schofield nowadays because this is just what he does so many times. We've seen a lot of all chat between these players, but it's okay.
Amar keeping it cool here. As yeah, wasn't able to get away with what maybe he was trying to block the creep wave or something, but either way, the creep's going to meet in a fashion. The Pure's going to be happy, and of course we did see last game. You know, Pure, he had a pretty good start in the lane.
He did. See if he's going to have that same start, because they did what I wanted to see them do. Even though it looks a little weird with the clock plus the Timber as this dual melee, they're still going to suffer up here, but they have a much stronger safe lane. I think if they did clock and void, I don't think Pure is going to get almost any farm down there. So I'd like to see that they did do this switch up. Even though the Bat is versus Legion, it's just that it's this range hero that's going to be able to poke and harass in comparison to what a Clockwork might be able to do.
And again, just overall, looking like a difficult game for the Bat, despite the fact that they go with it as their last pick, right?
I'm pretty surprised that they did do that as the last pick for sure, because you're playing into Pugna, which can already be very annoying to be able to force into, and you're playing versus Weaver, which already was a bit of a counter pick as well, too. So we'll have to see what Ari can do, because it does feel like it just adds into that greed that they already had in their lineup. You know, Void and Invoker can be very greedy. The fact that they pick up that Bat Rider as well.
Yeah, if they can somehow push forward to those later portions, sort of in a similar style as they were trying to do in that Game 1 Tundra. Of course, the explosive wombo combo will be there, but they've got to get there. And as we saw last game, they just struggled to do that. They have limited opportunities to be able to take away that early lead from Falcons. Bottom lane might be able to set up for an early kill, though, and they'll find him.
This lane
taken down.
Love this Bat Rider down here, honestly. Ari's playing incredibly well on it, poking and harassing, keeping Amar incredibly low. Nicely done. Second level, immediately when they pick it up, they go with the time dilation plus those extra sticky stacks.
Let's have a look, because yeah, as we were saying, last game Pure had a pretty good lane, thanks to Whitemon setting things up for him. Perhaps Ari can do the same from this time round.
Level 2 has been hit now, so I think that's probably the only time that we're going to see a kill likely happen down here, but a very good time to do it. Pretty much the only way that you're going to bring down a Legion in this lane is if you get him before he hits that level 2 at the press the attack. Or the, or 3 it is, whenever he does want to skill it, depending on the positioning of the lane.
Because in terms of the top lane, like, what is the plan for Tundra, right? Because 33 is going to have a very slow start, unable to put any sort of pressure onto the Weaver. What's the overall game plan for this Timber pick with the way that the draft has played out?
It just withstand, right? It just withstand that pressure. He's going to be the one that just tanks the brunt of the action, trying to absorb all that damage, as Timbers tend to do, but his damage that he's going to be dealing out is going to be quite a bit limited in this one, since he's playing versus literally 2 of the better counters, at least in the lane. I mean, Whitemon and him just have to kind of endure. That's just got to be what it is. You're going to be giving that full free farm, but you have to endure it, as your other lanes maybe can do a little better after they get that first blood. But as you know, you heard it from Howie, he said their lanes look very weak, so they're trying to exploit that on the side of Falcons.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a solid start on the CS from them across the board. But overall, so far on the first few waves, Thundra not too far behind.
Nope. Maureen is getting extra CS, though. This is something I do always like to mention, is when you're playing versus the Invoker, if you have a hero that can actually clear the Forge Spirit, which Primal Beast does with complete ease, you're getting quite a bit extra out of the lane. Even though BZM is getting something out of it, Maureen is going to hit 6 quite a bit earlier than that Invoker is.
Yeah, and on top of BZM as well, but it's difficult to threaten the kill.
it's rare that you do see Malrine when he's playing his Primal Beast to actually get to play the lane head up though. So it's very important that he is able to do this and get so much out of it as crit.
He's going to try and go for Ari here.
Should have him.
Ari, nowhere to run, won't be able to deny to neutrals. Amar able to finish him off. With a strike back in that bottom lane despite dying early on. In terms of the farm, Amar getting good amounts out of this.
And very hard for them to set up. You know, we saw BZM attempt for that first Sunstrike when they went for the first play, but you heard from Maui himself also. There's no real stuns in those side lanes, so it's almost impossible for him to get those Sunstrikes unless it's just a beautiful setup, like beautiful just, himself doing it. There's just no setup whatsoever for it. No, 5.5.
I imagine what the plan for Pure, you imagine what, just Helmet the Dom into the Mjolnir?
Yep.
Get
I
the
don't think
farm
you
on.
can. Yeah, I don't think you switch it up, especially not in this game. I think I've seen some other people go very greedy, but I think in this type of game you cannot go that greedy, or you're just gonna get run over. So, Dom should be pretty decent timing too with that first blood that they were able to get down there.
Top lane still trying to scramble together whatever they can find from it. Bottom.
Crit.
Try and get the setup onto Crit. Jump forward from Pure. No, get the kill.
Nicely done.
Ari setting up these opportunities for a bit of early action for Pure.
Drops the spray as well. He's actually doing God's work down here. It's incredible that he's able to do this so far. Setting up a very good lane that could have been very difficult for the Void. Looking to make rotations even mid. Whitemon has hit level 2, and this is one of the best heroes versus that Primal Beast in the past. See if he can actually trip up Malrine if he gets him stuck in those cogs.
And overall, how would you consider the potential for Pure to get involved early this game with those kind of, those early Chronosphere?
I think he will.
Can they get quick kills?
Yeah, because then he's got the Sunstrikes, right? If he gets catches the Weaver, he actually probably has the extra damage to be able to set up to kill him by himself. Well, by himself, but with that Sunstrike.
Amar does have the 1 charges, but still, this pressure from Ari definitely causing issues for Amar.
He's playing it super well. He's making him just tripping him up under all those CS under the tower too.
Maybe seeing if they can strike back though as the Firefly comes to an end.
Nice.
Get the cookie in on towards him. Ari.
He's going down.
Oh, get the stick charges off, but the blast is there. Falcons able to punish Ari's aggression.
Given that space though, seeing all those extra last hits, Sunstrike.
Right, will connect. Can't quite enough burst. Oh, it's close. Nearly takes Skeeter down.
Ooh.
Skeeter has to back off. Same time down bottom. They're trying to push for the Lotus here. Pure standing his ground. Has to back off though. Can't afford to stick around to try and fight against both of them.
See where where Malrine wants to go. He has hit level 6. He's got Pulverize at the ready. Ari is starting to make the move top. Skeeter is still low. He's only level 4 right now. Looking to catch this Weaver potentially here, Skeeter.
Whitemon looking for that wraparound.
Level 6 is already hit on 33. Pretty early.
Push back from the cogs. Sunstrike's coming in. It's off the mark though. Skeeter backing away just in time.
He says. The grab.
Malrine, he's swinging over for some action up top. Looks towards Ari, but Firefly's there. Doesn't matter. Malrine comes crashing down to the low ground. Takes out the bat.
Ari hemorrhaging a couple of deaths there, back to back. As soon as he respawns, goes top, dies immediately afterwards. Maybe prevents one of his cores from getting killed from the rotation from Malrine, but does give up another one. And Skeeter survives. But level 6, 33 has done a very good job of getting that pretty early. The creep manipulation that they were doing constantly up top between him and Whitemon has
It's worked out. It really has. Yeah, those first few waves didn't look so hot with how slow the start was, but absolutely getting a lot more out of the lane than he was on the Doom, right? He was 100%. Quite far behind off the back of the laning stage in that game 133. This time around, he's going to have an easier time playing out of the early stages.
And he's going to have his Soul Ring coming out too, so he can potentially even spam Skeeter to kind of uncomfortable position until that 6 does come out. Seeing Skeeter constantly being kept low.
Whitemon ready to continue to try and bully Snaking.
This is a bit over-aggressive here from Whitemon.
Might be punished for this one indeed. Skeeter's able to quickly swing across with the Shikuchi. And Whitemon will fall, so...
First slip up from him in this game.
6 has been hit, so Chrono can be at the ready if Pure wants to.
Creep will survive.
Knockback. Yeah, holding off for now. Malrine in with the rotation. They'll get in on top of Ari. Ari in trouble again. The Chrono's going to be there. Gets to the chance to take down Crit. Now look at the Sunstrike as well. Onto Malrine. Malrine.
Ari's alive.
To finish off Ari. Ari will live. Jump forward from Pure. Not quite able to finish off Malrine. Malrine will be fine, but Amar is caught. The bashes are coming in. He'll also be able to body blocks, but indeed the micro is being attempted by Pure. Sends him up to get at least another bash in. Won't finish off the job, but Chrono coming in nice and early that allows Ari to walk this time and sets them up to get a kill themselves, Thundra.
Very nicely done. They are really shutting down Amar so far here. And his net worth is still looking good, but he's not level 6 just yet. Look at him again.
He's going to try and stand his ground in the back of the crit. Jump forward though, aggressively from Pure. Looking to finish Amar off. Sunstrike's coming in.
He got it.
They can turn towards the snap. The back is from Pure. Crit to fall. Thundra securing these kills around their safe lane.
This bottom lane is the saving grace at the moment. The Timber, of course, is still getting that freeform, but now even the Invoker, BZM, getting the setup. He's now got the Midas finished up, I believe, or I think he does. Yeah, it's coming out in the courier, so gets that kill. Beautiful catch.
They've got to be happy with this right.
For
9
sure.
minutes in, net worth across the board's even. They did go for the greed. And the lanes, as we heard from Aui's side of things, I don't think he was expecting Thundra to get away with as much as they have so far, Fox.
I think this little switch up was honestly super smart, right? Ari playing down in the bottom lane. Sure, we did see Whitemon die afterwards, but they got so much out of these lanes. Looking very good for them in this start of this game. We've seen a lot of teams struggle versus Falcons in the first 10 minutes.
We'll see again here on the back of that Sunstrike. Very nicely done from BZM. And at that point, no other fight to be had from Falcons underneath the tower.
Nope, they're the ones, it's Thundra the ones making the moves first. Usually we see Falcons being the ones like Skeeter goes through the portal, goes through the gate, and looks to get involved with his team. It's Thundra making these moves.
Let's see where they want to head next.
It's a really big deal there.
My mom. An easy one there for Skeeter.
Mid lane, crit.
Sunstrike's going to be off the mark. Even if it did hit there, crit might have just had enough HP.
It's a really big deal that BZM was able to get that Sunstrike kill. He's now got double Forward Spirits up. He can start to pressure this mid lane pretty heavily, and he's gone for a pretty interesting build. He went Falcon Blade this game, so seen a lot of different variety builds coming up from these Invokers, either Drum, some Dominators in the past, but this looks like this is going to be the approach.
I like it, especially when you go for the Midas Strike, getting that sort of cheap early item that kind of gives you that extra bit of buff to the stats across the board that you're missing otherwise.
It's good damage, it makes you tanky, it's everything you really want on that Invoker too.
Gotta be careful down bottom. Chronosphere's back up, so potential plays on the table again for Thundra.
Mar is a bit tanky this time. He's 1300 HP.
He's got back up, and he's going to open things up with the duel. The TP's coming in, the kisses are there. It's not enough damage for Pure. He'll live. Jumps in with the Chrono. The lasso's there as well on towards Amar. Amar on the stick charges. Try and run. Blood Grenade down on towards him, but Amar will live.
What a play.
They will turn, kill Ari off.
I mean, Ari, the flame break to stop the charge. He stops the onslaught coming in to get that follow-up from the duel. This Bat Rider's doing so much work.
See back in action, Pure still able to get the kill down here. Takes down Crit, he's getting the bashes as well onto Maori. The cold snaps out over the rotation from BZM. Tornado comes across, they set up for Pure to pick up a double. They might not have got all the kills during the chrono, but the time being bought there for BZM to just come over in person towards the bottom lane. It's a sweet attempt, doesn't hit this time. Amar will survive. But again, Pure on this point, he's 4-0-3, 12 minutes in. He is having an absolute dream of a time in the safe lane.
And he's a Void versus a Weaver, right? We always have to highlight that. It's going to be this counter core matchup, always its potential there versus the Weaver. This is phenomenal. This switch up that they've done, this safe lane is doing wonders. And Ari, he's got 4 deaths, but he is absolutely doing so much work in this game on this Bat Rider. Part of every single one of the kills so far, and even preventing that duel from coming out onto that Void.
Absolutely, Thundra matching the pace of Falcons in this early game, despite the expected struggles considering the nature of their draft. Actually coming out of this with that slight advantage now. 2K lead here for Thundra off the laning stage.
Looks like potentially they might want to fight around the safe lane too. They are potentially looking to. We see BZM and Ari making the swing over. They are under a ward here though. This could be dangerous.
Falcons. It's going to be a Whitemon at the same time up top with 33, taking out Skeeter. That's the carry gone. Falcons, they'll try and strike back and return down bottom, but the Tornado's there. Puts us Dr. Marine getting the grab on Ari. Falcons, they're not able to find a trade down bottom whilst the carry gets taken out top.
He just gets caught under the tower. I guess he gets kicked from those cogs, right? Just gets bonked. Gets completely controlled, it looks like, from Whitemon. Skeeter getting caught off guard even versus limited stuns.
Yeah, we'll see again here. Just completely controlled, out of mana, out of options.
Really cool stuff coming out here from Thundra in these first 13 minutes. All 3 cores looking to have a very, very good start, good approach into the game. And love how active they're being. Even BZM, look, he's making the move toward bottom. Not looking to play around the mid lane so much, looking to continue to play around that Chronosphere potential.
Not going to have quite enough really to finish 33. He's going to try and dive. It's a little bit risky. Yeah, he has to time-lapse out of that one. Won't be able to finish off the job on his own. At this point, with how much 33's got out of the lane, most of the time, those sort of efforts, they're not going to kill him. 33 will be able to walk every time.
Yeah, he's actually going to be such a big nuisance because of how good his lane is.
Skeeter, though. He's not going to be able to stick around for this. Thundra, they'll be able to hold their own around the Shrine of Wisdom.
1-for-1 exchange. Looks like Amar will be able to protect his. But Amar's lane has gone pretty disastrously, right?
It's been tough.
This is the lane that they set up for to try to shut down this Void. It's been just completely the opposite. 14 minutes, Void is literally at the top.
White one again, he's managed to finally catch onto Snaking. Pure, he's happy to drop the chrono for this. Continue to just rack up the kill involvement here between the two of them, the Void and the Invoker.
It's beautiful to see, really. I miss seeing Void a little bit. Once we're starting to see these connections coming in, he's having such a good game on it, such a good entrance into the game.
Falcons, can they find a way to slow Pure down this game?
They've got the blink now on Malrine, so he will be able to maybe connect with that Pulverize. But yeah, he's been disrupted a lot from this Batrider so far in this game.
Look at the trade. Pressure comes in onto the top from Thundra.
Ari is still positioned down here. But yeah, it looks like it is just going to be that exchange.
Just crazy timings on the Void here. Something you just don't really see this sort of day. I mean, we don't see a lot of Void, but when we do 15 minutes on the Maelstrom helm, it's pretty ridiculous.
All three cores.
They'll catch Ari. And they'll get the duel set up. Damage secured there from Amar and Malrine.
That's the first one, though. It's 15 minutes, and he's only got that one duel win so far. Don't believe that's what they had anticipated with this pick, with what they had seen so far. A 4K lead, Thundra. A draft that just scales incredibly hard, too. Falcons, they do have a draft that can fight very hard in the mid game, but they have to be very wary of this Chronosphere, plus this tankiness of this Timbersaw. Don't know if they're going to have damage to deal with 33 in these next... for quite some time, it feels like, unless they 5-man it.
Yeah, it's going to be hard because, as you said, a lot of pressure on the scaling of Falcons will fall onto the Weaver, and the Weaver's got some of the biggest counters in the game that he's going to have to face in these team fights. It's not easy for Skeeter to carry this one.
No. Just very tanky core that he'll have to get through, and of course that Chronosphere is just always going to be that massive issue. And yeah, time dilation in these fights too, still going to be a big issue. Even though it's only that level 1, it still is very annoying to play against until later on stages where you have either some dispels or the, Primal Beast has his 15 talent, so he can actually dispel himself.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but the Legion duel. We'll see at the side, Malrine, he's trying to go onto Ari, but
they're ready.
Ari can live. They'll close the gap in onto Malrine. Lasso's there. I mean, now at this point, the fact that they can't even get away with killing the Batfog. Ari, he's surviving. They're turning, getting 2 kills themselves, Thundra. This is bad news for Falcons.
And it truly is. I mean, Ari is doing so much work. Level 9, just able to, even when they make a move on him, as you said, they're all prepared for him. BZM has been so active on this Invoker over and over again, either a Cold Snap or a Tornado to interrupt these combos, and his team is there to connect.
And to emphasize as well, just looking back at the draft, this was a pretty bold move to end the draft with the Bat, but he's making it work.
Ari saw something, and with that switch up, we're absolutely seeing the beauty of what it was. Being able to stop these charges, just the lane harassment, being able to secure this setup here for Pure. This is going to be one of the faster Mjolnirs we see on a Void for sure.
These are crazy times. Yeah. Crazy times he's getting on the carry Void.
They're all going to have potentially 10,000 net worth pre-20 minutes, which is usually a very good indicator of your farm at this point.
And it feels like a lot of times we have very much seen on the Primal in particular, right? You fall behind at the start, it's very hard to get back up there to the top level in terms of net worth. It's a difficult game for Malrine to recover in.
Yeah, because he wants the BKB, but he wants other things also in between.
Should be an easy one here for the 3 of them, so another duel successfully achieved here by Amar.
Probably how Falcons need to start playing the game, just playing around that 60-second cooldown.
He'll do it again, Chrono for snaking. I mean, understandable, right? The Pugner, it's a pretty pesky hero to deal with, Fogged. You just Chrono him, get him out of the game.
I mean, snaking in general is just a pretty pesky person to deal with in all of
very hard
games.
to kill. And you have to use these big
might
spells.
as well.
Yeah.
He's worth a lot too. He tends to be pretty farmed.
Yeah.
This one he is bottom of the net worth on his team, but he's still actually ahead of the supports on the side of Thundra because of how greedy he does play. And that blink now for Ari, it's done. So very good timing for him in terms of his position this game. He's a 5 position kind of in a way, and he's been able to find it, even though he has the 5 deaths.
The pickups coming just that little bit quicker here for Thundra.
The Ags. It's done. So a very early timing to have this Cataclysm at the ready. It's 18 minutes in.
Yeah, Blink Lasso into a Cataclysm. Not many heroes surviving through that.
Almost, yeah, pretty much. I mean, they have 2,000 HP on the 2 strength cores, but yeah, pretty much right afterwards, they will be brought down from that. And this ward, it did see Malrine.
It did. He's struggling so far this game. Thundra might be able to ensure that struggle continues. So use the Cataclysm to try and scout him out.
Tornado?
It is off the mark. Have they got anything else to throw into the trees? They don't. So a good escape there from Malrine.
I cannot believe he actually was able to escape there when they just completely see him walking in. All right. Falcons starting to get their farm around the map. Still a 6K lead for Thundra. Chrono on cooldown for 60, but that lasso is still at the ready, but no Cataclysm here, so they're paired up together. He wants to have the Invoker near him for the damage now.
Ma, keep it up towards the top. Wants to be able to back up the other 2 cores here if the play does go down. Not afraid of a fight here, Falcons.
He can be the save now, too, because he's got this Blink Dagger. He can blink, press the attack, the lasso target, and potentially turn the fight. So Thundra has to be aware of the positioning, and they are. They'll back away.
Snaking in the mid. Tornado not quite able to get the angle on him still, though. 33's able to chase on forward. Cold Snap in on towards him. Pushback with the deafening blast. Thundra doing a very good job of dealing with snaking on the Pugna, something that a lot of teams have really struggled with.
Yeah, the pesky Pugna is not so pesky. They're just getting extra gold because of it when he's looking for that pressure. Now, an instant smoke. I believe the Chronosphere is going to be back up in 15 seconds. They want this fight.
Let's see what sort of grab Ari can find.
Gotta watch for that.
He's going to make the jump. Woodley with the duel on towards Ari. Can they get the duel when they can? Just in time. Falcons able to take it down, get the bonus damage for the 3 of them. Thundra, they're going to try and fight back. Cogs in on towards Crit. He'll attempt to jump out, but Pure and 33 will chase him down the corner. It's a beautiful one. Catches him at the edge. Cataclysm coming in.
What a catch.
Fantastic Chrono into the tree line. Catches Skeeler just at the edge. They'll look to continue on for more. 33 moves forward, burst down Crit, jump in from Pure. Malrine has to charge away. They've just got to run, Falcons. As 33 will continue the chase on. Chakram's in, Cold Snap there as well. They'll tip a chain forward, get their hands on a Malrine on top of it all. Thundra continuing to take these fights.
These individual performances in this game from Thundra are crazy, and that catch there from Pure right on the edge of the Chrono is able to find that Weaver. Falcons, they're trying to put together some fights, trying to gather up and outnumber Thundra, but it's just not happening. Thundra is just bringing the squad, bringing the numbers in every single situation. It's around Tormentor too.
Here we go. Pretty much the first time this land someone's been able to do this against Falcons. Be the ones that are getting the first Tormentor themselves.
And Owen, this is, as we said, this is with the greedy lineup. They are crushing this early game so hard, and it's with the lineup that scales incredibly hard.
See again, fantastic Chrono, just being able to drop it down, catch him right on the edge. A huge kill to be found that allows Thundra to keep Falcons held behind.
He's gonna have some, and continue to just have insane timings on this Void and potentially have even more answers to if they do try to lock him down, right? He's queuing up the Lincolns himself. As we said before in that last game, it was Falcons getting the Lincolns and the Lotuses, etc., versus the single target disables. There's a Legion and there's a Primal Beast. So that's pretty much all the disable that Falcons has. If he's able to get this Lincolns, it's going to be very problematic for them to go for him. They haven't been able to at all this game.
What's the plan going to be for Falcons? After yesterday's semifinals and game 1 here in the grand finals, they've not been in a position like this. It's a different spot for Falcons to have to try and play their way out of.
I mean, step 1 is getting Malrine to get a BKB, but it is very difficult to recover this game with, their draft wants to be playing from ahead at this point. You know, Legion plus Weaver, these heroes traditionally like to play from ahead. Playing from behind can be a bit difficult.
Crit. Hiding in the trees. Ari might just find him. Actually, no, Ari's going to get the bigger target. Gets the jump in over towards Malrine. The Cataclysm a little awkwardly comboed with the lasso, but it might not matter. Indeed, it does not. 33 still able to finish off the job. He'll get out here on Crit. At the same time, up top, Amar, he's in trouble. He's drawing the cogs. BZM ready to play around with it with a Tornado EMP. Another one for BZM.
Thundra's just owning them, outplaying them across the board here. Beautiful stuff. And honestly, this Bat Rider pick, we were talking so much about it. We mentioned it a couple of times. It actually looks like the much harder counter versus the Primal Beast than the Clockwork even does, right? These Flame Breaks, these pushbacks, these catches, already just continuing to impress so much in this game. Now they've got the Yules on Whitemon too. Game feels very hard for Falcons to even attempt to recover. There's so much disable now that they're starting to pick up with these small items. And a lot of just annoyances. The Yules, even on the Clockwork, can stop the duel, stop this Primal Beast from grabbing people because they're not even close to having these BKBs just yet. So many different things. And he can even just mess with the Pugna in so many different ways on Whitemon.
And it really just feels for every single team fight. If they get the Chrono on the Weaver onto Skeeter, the fight's just over.
Yep.
Not a lot the Falcons are going to be able to do whilst behind in these team fights if that Weaver gets taken out first.
No, I'm so glad we are getting to see that Void pick versus the Weaver, a throwback to the old days, Skeeter.
Thinking about it again. Just on the edge, does he have enough? He doesn't.
Just kidding.
He doesn't. He'll get punished hard. Not able to get the job done that time round.
Still cooldown on the Sunstrike for about 8 seconds.
The lack of communication there. You've got to coordinate with your Invoker when you go for a move like that. And now, Falcons, they're going to see if they can try and get more from this. Maori.
He's tanky.
Just the setup on a boat for them. Back off for now.
First slip up there from Thundra.
Quite the slip up, as you say. You can't go for that without the Cataclysm being at the ready. You absolutely can't. Honestly, even if it was, I don't know if it would have been enough.
I think it would have been enough.
It would have been enough.
It would have been enough. But he goes to the TP, but Amar was in the right place at the right time there, so we'll be able to catch him. And Amar, he gets 4-step, so he's already preemptively expecting these Lincolns and all that to be able to stop these duels. So a big strike back from Falcons at the exact moment they kind of needed it. It was looking kind of dangerous for them.
Ooh, talking about coordination there, a little awkward with the tornado and
Another
duel attempt. And BZM, he's in trouble.
Massive.
We've got to check their comms. Yeah, that was another misplay. The two of them trying to lead in at the same time. Blink lasso, but there's a tornado. And
oh my goodness. 10 kills.
What's happening?
Mistake after mistake. Falcons capitalizing on anything that they can take here at this deficit.
There they are.
Massive kills.
Thundra.
What was it approaching? Where were we at? Like 14k gold?
Yeah, they're making a couple of slip-ups here, Thundra. You can't slip up against Falcons.
Especially
you absolutely cannot.
And slipping up versus Legion also, the dangerous thing about slipping up versus Legion like this is you die, you respawn, duels back up. So you have to be careful where you go outside the map. They're going to claim a tier 2 out of that as well. That is a ridiculous sequence that comes out here, as that duel could not have come at a better time. Split second between where that TP was going to go off.
And this one again, just... BZM almost sort of getting baited in by AORUS' attempt to go in, but then sort of baits himself by whiffing the tornado and the blinking initiation attempt from Ari at the same time.
Can't be making
That's a rough one. They can't afford to do any more of those, Thundra. No. Otherwise, we're going to see some smiles on Falcons' faces.
It's a big deal that they got this, though. The BKB, I believe, is now done for the Primal Beast. He's got the key 15 talent that we were mentioning, too, that Dispel versus either Time Dilation or all these other spells. All right, Thundra, they're smoking up, trying to get things reestablished together. Chrono's at the ready. I believe Cataclysm also is.
Yeah, they've still got that crazy wombo combo and still have that lead. So very much will take more mistakes from Thundra. The opening Ari. The last one, the heavy burst there for 33. My goodness.
Amp damage. Into the Rosh. Should be able to get that one cleanly. A perfect pick off for them to get that Rosh, and they have Chronosphere for the potential fight if it comes to them.
Yeah, you can't do anything about this if you're Falcons. You have to let this one go. The Thundra. As I say, it's going to take a few more.
It will.
It's a hiccup, really. So, Thundra, they've still got a little bit of a fallback plan. Yep. They're far enough in the advantage.
They have
with the heroes and the farm that they have, so it's all still good for Thundra.
Yeah, they have, potential for, the 2 or 3 of those type of slip-ups in this game for sure with the Void and the Invoker, because they do scale that hard into these later stages in comparison. Falcons is more about like the mid-game kind of tempo lineup in comparison. Falcons. Whitemon is hunting.
Yeah, he's going to see if he can get some sort of setup here. Who's hunting? And Crit will turn straight towards him. He'll get the cogs down, but yeah, he'll die for that one.
Skeeter.
Can Pure and BZM get the catch onto either of them? Thinking about trying for the chase. Skeeter obviously a little too speedy, but Crit might be in trouble. Have a little bit of a pause here.
They did see them, so both sides actually saw each other. I'm going to wait to see.
So who's getting out of this one? Is anybody getting anyone?
Well, I'm going to wait for a second, because they did say headset. I don't want them to take their headset off, and we're going to,
That's true, that's true.
Give them a second.
Fix the audio issues. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. So
both teams did see each other, though, so we can say it kind of quietly, but they
both
were aware.
Teams indeed can decide how they want to play on from this exact moment.
Both teams are cool.
There's a lot of potential for both teams to do something here.
Well, it's a connection coming forward here.
Some of them still a bit away from the fight.
A very, very durable Timbersaw. I do not know how they're going to bring him down still. And the rest of the heroes, definitely I can see them killing them, but this Timber is still a massive mountain that they have to go through.
And of course, Falcons are going to be very aware that the Chronosphere is available for Pure, so something that's definitely going to be in the back of their mind.
They just have to catch him. That's the... If anything. If Falcons doesn't want to go for any type of play here, they have to blink and just duel him. Blink, you know, break that link and duel him. He does have the Aegis, of course, though. So.
Yeah, so not necessarily the most appealing move for them to make. So
it feels like they might just do the efficient.
Just try and get out. Now we'll see what happens here. The game's ready to continue.
Let's see what we get.
Let's see if Thundra can get any sort of catch here, or if Falcons are able to safely get out here. No tornado at the ready, but they do have the cold snap if they close in. So Falcons should be able to back off, at least buy time for Amar to get down here and join them.
They still have this ward that was on the high ground. Ari did just take care of it. Amar.
Yeah. Not able to get the setup there. Blink out from Amar comes just in time. Skeeter though, he sticks around for the Ancient. They got the lasso into the Chrono.
BZM walked in.
Skeeter, he's in trouble.
They got him. Oh my god, BZM walking to the Chrono scared me for a second there.
And now Crip. They know where he's hiding off to the side. He'll go for the TP. Will make it not the angle quite with the Tornado Falcons. They have to back off. I want to say that, Amar. He's trying to go for the duel. Is he going to be able to succeed with it?
Just left him. It's a gem.
The kill, but can he get out? He's ready to chase. Dilation in onto the both of them.
No way he gets out of this.
He's been glimmered up. He's going to have to blink again.
Dilation got him.
Dilation's still there. He can't take it off himself, so Amar will pay the price for committing in and getting that bonus damage from the duel.
If he got out.
Skeeter trying to stick around for that farm was not ready for that sort of jump to come in from Ari.
Yeah. If he had gotten out there on that Legion, would have been huge, because it was the gem that was literally just picked up, but unable to. That time Dilation did go back onto him after that Glimmer had ended.
Now they can push on Thundra, still with plenty of time on the Aegis. Pure back into the jump straight away onto Snaking. The Glimmer keeping fine for now. Still though, the dive might continue. Pure's thinking about it. He'll back off for now with the Pognal Ward set up. The backup in for Falcons. They'll focus their efforts back towards the tier 2 Thundra.
I like that Pure's hanging on to the gem himself.
Skeeter. He's tipping in. I mean, obviously feels less threatened because there is that attempt from Maureen. Immediately answered with that Lincoln Sphere on 33.
It's not easy to ever get these duels or this primal ult onto any of these
Absolutely
targets, these Lincolns. And as we've seen, the flame breaks, the cogs, even hookshot always going to be available when they do even have those BKBs to stop these catches. Thundra continue to play strong now here with this Aegis, 2 more minutes on it.
Time ticking, 40 seconds, and Chrono's going to be back online for Thundra.
Falcons looking for a bit of a sneak.
They have to do it within this next 30 seconds. Thundra, not afraid to fight. Falcons, they have to get some sort of insane jump. Yeah. Leading him first.
They want the back line.
I mean, we can see Amar with this positioning trying to get some sort of angle for the wraparound. Same to be said for Maureen.
Both teams kind of doing mirror movements here. BZM starting to put some pressure onto the bottom lane.
That time, it's ticked a little bit too much for Falcons. They've got the Chronosphere back online on Thundra.
No longer able to take that fight. Maureen, smoke is going to wear off. Snaking is starting to blast the red tower. Looks like he was spotted, though, so Snaking is in trouble.
He'll be the one to take the hit here from Thundra. The rest of Falcons should be able to escape. He'll try his best to survive as long as possible, but a tornado sidestep to dodge the Cataclysm doesn't matter. He gets taken down. Of course, the rest of Thundra still seeing if they can find something a little bit bigger off to the side. And Amar,
for the duel.
It's an ambitious duel, and it's one that this time he's not going to win.
Maybe going for some desperate times. It's looking like, at least from Amar there, a couple times just throwing his life away, feeling that pressure. And Thundra playing it cool now. Not slipping up after that slip up they did have earlier. Chrono still isn't ready.
Yeah, everything back on track for Thundra here.
And this Timber just absolutely out of control. 8, 0, and 5, the first pick. Definitely not addressed in this game. That lane, the little lane switch up was actually so cool, so massive from Thundra in the way that they played around it.
2 in the mid to be taken.
And for Falcons, it's just their lineup overall. It's not about this massive type of comeback lineup, as we said. It's more of a tempo-based draft. So they don't have this tool on the high ground. They have this lasso pullback, this massive wombo combo. It's a lot harder for them to actually go for anything.
I mean, tried to get Ari with the ultimate, but he gets just jumped and dragged back by Ari as the burst at 33.
Thundra
dying so quickly on the primal there, Maureen.
And they're looking like it's smooth sailing potentially in these next few moments for this Rax. Maureen, 40 seconds that he's going to be dead. And they don't really have anything to threaten either of these two heroes. I mean, Pure at 33 feel pretty unkillable.
Falcons at least will be able to sneak out onto the map and get the Tormentor despite this great control of the game that Thundra have.
Hey, a little small something, I guess.
This mid barracks. I mean, nobody wants to step up. Sure, the Aegis is gone, but there's a Chronosphere at the ready. Pure, he's going to be ready to jump whoever tries to push him off these barracks, and Falcons know it. They just have to watch them get taken out.
Oh, and I don't think they have the damage for almost either of these two heroes at this point. Even if they throw absolutely everything onto them, I think 33 100% lives everything, but I think Pure might actually also be getting to that point. He's about to have the Scotty done. 3,000 HP. You can see the damage just looking at it from Falcons. It's a bit lacking with this deficit that they do have right now. I think Skeeter needs to get some big damage item, it does feel like, and he's queuing up that Daedalus next, but he needed everything he has before it.
It's going to take a lot of time to get that.
Yep.
And for Skeeter.
And he really is, it's him versus the world, and it's him versus a Chronos.
Exactly right. And Thundra know it, they'll be looking for him every single time. Amar down bottom trying to clear the wave. The setup's there though, on towards him. Amar is going to be going down again. Thundra ready to look for a second set. They'll get the lead in again onto Snake King. He'll get the Decrepify off, try to run. Pure, does he want to jump in for this? He does. He'll get it with the Chrono onto the two supports. Cataclysm comes in, Crit and Snake King gone. Skeeter, he's trying to fight back, looks towards BZM. We'll be able to take out the Invoker. The buyback's coming out from both supports. Falcons, can they get anything else? Though Marine is beginning, comes to an end. 33 able to finish him off. Whitemon hunted up a flip.
The tumbler.
And the blast comes in. They have to drop the kisses to try and kill him. They will kill Whitemon. But now outside of the base, the support's in trouble. Pure ready to jump up over towards Snake King. Snake King, it's a dieback on him. Out for 80. BZM's playing around the Skeeter. The EMP comes in, takes his barrel, still get the time lapse off Skeeter and trying to run.
BZM.
But Crit's being played around with by Pure. 33 just borderline unkillable. At this point, the duel is there. It's not enough. The time won't come down. Pure, he'll back away. The bash is coming out. Pure gets the triple and 33. He's dealing with the rest of them in the base. Skeeter, the last one left standing on Falcons. As Thundra, they're just playing with their food right now, Fog.
And BZM, he does die back, but Pure and 33 just showing to be way too strong, way too tanky. Everyone on Falcons pretty much dead except for Skeeter. 25 has been hit onto this Timber.
And as you say, maybe they can kill BZM, but the 33...
These two are just untouched.
And as we saw, Pure, as low as he got, they couldn't quite finish off the job.
Just too tanky. That Scotty that he just had pretty much picked up right there, that extra HP versus the Legion. That's 2 sets now. They threw so much into trying to get these extra kills. Falcons, triple buybacks, and still unable to kill those 2 big cores at least.
That Thundra.
33 can just stay here, right? Like, it does feel like he can just kind of occupy the enemy base at this point. They might just continue putting that pressure for the tier 2. Chrono is going to be back up in about 20 seconds.
We'll see if he gets away with a sneaky Shadow Blade into dual play. Doesn't look like he's going to get the chance.
Not if 33's around.
Yeah, Pure's on the hunt. Chronosphere's back up in a matter of seconds. Skeeter's out of there in time.
Hey, Pure's about to have a Satanic, too. This might be the tankiest Void I've ever seen in a second. He's going to have like 4,000 something HP. Good luck bringing him down.
He wants to find an easy duel opportunity.
He's trying. They don't want to be stuck inside the base. You know, Falcons, they do, even if they are, losing, they are still looking for the potential play, but just unable to find it. Thundra.
Trying to get some dewarding done. Does get caught in the cogs in the EMP.
Is there a tree?
Oh, there is. 33 not going to be able to chase on forward, so Crit, he'll get away with the D-ward. Amar still on the hunt. Can he find anyone? And it's, even if he does, getting away with the duel is going to be hard. Maybe he can find a courier or two. There is one at the secret shop. Yeah, I'll be able to find that. And quite a snipe as well. That was a decent amount of the Satanic taken away from Pure.
BZM.
He's been found for this though, Amar. The setup there from BZM, hook shots in from Whitemon, prepared for the detection as well. Amar might have got the courier, but again, taken down.
Falcons just trying to, it truly is desperation, right? Just trying to split them up all over the place.
That's a quick move. Oops. Big TPing up towards the mid. They're going to get the catch on a Crit. The lasso's there. BZM ready to line up the Tornado EMP. Crit, he's gone.
Ari continues to be everywhere.
And they're ready to clear up another Roshan. Pure into the pit.
Falcons, I think what they're trying to do, honestly, is just
again, surviving here at these final moments, Pure. Maybe, if they got that kill, they'd have a bit of a chance to strike back with the fact that they had killed off BZM, but they couldn't quite do it. Pure surviving.
Too tanky. Love it.
Getting some crazy plays here. Yeah, coming out of this game too. Tundra very much in control of this game, as they have been for the most part.
This has been the literal best early game we've seen any team do versus Falcons, and they had
quite a while.
And on paper, if you look at it, they had a pretty hard draft in terms of early game, besides that Timber Saw.
And just showing that they have that flexibility to answer some of the flexibility that Falcons can maybe surprise some teams with. Like this Weaver pick coming out, you can only imagine that Tundra, they definitely had in the back of their minds that there was a chance that Skeeter would go for this once again after doing it yesterday, and they had this Void pick ready to go and answer to it.
Yeah, maybe Falcons just not expecting that this Void would be this much of a problem. Even if they did like pick it and they, they could potentially see it coming, they thought they had the answer with this Legion, but definitely not the case, at least with how this lane has gone by any means. Noir.
Again on the hunt, but as soon as he shows, they'll be ready to hunt him back.
Just going for risky plays. Skeeter, the dataless is done.
Let's see what they can do with this. They need to get away with a full commit onto a kill, but 33 on the Timber, as you talk about, I want to go for the going to try, but the Chrono's out pure. He catches the two of them. The light trade heals coming in on towards Crit. Crit's able to survive for now. They'll get the kill off with the BZM. A big kill here, Falcons, and maybe more. Skeeter turns towards Ari, takes him out, and tries Shikuchi away. The Skeeter's falling low. The hook shots there. They've got the bash out of the control to take Skeeter out still at the end of it. Falcons, they try and strike back after a chrono that doesn't end in success there for Tundra. Still, though, they end up losing their big carry at the end of it, Falcons.
That was weird from BZM, I gotta be honest. They do get the kill on the Weaver. BZM botsed into where the chrono was. He wasn't even throwing spells into it because he was bottom when the fight starts. He botsed in and just died. So, a couple slip-ups there from BZM, but doesn't look like it's changing any of the state of the game as they do find that Weaver, and now potentially gonna find Snaking as well.
Goes straight on the way towards him. Snaking. And they've got the answer. Pure there with that creep at the ready from the helm. Has the dispel.
Nice
33. Back where he's happy to be here, inside the base of Falcons, knowing they can't touch him.
Amari just has to literally ignore him. Uh-oh. He's been seen.
They've got him. Amar's gone, instantly buys back. They'll go straight to the base, get the clock set up on towards Malreed. He's trapped in the clock, he'll finally get forced out to safety. Still 30 seconds or so until Skeeter's back in the game. 33, he might be ready to start diving the fountain. They get the rocket flare on Tamar. Malreed, he'll get the grab on a white bomb, but Ari return has the lasso on towards him. That's him gone. That's the game done. GG is called. Thundra will be able to take game 2.
Really, I mean, awesome game. Honestly, this early game, you couldn't have asked for more with this type of draft. A draft that on paper, a couple of these lanes can look very difficult, but yeah, I have to give so much credit to Ari and Pure. This safe lane just did so much work. And in the meantime, 33, he's a Timber Saw. He's just soaking farm top, gets the 6 very early, able to bully the Weaver quite a bit here, and yeah, Tundra from there. They only really had that one little slip up in the mid where they gave up a couple of these kills. Besides this was a beautiful game of Dota.
Absolutely. I mean, it's pretty terrifying, right, that they get away with getting this first big Timber, and he just doesn't die. 16-0-13 on 33. Despite Falcons' best efforts to try and have some sort of game plan to shut the Timber down, they couldn't touch him at all. An insane game from him. And Thundra just showing that they've got some answers, some responses to what Falcons have been able to catch many another team out with in some of their previous games.
We've got a series on.
Now we absolutely have. Falcons getting shaken up quite the bit here in this game too. We'll see what they come back with as this series continues, but as we have it, no 3-0s today, Singapore. 1-1 right now between Tundra and Falcons.
All right, I'm here with Ari. Congratulations on the game. After the draft was done, AOI said that you guys' lanes might be a little rough. What do you think? Because it played out beautifully.
I think they just have the wrong read on which lanes are going to win.
It seemed that way for sure. Speaking of wrong reads, our panel also thought that maybe the Batrider didn't really fit. You definitely proved them wrong on that one, but why was Batrider the hero for this game?
I just think it secures the Void lane quite nicely. Maybe I die a few times, but Void will free farm, so it's a nice pick for this reason.
It worked out beautifully. Congrats on the game and good luck next.
Thank you.
Giving us a little bit more insight there, Ari, on this bat. It was coming out as their last pick, and it's going to feel good, Quinn. I mean, you go game 1, Batrider, you're not feeling good in it. It feels a little bit like you're feeding. And then game 2, you're like, I am doing everything to secure a lane, getting pickups, winning team fights, essentially.
Yeah, I think they figured out very well where the issues lied and where they didn't, and clearly Batrider was not a problem and some other heroes were. I think getting this Timber Saw, and you look at 33's impact this game compared to the Axe game, or sorry, the Doom game where he does, practically nothing, and this game where he's killing everyone top net worth the entire game, 0 deaths. the difference is just ridiculous.
I think that was the biggest thing. They took the Timbersaw first pick. Falcons had some sort of plan against it, but they didn't really get good counter picks against the hero directly. He doesn't die once this game. There's no Lesh in this game. There's no like Bat Rider of their own or something that's going to isolate this guy and burst him down. Felt way too free of a Timbersaw game, and then the lane swap with the back going bottom, I think caught them off guard as well, which made this early game a lot better. And then you're just cruising into some crazy late game scale.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that Bat Rider could just go safe lane, max napalm early on, and just zone two heroes like that is definitely why Bat Rider was strong. And yeah, I didn't think of it, and that's why Ari is one of his best heroes, right? So he definitely knows these things. And in terms of the Timbersaw, I agree. I think it's also the reason why Timbersaw is so strong is he just takes 2 points in reactive armor instead of trying to be aggressive with his damaging spells, right? And just sits there. And Clock doesn't need to take any XP, so we saw him being level 6 at 6 minutes and start pressuring the Weaver. I think, yeah, it's just I don't think we're gonna see Timbersaw going through anymore.
It feels like a lot of the heroes that we saw for Thundra this time around, we could have that story. Is Timbersaw going to get let through? The Bat Rider, is it going to be back on the table? But more importantly, Avery, is that BZM Invoker going to be let through? They knew it was inevitable. No. But you have to have a reminder every now and then just how good he is in that hero.
I said they're going to get one game on it. That was the one game. That was the BZM Invoker game. You're never getting it again. So you get your one win, but now you're going to have to put him on something else that can, pick up the scale, pick up the tempo a little bit. I do think they got the better of that mid matchup no matter what, like with the Primal coming out early. So I think they would have been a lot more comfortable in game one. But there's something about this Thundra team. When they have Invoker, you can just see how comfortable they are playing around the map, playing for the scale. They just feel they're going to win the late game no matter what, so they can get a little greedier. When they don't have this hero, it feels like a very different squad. That's my biggest concern, because I do not think we're going to see this hero.
Yeah, I mean, they split the map so much and so well. You can see them building a massive gold lead. Even though the kills, they're not leading that much. They're farming so much. 33 is stacking Ancients like every minute, like 6 times somehow. He just has some unreal amount of gold. Invoker's getting these Sunstrike kills. He has the Midas. Like, that's how Thundra wants to play. They want to split the map. They want to build this gold lead, pick you off, and slowly get to the point where they're completely unkillable no matter how well you press your buttons. And then they're going to go end the game when you can't do anything. And that's, that's what happened this game.
You're saying this like Thundra, that's what they wanted. That was their game plan, splitting this map. But Falcons also kind of played into that. You're seeing this Legion Commander, it was their last pick. It felt like it should have been that Gotcha Misery, and no one else is really running with him. You're seeing him trying to get a pick off on support, and there's nothing else. Thundra is so quick to react to that.
I think Falcons fell a little bit into the same trap some of the other teams have been doing when they played against Falcons, how they kind of have to win their lanes. And when a Bat Rider goes safe lane and destroys this Legion Commander lane, the pick kind of falls flat really fast. So I think this, very rarely this happens to Falcons too, where they also end up with a kind of wonky draft. And yeah, I mean, there's a reason why we don't see this hero being picked that much. It just isn't that good, and it actually hasn't been good for so long. And I can't remember any good Legion Commander patch.
Mind Control in 2017.
Maybe that's it.
You had to pull something almost 10 years ago.
I just made that up. I mean, there was a patch back then where I remember that old Liquid was playing it, and it was because the hero was a true lane dominator. You went to the lane, carry could not farm, you pulled ahead, and then if you get a fast enough Shadow Blade and you can hunt the map, that's where the true value of this hero lies. We kind of saw some of that in this game, but the fact, like Misery said, you lose the lane that bad, the entire pick goes out the window. It's giving you almost no value. The hero has big other weaknesses.
So there's no real comeback mechanic with a Legion Commander, even with all of the heroes on the side of Falcons.
I think it also comes down to the fact that the Weaver is so countered by the Void.
Right.
And then the Primal Beast has to do so much in the game. So I think it's a lineup versus lineup thing as well, where Thundra's heroes scale really well if they get out of laning phase. If they win the laning phase, well, then it's even worse, right? So I think another point about the Invoker, though, is that I feel like when Thundra picks Invoker, it makes it easy for them to draft, because they know they need to just set up some Cataclysm in the draft. They need to win their side lanes, need stuns, so it kind of makes it easy for them to draft. I wouldn't mind them even just picking the Invoker on 9, for example, and building the draft from there.
Why not first?
Yeah, or first. I think you said they're gonna maybe ban it, but I think, is it gonna be first phase ban? Because I think that's maybe where we're getting to.
Yeah, I mean, I think there will be interesting adjustments from Falcons, whether, I think, like Avery said, I don't think we're seeing the Timbersaw again, but there's also this Axe. So, I mean, they'll be first pick next game, but the next game that they're second pick, I think will be really interesting to see, do they ban Axe and Timbersaw? Do they ban Timbersaw and Invoker? Because I do think that Thundra should prioritize his Invoker very highly. BZM has not really looked that good on the other mid heroes, to be honest. And I think prioritizing that hero and getting that comfort and is something that they want, because I think Thundra flourishes when they have comfort, and the game one, they looked super uncomfortable, and they honestly just didn't play that well.
What would you play against it? BZM first picks Invoker. What are you taking?
He has played against it.
I mean, I think...
Yeah, but in this patch.
Let me think. I mean, they want the Pangolier, right? I think if Pangolier's not banned in that first phase, I think that's what you're responding. I think it's quite good in the lane, very good in the lane actually, and it's pretty good in the game too. You get that invulnerable dude who just rolls around and disrupts the fight, because I think that's the type of thing you want against a Invoker hero. You want this disruption that isn't affected by the magic. So whether it's some Nyx or some guy that's sneaking around that allows them to not just set up like the free combos.
I think you mentioned Pangolier. I think this hero should also rise in value for Falcons specifically because it got banned last game. It's a very key hero for them. We mentioned the flex earlier for Falcons too. It's one of the only heroes they still flex. So I think this hero is really important for Falcons actually. And it was banned out second phase last game.
We could talk about other things that Falcons might need to work on as well. We're talking about Yas not getting that Invoker, not letting through that Timber. That's all down to draft. But at the end of the day, you draft what you draft, and there are going to have to be more things that work there. With Game 1, it felt like we were having earlier 5v5s, and I know that is down to heroes, but could there have been more of that, more of these rotations, realizing that, hey, this is really hard, we need to bring numbers more often?
I think a lot of that comes down to the fact that this Void is very difficult to kill, and this Timbersaw is practically impossible to kill. And so when you're both your silence are very difficult to kill, and this Invoker, if Primal ever runs at you, you just cold snap him. Like, I think Thundra is in a position where their cores are able to just play sort of freely, and they're difficult to die. I think in terms of gameplay adjustments, Falcons and both teams really need to look at these support matchup things, because I think Falcons expected to get this Pug Knight against Batrider, and the Legion Commander I think they picked considering they're going to be against Clockwork Void, which is lane he will stop. And so I think matching those support matchups, and I don't know, smoking at start or putting certain wards that see these things, because I think we've seen a lot of games like get torn up because you have the wrong support matchups and you lose lanes. Falcons abuses it all the time with Chen.
That's where I think they got outmaneuvered. I think all this laning setup works for Falcons, but you got outmaneuvered. And I actually think the heroes are killable with what they have. You're not really going to get a much better carry than Weaver for some of the early kill threats. If the Weaver wins his lane and he can go through gate, and you get that crash on the Void early, he's not that strong at defending that kind of play. Like, you can throw out a time dilation, but it doesn't prevent you Sakuchi anymore. You can still get the bug in and all of that. I think that style of game, we could see this just be a 5k lead at 10 minutes, like classic Falcons. I don't think they should overthink that too much, but I agree, it's the support lane matchups. And maybe that goes back to the draft where Thundra held that Ahri support till really late, and it did a lot of work for them in this game. We didn't think about the Bat as a lane-winning support, but they did.
I think that even if you compare the first to the second game draft as well, Thundra opened their two supports in the first game, right? And we talked about that as well, that actually now you have two supports revealed early that gets counter-picked by Falcons. Here they actually opened two cores really early on, the Invoker and the Timbersaw, right? And then they saved the support for last. And I think that's also key, and goes back to what you were saying, Quinn, how the support matchups and just supports in general right now are super important. We even talked about it in terms of the players as well, right? That the players in these two teams are the move makers early on. They are the ones that secures the farm for their cores. The cores are quite passive in these teams. They're not going to move around too much. They just want to farm. So I really think the supports are they're very important in the series for sure.
We can look at a game 1 in that 33 was playing in game number 1 there with the Doom up against him getting that Timbersaw. Not only is it down to the opening, these supports, how they're helping their lanes, but just the impact. You said it, Quinn, yeah, he didn't do much in game 1.
Berapa
All the numbers, right? We get to show just the difference in an impact, having that contingency and being able to pick up a Timber.
Yeah, I think it's 33 very much wants to be able to fall back toward the Ancients. If he can't stomp his lane and super pressure and cut waves, then he wants to farm Ancients. It's one of the two. He's either cutting or he's Ancients. And in this Doom game, he can't cut and he can't Ancients. And look at the GPM, the hero damage. Literally 7 times more hero damage in the game 2 in the Timbersaw in similar length games. I think it's a ridiculous difference in performance. And I think if you are Falcons, you want to keep him off of his comfort, because I think he has a very limited pool of heroes right now, but on those heroes, he's incredibly dominant, especially this Axe and Timbersaw. He's just like super carrying games on them. I think if you're Falcons, you have to consider this.
Take it away from him.
It's gonna get banned.
Yeah.
I think it's
ban it or take it and then remove his hero pool, force him onto something uncomfortable. Or the other route is you can come up with a carry for Skeeter that you don't think is going to be super high priority because he's not the highest priority ban on that team, that you say, we're comfortable with this carry against any of those heroes that we know 33 wants to play, and maybe forego some of those summons you don't think he's going to bust out. All right, like you could play a Faceless Void. Not that we're going to see Skeeter do that, but in some of these patches, you can't pick a hero like Void because Beast is in the pool, Enigma's in the pool, Venom's in the pool, and you're like super scared. But if this guy's only playing 3 heroes, come up with a carry you're comfortable with, and then you don't have to worry about banning them. you're gonna have a good matchup no matter what.
Let's say that you start banning Axe Timbers, all right, and then suddenly if the BCM Invoker actually comes out first pick, now suddenly it opens up 33 hero pools to some other heroes like the Sand King, right, like the Beastmaster. These heroes become a lot stronger when there's a mid Invoker with the Sunstrike. So I don't know how meta we are in terms of drafting for them right now. They're maybe thinking about other things, but that's a route I could see where it could actually be a problem for Falcons. Now they have to think about what heroes do we actually ban first phase.
No, I think there's absolutely a lot of conversations being had about what heroes do we prioritize, what were the problems, because you come into a best of 5 with a lot of ideas, you have priorities on things, how strong is this, how strong is that. Aoi talked about it. We know they're going to pick Invoker at some point, and we thought they would pair it with this or that. They didn't think it was a problem this game, clearly, right? They had responses to it, and it was clearly a problem. It had very high impact. You know, maybe you can argue that Timbersaw was more of a problem, but it was definitely something they have to consider, and they're scratching their heads and they're drawing on the board, trying to figure out, you know, what they want to change for next game.
I feel like the ideas are there. There's definitely, you know, a lot of what you guys have mentioned there, but there's always going to be that aspect of Falcons is going back to the fundamentals. I do think they're going to look at those lanes and be like, we did feel like we had stronger lanes, and so it's going to be more down to that execution rather than, hey, a lot needs to change in it. Obviously, the draft is just that quicker change up, Avery.
I think they can probably play those lanes better in 90% of the games. I think that's what they're thinking, because I don't think you want to come out of that game and just say, oh, we lost draft, because I don't think that's 100% true. And I think they all had heroes that they were comfortable on and they're confident in. So there is a lot of execution that was missing there. They got outplayed really hard on like the first wave in that bottom. Maybe not expecting the bat swap, but even with that, if you go there, you wait till you get the sticks out, you get a favorable exchange, like that can be a winnable lane. Yeah. Faceless Void is not some hero that just runs you over from minute 0. They just got really hammered on those first 2 waves, and then it snowballs really quickly at the highest level. So I think there was a lot of execution there for them to pick up.
Yeah, and that's going to be a discussion. They're going to be discussing what happened in that game for themselves. But the fun fact is, we're going to be having a game number 3 in our grand finals.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Singapore, and we are on our little tour around Singapore with Collapse. Welcome, Collapse. And Mike. Mike, where the hell are we?
We are in Lau Pa Sat, one of the oldest food centers in the entirety of Singapore, definitely the most iconic. So each of you are going to take turns trying to find a dish. You will likely have never heard of this dish before.
Okay.
Maybe you can pick this one? Okay, what do you got?
Hokkien, prawn,
there we go.
Me.
And I have Taiwanese chicken rice.
Is my handwriting that bad?
It's awful. All right, should we begin?
Yeah.
Okay. Good luck.
Ready?
Let's go.
You're up. Let's go. There's a lot of stalls in this hawker center. Might be a little bit tricky to find. You think you found it? It's tough, right? There's so many different. I wonder where it could be.
Maybe this one?
Oh, maybe this one. Okay, yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Look, there's a whole lot of stuff here. Good job, Collapse.
Okay, Taiwanese chicken rice. Let's go. Fish, dumpling, soup. That's not good enough. We have to beat Collab. All right, here we go. Prawn noodle. I see a chicken. Chicken rice? No. Okay, thank you. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What is that? A waffle? Chow su.
That's not even what we're looking for, sir.
Why? It looks good. Just a little side quest.
We're still looking for chicken rice, by the way. Do you know where it is? Because he seems to be extremely distracted.
Do you see chicken rice?
We just got completely derailed.
Oh, okay, hold on. Let's go around. Do you have Taiwanese chicken rice here? Yes. Yes, we found it. Thank you.
Now we can at least get to the food. All right, now we have all our foods in front of us, and Collapse is going to try and turn his dish into a Dota item. So, what do you think about what you see, brother?
It's like many iron branches.
Many iron. Okay.
When you collect like 10 iron branches,
it gives you like plus 15 stats.
Plus 10.
Plus 10.
And also,
okay,
it gives you some movement speed.
Where's the move speed? Okay. You're cooking a bit too high. You gotta try it first. You can see a whole bunch of different noodles in there. They got thin flour noodles, thick flour noodles, and yellow noodles. And it's all cooked up in a prawn-based gravy.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Oh. It's perfect, guys. Guys, we got him.
When you eat it, the food gives you stamina.
Okay.
And it's wise, you move faster and longer. That's it's like health damage.
You're just naming every stat.
I think that's you're just naming everything in the game.
Because Iron Branch gives you everything.
Yo, Singaporean food is goddamn excellent.
I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. He's cleaned the plate.
Yeah, it's all good.
My goodness.
You don't have to clap. I learned a lot. Great food in Singapore. It's a city of many cultures, many foods, and delicious times. We'll see you next time, brothers. Goodbye.
Berapa ini skora?
Game 3, Falcons versus
Sama.
Thundra. The draft will be starting very shortly, but I wanted to start with a fun fact. Did you know, in the last 7 tournaments, it probably saw on screen earlier, but Thundra in elimination games have drafted Invoker 5 out of the 7 tournaments when they were, backs against the wall. We said it, lightly in the previous draft panel, but I wanted to go and double check that. That is like, to think that a team not relies, but like utilizes this key hero like this across multiple tournaments when they want to, potentially, lift the trophy to survive that lower bracket run. You talk about Timbersaw, Axe, and 33, but I'm also looking towards BZM. Like, is this Invoker really going to be getting more life in this series?
I think almost for sure. I mean, we'll see how Falcons prioritize it, but I would say to me it looks very, very good for Thundra. And you didn't mention the win rate they had with that hero, but as far as I can remember, they usually win with BZM Invoker.
Yeah, I didn't want to go that far into it. It then becomes a little bit more muddy and a bit more 50-50, but But that alone, Thundra, of course, then moving towards the second pick, they do ban out the Timbersaw themselves. As much as they would love to play it again, they're never getting their hands on it if Falcons were to have access to it in the first pick.
Yeah, I mean, running back the same bans as game 1 so far. I'm curious if we see any deviation. Maybe Falcons bans this Invoker on... okay, yeah, so the Pango is different. I think they banned Chen there, so deciding the Pango is too valuable, it's too good, the Flex is too broken. Yeah. And I agree, I think it's much better for them to play against Chen this Pangular. I think Falcons would have first picked it, and I don't think Thundra has a real response.
I agree. I think this is a nice adjustment from them. It's also, you kind of know, like, what Chen does early game. I think it's a little bit less, what would you say, like dominating compared to this Pangular.
Yep. Okay, so they instead of picking the bounty hunter, they ban the bounty and they take the Chen. Makes sense. I'm curious what Thundra responds. In almost all their prior games I've seen against Chen, their response is Axe. You can cut the waves, Chen has no spells to nuke you and stop you from cutting. And now the Axe is gone, they banned that first phase, and the Timbersaw is gone, so both the heroes we've seen 33 have a lot of dominance on. What's up next? What's he gonna do?
I mean, I kind of hope they pick Invoker here. I think that would...
Yeah?
I think that would be a good pick here, because like I said, I think 33's hero pool is kind of banned out now. If you have the Suntrack Invoker, I think his hero pool goes up by a good number of heroes that just become more impactful when you have the Sunstrike in the game.
Yeah, critically though for Thundra, I want them to try and play into the timings, right?
Lycan's in the pool.
I forgot about Lycan.
Okay, so they banned the Lycan first game instead of Bounty Hunter. I forgot about that. Okay.
But that's the thing, right? Like, when you pick up the Chen, right, you know that the Chen wants to punish the laning phase, sit back, get some auras, kind of dictate the tempo through that scaling and that ability to always win the team fights. Lycan, you get Helm of Dom, you progress the map, you force Chen to join earlier fights, use the heal in ways you don't want to. It is really annoying. So I think, yeah, Tundra's going to be very happy with the Lycan, but they need to continue going down that line of more aggression, more skirmish, really make sure that Falcons can't stabilize the game and get to that, inevitable 20-25 minute auras that you always see them get with Chen.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Historically, Chen has been a counterpick to Lycan, but Lycan's become such a powerful hero recently that people just pick it no matter what against anything. And so I'm curious to see if Falcons have some pairing. Terrorblade and Troll are generally the carries you would pair with Chen against Lycan, and Thundra only has one ban, so they're going to pick one of those most likely, and that can be pretty rough. You can speed up the tempo of the game and take towers and get to this point, like T said, where Chen can ball up. And so I agree. I think Thundra needs some stuff that causes chaos and speeds up that early game so that Chen's not allowed to ball up, because then suddenly Lycan is doing no damage.
But in regards to draft as well, then Falcons still have access to potentially the Gyrocopter, the Troll Warlock themselves, to just park that here in front of the tower, and then Lycan can never really be as aggressive, right, because of how potent they are in the lanes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Lycan has also really developed into a powerhouse with the many ways you can play this hero. You can play it on the winning the lane, snowballing with the Dominator, but you can also just play the rat game, right? You can play with to the Aghanims. Like the Howl is such a powerful spell during nighttime. This hero has a lot of use in general. The Kess ban is also kind of interesting here.
Yeah, I mean, just banning pure 16-17 heroes. It's interesting to me that they're saying, nah, the Invoker wasn't the problem. We don't care. And they're leaving it again, right? So it could be taken up by Thundra very easily on the 16-17.
I'm also pretty scared of just a Kez plus Lycan. You just spoke about Ags. Imagine Kez with a Desolator and blinking, jumping on top of someone, and
yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
that's too much.
That's a good ban, for sure. The Ursas in the pool, it was also very highly contested in the other games.
There's still the Dragonite for Falcons, so they still have that flex option. Well, I think it's actually a bit two-sided against Lycan because Hero's somewhat low damage, and Howl makes that damage way lower even. So I think it's, while in a lot of ways Dragon Knight's good against Lycan, you have the high armor and you have splash and stuff like that, it's not like totally black and white.
But I can see Falcons still drafting it for the fact that they get like the DK plus a Hoodwink or DK snap. Just go for the kill combo. So when 33 does want to step up and try and pressure around a tower, one stun plus another spell, and he has to run away. And instead, Thundra take it for themselves.
Okay, I mean, so they take away that last quote-unquote flexible hero that Falcon has left, right?
Yep.
I also think that in terms of Ares hero pool, it has been Batrider, Bounty Hunter, and then Hoodwink as well. And Hoodwink with Lycan is very good because the physical damage amp on the Howl and just this is a nice lane combination as well. Now you have the Dragon Knight to start the fight as well, so I think the Hoodwink might be pretty obvious for Thundra in the next 2 picks.
And it really goes down to, after game 2, right, the analysis of how was Thundra winning that game. It's the early pick 33 here that he's confident on, get another core, give more information to the supports, right? Like all of the stats reflect that Whiteman and Ari, when they are aggressive in the early game, they will win the game. So it is good to see, for Tundra's sake at least, that they are able to kind of replicate the game 2 draft philosophy coming to this 3rd game. And Skidder, Abaddon, it is the Chen Abba. Yeah, the Chen Abba.
I hate playing as this combination. It's so disgusting. Around the 20-25 minutes, with the Radiant comes online and the AORUS, the 5-man ball is just so strong.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Terrorblade not really generally a Falcons hero, and the Subathon is very good against Dragon Knight as well. You just purge the stun off of anybody, and you reduce his regen once you get low. I think it makes a lot of sense, but I like what Falcons have done a lot, or sorry, what Tundra's done a lot. I think this picking the cores back-to-back like this makes a lot of sense. I think they've made incredible adjustments in the draft since game 1. They clearly were like, okay, we got our draft in game 1. That game sucked. We kind of got owned. We need to change some things and fix some things. And I think they're making really smart decisions with all their bans, all their picks. Like it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Thundra has really adjusted from game 1. The way they are picking their cores early, I think fits so much better.
And then Falcons, they go for the Ringmaster. I think critically against Lycan, you need supports that have some ways to survive by themselves without having to call in your team to help you, right? Of course, before that, it would be Hoodwinks and Pugners, but with a Ringmaster, you can escape act yourself, you can maybe get the little whoopee cushion, jump up a high ground or a low ground. Like, there's small little things you can do. And then, of course, we already know with Chen, the armor, the auras. So Falcons, even though there's like this amazing backline jump through Tundra's draft, there's ways for them to kind of just at least prolong the fights with their heroes so far. I think damage is, of course, a bit of a problem, but again, that scaling that you mentioned, that tankiness is in play.
They're also lacking that the generic stunner out of mid, out of offlane, right? We might see is like something like a Sand King, like a Primal Beast. These heroes are still in the pool, but this is the kind of hero they're going to be looking at, I think, going forward.
I mean, the Centaur's still in play, the Mars is still in play. Like, if you want to play on taking that secondary fight, you can kite back into an arena, utilize Stampede from Centaur to also kite back into then maybe Abba, then turning around the fight with like a blink back in. So there's a lot of kiting options. It really depends on what Thundra wants to pick up here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Falcons definitely want this mixture, because I think their damage is somewhat on the low end right now. Lycan and Dragon Knight can both get very tanky, and their heroes are not that damaged right now. So I think they need some balance of these Marses and Primals, these like tanky boys, and making sure that either the lanes go well enough or that one of those heroes has enough damage to balance things, because I think there is a world where they can run into damage issues. Now there's an Ench heal, and you know, a Solar Crest will be coming out. Like, Falcons can most certainly run into damage issues depending what these next heroes are.
On the flip side, Thundra also, I think, can run into damage issues here. If you start not dying to the Lycan, DK and Ench is not going to output that much damage, so I really hope that Thundra picks up another support that actually has some spell damage going into the Dragon Knight stun, so that you have a way of killing. And we know Chen and Abaddon, and now with a Ringmaster save as well, there's so much sustain and heal coming out of Falcons right now.
Yeah, critically for Thundra, I feel like towers are their best objective at the moment. Like, after lanes, it's sync the Enchantress and Lycan together with the blink of the DK, and you are going to be able to take down early tier 1 towers, progress that map, and kind of choke Falcons into really awkward positions, and then throw a Spirit Breaker into the mid. That really is going to connect some dots in the fights. And
okay, so now we take a completely different approach than the whole. This is more like take the towers and then split the map and pick people off, right? Yeah. You're not really interested in 5-manning before you have a lot of items.
Yeah. It is a very lineup-defining pick in a lot of ways. Now you look at Tundra's lineup; they have no spells, right? They're all right clicks, they're all physical damage, and they're sort of lane obnoxiousness. They have Chen creeps and Spiritbreaker charging around and wolves. Like there's a lot of garbage for Falcons to deal with. And Falcons' first 3 heroes, 0 catch, 0 mobility. Like it can be a real pain to deal with this.
But that's why the Mars pick now is amplified, right? When you have a Rebuke and Spear to stop the early charges from Spiritbreaker, the containment of Arena to also stop him coming through. You then lock down the Lycan. Like there are some high value picks available for Falcons. It's if they think there's enough in the tank to get through the aggression, but they go for a Doom. I personally wasn't really thinking of Doom. Normally when you think of like map pressure and early game timings, you think of teamfight, like we were mentioning, but...
That's definitely interesting. I thought the Mars was looking very juicy here. The Doom does shut down Spiritbreaker, and it also is a way to kill the DK. Most likely, I mean, we don't know if it's a DK carry or mid yet, but if it is a carry, it's at least a way to kill him.
Yeah, it's super interesting. I mean, it's a hero people have picked against Ench in the past because you can just eat the creep. At different points. Obviously not super early, but I think it offers damage, and it's sort of this tanky boy. It's like that mix between tanky and damage. He can buy like Shivas and armor items this game makes. I think you definitely want to maximize. You want all the armor items. You want solar, you want Shivas, you want AC, and so Doom can buy some of those and get fat.
Perhaps also a balance between, okay, if we do well in lanes, we can still go as 5. We can end the game early with the Abaddon timing, but we can also go late. We're not worried about any late game situation here when we have the Doom.
Are we going back to the Amar Doom where he goes more for like the right click though? Like the phase, the SMY, the harpoons, like the I'm the carry from the offlane style of play. You see like a DK or Lycan step up and that you can just, Amar can just be a real focal point for the team. Or is it more the utility that you're mentioning? The traditionals of the Shivas and the Blinks and whatnot?
It's definitely possible. I honestly haven't seen Amar play the hero in quite some time, so I don't really know what build he is going to go for.
Could be like a Crimson Guard and then transition to SNY, harpoon type of thing. I think it really depends on how the lane goes and things like that.
The state of the game.
Yeah. They do assume that it's a DK mid. At least they're banning out the Ursa. I mean, that's probably to protect the Doom, right? And there's the Sanking and the Primal Beast that we talked about earlier, because the Doom does not fix the issue of catch until way later.
Yeah.
And it also doesn't fix the kind of playmaking damage dealer mid that I do think Falcon still needs.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Falcons is able to get some hero that gives them, pretty good tempo early, I think this Dragon Knight can be extremely sad. He will honestly have massive damage problems. Neither one of his supports gives him any damage, and there's Chen survivability, there's Ringmaster saves. You're not ganking a bad, Doom is tanky. Like, I think it can be, they can have huge damages potentially.
I mean, surely Falcons need to think about Invoker here, because if DK carry and Invoker mid looks really strong here, even more of this garbage, right? And then you have the Sunstrike, you have the damage that you're lacking. Invoker is a huge issue.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, thank goodness. I honestly think they just straight up lose if they...
Yeah. They give Invoker here, it's rough. Monkey King now, so the Monkey mid, you definitely have a lot of tempo, you have a lot of late game. You get that extra stun, you get the potential snowball from the Monkey. I think this is a very good pick too. There's some very low damage on Thundra to take this Monkey out.
It's also kind of forcing the DK, right? It's like, DK, if you want to put a mid against our Monkey King, our Monkey's going to have a completely free time. Now DK kind of needs to go carry, and BZM has to find a new hero.
Yeah, and it's honestly, I mean, there is still the Queen in the pool, right?
Yeah.
So it's almost certainly a Queen coming, I would think, which is pretty scary for Falcons. This matchup can be pretty rough. Monkey King can be sort of locked down, but Mallory is the best player at playing these types of matchups, so you never really know. But I think Queen balances their lineup very well and gives them that magic damage because they have issues fighting right now.
Oh,
what is that?
A little lone druid, all right.
On Earth.
Okay, so do you just tank the DK versus Monkey?
Yeah.
So surprising. Personally, I think this pick is really bad. I think it's quite bad against Doom. The Infernal Blade kills the bear really fast. Monkey King gets stacks on the bear now. I think it's bad and will shred the bear, and I think it also sort of fits into this thing of, I think they have too much single target physical damage, not enough spells.
But the narrative switched, right? Where in the previous games they're saying how Falcons, it's their early game, their ability to take over. Now it's for Thundra, right? Like, sure, you might not like the Infernal Blade versus the bear, but a lone druid with his bear, with the Lycan running through, Spiritbreaker connecting, Ench with the zoo. Like, you've got a bear, a fucking cow, you got Bambi and wolves. You got the whole zoo is coming to play this game.
So a couple of points. I think if the game goes later on, the game is stable. The Aghanim's bear, Lycan, wolves, it's gonna be super annoying to play the map. Second point, is there ever a world where they just put pure mid on this lone druid?
It's
and
super
then the
bad against Monkey King, I think.
Carry. Okay, so
because you get stacks off the bear, and so you just
you
leave
actually
him
can't
alive.
play that match. Okay.
I think you have to be like a Giga Lone Druid nerd to play this lane. It's a very hard lane.
Okay. So that's not an option.
I think critically though for Thundra, I'm intrigued to see how they overlap their heroes to try and punish the early game. When you look at Falcons heroes, it's all about the efficiency of them just generating gold, right? Abaddon, when he gets Radiance, he then soon has Manta, Blink, Orchid. Doom as well, Monkey, they can do so much by just pretty much parking themselves in their lane, and it's on Thundra to break that. Don't allow them to sit and be efficient. Don't allow Falcons to accrue that economy that we often see.
What's stopping the Monkey King from winning mid decisively and then rotating onto the Lone Druid with a Chen and just like taking over the game?
I really worry for these moves, because you look at Tundra's heroes, we talked about it, they have no spells. In these skirmishes, like they need items. All of their heroes need items. DK needs a Blink. Lycan is going to AFK farm for a really long time. Like when Falcons comes knocking on your door, I don't know if there's anybody home to, open the door.
You can't make mistakes. That is the critical thing. You make mistakes, that you aren't going to be able to right-click, because that is where Falcons' lineup is so good. You protect yourselves within the Wukongs, the auras of the Chen, the survivability. Like that is where, I'm excited to see, does Thundra have the the clean of execution to be able to play a flawless early game to get themselves online, to utilize a zoo-based lineup.
I want to emphasize the point about the Monkey. Like, the Monkey is going to get Jingo stacks this game, right? He's playing against Braid Breaker, Ench, DK, Lone Druid. There's going to be Jingo stacks early on, and you don't have any spells at all. He's going to... I think this Monkey pick is really strong, and the Lone Druid pick is a bit questionable, but at the same time, I mean, it can get weird if Thundra plays the lanes really well.
And we are in for a treat before we go into Game 3 of Falcons versus Thundra. Slacks is joined by not one, but two coaches.
Absolutely is the rare, forbidden double coach interview here. Singapore, are we having a good time, by the way? Give it up for these two coaches. Fantastic indeed. Now, gentlemen, there is no stress here. This is a safe place. You both won one. No one's getting eliminated yet, so I thought I'd give you a very rare opportunity to ask... Wait, are you guys enemies? Are you going to fight or anything? Are you guys cool with each other?
We're cool.
You cool?
Yeah, we're cool, yeah.
Okay, we're cool. He might fight you. Okay. Do you have any questions about his draft that maybe stumbled you up, Bowie? Is there anything he did that you did not understand?
You just pick Lone Druid because Pierre destroyed us with him at TI so hard?
Are you willing to answer?
It's like a trauma thing for us. Maybe.
Do you have any questions for Owie about his mysterious draft? Anything throw you through, Luke?
Where did this Venom insect come from?
That was a bit ago, but all right.
You watch Topson stream and you just take his ideas.
The two greatest minds in Dota sharing it here. Let's get a handshake before this match, my friends. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a fantastic match coming your way. Let's see how that goes as we go to our casters.
Thank you very much there, Slacks. How immunity. Game 3 coming up, folks, and I can't wait to see this. At the start of the draft, looked to be sort of similar to what we've seen throughout the entire patch, but then at the end of it, there's a Lone Druid coming out.
I don't think anybody could have seen that one coming except for the players themselves, and maybe we will see a little bit of that attempt of the trauma that we were seeing.
Absolutely. I mean, is the potential with this hero, where do you sort of place it right now?
Uncertain, because they're very physical. They're pretty much all physical on their draft. 0 spells to cast, like Quinn was saying. So I'm curious to see how this one's going to go. It looks a little bit strange, but if these lanes go off as well as they did last time, could definitely see Thundra work their magic again. But let's see.
Yeah, that's very true. We saw Thundra come out with some big stuff during the laning stage, despite the fact that it seemed that they had the greedier lineup. Falcons on the other side of things, some classic stuff, and that Monkey King at the end looking pretty hot. We'll see how it plays out, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for Game 3. Getting into the action here. So, Fox, so far this series, right, we have both games being pretty one-sided overall, right? There was inevitable who was going to be able to close it up after we got to that halfway mark. This game, I mean, what does this sort of tell you in terms of the timings that both teams are looking for? Is this a team trying to run over the enemy? Is someone trying to pull it to the later stages? What's the plan?
For me, it looks like Tundra's trying to run over them, right? It looks like a death ball kind of strategy with Lycan, with the summons, with Lone Druid with the summon, with Enchantress with the summons, DK with his form, knocking down towers, setting these objectives, setting the tempo, right? For Falcons, they have ways to fight back with these strong lanes. And with this more, I would say, much more team fight draft in the mid game, right? On the side of Tundra, there's literally zero team fight. It's very rare that you do see a draft that's almost only, like, not completely, but very much so physical dependent and almost no team fight whatsoever. So it's gonna be curious to see how the approach comes out. If the lanes go poorly, how these early fights are gonna go down. Because Falcons, their team fight, it's very strong, right? They've got Wukongs, they've got Kryn the Ringmaster, they've got Doom, a lot of different spells that can be thrown out. So curious to see what's going to go down here. And I will have to point this out also for the Bear, because they did blast pick this Lone Druid. He picked into double % damage abilities too. So I'm going to keep eyes on that, because it's these 3 tanky cores that they went for versus 2% damage nukes, the Ringmaster and the Doom.
See around the bounty. Trying to push for a bit of action, and not going to get it. Just the 2 for 2 on the bounties to start things off.
And yeah, let's see what we do truly get down here.
Because overall, you know, Lone Druid, this hero at the moment, why is no one else really playing it?
It's a specialist hero completely, right? That you have to be a Lone Druid player. Nice play. We'll be able to snipe out that Satyr with the Wolves. Heads up play. And they're gonna do it like this. So we do see Falcons set up the lanes quite often like this. So I guess they just want to do it again, where Crit is able to secure the lane a little bit better for the Abaddon, and then the Chen is just gonna be able to secure this lane by burning the mana and just being annoying. And we're gonna get something that we never get to see. Bashes.
Already showing off already it.
Something like a throwback, Owen. We have a Chen versus an Enchantress in the game. I feel like we don't ever get to see this fun of the exchange of the two anymore. We used to see it so much back in the old days, you know, TIs, the early ones on. It's really curious to see what's going to happen with it. How much White One's going to be able to mess with snaking, or if they are even going to mess with each other too much. And yeah, let's see how much they can do to this Bear, right? They're going to constantly click this Bear. It's pretty fragile in the first few levels. Got only that 1,000 HP, 0 armor. So that's the one thing I'm going to be looking at, is if Pure can keep his Bear alive up top.
Could be quite the bit of pressure that Amara and Snaking are able to put on him on that top lane.
Yeah.
The mid lane matchup, obviously, with the way things have ended up, you know, Thundra, they decided to just keep BZM on the mid, on the DK against the Monkey King. Are you able to still fare okay as the DK, or can it get pretty tough against Maureen on the Monkey King?
It can get. There's obviously, if you get hit, like the Breathe Fires can protect you in terms of some of the aggressive plays. So there's ways to play around it early on. It's just once those levels start to pick up in the Jingu, like level 3, right? Level 2 Jingu starts to be pretty problematic. So we'll see what BZM can do to withstand it. And we'll see what build that Maureen wants to go for. Right now he has Phase Boots queued. I've seen people go for like the early Orb of Frost or something like that to prevent some of the healing. So we'll see what comes out of this lane.
Ari and Crit continuing to battle it out here between the two of them. On this bottom lane, both securing space for their cause to have some pretty free time to trade the farm hit.
And I think the reason, I mean, probably the main reason, of course, why they did do this lane setup, besides just wanting to set it up easier for the Abaddon, is Crit is preventing Ahri from going from creep pulling, right? This is what they want to do down here, as 33 and Ahri tend to do almost every single one of the games, is manipulate creep wave mechanic. Ringmaster prevents that a lot from the Spirit Breaker. You get hit from these constant dagger pokes, you actually can just die. So they're going to have to just play the lane a little more heads up because of this.
First wave so far, pretty close in the mid, but as you say, things can begin to stack up against the DK.
Just pretty much as soon as level 3 comes out, so we'll see what BZM can do to withhold it.
Top. So far in the first few waves, good. Doing fine, and the Bear staying in a pretty healthy position. Not able to get too aggressive onto the Bear quite yet, Falcons. Trading as best as he can here with Whitemon.
Just poking each other. He's got the extra armor, but Whitemon's got the extra heal, but Snag will be blocking the camp, so that's what he's doing with his Satyr as well. Besides just burning the mana of Whitemon, he's using it to block that small camp. They're just trading back and forth between the two. And yeah, now we're starting to see that mid matchup. Maureen, this is why he goes for the boots, because he probably expects BZM to start doing creep wave mechanics, right? He's probably expecting him to try to pull things around, so him having boots very early on this Monkey King is going to prevent BZM from trying to get boots himself and dragging waves.
Yeah, because what if the DK does that, you just follow him as the Monkey King?
Yep. Maureen, the specialist, knows all about, you know, pulling waves, moving them, and manipulating them in the mid lane, of course.
Things could definitely start to get a little bit tricky for BZM. And is this sort of a situation where if you're Thundra, you can bring someone over to try and trip the Monkey King up?
I mean, you can get maybe like a charge that comes in and charge, but you might both die if you go sometime, because there's just, the thing that they were mentioning also on the panel is just limited damage early from Thundra, right? They do have very limited damage until they do get some items online, so that Monkey King might just survive and turn and kill both of you if you do slip up at all.
And obviously on this top lane, the constant sort of pressure from Snake King just completely draining Whitemon's mana. It's going to leave him as the Enchantress, no opportunities to
Amar's killed the bear.
And this is one of the struggles, as you said, for the bear. Can he finish it off? He can. Plus 300. That's a lot of money.
Oh, and you know what I'm actually realizing too? This is pretty interesting. Amar should be fine, but Amar was higher level, so he gets the level pain versus the bear actually too. He was doing an insane amount of right-click damage just from that his innate, which I didn't really factor in versus a lone druid because in the past it wouldn't matter, but now that it's a creep here, okay, cool.
Guys, got to be careful.
That's a lot of damage.
300 gold. You can't feed that bear.
No. One is, I wouldn't say like completely okay, but it's acceptable because it tends to happen when it's so squishy. You can't defeat it again.
I mean, if they get the chance to do so, it's going to mean that their lanes really across the board are going to be feeling pretty okay.
I mean, right now the lanes
Falcons
are looking very good for Falcons. I mean, Doom is not getting pressured, not getting pushed off the lane whatsoever, has the double bracer, and he's versus a pretty slow damage, so he should be fine up there on his own. Mid's going well, and bottom, there's very little ways to see how Skeeter gets pressured versus an Abaddon and a Spirit Breaker. So yeah, all three lanes for Falcons looking very hot.
Because I guess that's really the question, right? It's when and where is any sort of pressure going to come out from Tundra's line?
That's the case. That's truly the question. And as we said, it's a pretty much fully physical lineup with very little spells, you know. And they are very good versus that physical damage. When you have Chen, he always racks up those auras early. Ari gets the bash.
Taking a lot of damage though, Ari. He's going to tick out there. Crit might die return. No, the shield's there from Skeeter. So Falcons, they'll get the first blood and they'll keep Crit safe.
And that was with them bringing the Enchantress creep down. Trying to go for this kill. So Whitemon even contributing to that lane, and they lose the Spirit Breaker out of it anyway. Pure?
Amar's getting some good damage onto the Lone Druid himself there. You're taking quite the hit.
Charge coming in from the base. See if Snake King expects this or if it doesn't catch him off guard.
Starting to back up.
Seems to expect this. They're probably saying Spirit Breaker died. Watch out, wall the lanes. And I believe that ward, it will see him for a split second. I think it caught him at least.
Yeah, Snake King, he's holding close to the tower. So not going to be a move that Ari can commit for. Snake King will be fine.
And yeah, this mid lane, we're seeing that pressure, right? Phase boots are done. Maureen gets the Jingu stacks constantly. He is going to go for that Orb of Light, very likely to get that corrosion, since it's very good in this game versus, honestly, all three cores. Very likely if he wants to, at least. Let's see if he does. 33 is getting good farm down bottom, is able to cut the wave. Doesn't have to worry about them slipping him up too much down here, but we are seeing movements now. Crit looking to move toward mid. Whitemon.
Look towards Amar. He's going to try and help out here with a charge over towards Amar.
That's incredibly tanky.
Whitemon's going to be able to heal up. Snake King taking quite a beating here from the summons of Whitemon. Snake King, he'll survive.
Doesn't hit.
Say looking towards Amar, but barely anything that they can really do about the Doom, as Amar too tough to go on right now.
Mid lane, they've kept the catapult alive too, so Maureen, he has an amp damage plus a siege wave.
This time, Ari, see if he can finish off the job here. Snake King getting caught out, but he's going to be okay.
Now
Ari up there, and now they can turn here with the two of them. Amar coming in with that backup to ensure the Snake King stays safe.
He's burning down.
And he could just run down the Spirit Breaker. Ari, can he get out of range? He cannot. It's going to be a pickup for Amar. Same time in the mid, Maureen and Crit, they're diving in. BZM ticking down low. Maureen, a final swing, gets the kill. Whitemon's trying to find Crit, but Crit should be fine. Nothing else to throw out at him. Falcons, they're getting these kills. They're getting away with it despite Thundra being the ones trying to make these moves.
Look at him go. He's only going for the casual Blightstone, so he's going for Diffusal, which is also amazing versus Strength Cores, and looks like he might just be able to get away with it.
If he gets away with that.
He's got a point held for the Wukongs. Yeah, he's got this.
Yeah.
And Ari
can't do anything about that. He's not going to be able to stop Maureen from grabbing the Shrine of Wisdom away from Thundra. And Ari, in fact, he's taking a lot of damage here from Skeeter just underneath the tower. Ari in a lot of trouble here as Maureen's ready to swing across, take down the kill here, Skeeter.
His bear, he tried to go for the steal of the shrine there, at least to be able to get one for themselves, and now he's just going to give up a bear kill also.
This is looking like another plus 300 gold coming up here for Falcons. There it is.
Oh boy.
Oh dear.
This early game, it is going fantastic so far for Falcons.
It certainly is.
Lycan is farming, as we said. 33 is having that best time, but the other lane's definitely suffering a bit here.
I mean, so even though the bear is dying top, Pure's still getting a lot of money himself.
But giving up the two bears, Amar is going to be super happy, top of the net worth because of that. Mid lane, trying to get some pressure here onto the tower with the first DK form. A lot of emphasis on this tower with that enchanted creep as well. Crit now swinging over it.
Coming in with a TP backup.
BZM.
Get a little bit of setup on a BZM, but BZM turns to the Dragon Tail, stops Marine from being able to chase him. They can sort of back off from these sort of moves, Thundra, but very difficult for them to make plays themselves. Limited options.
Especially now that they just lost their shrines. So we were already talking about how they don't really have heroes with spells, abilities, right? Ultimates for team fight. Now the Spirit Breaker's
top lane.
And Pure.
Marine's coming in with a rotation. He made the move earlier down bottom. Now he's looking to go up top. They're in onto Pure. Amar and Marine able to take him out. No backup coming in. They don't even need to use the Doom itself to get that kill. Same time in mid Thundra, they're desperately trying to find something, but they can't kill Snaking.
And Whitemon.
He's fine. Skeeter comes over to back him up as they'll chase out Whitemon. Marine also making sure he misses out on none of the action as Falcons getting kill after kill after kill, and Thundra, they're getting nothing.
It just looks so much easier for Falcons to make these moves. Their lineup just naturally has abilities, able to close the gap on these. 33 will be able to finish off that tower with the space, but yeah, we're seeing it. BZM, he is suffering so much.
Marine ready to go again, diving in underneath the tower. Him and Crit ready to dispose of BZM once more.
We saw BZM have a rough DK earlier in this tournament. It's looking like a similar one. Bottom of the cores by a significant margin.
He's ready to chase down Pure. He's still got that Doom ready to go after not needing to use it for the first attempt. He's going to be ready to drop it here. Get himself another chance to take down Pure.
This is getting out of control very early.
See if they can do something about Marine. 33. It's coming in with a rotation. Marine ready something's up for the Wukong's command. The whip from Crit pushes back to 33 for now, as they'll be able to stand strong here under the Wukong's command and Marine. Snaking again, getting away. They can't even kill these supports, Thundra.
This monkey pick just feels way too good versus everything, right? It's all physical damage. Wukong gets thrown. It gives you that plus armor. He can just stand his ground inside of it.
And Amar, he's just having an absolute dream of a time up top. Very few heroes are going to want to go up towards that top lane right now.
His early timings are amazing right now. Phase drum, double bracers. He can get involved in any of the fights. Doesn't need the Doom with this type of build, and very tanky innately versus the very limited damage of Thundra. See, where do they look to go from here? I think it's got to be super heavy lifting from 33. I don't know. He's got to do pretty much everything, it feels like, this game, with how much everything has been slowed down. Because their draft, it feels like it functions pretty poorly from behind.
And how do you imagine 33 is going to look to try and achieve that? Is he going to try and find opportunities to fight with the team, or is it all about the wrap play and the split pressure from the Lycan right now?
I'm not sure. We'll have to see. Every time BZM shows up mid, they're looking for a play on him.
Whitemon probably not going to get away from this. He's trying to heal up, but they've got the overwhelming damage to get themselves another one here. Falcons 9-0.
At least BZM's able to survive. He doesn't get caught from it, but see if he can continue to survive. Triple Centaur.
Got to be careful. Trying to dodge the daggers.
You get caught in one stun here, you're gonna get caught in the follow-ups. There's 3 of these Centaurs at the ready for you.
Taking this tier 1 in the mid. He's gonna try and step up with the boundary strike connect.
He's gonna get stunned. He stepped up.
He does.
That was crazy. Snaking more than ready to get that triple stun.
Absolutely. With this army of Centaurs ready to put a stop to anyone who steps up, Amar.
They don't really have that much damage for him. Look, he can kind of just walk away.
He does.
Their draft really doesn't have damage on. Like, it comes all from Lycan now at this point with how the game has gone rough in those other 2 lanes, and their supports don't have shrines. Did not get that experience. So level 4 on the Spirit Breaker, who doesn't really do that much damage anyway.
With these moments passing, Skeeter just getting all the space in the world. I mean, this is already concerning for Thundra, trying to make these moves that they have been into this lineup. Pre-Radiance on the Abad, and once that's there onto Skeeter, trying to turn up as Thundra, it's going to feel pretty much impossible.
I think 33, when he gets his upgraded helm, the Helm of Overlord, he needs to go time and make so much happen to get some space and pressure.
Amar. He's looking for Ari. Ari will get the charge out.
They're looking for the bigger target. They want the Lone Druid.
Yeah.
Able to find him.
Likely going to be able to swing back and check this camp as well, Falcons. They'll opt for Ari, which at least will be a bit of a saving grace for Pure. Means that Pure should be able to stay safe, but still more kills being racked up by Falcons.
Nice. Skitter is he's able to do this pretty easily. Just contest versus 33 wherever he goes, and he's constantly killing these Dominator creeps. Not that time there, but almost. He's trying to.
It's going to be the tower on top. Marine gonna look straight towards the Lincolns after that defusal. His only real threats are being charged or being caught by Dragon Tail stun, so...
How did he do that, actually? Sorry, I'm like... He dominated while he was being attacked. So, curious how he did that, actually. He like
it's got some sort of Lycan tech.
He did some. He did attack because I saw that he had it disassembled and everything. I don't know. There's some type of tech there. Anyway, whatever. I'm not going to waste any time on that. But he does have the helm done, so let's see what 33 can do with it because he is the only core having a good time. He's actually the only person having a good time on his team.
Snaking. Ready to try and 1v1 it here with Whitemon. He's got crit with a backup. Whitemon this time will be able to survive. Marine getting all the space down bottom. They can be ready to try and push on for a tier 1 down here, Falcons. We'll see if Thundra want to try and turn up. They get the Blink Dagger done on BZM.
Okay. Play around this Lycan. He has explosive damage on the Lycan. You just have to get the connection pretty much perfectly while that stun comes out. Because there's going to be the heals, there's going to be the shields that come in. I don't know, there's so much sustain that comes out from the side of Falcons. You're even seeing the Vanguard, that Crimson Guard that the panel was mentioning. Amar has queued it up. As I said, it's all physical. Out to the side.
Marine and Crit, they're ready to start things off by quickly looking towards Whitemon. We'll see Skidop to back out of this, goes for the TP out with the remainder of the borrowed time. He'll get away. Space is there for Crit to be able to steal the Wisdom.
Oh my god, that's stealing the second set.
I'm sure they've got to be able to kill him. They will be able to. He's got no TP, so no way out. But still, the damage is done. Crit got what he came for with that steal.
Very painful. They got Skeeter down to what, like 1% HP. Actually got the borrowed time off its split second last.
But at least for Thundra, they're the first kill they're able to get on the board.
They're able to get something.
Not stuck on the 0 kills anymore. It's a little bit of boost of morale there for the team.
Anything you can get at this point. Amar lingering around. I feel when Amar has Crimson and they have mech on snaking, I do not know how heroes are gonna die if Falcons just goes for like objectives, right? They just go for the Roche, potentially pretty early on. It feels incredibly difficult for Thundra, but Thundra, they can hit creeps.
They can.
That's one thing they can do pretty effective.
We're seeing that right in terms of the net worth. A lot of kills, of course, from Falcons, a lot of map control from Falcons overall, but still, despite that, it's a 4K gold advantage, which is still certainly an advantage, but not as crazy as we sometimes see when it's
33.
able to achieve this much. They'll get the setup onto the big target as well. 33, he's the big kill for them to find, and they'll certainly find him.
No shapeshift, no way out of that one. Skeeter gets the kill. That is essentially pretty much that Radiance stun. It's also, you have to say this too, it's a very good Radiance game playing versus all physical cores. So versus that Lone Druid Bear and versus that Lycan summons as well. It's going to be very effective when he's in the team. Yeah, BZM just really struggling in this game. Two supports continuing to run around together on Thundra, just trying to fix the problems that are going on.
It just seems so difficult, regardless of which core they run into, right? Yeah. You don't want to run into Skeeter with this Radiance, you don't want to run into Malrine, and you don't really want to run into Amar with this, Doom at the ready.
And I mean, Amar really does feel uncomfortable. Crit!
They'll find a chance maybe to go in the mid. The heal will come out.
He's tanky.
He's buying time, and backup's coming in. They can't even finish him off. Crit's fine.
And
now
God comes into play.
Winning with the backup, Thundra have to run.
Almost bring him down. Nice little attempt there with that wraparound from Ari. But with that being used, that's that Roche that we were mentioning that they're potentially going to look to go for here. The Crimson, it's done. The mech, it's, I believe, done in about 80 gold. Oh, they'll actually find Whitemon, perhaps.
Bound this down onto the both of them. Whitemon, the heals. They're going to be enough. So Whitemon will live. Pure should be able to keep the bear safe as well, so Thundra making sure not to lose anything up on that top move, despite how many of Falcons were up there.
Yeah, looked reminiscent of almost the opposite teams looking for the snaking Enchantress in ways, right? Too tanky to be brought down. Now they will start that Roche. And 33 will continue to hit these creeps. Keep himself at least in a good spot in terms of that net worth. In the meanwhile, though, they're actually making two moves here. So Amar was looking for the mid lane while they are doing that Roche, but not able to find the setup on BZM.
Just continue to keep that pressure, make sure that Thundra don't have the freedom to try for any sort of steal or play around this Roche.
They're trying to put any little bit of pressure onto these side lanes that they can on the side of Thundra. I'm seeing even Whitemon, he's sending in creeps just to pressure these towers just slightly. Anything extra that he can do on the map. Because they know they can't really contest into Falcons at the moment still.
Sham will be there as Aegis onto Malrine.
And he's a Roshan. Here comes Roche out of the pit. The big Monkey King Roshan.
They look for action up top. I mean, 33's going to try and set something up here with Varys. They're moving on to Crit. They'll get the opening, but Crit still able to get in the box and buy time. He's going to be out of the fight. Crit should be fine, as he'll survive. Thundra not able again to get these sort of quick support kills that they'd hoped for. They lose something themselves.
That's their shapeshift used. BZM trying to get some pressure on bottom. We'll be able to get a decent amount of damage down here. Getting chased though. He should be okay. That was shapeshift used from 33 to put the pressure on to look for the kills onto the back line, but won't be able to finish off the supports again. And Whitemon, they're cutting waves. So it's all about just buying time as much as they can as possible on Thundra to get to these items where they feel comfortable for a fight.
BZM maybe seeing if he found a chance there to catch one of the cores low in the jungle, but not going to be the case. Maureen also just staying safe in the tree line.
Because it's ever going to be pretty impossible for them to find one, at least for the next few minutes. Maureen lingering on the side here. As we said, 33 did use the shapeshift.
Already a whole much he can do right now on the Lycan down here.
Just poke him, annoy him a little bit with those wolves. Back away, look for more farm. Whitemon will be found.
TP out, but Mar's ready to put a stop to that one.
Bring around the Rosie a little bit. We'll be able to bring him down. Pace the game, why not?
Great time on the Doom here, this game, Amar.
An insane game. Also, we'll find the creep. Plus 250 as well. And it is so much farm that he is really getting on Amar. I think, yeah, I was going to say, it feels like this is one of those games where he's going to start transitioning toward that right click.
Oh, yeah, he's popping off.
Yeah. Because he did go for, you know, more of Aura, at least for now, the drums plus that Crimson, but it does feel like one that he can just go for SNY and start being that right-clicking core with his team too.
Falcons ready to continue to get these objectives secured under the cover of the Aegis. They'll start the push down bottom. Thundra not going to be turning up for any sort of defense right now. Purely focused on just getting these items online for Pure.
Tormentor coming up 20 seconds. Looking to start to get set up for it. Going through the portals, 33. Crits the first one through.
And this time, Crip, he won't get
bring him down.
They're able to take him down. Last few times he's been quite slippery. This time they'll get him, and it looks like with no punishment as well, at least for now from Falcons. They are starting to now approach here, Falcons.
Maureen, he's in.
See if they can interrupt this. Maureen trying to start things, gets caught by the charge by Thundra.
They got the Tormentor.
They're able to get it. See if they can actually get out as well. RE won't, but the rest of the team, they're going to be fine. They get away with that. They forced the Tormentor, taking it away from Falcons, despite Falcons' overall hold on this early game.
That is huge. Super cool plays, because all in the meanwhile, too, look at BZM. BZM is actually getting quite a bit of space on the map, all in the meanwhile, too. Very impressive moves coming out from Thundra here. Even though it's 16-2. Just these little type of economy moves are pretty massive.
I mean, yeah, because they are going to have this immense amount of just split push pressure. I guess the plan is from Thundra to just
going to be the play.
Keep this game going, you know, sort of pulling and pushing them up and down the map, making Falcons sort of chase on towards them, and just very much limiting how much more Falcons can push for despite this early lead. But I guess the question
what happens is when they force the issue.
Sure.
That's going to be the question, because I think the Falcons might actually force the issue here with this wave up top. They might just go for a little bit of high ground poke.
BZM having to put the BKB to run here.
I mean, they're
away from Maureen.
Pure. Try to stop the push here with the bear. It looks like it is going to stop that push, so.
They're going to get the chance to just walk up and zoom in, though.
He stepped up.
He was kind of looking at the bear. I don't know if he was looking at himself.
I don't think he was.
Walks up and dooms him.
And now they kept the catapult alive, Owen.
Oh. Well, that was rough.
33 Doom, he says. There you go. Giving a shout out to 33, of course.
Feeling very much that he's playing up at that level, and he certainly is. Yeah, 5-0-3, an impeccable performance from him so far.
Yeah, maybe it was like his movement speed, right? He's super fast on the Doom because he also has that speed aura, and then Tumblers. Maybe he just got up to Pure so fast that he just didn't anticipate it by any means.
These towers are falling, and Thundra.
They're doing that. They're starting to group up, and Tundra's lineup definitely is susceptible to this type of forced push. The wraparound.
They'll get the Wukong's command here for Whitemon. They'll get him. Ari's going to try and fight back. Gets it on towards Crit, but the heal comes out.
So much heal.
Back up to full HP. He's perfectly fine. Ari in trouble as both supports on Thundra gone. 33 not going to be able to do anything here with the Golem, as it's just going to be more money into the pockets of Falcons.
That's the shapeshift used as well, too, right? So 33. I feel like they can start knocking on that high ground.
I think they're going to be tempted.
They know that Thundra, it's the 5v5 is just impossible for them. They're just looking to split push completely, so onto this high ground. Waves are coming in.
Thundra, can they find some sort of way to shake up this game, or is it just going to be a game where nothing can be done by them?
They got the Tormentor at least, right? The least out of everything.
BZM. Try and step up. That's put the BKB again to run.
Uh-oh. And this Rax, it's just dropping. It's 22 minutes, Owen.
Falcons getting this very early. Tundra, they just don't have any...
I think they just stick around. I think you just stick around, right? Wait for but the waves are getting cut, so you have to go back. You have to address the waves. We're seeing both of them dragging with the bear, dragging with the creeps as well, so they will be forced to go back, but there's no spells, Owen. Like, Tundra just literally has no abilities to throw at them to slow down any of these pushes when they're grouped up. It's just all about split push, split push, split push.
And is that going to be enough? If it does end up being enough, it's going to be a very impressive way that they get themselves back into this game, Thundra.
It would be pretty crazy if they're able to do something like that, but yeah, it does feel very, very difficult in terms of the way that, I mean, the way the Falcons is just understanding that as well too, right? Just being able to just group up and just walk down the lane. They just have to make sure they can keep these waves alive to reach the base. So we do see what Tundra's trying to do with cutting the waves. BZM. BKB's on cooldown.
Yes, he's got to be a little bit careful.
It's right on him. These daggers.
They can start to play around with the Dragon. Skeeter and, I mean, the whole team's on their way over. They know that BZM has got limited ways out of this.
Uh-oh, that last dagger.
He don't miss crit. As, yeah, without that BKB ready to press. Looking like a pretty dead Dragon Knight. Another one here for Falcons.
And BZM is probably telling his team 20 seconds before that, everyone hit a different creep wave, right? Everyone push out a lane, and we do see them doing that, at least attempting to. But they do have a wave top. And Mar, the Doom is ready. They just throw it out onto him. So he's waiting for a second here. And he wins. Sorry.
They're ready to come back in with the push. They get the opening onto Ari. The Jingu mastery built up. Ari trying to dive and dodge his way back to the safety of the base, but he'll end up ticking out for the radiance damage of Skeeter.
The base again.
It's in trouble once more, this top lane.
Axe is done for Lone Druid. Let's see what he can do with that one. Yeah, this... I just have to sack it. I don't think they can contest it, Owen. It's sad to say, but they have to just play elsewhere. And BZM is walking up here, but he could just get caught and die again. He has BKB, but...
Yeah, one stun and he just has to press it and run if he gets caught.
They at least have tier 2 bottom, right? So, but are they gonna hit tier 4s? See what Falcons wants to do.
Yeah,
hit tier 4s.
What are you gonna do about this? Is there anything?
I don't know what they could. Their lineup does not play into Falcons draft in terms of 5v5. They don't have spells or damage.
And BZM is going to get jumped. He has got the BKB ready to press. So even then, he falls incredibly low. He'll be able to back off in time. But Falcons, they're just going to keep hitting the tier 4s.
Do they have creeps alive? They do. They're trying to kill them. They glyph the wave.
And Pure, it bring the bear back to try and formulate the defense, but the tier 4s are going.
The creeps are gone.
At least temporarily hold Falcons back.
Yep, they got to go get some creep waves again, so... Final thing that they can go for is once they go get those out. Top. Snag.
Ari. He's blown up here by the huge damage coming out of the Boundless. Pure, the bear in trouble. He'll be able to fear to push back a mob, but immediately the Aphotic Shield comes out. The bear is gone. Now 33 in trouble as well, potentially. He'll get the shapeshift off, try and run. See if he can get his way out of this. The Boundless Strike not going to catch on to 33, so 33 will be fine. The Wukong's a mile down. BZM with the BKB on cooldown is in trouble. He'll finally be able to get out to the side of the Wukong. Should be okay for now. They'll turn their efforts though over towards 33, drop the Doom down on towards him. As 33 will slowly tick out, Mowering turns back over towards the bear, takes it out once more.
It's time to end it. Yeah, it's GG.
All right, well.
This was a very one-sided affair.
That was a rough one. I think the panel didn't know what the plan was from Thundra. We didn't know what I don't know if anyone knew what the plan was from Thundra there. Whatever it was, it did not come anywhere close to being able to show even a little bit of its potential. That was an easy one for Falcons.
A super easy one. I mean, their approach, the last pick Monkey King seemed absolutely perfect, completely shut down BZM. I think Thundra was just looking to come out of lanes in a good spot and then be able to play with that to creep cut. But yeah, there wasn't really a backup plan, it felt like, afterwards, where the lanes went poorly. And yeah, it was just Falcons kind of running down lanes afterwards. They identified Thundra can never fight us, and we can just end this game.
They really did. You know, this was... and the fact, you know, Falcons, they're a team that, when they get this sort of lead, they normally kind of chill out, play it safe. This game was so in the bag that even Falcons are like, well, we'll just close it up.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? And indeed, they're absolutely right to sort of make that call, because there was just nothing. Thundra just didn't have anything to stop them in this one. So there we have it. Falcons, with that easy win here, they'll lead the series for now. 2-1 at the moment for Falcons.
Thank you very much. Snake, and congratulations on that game win. You're both an Enchantress player and a Chen player. You had the Chen in this game. Do you still feel like Enchantress is a counter to Chen?
I think this is a lot on knowledge base. I think nowadays, I don't think Chen really is scared of Ench. I think like he really couldn't play this game. Like he had no impact at all.
Why was this game so one-sided?
What can I say? They give me Chen, so it probably won't happen again. So we take the 3 dubs.
Lesson learned. Congratulations and good luck on the next one.
Thank you so much.
I like it. Snaking's already very well aware that he's not going to be getting this Chen, it feels, again in this series. We could have said the same thing last game about BZM in Voca, but this Chen, Snaking talking about it's knowledge-based, right? That matchup against Enchantress, what is the knowledge? Because he didn't want to give it away there, Quinn.
I mean, I think Chen, this creep, this little mana burn creep has just totally changed the hero. You used to be out right-clicking with the creeps, or, you know, getting some random Hellbear and ganking mid or something like this a long time ago. Now it's just you take the mana burn creep and you mana burn the guy in lane over and over and over again, and then he can't play the game because he has no mana. And nothing really counters that because every hero needs mana to play.
And in regards to playing the game, already at the 14-minute mark, look at our highlights, Thundra aren't playing the game at all, right? It's already 12-0 for Falcons. It doesn't matter if Thundra have this ability to maybe take some towers with an engine Lycan, because it never came to play. Their lanes were just a disaster. The way that Falcons just broke the map together, dove towers, pretty much did everything you want to see them do. There was no early game, mid game, late game for Thundra. It's just them watching Falcons win game 3. They're just passengers in this game, doing nothing.
I mean, I think the whole debate about Ench versus Chen also originates from a time where Chen would take Ench's creep and then Ench would take Chen's creeps back, and then they would just kind of trade back and forth between the creeps. But nowadays, I think these heroes don't really interact the same way at all. And I agree with Quinn, this mana burn creep kind of destroys the Ench. You saw him in lane, he has no mana. It's kind of how Falcons abuse Chen in general, I think. They take the Chen with the mana burn creep, bring the Chen to the strong supports lane, wherever it is, safe lane or off lane, and just mana burn it. Same, we saw it with Pugna yesterday as well.
I mean, looking at game 3 as well, like the previous game, we have giving 33 access to his Timbersaw. You know, he crushes the game. Then we have Snaking getting comfort on his Chen, and then, of course, building an entire Falcons line around the Chen with a lot of other classic heroes for the roster. I feel like both teams have now given away one hero that has just catapulted that team into like a free dub, in the word of Snaking. So I am looking at game 4, you know, putting a little bit more respect on some of these heroes.
Well, before we talk about that game 4, the comfort, that's on the side of Falcon. Something that, though, you could coin as a bit of a comfort coin, but definitely out of the meta, is the Lone Druid. That's what Thundra thought was going to be their gotcha, their end-all and be-all here, and you just didn't really feel that it had any sort of oomph or impact here.
Yeah, I feel like it, to be honest, makes completely no sense why they picked it. It's super bad against Monkey. I think it's super bad against Doom in the game. I also think it's quite bad against Chen, and I think if you look at their heroes overall, what they need is they need some magic damage to balance their heroes out. They have 4 heroes that have no spells. They're just a bunch of right-clicking goobers, and you need that balance. I think especially if you look at game 2, Thundra had a great draft. It felt really comfortable for them. They had a mix of spells, of heroes that go in, of fighting, of skirmishing early game. This game, they have 4 guys who want to stand there and press right mouse button, and you need to click your keyboard and then press left mouse button. If you can't do that, as well as right-clicking, then the game is very hard.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think we praised Thundra so much for the adjustment that they made from game 1, and they are now picking the correct course early on in the draft, leaving room for the more important supports later. I also would criticize the Spirit Breaker Ench, because I do think that it's also very low damage, and it limits what you're able to pick on to have a balanced draft in the last pick. If they had picked 2 backline supports, perhaps with spell damage, then suddenly the Lone Druid makes a lot more sense. You have Threat on the Monkey King, but it just maybe shows that Thundra are not, you know, quite comfortable exactly, you know, forming the full draft in the end.
But critically, you know, from what Quinn's saying, is support duo is fine if the mid lane's a Queen of Pain or some active hero, and then the Druid's fine if you change the supports. But critically, you cannot make these mistakes in a grand finals. Like, if you're picking the Edge Spirit Breaker, you need to know what activates them, what brings them to life, right? And I think they just missed the mark entirely, and whoever called for the Lone Druid, be it, you know, coach, player, whatever, that was like the domino to first fall, and then, you know, you've lost yourself a game.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it at the bottom of the screen. Thundra, after the lanes go so badly, they're literally just dodging the entire game because they can't fight back. Of course they have no hero damage because the only thing they're hitting are creeps. They're desperately clawing for that next item so they can do anything, but they just can't. They're just hiding and cowering around the map, and I think they really need to be able to clap back. I think this is a game where 33 is doing his typical thing. He's going and farming the back camps. But instead of Ari being on this Batrider, who's on a Spear Breaker, which, you know, can't really do very much. And I think they need to shift the priority on this Invoker and this Batrider especially to earlier in the draft, because they've shown to be like incredibly important heroes for them. And without them, it doesn't look like they have great replacements.
Yeah, also it's kind of cool with the Doom pick, right? Because when we picked up, it's like, do they have the team fight? Like, what's the aspect behind it? But the fact that it is a Crimson buying hero that can buy auras if needed. Depending on the state of the game, Doom can be very dynamic, and only certain teams can utilize Doom pivoting builds. Some players are more traditional. They want to go for the same build every game, but Amar, he saw the read, he went for the hero, and I think his presence on top of, you know, a Ringmaster and a Monkey King running through the map. It's like Malrine broke the game, but Amar's itemization gave everyone that extra, you know, bit of confidence to, you know, really remind Thundra.
So, I mean, I think looking at the drafts here and going on to next game, like, Timbersaw and Axe are probably not going to get in Thundra's hands next game, so but I don't mind the Lycan, again, for 33. I think he had a good timing, a Dominator, even though it was first pick like this. I think this hero is still really good for Thundra. It's a 33 hero that is sort of forgotten a little bit, and I would like to see them keep picking that up, but maybe changing some of the later picks.
Yeah, I think this, I mean, you mentioned it, but I think the support duo really is the problem. Just that lack of fighting there. We've talked about it a bunch, but the supports, I think, really are crucial to Thundra. They've been doing some massive heavy lifting in a lot of the games they've been successful in, the kills early and all that momentum. And how can they kill anyone, right? They just don't have that damage to take through Thundra or Falcons heroes who, you know, Falcons especially, who always, you know, rely on these tanky heroes. They just can't deal with it.
Yeah, the support's being so pivotal, not only with maybe trying to help stabilize that laning phase, but when you're coming out of it, that Batrider was so good in the hands of Ari last game, where they were able to get pickups, they were able to do these things, counter whatever Falcons were trying to do on the map. And this time around, it was Falcons splitting the map. They were in every lane. It feels like somehow with the number advantage, taking every single kill they could.
But if we were to, you know, think about every game we've seen so far. Game 1, we have a highlight package of Malrine, Pangolier running to top, running to bot. In Game 2, it's a matter of Malrine running all around the map on the Primal Beast, but getting stopped by the Batrider, by the Clock, by the Invoker. Game 3, guess what? Malrine back into the map, killing absolutely everything with the Monkey King and enabling the side lane course to feel even better. So in 3 games, Game 1, Malrine active, win. Game 2, Malrine shut down, lose. Game 3, Malrine active, win. Not to try and oversimplify it, but Malrine active, Thundra lose. Malrine not active, Thundra win.
Sometimes it just needs to be approached simply, right? Yeah. You don't want to overcomplicate it where you start thinking about this pick and that pick. You just go, all right, we need to be able to shut down one of them. And right now it's Malrine giving them so much success.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen BZM be a very hit or miss player this tournament. We've seen some games where he has very low impact. Honestly, he has some pretty rough games, some pretty bad mistakes. We've seen other games like the Invoker game or the Batrider game where he's been very dominant. And so to me, they either need to give him a counter matchup later in the game, a hero he's very comfortable on, and stop forcing him into these weird early pick Dragonites, because I think it's not working very well for BZM so far this tournament. And I think if they should gravitate more towards his comfort, especially when you're in a final and now backs against the wall one more game and you've lost the final. I think you really want to rely on people, make people be comfortable and let them play their game and not be on some first pick DK that's countered by everything twice.
I kind of agree. I think you need to prioritize the supports of Thundra, like we talked about, but also BZM 0, and let Pure and 33 take a little bit of flag and let them be the ones enabling the other ones to shine.
You're confused. There's a lot of moving parts, Steve.
Yeah, it's like we praised them on the cores picks, then we've now praised them on the support. I think as long as I see 33's heroes early, one support and a bit of life to BZM, I'm happy. But don't sacrifice BZM. Whiteman or Ari has to step up. But critically, all I care about is 33's hero in the early phase pick and a hero that they can really build around. Like, be it a Sand King, be it a Lycan, a Timber, an Axe. There's multiple heroes he's shown good games on, but maybe he just runs back to Beastmaster. He lost confidence, it feels like, on the hero. Maybe he just surprises them. You know what? I want to go back to it. I can play this hero once more. But again, 33, he has to show his hero and build around that.
I mean, for me, it's more like the priority, right? You pick the Lycan and Dragonite, and then you end up putting Pure the main priority here. He gets the absolute last pick. He has to choose his lone druid, right? No. I would prefer that it would be actually BZM who gets the to shine. Get the last pick. Do you want Quap? Do you want to play something else? Do you maybe want to just pick Invoker out of nowhere, right? Like, maybe build the draft around him instead of Pure.
There's many options, and of course we'll have to see what they are going to do, but just don't do what just happened in that game. That's the easiest takeaway.
Yeah, I think if I'm Falcons this game, I look at these heroes and I'm playing Monkey King. It's just, you just do whatever you want, man. You just walk around. There's no attack speed slow. There's no stun. There's no nothing. They ain't got anything. So you just kind of walk over him. That's what Malrine did. He's an incredible Monkey King player. I played against him many times in pubs or in officials, and you just can't give him, a free game like this. Team mentioned him running around and causing havoc. He is an incredibly dominant player, an incredibly skilled player. And while he may not super annihilate you in the lane, compared to some other players, he takes the advantage he gets and uses it very, very well. I think they're very good at managing who gets XP, Malrine running around at just the right times, and they're all strong and they're all combining heroes. We've seen it in both of these games they won, that every hero's been involved in the game and they've been very cohesive. It's looked like they really are a team as well as some of the most elite players in the world.
While we're simplifying things and talking about priority, the team that has had priority or first picked, I should say, for these games so far in the grand finals is the team that goes on to either have a draft advantage or ultimately win this game. And so now I look at a game number 4. Falcons is up, but they're not going to be having that priority. They might not be having that first pick. So how do you make those adjustments to ensure that you're not falling into a draft issue of game number 2 again?
I mean, I think Falcons will have adjusted from game 2 that they lost in terms of drafting. So I think it's a little bit still on Thundra to adjust something themselves, because they're not going to get that Timber Saw again, I don't think. And they're also not going to get the Axe, right? So now you need to think of what hero are we going to first pick then, right? Are we going to take away the Chen from Falcons maybe? Are we going to... Yeah, I'm not sure. But I think the ball is a little bit in their court to figure out something.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's decently likely they'll up the priority on Batrider. It was banned last game, already dominated on it the second game, and so I think it's very possible they up the priority in this. And they're like, okay, we think this Batrider is crucial. They could go back for the Lycan again. I do think though that they need to have that ability to fight early game, and so having synergy between the supports, I think, is just it's incredible. We've talked about it before, but I think it's incredibly important for them. Thundra, Neta is going to farm, and Pure is just honestly super inconsistent, and so you need that Whitemon Rock and that Ahri like aggressiveness and that kill potential we've seen him do so well in this tournament. We need that to shine.
I mean, he's consistently picking up some interesting heroes, Faceless Void, Lone Druid. I want to see the trend continue. Obviously, I want to see a game 5, but I'd love to see some more picks. It feels like every game we're getting something new to it. It's a grand finals, and the teams are confident enough to bring some of this out.
Yeah, I think there's a time and a place to...
I was convinced, I see.
No, not really. No, I think I agree with Quinn and Misery on the idea that I think Pure needs to be opened a little bit earlier in the draft to then give a support a bit more information. And I think he plays better when you're not expecting him to be the carry of the game. Like when we looked at the stats earlier in the pre-show, when he played on BB and he was the carry, the scaling player, atrocious. When he moves to a skirmishing carry and he's enabling others, he's, top of his game. So critically, I think in this series, we are seeing him shift from his old playstyle to his new playstyle. And I just want him to stick to what Thundra requires him to do. Be annoying in the lane, break open the game, stop with this whole putting more pressure on Pure. Like, he's not that player in this tournament at the moment. Maybe in the future.
I'm also just looking at the Thundra drafts. I feel like they're picking a lot of new heroes. Like there are some Batriders and some axes that keep coming back, but it's a lot of different heroes every game actually. So I think maybe also narrow it down a little bit so you don't end up picking too much different stuff every game, or you're looking for a new hero to got them kind of a vibe. I think that's something that they could think about as well.
You don't have to pick new heroes just for the sake of it. I mean, I'm enjoying it. I'm sure everyone else at home is also enjoying it. And the pleasure will continue. We're going to have some more action, more about grand finals, but also checking in with Slacks and Shiva after this break.
Dormant Curio. I mean, I think it's quite bad.
Let's go with 9. Let's leave room for 9. We'll go 9. Tumbler Toy! Okay, no, I'm putting Tumbler Toy. That's like middle of the park. It has its place, but it's not great, it's not bad.
5 is 5. I'm trying to think what's... Like, Pure Cloak is 1.
Don't think ahead. Oh wait, no, okay, but you can.
Oh, I'm thinking I'm planning.
That's smart. Yeah, no, I'm living in the moment. Stop being logical. All right, still 5.
5 is fine. 5 is fine.
5, yeah.
The Yeetie Pollen Bag, I think that might be 10. I've taken it like one time and I just forgot to use it. I don't think I've ever actually pressed it. I don't know what it looks like.
There's probably one guy out there who's like screaming at us.
He's behind a monitor. I don't care about his screams. Like I've never seen anyone. I've literally never seen the item used. 10. Olive Charm is pretty good. I take it more frequently.
Yeah, but it also, you don't take it past its tier, right?
No, sure. It's either 4 or 6, depending on vibes.
Yeah. Vibes, I go 6. I feel like there's a lot of good ones.
That's fine, we can go 6.
Ferret fucking Cloak 1, instantly. There's no doubt about it.
Heavenly Undying is like, it's 2, right?
But is it, okay, it's very good, but you can't hit Ancient with it. So luckily, that alone would put it like 2 or 3.
Yeah, I mean,
you can't like clutch it up in the late game, just auto hit.
I mean, it was way broken before.
Way broken, yeah.
Like, I think it's 2 or 3.
We can go 2.
Unrelenting Eye is pretty bad. Like, you're only taking it if your other options are crap.
I've only seen it in one game where Amar Bristleback took it and like utilized it to be very tanky. We're like 7 then.
Yeah, 7, I think. 7. Magnifying mono's good. I think it's like...
That has to be the highest we have left.
I think it's 3. Magnifying mono goes 3. You take it in a lot of games, a lot of heroes.
Attack range, cast range on support, you're not in like fighting position anyway, so you're always getting that cast range.
Yeah, I think it's like the second best tier 4, probably.
Yeah, so 3, yeah. Sister's Shroud! We might have fucked up.
No, it's not that broken anymore.
Yeah, it's still kind of good though.
It's good, but like I think 4 is a fine placement.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I think it's better than Monocle.
It's not better than Monocle.
Or Unrelenting. Or Helmet and Die.
You know what?
I think 4, right?
4. Yeah, it's 4.
I mean, it's worse. Torment Shield is worse than 6, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, 8, 8's fine. That's a good spot for Torment Shield. Torment Shield's terrible. Yeah. I think it's pretty good.
It's okay. I would say that I think we've maybe fucked up with like Cure and Pollen being lower than like Poor Man and I.
T-Governor loves top.
Yeah, you're a bomb.
Welcome back. While we are giving the players a little bit of a break, a little bit of a breather before the next game, we're going to play a little game right here on stage with some of the audience members. Now, the game is pretty simple. It's about Dota voice lines, but before we get the game started, we need some competitors. We need some people that know a lot of Dota 2 voice lines. Slacks.
Yeah, I'm working on it, all right? I asked the crowd, does anyone here, hello everybody, do you know Dota voice lines? Okay, we got one. Anyone else know Dota 2 voice lines? Where's my boy over there? Somebody over there said I play Dota and raised their hands. It was a really good start. So Dota voice lines, I need 3 competitors. Sure, get your booty over here. Come on over, I need one more. Where's my boy? My boy got up out of his chair and then I think he ran out of the arena. Oh no. All right. What's your name?
Nigel.
Okay, Nigel, I'm gonna bring you up to the stage. We got one more. Does anyone else know Dota 2 hero voice lines well in this arena? What? All right, come on up here. Well done. All right, let's go up to the stage. You guys have a rare opportunity. I'm gonna bring you close to the trophy. This is gonna be the closest any of you will ever achieve to be an esports pro. Come with me. Are you coming?
Yeah, I'm coming.
All right. We got 4, Sheever. We got 4.
Wow.
Up we go. Don't touch the trophy. If you do, I will tackle you. Come up, my friends. Line up. Let's introduce ourselves. All right, one more time. What was your name?
Victor.
Okay.
Gali.
Okay.
Nigel.
And?
Imran.
All right, fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give it up for our our contestants? Fantastic. Okay, the game is very simple. You are going to hear a voice line from a Dota 2 hero. They are all laughs. Now, you're going to have to whisper into my sweet little ear who you think it is. Sheever will then say, let us go ahead and say who they are. I'm keeping you guys honest. Sheever is controlling the game. Are you ready? Do you understand the rules? Yeah. Very well. I will now get very close to you. Sheever, you control the game.
I control the game. All right. We're going to listen to our first sound, our first laugh. Let's play the track.
All right, well, I'm afraid that 3 of them have gotten it right. It was a little easy. What was your answer?
Queen of Pain.
I'm afraid that's not correct. No. Gentlemen, what was it?
Phantom Assassin.
Phantom Assassin! All right, fantastic. I'll give you one more try. All right, you got to get 2 correct to win, and no one else gets them correct. So, and one more and you're out, big dog.
All right, our next track, please. What is that hero?
Okay. Any final guesses? Any idea? Okay. What? All right. Well, my friends, what was your guess?
Drow.
No, I'm afraid not. Well, who was it?
Tinker.
All right, thank you so much for attending. It was a good try. Get the hell off the stage. Now you know what all those esports players feel like, my friend. Okay, coming down to it, all right?
Let's keep going with our third track. A little bit more difficult.
I didn't even know who that was. I had to check the notes. That's not good. All right, one more time. That was one of our hardest ones. Oof, oof, oof. I might give this one to whoever raises their hand first. Who wants to give it a shot? Any guess?
Doom.
Doom. Afraid not, my friend. Afraid not. Any other guesses?
Is this free for all? Nature's Prophet.
No, close. Might be the same voice actor if I think about it.
Beastmaster?
No, Shaver, who was it?
It was Outworld Destroyer.
Nobody plays that shit. Nobody.
No,
It's all good. OD's a toughie. Let's do another one.
On top of that, it was when he kills a hero, which also...
Never happens. No, absolutely not.
All right, the next one, I think, is a little bit more easy. Let's play the next track.
All right. Ooh. Ooh. One more time. We got an audible what? What? One more time. Very accurate. Who would like to take the first guess? Cementing you as this round's winner in the 3-for-all.
Can we have it one more time?
One more time. Any guesses, gentlemen? Okay.
Underlord.
Abaddon?
Underlord.
Underlord, excuse me. No. Negative. Incorrecto. Yes?
Chaos Knight.
No. Uh-oh, that's going to be a long segment. All right. What do we have?
I don't think it's right, but Earth Spirit?
Earth Spirit?
No.
No, I'm afraid not. Who was it?
It was Dragon Knight.
Dragon Knight.
One of the
Goodness
shortest laughs.
Why did the entire audience start laughing? I don't know. That's not cool, guys. That's not cool.
Oh,
Thank God. All right.
Of course it was.
Okay.
Now, okay. I did say that the previous one was a little bit more easy, but actually this one is maybe a little bit more easy.
Don't freak him out. Oh, that shot out.
Muerta.
Muerta! Okay. All right, fantastic. Now, if you get it right again first, you win. Gentlemen, quick with those hands on the next one. What do we got?
We got our next line.
Sand King.
Sand King! Okay, sir. Thank you very much for attending. It was good. Good effort. It is down to the 2. Okay? Whoever gets the next one. Oh, damn! Take it easy. Not in front of the trophy. Don't hurt it. Whoever gets the next one right will win the super fantastic prize.
All right, let's play our next clip.
What?
Let's play it again. Let's play it again. Let's play it again.
Don't keep. The laughter of a lady. Something foreign to many of us Dota players. But can you figure this one out? Let's find out.
Dark Willow?
Dark Willow, but would you like to take a guess? I'm not going to reveal if it's correct.
Dark Willow too.
It's Dark Willow too. Sheever?
It is not Dark Willow. It sounds a lot like her, but it's Hoodwink.
Hoodwink. All right, you're both still in it. You're both still in it. Yeah. Okay, next question.
Next clip.
Ooh. One more time.
It's a difficult one.
Don't worry, the next one's super easy. Any shots in the dark?
Chaos Knight?
Chaos Knight one more time.
Yeah, give me a bit more time.
Oh, what do you mean more time? All right.
We can play the clip once more.
Once more.
I think you're right. I think you're right. I am, who can I guess? What, Tiny?
Tiny, I'm afraid not. Shaver.
No, both are wrong. This was none other than Huskar.
Huskar.
All right.
Okay, this one's easy, so get those hands ready.
Yep.
Here we go. Are you ready?
Our final prompt.
Anti-Mage.
Anti-Mage! All right, right, congratulations. You fought hard, you fought well. We've got some prizes down for you.
Congratulations.
All right, the biggest prize, though, we will let you say whatever you want on camera as long as it's not super messed up. Just be nice, be cool, all right? All right?
Are you sure about this?
Just give a message to the Dota community. Don't be a weirdo. You got this.
Okay, well, first off, I want to shout out, I know my friends are watching, Chris, Ivan, and Vu. I know you guys are watching. Hi. I didn't expect to be up here, but here I am. Who's ready for Game 4?
Yeah!
Congratulations.
That was a close one. I thought he was going to say something messed up for sure. Thank God.
You almost took your microphone too. But we are ready for Game 4, and actually we're going to head over to the desk where more people are ready for that fourth game.
We're not only ready for game number 4, but we were enjoying the game up here as well. I feel like maybe Misery, you were like the best.
I think Quinn was clutching that Huskar.
Yeah, Quinn was so clutch with the Huskar. You knew immediately, of course, classic dirty Huskar player.
Misery was cooking though, honestly. It was fun. It was harder than I thought it would be. Like some of the first ones I was like, this game's gonna be easy. And then like the 4th and 5th one hit and I'm like, oh, maybe I don't play this game.
No, you definitely do. You got the Huskar and you knew the laugh really well, but do you think that there's a potential Huskar pick on the horizon? A Game 4, Thundra let it slip in?
No, it will be banned. It will be banned. I wish. It would be very fun. I would love to see it. Cauterize, great spell, very fun, but we will not see it.
Okay, well, that's unfortunate. Is there anything else out of the voice lines you heard that potentially could be seen in game number 4?
Maybe the Hoodwink?
Yeah, a little bit of Hoodwink. You know, Dragon Knight can get forgotten about again and slip through the draft, but I don't really want to see it on certain teams because they lose with it.
Okay, well, we're not going to see a Huskar. You don't want to see the Dragon Knight, and we could potentially see the Hoodwink. I've got it all. That's all the information?
I think that's right.
Yeah, about right, yeah. Get an OD in there.
Maybe in a hoodie. That one feels like it's very going to be out of left field if you do get that one. But either way, we've got some predictions of what could or could not be let into this game number 4 draft for our grand finals.
We can get an OD. Game 4, Falcons versus Thundra. Again, the draft will be starting ever so shortly. And there's been a longer break this time around, of course. We're moving into that 4th game. We do get a little bit more time for the coaches and teams to think about what they are going to do to pivot. Of course, we've spoke to great lengths about Thundra's, but let's be honest, poor attempt of a draft in Game 3. We praised their draft in Game 2 upon seeing it. Where are we now standing for Game 4, guys? What are we thinking?
I'm thinking now that you mentioned the longer break, it might be a good thing for Thundra to really talk the stuff over and figure out where they want to go with this next draft.
Yeah, I think for sure. I'm honestly super curious to see Falcons' next bans, but like I've you know, when you play in finals, you've had the long breaks, right? And and it can go both ways, right? I think you can overthink things and overtalk things, and you can almost like work yourself up and stress yourself out, talking about all the small things you could potentially do or change. And I think it can also be very good having that extra time to sort of cool off. I think also that last game is just so obviously a draft loss that it's very easy for Thundra to say, whatever, we screwed up, go next. And they can tweak some things, and it's just purely, don't even think about the gameplay, because we just can't win.
Yeah, look at that Shadow Demon ban. Does that mean they want to pick some Primal Beast?
They're giving Timber again?
That's
yeah,
the fact is, so far in this grand finals, whoever is first pick has just won the game, right? So we're moving Thundra back to their first pick and not banning out the Timbersaw. That is, yeah, of course, we'll see how that unfolds, but with the Ursa ban, it does feel like they are just setting up once more.
I mean, they'll get the Gyrocopter this time in response, which is, I think, what people think is the best carry response. Yeah, there's instant Gyrocopter. I'm honestly shocked that they would ban Shadow. Like, would they even first pick Shadow Demon? If they do, would it be that big of a problem? I wonder what the read is there. Like, surely they talked about something backstage. Maybe it's in preparation for second phase. Yeah. Maybe, I honestly don't know what the rationale is. It's a very interesting ban that they choose to ban SD and leave the Timbersaw.
Is it something to get the Gyrocopter without the, I mean, I don't even know. Yeah, I think it's probably something later, like the Primal Beast. Because they always ban Shadow Demon when they pick Primal Beast.
Yeah, I suppose. I just wonder why even they want the Primal so much. I don't think Primal is particularly good against Timber. There are, you know, aspects to it, but it definitely goes both ways.
Again, a big change in this draft was the fact that last time Thundra was in this position, they banned the ULTRAGEAR in the position where they banned the Chen, right? So maybe the fact that they are opening up more options, they realize from Falcon's side, wait a second, you can't ban our ULTRAGEAR and our Gyrocopter. So if you are to take Timber, we're going to get one of them. So then they had value in other heroes, right? So there is a lot of logic behind it if you read into the first bans of Thundra.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that they've just decided that, no, Timber is a beatable hero if we have Gyrocopter. Like, they may just have a read that if you have Gyro, Timber's not even good. And maybe that's true, maybe it's not. Personally, I disagree with this, and I think this Timbersaw here was very, very good, and it fits into what Thundra wants to do very well. And so I think already of these first picks, Thundra has a better shot than last game. It
also does simplify the draft a bit more for Thundra, right? We've already been praising what Ari could do on Batrider. Sure, he's had, you know, hit or miss games with it, but when you see a Gyrocopter, you always want to look about BKB piercing stuns, ways to lock down a hero that wants to be that big turret of the mid game.
No, I'm curious what they opt for in the future. I think the Doom ban is very good. I think Amar was very successful in this game in the last game, had a great lane, a lot of pressure, and I think that hero is very good against Timbersaw, to be honest. I think it's a good adaptation as well. They didn't ban it in the prior game, but now the hero has sort of been brought to the forefront. It's been played a couple games. It's very smart from Thundra to ban that, and I think in general, Thundra are very good with bans. Having played against this team in finals before and also just a bunch of series, they just ban things and you're like, man, I actually wanted that, and they do it a lot. It's like their ban accuracy on things that the other team wants to pick is very high.
Yeah, I also like they keep going back for the Pangolier ban as well. Very key hero for Falcons. I'm curious to see what... So last time they picked Clockwork, right? Seeing the Primal Beast and the Pugna. And now you're going to see something else. And what kind of Whitemon / Ari hero are you going to pick up? The Batrider is actually still in the pool.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But also for Falcons, they're opening out of the phase, and you know, do they want to continue trying to counter the Timber as of yet? Do they just want to pick their... you know, the Snapfires, the Hoodwinks, the crit heroes that kind of progress the draft? And then there is the respect towards Invoker, and we keep talking about Batrider for Thundra, and they take it for themselves. But again, critically respecting BZM in the potential game that Falcons can win the entire tournament.
Is there a world where there's just some snaking bad going against the Timbersaw? Yeah, and then does it make sense why they banned the ST a bit more, perhaps?
Possibly.
I'm not sure, but yeah. Like, if you're gonna steal the bat,
yeah, I mean, I like this Invoker ban a lot, and I think this Gyrocopter Batrider together have a lot of strengths against the Timbersaw. He's going to want to skill his E and chill, but they have a ton of magic damage to cut through that, and they want to drag waves, and Bat is like S-tier wave drag stopper, and so I think there's potential for this Timbersaw to actually have a truly bad lane and not just full chill.
And one thing we forgot to mention in the previous drafts with Batrider is how good Flame Break is against certain heroes. Against Timbersaw, who's trying to get out with Timber Chain, you can stop that with Flame Break. Same thing when we saw the Primal Beast earlier. When he was trying to, you know, onslaught in, just cancel it. So there is a lot of value if, you know, a good Flame Break at the correct time, you do just get these kills.
Yeah, and I think it makes a lot of sense too. Now, I think when you steal heroes, it can go both ways because Falcons have not prioritized this. So you could have put yourself out of your comfort zone, and maybe you'll play worse and you won't actually exploit this hero like Ari has been, because he's been spamming the hero. He's clearly very confident on it. Now, obviously, Falcons players can play Batrider, but stealing heroes can be a double-edged sword in that it can give you a draft advantage, but it can make you play worse.
For sure. It's not something we see Falcons do a lot. I mean, similarly to game 1, to be honest, they also didn't do that very often. But going back for the Bane here, Whitemon specialist on his hero for sure. It's not a hero they rely on quite a lot.
But also,
it's pretty good against Gyro, right? In a way, like enfeeble and just having the grip, the anti-carry against a hero like that is very good.
And then, you know, Ari's heroes are getting you know, put into a little bit more of a corner, so he does go back for some of the classics. You know, for Thundra at least, these are the heroes that enabled them to look very good in the early group stage of Blast, right, a couple weeks ago. And for Bane, it's a hero that they just haven't really moved towards recently in the playoffs. They had, what, 8 games, 75% win rate in the last month of play. But again, they haven't really been able to find ways to slot the Bane into their recent drafts.
I like this from Thundra. I think it gives them a lot of damage and a lot of catch. I think their lanes look solid right now. I think they have the frontliner and Timbersaw going in the mid-late game. So I think it's very open for their last 2 picks here.
It just gives purpose to both BZM and Pure to find a hero that I already have the setup, right? Because you mentioned Timbersaw's positioning, he's so aggressive in nature that Bane and Hoodwink will always slot in behind it. But then to punish that is Mars with the arena. When Timbersaw steps up to try and create that information to provide the vision for his positioning, you get arena'd, maybe even the Mars jumps over the Timber and then just arenas the backline. It's always a potent pick in the Mars hands.
Yeah, I think compared to the prior draft where there were some picks that just left me scratching my head, I think everything makes sense. What everyone's doing this game, I think every pick has rationale behind it. I think they're all quite good, and I think this is very much a draft where there are answers bouncing back and forth, and each, you know, subsequent hero pick makes it feel like, oh, that was pretty good. Now, this Ench, I will say, I think is really strange. I think he was typically quite bad against Timbersaw, but it does have purpose against maybe a Bane and a Hoodwink. Maybe they want that hero that can sort of be in front and tank. They feel they have enough sort of blobby. I'm not exactly sure I fully understand this.
Is it just a lane swap though, right?
Yeah, they could be doing the thing similar to how they put the Chen in the offlane. You might just want to put the Ench against the Bane in the lane and play for that.
Maybe so.
And then Crit is still playing the Bat Rider, but in the safe lane.
That I can see that makes sense. It's also, honestly, Snaking I think is probably been the best Ench player in the world right now. Him and all the Zoo heroes. He had a lot of great games at TI, and he's had great games since then on the hero.
They're just going to run back the Lifestealer for Pure here, right? Into Gyrocopter, you can always get on top of him. Sure, there's a Bat Rider in play, but it just feels like a very stable game where there's already chaos with Timbersaw. Pure's going to be able to stand his ground, do his job. You play behind him or play behind the Timbersaw.
Yeah, I can definitely see that happening.
Instead, they go for an earlier Queen of Pain.
Okay, and now they go for the swap.
Okay. I mean, it's very good against all these heroes. It's good against all four. It's very difficult for them to kill this hero until Mars has Blink or something, and there's a bunch of heroes there. Until then, Queen is not going to die. And I think Queen as a hero is just very good against Malrine. You have passive pressure against almost all of Malrine's heroes, and the heroes that are good against Queen, besides Huskar, which is first stage banned every game, he doesn't really play the heroes that are good against Queen that much. And so I can see this being, like, you know, we can see it them banning it first phase a couple of times. Falcons clearly have this in their head as, like, this is a hero BZM is comfortable on, and we don't pick it, and I think it's good against Malrine traditionally.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. What do you consider good against Queen of Pain right now? None of the Malrine heroes, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's something like a Puck that we have not really seen much at all this tournament. I think it can run into damage issues, for sure, but I think they could look into it.
They banned it out there.
Yeah, DK is a classic one. There's the Viper, which they could go for. It's a classic counter pick to Queen, and I think it could work this game, depending what Tundra's last pick is. As Falcons does have overall last pick, so I think they could be looking at Viper, could be looking at Puck.
This could be one of those games where they deviate from the typical Marine hero pool because they already have the Bat Rider +4 to catch, they already have the Mars to catch, so they might not need this type of Marine Space Maker mid laner.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I feel like it will be. I mean, the thing is, Viper is like just kind of a weird hero, and we haven't really seen it played. We haven't seen anyone do the tops and build mid, but I do think it's actually a very good build. I think it has like a lot of viability, and it's just super obnoxious to play against. But Timber does have the pure damage against it. I'm honestly curious if they go for it, but I think it could be very cute.
Outside of that is a Malrine Beastmaster, also potentially an option. Just be able to park himself into mid lane. You also can buy Shivas down the line to deal with the Timbersaw.
Yeah, it's good.
Additional stun control.
It's good against Queen too. There's potential to actually stomp the Queen if you play the lane really well.
So Thundra are picking first here, and of course Falcons picks probably going to depend a little bit on Thundra's carry in the end as well. And the Lifestealer is still there, and a lot of the other carries that Thundra and Pure has been playing are banned out.
I respect the fact that Falcons have gone for what has Pure been having success on, right? Because both Abbott and Kez do fit that bill, and go for a morph thing. Is that
interesting? It's a pretty good morph game, right? Can morph into Gyrocopter. It's similar to Quap in the sense that it's very hard to kill morphling for Falcons heroes right now. Also want to highlight the last ban on Prophet. I think that's a pretty clever ban, considering you're going to pick the Morphling as well, you know, going fast Vessel and all those things, and also a hero that's just kind of forgotten, so it's very clutch to remember a hero like that.
It is. It shows, you know, once again, that Thundra is just very good on these bans. I think this Morphling pick Viper is now dead. I think that matchup is too bad. I could see the Beastmaster still. I think this is a great suggestion by T. I think it's could be very solid. Puck can also definitely work. I have my questions about this Morphling hero. I've seen the hero just not have much success at all recently. It's so slow and so low damage early game. And to me, this has been a series that's been all about tempo and who can make the moves early, who can open up these towers, who wins these early skirmishes. And Morph is like the king of doing nothing early game.
Sort of, but I think the other four heroes make up for that in a lot of ways. And I think if you do have strong a 4 combo like they do, I think Morphling can be that extra little oomph that you know, that can add some damage to the team fight. You're not going to join unless it's really necessary, but you can add up.
But it does put a massive target on the Timbersaur's back, right? Because if his game is shut down, then the supports are looking for someone to play through, right? And in the end, they are going to be picking up the puck. Again, it is the counter to the Queen of Pain. You don't really get daggered. You have that control. A coil on an early game Morphling, Quap or Timber, you have the kill threat. So it's not a surprise pick. It does round out Falcons' lineup quite nicely.
No, I think it's very good. And I think while Morphling is super good against Gyrocopter in the game, I envision this Timbersaw lane potentially being very difficult against Batrider and Gyro if they do the lane swap. Maybe we'll see if the supports are matched. But with this Morphling getting ganked through gate, potentially if Gyro has a great early game, I think the Puck pick makes a lot of sense, giving them some scaling against Morphling, not giving a full free game. Puck's one of the better heroes against Morph as the game progresses. I like what Falcons have done. I think both teams have chances, but I would rather be the Birds.
Is it too crazy to consider Morphling going into the off lane and just putting Timber in the safe lane against the Mars? Like completely swapping up the way the lanes work, because this Morphling in the off lane does not really care about Gyrocopter flag cannon. It's probably not going to happen, just an idea. I think the supports as well, Bane going into the offlane against the Batrider is also something that could be a factor here. Just completely swapping it up again and putting Hoodwink in the safe lane against the Ench. So there is a lot of mind games, I think, going into these lanes where we're going to actually put our heroes to maximize the output.
Yeah. Once again, though, Falcons, their lineup feels like it is very cohesive very quickly, right? Like Amar on the Mars, you easily can get like a Yours of Blink and start punishing some of that elusiveness of the Thundra lineup. The fact that they just bring so much fight early on, and Thundra, if your Cops shut down from a couple ganks, if your Timbersaw is laning into that Batrider and Gyrocopter playing from behind, Pure cannot fix anything. He's still also farming. So there is a potential fear for Thundra, right? That greed that is, you know, going to potentially be required for them.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Tundra's core heroes, or we talked a lot about this before, so you look at the cores, none of their cores really help each other. All three of them are kind of just raw damage. Whereas you look at Falcons, they've got some damage, they've got some catch, they've got some playmaking, like there's a nice mix and matching between the cores, so I think it'll allow them to combine their cores easier. To me, this game is, I think Falcons draft is better, but is Timbersaw too broken that they just can't beat this hero?
I also think Falcons draft is more balanced, but I do think that if the laning phase goes even, I think Thundra has really good heroes to still fight back, right? They have so much damage across all 5 of their heroes that it doesn't matter so much. I think once they're grouped up, there's just so much damage and so much burst that it doesn't matter as much. But I think laning phase is super important in this game, and the support rotations and where they actually start their lanes is very key.
But not only that, both of the support duos on Thundra and Falcons have the ability to play into the map. They're not just waiting for something to happen. They can do whatever they want. But the most important question that Quinn just raised was, is Timbersaw this broken that it just automatically wins the game? The only way to find out is with Owen and Fogged.
Thank you so much. Yes, we are here yet again with 2 of the biggest minds in Dota, so graciously giving us their time. Give it up for them, Singapore. Hello. Fantastic. All right. Now, you were fortunate enough to get the Timbersaw. Timbersaw, a fantastic pick for your team. However, you guys keep banning out Huskar, the hero that he likes. So can you guys make like a deal? What will you give him if he does not ban out Huskar next game?
I mean, we're already giving them Timbersaw. What do you want?
Naga Siren.
Okay. Will you agree to these?
We'll trade Naga for Huskar.
Okay, now mini handshake, no ban, no, okay, no hand. Oh, there we go, all right. Now that is, of course, assuming that we're gonna make it to another game. I believe, no offense. I saw the draft, but is there anything that you'd like to say out to this crowd? Of course we're going to another game, but just in case, these guys love you, they've been supporting you. Any words out there? Will we be going to the next one?
33 Timbersaw, guys. We're gonna win this game 100%.
Hard to follow up. Any retorts, any words for the crowd out there here today?
Nah, I mean, I think just thanks for being such a great crowd in Singapore. I love the city. Food's so good. So that's it.
Food is good, crowd is great, and Dota is even better. Gentlemen, put those hands together one more time. Let's get a hell of a game as we go in to this one.
Thank you very much there, Slacks. I mean, game 4 time here, Fogged. They get that Timbersaw as their first pick. Obvious confidence coming out from them on the stage there. Yep. It looked phenomenal earlier in this series. Unreal. Is it going to be enough to get them to push this to a game 5?
Ooh, we'll have to see, because tempo has been the name of this tournament, right? And there's a lot of tempo that we do see that Falcons have gone for, a lot of comfort that they've got, and yeah, great ways to fight. But this one, a lot of skirmishing should be coming in together from both sides, unlike that last game. So I think it's going to be exciting either way.
Absolutely, and obviously confidence as well from the ending of Tundra's draft, coming in with the morph. You know, we saw last game. They tried something a little bit different with the Lone Druid. This time, you know, their confidence not to be shaken. They're bringing out another carry hero that we haven't really seen people consider. But overall, you feel a little bit better about this morph coming in towards the end than the Lone Druid did.
A bit better because it's first to gyro, but we'll see because it's a tough hero to make work right now.
Absolutely. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise. It's time for Game 4. Let's see if Thundra could give us a bit of a better showing than they were able to do last game. Obviously coming off the back of quite the rough one. But without a doubt, looking at these lineups, we should have a better game on our hands here, right, Fog?
There's spells to be casted. You know, they actually have lots of it. Maybe one of these heroes on the side of Thundra has more abilities than they did on the entirety of the last one. So it should be much more skirmishing, a lot more fun coming in from both sides, of course. And yeah, I think this actually, I'm looking at these like hero levels on. This might be the highest hero levels. Everyone's Grandmaster. We have Grandmaster, Master, Grandmaster, Master, Grandmaster, 2 Platinums, 3 Platinums. Everyone is either Platinum or above on their hero level. That is pretty absurd.
It's going to be very, very exciting to see how this one goes down. Can Thundra push this to a Game 5, or are Falcons going to be able to walk away with another tournament win in the bag? Falcons ready to start things off with a smoke, see if they can find some early action.
I'm so excited to see what is going to go down. Is this Timbersaw going to be unkillable? Is this Morphling going to get online? Or is Falcons going to be the one setting the tempo, playing fast with the gyrocopter, making moves around to pressure as BCM?
They're trying their best to force him to skill the Blink level 1, but he'll stay cool. He won't have to pop that skill point quite yet.
It's a lot of damage taken at the start there. Still has some time to walk back, potentially. At least eat a tango.
Because overall, how would you sort of describe the way that Falcons have responded to that Timbersaw pick this time compared to the way that they tried to earlier this series?
It looks better. It's a ton of magic damage. Batrider alone can actually do a lot of damage to a Timbersaw. If he ends up having a good game, it can be pretty disruptive. Enchantress has a Dispel for potential Ags, even though we don't see the Timbers really building it so much. So I think they do have a lot more answers this time around. Oh, I guess how old he is.
Oh, Whitemon is going to try and get the bit of a block on. Try and make sure that Skeeter doesn't have an easy start to this lane.
Whitemon's trying to get in his head. He's asking, how old are you, Skeeter?
Okay.
Whitemon is going to get chased out a bit here. He's going to be forced to TP. Crit is chasing him out potentially with the stickies, and okay, he'll actually stop.
Yeah, it looks like he doesn't want to waste too much time trying for that, knowing that Whitemon will have that option to get out anyway.
And they do have the 3 heroes up here as well, too, so...
Okay.
Maybe they're going to go for a potential sneaky play up here, but it's not going to be the case just yet. Sure. He's on his own for a moment here.
And all in all, like, how does the outlook of the game... Oh, yeah, indeed. Well, Whitemon, he's still able to get something done sticking around there. So definitely able to be a little bit annoying here for Skeeter.
Okay, so really looking to set up success for the Timbersaw, is what that says, right? They're going to have to... Like, Pure's going to get sacked a little bit for the first 2 waves, it looked like, but they are really trying to make sure that 33 Timbersaw gets as much as possible. I mean, you heard it from Moon himself, right? That is the main focus for their draft, so... Okay. I mean, the early kill potential is definitely there for Falcons in this lane. Bat plus Gyro, they did do the switch up at the panel, wanted to see, putting that in the inch bottom.
See Whitemon join forces with Pure down at the bottom now. Should be able to make sure that Pure gets a pretty decent start down here in the lane. I mean, overall, what are going to be the bigger struggles for the Morph in this game?
It's just if he's ever going to get to the point where he's doing enough damage, right? Because there's a lot, I mean, there's a lot of just ways to disrupt him. There's a lot of stuns, there's silences, and they do have some tank ability on their draft too. Like the Enchantress is going to absorb a lot, same thing for the Mars. Not the easiest targets to just stick on and hit until later stages. You know, it takes, this is why we don't really see the Morphling so much anymore. It takes a long time for you to really be able to get in and fight. You need your Manta and your Butterfly usually. It's usually like those 2 key timings to be able to actually get online and fight, and it's a lot of gold.
Yeah, I imagine just overall, when you look at Skeeter on the gyro on the other side, he's going to have a much easier time turning up a little bit earlier, right? Especially with the amount of setup that he's got around him, right? This Puck, this Mars, so many ways that they can set the battlefield up in a way that Skeeter can just come in and look to clean up.
100%, and it's a lot of damage that he can bring in early on. They have a ton of damage early on the side of Falcons for sure.
So far, mid lane matchup, 12-6 here for BZM against the 11-1. So being able to get a few extra denies in as the Quap so far.
Even though he was starting the lane a little bit low, at least in terms of that HP. Nicely done there from BZM. Marine, we haven't seen too much of the puck. It was actually a bit surprising to see how little that we did actually see it getting picked up. We've been seeing more Storm Spirits in comparison. I'm having a very good time, though. 14-7.
Trading some good damage with Marine. In terms of the side lanes, I mean, it will be that little bit of a slower start for 33, but honestly, he had that sort of beginning in the other Timber game, right? And it did not matter.
But this one, there's kill threat. That's the difference. That last one, I think, with like the Weaver and the Pugna, it's much harder for them to pose kill threat. With the Bat and the Gyrocopter, they can actually chase him out, run him down. Don't know if we'll see like a pointed rocket put maybe from Skitter if they do want to go for like really overzealous type of kill threat. But yeah, reactive armor is not going to be something that he can just skill and it saves him this lane. Last time he did go for like the 2 points in reactive and he was fine. This one, he has to get a pointed chain early. Nice stun.
Ari, but Nidari able to turn, get the pushback onto Crit. Not quite enough to burst him, but definitely a lane where both teams able to bring quite the punch.
Yeah, really well played there from Ari. That stun. Tons of damage there to Crit.
It's still keeping that little bit of an edge here, BZM.
The denies are a big deal. That extra 5 denies should have a good XP advantage soon. Actually, it's about the same anyway, even with those denies, so.
Bottom lane.
Amar getting complete free farm. That is the one thing. We've seen this. We used to see Morph picked versus the Mars quite a lot, and even Mars picked versus the Morph because they both tend to trade that farm for each other, but that just means that the Mars is going to be able to get that pretty much solid free farm down here, even though Pure is as well.
Definitely one thing that Falcons are going to have to look out for when they do look to start to make the moves will be that save potential from Whitemon, right?
Yes.
So like you put him on something like the Bane, there could be a lot of pretty cute plays coming out with the Nightmares to give the chance for Pure to zip out of there with the waveform.
Yeah, not the easiest one because he is going to be playing versus Bloodsport, right? So the Mars is going to be able to control and probably prevent those type of saves, but definitely possible in the later stages. Snaking has hit level 3. Now this lane feels like it does get a lot harder for Pure and for Whitemon because they can start to put the pressure on with the creep. And Bane doesn't really address the creep very well. Most supports just don't really deal with creeps. As I mentioned, Chen tend to be super high valued.
Yeah, already starting to see that early bit of a gold lead come out just from the CS alone here in this pretty quiet start to the game. Neither side able to quite find an opportunity for that first blood effort.
Yeah, they're having to play the lane a little more, a little more honestly, as we can say, right? Up top, we see Thundra. They're having to actually play the lane rather than just completely manipulate like they did last time. Or, you know, when they had the clock up. Ari.
Might be in trouble here. Skeeter and Crip, they're going to look to chase him down, and they'll find it. So first blood to be found by Crip on the top lane.
It's a very strong
Same time in mid. Trying to go in towards the puck, but Maureen able to jump away and TP out. We'll get out of there safely, but BZM again continues to show his potential on just being able to bully the puck. They'll get this
good job
opening with a spear down bottom, but no follow-up quite yet to completely go for the kill attempt.
They're really starting to bully Pure, though. It's literally as soon as Snay hit level 3, it's starting to look pretty problematic for him to step up. He's completely out of mana, so he can shift a little bit here, but afterwards he has to be careful how he steps up. He's sitting at 200 HP, so Amar, complete free farm, and these extra denies are really starting to rack up.
And Whitemon, he did get the Nightmare to snaking, but he wasn't able to stop Maureen from getting the pickup on the shield brim. So Maureen was still able to jump over with the orb, get the shield brim picked up.
Ari!
Get him with the pushback into the Sonic Wave, but because he was able to get the shield brim, he's going to get the chance to jump out and bottle up. I mean,
okay.
He's going to live.
And 33 in the meanwhile will go down.
I mean, they needed that, just a little bit of a slip-up, right?
Yeah.
He did grab the shield brim.
I guess he thought that the puck was further away, right? He didn't expect it to be there that soon, but yeah. And
that shield saving Maureen's life.
Sonic Wave used, double supports committed to make the rotation, and your Timbersaw dies, all of it, while your Morph is also getting pressured. So really heads up first 7 minutes here from Falcons now. Whitemon is in a sneaky spot, looking to steal potentially that shrine. See if he can do it. Amar is on the way over.
I think, yeah, Amar's going to have something to say about this. I don't know if Whitemon gets away with this one.
If it's one hero, Bane can deal with them because he can sleep and pull them out. But if it's two, you've got to just run away. And also, taking the shrine, Owen.
Oh, they're getting a lot, Falcons. They really are.
This laning start is pretty brutal.
Impressive start. Well, maybe we'll be able to get a courier.
All right.
That's something.
That's 2 couriers. I mean, that's a lot of the gold that they've gotten there. 2 of them. They got one earlier, too, from Skeeter early on. And yeah, that rocket is put in. So Skeeter they're looking for this kill threat constantly onto 33. Call down was used in that last move.
They have to try and find some sort of catch top, but yeah, Falcons aren't going to let Thundra have that chance.
All right, well, you're just now that you've done this though, you've revealed that the 2 supports are top. Pure is completely alone. So now they're going to look to pressure Pure pretty hard down here, I imagine. Amari's going to probably look to at least like throw a couple spears into the tower and just contest every single one of these CS.
Yeah, Pure's got to be very ready to dodge anything that gets thrown out.
He's ready.
He's fine, he's shifting up.
But gets that, the money creep gets denied in his face. So Amari's going to push the limits of how much he's going to get those extra denies. And he is sitting at 18 denies.
Another chance here for Maureen to have that power rune secured. Creep being sent over by Snaking.
Yeah, Snake just sends the creep. He doesn't even need to have his hero there to assist with the power rune. The two supports, they're frantically looking to make moves around on Thundra because they didn't get the XP rune. So looking to see what they can do to get that XP right now because they desperately do need it. Yeah, find Snay, but Snay very tanky.
He's got the heals. See if they want to try and fully commit for this. They'll get the pushback control. I mean, Snay, of course, going to make them work for this. Can they actually finish the job? They really want to try. They'll get the Nightmare.
They should have there.
And they'll finally do it. Same time, though, up top. Skeeler and Crip, they're getting the chance to take 33 down again just because of how much focus Thundra are having to put into chasing down that Enchantress.
Yep. Hey, this is what Falcons does. They're abusing that Timber Saw this time around. This Gyrocopter pick, it is the answer. That's why they snap-picked it. And the fact that they did this lane swap up, right? Having that Bat Rider up there, too. We saw what Ari was able to do with the Void. With the Gyrocopter, this Bat Rider is putting in a crazy amount of work. Every call down is a kill. They get a call down, they get that barrage on top of him, he just gets brought down.
It's getting close to the point where I don't know who wants to go up on that top lane.
I think you just have to play for stacks now. On 33 at least. It looks like he is going to start to work on them, but it is spotted. You know, Crit, he did see what 33 was able to do last time, where he just got crazy amount of stacks on the Timber. This time at least will be identified. And actually some will be stolen. So Malrini,
they've got the Dream Coil. I mean, Skeeter's coming across 33, he's in trouble again.
What a play. Oh man, they're a couple steps ahead, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely seeing why Falcons were more than happy to let that Timbersaw go through this game. They're like, well, you got away with it earlier, but this time round, we have got a plan to deal with you in this early game, at least for now. 33 getting shut down very heavily.
They got the spear. Uh-oh, Owen. This is looking pretty rough as a start. Yeah. You know, their lineup, it's going to be pretty much reliant now around the Queen of Pain to make moves, because these two, I mean, all three cores, as they were saying on the panel, they're very independent cores. They don't like to move to play with each other. It's the supports are going to have to try to bring things together as well with these cores, but the supports are super underleveled now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It is a dangerous, dangerous start.
Yeah, I'm having a fantastic time down here.
BZM, you've got so much work cut out for you to fix this early game and get snaking there.
Can't do anything about the Enchantress. Definitely can't do anything about the Mars.
And his tower now starting to get whittled down. Malrine, does he just have a full Witchblade? He does. He actually just went for no boots Witchblade. He's got it finished. That is very early timing that he's got it done. They're actually making the move already. Lasso is at the ready. Call down as well, too. Anyone who shows up in mid and gets caught could just be dead.
Dream Coil is pretty much going to be a guaranteed kill, it feels. And there it is, Maureen. Drops the Dream Coil. Here comes the backup.
Oh, does get the blink off. Not quite the range there for the last.
Blink off just in time, so a fortunate bit of a chance for BZM to survive at least that time around. This tower, though, is not going to be quite as lucky. Falcons, they could take that out in the mid.
And they can't actually bully Amar at all. He's just still occupying bottom. Whitemon is still level 4. As we said, these supports are super underleveled and underfarmed on the side of Thundra. Amar?
Falcons sort of still sticking around here.
They're contesting the Ancients, not letting them get those stacks, not letting them get that farm. BZM. Be careful here.
Snaking. Running up the evil bottom lane.
Just a solo kill.
Yeah, not able to get Pure this time, but still able to get something. That's Whitemon gone. And in fact, from Marin, he's able to hit the angle and take down Ari underneath his own the tier 2. Going for the TP out. He won't make it. Finally, Thundra able to punish Falcons a little bit there as they kill Maureen off.
A lot of damage done, though. It's just still Falcons being able to occupy this area. Skeeter's now starting to swing over. This Ancient...
Oh, he's ready. He's ready to clear it.
BZM, the blink on cooldown, 1 second.
Oh, he's caught. The damage going to be enough. It is. Lasso into the homing missile. BZM gone again.
My goodness, Falcons putting on quite a display. Pure will be okay. But it's hard for Pure to ever, like, this is the thing about the Morphling too, right? As we're saying, no one else wants to really go and try to help things. The Morph needs so much time, so it really is completely reliant on how much BZM can get out of every single one of his ults. The Ancients are just completely rolling.
They're going to be able to take this for themselves here. Skeeter and Crit. Not a whole lot that can be done by Thundra to stop that.
That's devastating. Look at Skeeter's farm. It is insane. I mean, all 3 cores, of course, the main 2 between Amar and Skeeter. But he's got the crit already finished up. He can queue up that Ags next. Insane amount of pressure. Amar?
Can they go for a set?
It's level 5 and level 4. He's got 1800 HP.
That's a lot of HP to get through. They're trying. I'm just heading over. Amar starting to walk away. He'll go for the TP. Have they got the first? They do! Thundra, they find another big kill. Despite this lead the Falcons have, a couple of ones, they are getting the chance to take down Marine top and now getting Amar down bottom. It's a little bit of something that they're finding despite these very tough times here in the early game.
Amar hesitated a little bit. I think if he just insta-TPs, right, the Quap was a bit out of range because they did use those 2 disables, but just wanted to get out of tower range and then go for the TP. It does get brought down. Now they will be able to go for a tower trade, so pretty good. It was Whitemon who got the kill though, so they didn't actually end up giving it to one of those big cores. These Shrine of Wisdoms, are they going to be able to get one for themselves this time on the side of Thundra? That's going to be the question, because they still do need it. Level 5 on the Bane. Snay is still occupying the area. Ari finds a kill.
He's going to be able to get the grab onto Ari.
They really don't want to give this up.
Thundra want to try and fight back against Falcons here.
All down is up.
Ari ready to join Snake King. They're trying to get him off the Shrine of Wisdom, and they will be able to come with a burst. Defend the silence as well.
Nice play for Pure. Very nicely done. Pure and Whitemon.
Absolutely. I'm turning into the puck, using that silence. They need every bit of lockdown that they have, and Pure making sure that he's able to find the tools to do so.
And all important what Whitemon did up above. I mean, we'll be able to see it again potentially if we have a replay, but Whitemon, he sleeps Skitter, so he doesn't allow him to get that call down off afterwards, so really heads up play.
See again here on the replay.
Yeah, look north, ready? Whitemon gets to sleep on Skitter, so there's no call down follow-up. There's not this big damage that could potentially turn that fight. They're able to just full focus.
And very quick plays from Pure as well. Yeah. As soon as he sees that puck, straight away, over towards him with a waveform, turns in towards him and is able to use that waning rift against him.
Got him. Amar, he is deep forward now.
And this time they've got the 6, they've got the setup here with the grip, and they're bringing in the burst, and now they can maybe look for Skeeter. He'll get the hunting missile off the right, but Skeeter's in trouble!
What a move!
Thundra, they're finding some huge kills despite that early lead and early domination from Falcons. Falcons, rare mistakes being made here by a squad that just hasn't been making them in quite some time. They're getting punished for these.
I mean, mistakes, but also just Thundra capitalizing on these small little moves that they make, right? These little sleeps. Whitemon coming in clutch now, back to back, finding these catches.
Thundra making sure we got a game on our hands here.
Yep, and we see a pivot too. 33, he's adapted his build a bit, right? He's gone for Blade Mail now. So for the Gyrocopter to go for kills onto him,
it's risky.
It's just going to kill you. You're going to kill yourself.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Skeeter's got to be very careful about how he tries to commit into the team fights. When 33 turns out. Whitemon!
He'll still go down. But yeah, some really cool pivots that we do see from Thundra adapting in this game when things were looking pretty grim. We're able to get that fight around the shrine and recover things. Level 12. We'll kill the missile.
He does have Ari by his side.
Supports on both sides. We see the Batrider's also here, but here comes the Timber. And they find Skitter.
Ari's going to get the setup potentially. Bushwhack in. Chakram as well. Skeeter getting burst pretty low. TP backup will start to come in, and crits there as well. But BZM jumps forward, lines up a 3-man Sonic. Beautiful out there from BZM to take out the crit and Skeeter. They'll get the Dream Call onto 33. The Dream Call comes to an end, but the silence is there to cover him afterwards. So Falcons, they'll get the Timber in return. But again, Thundra now able to sort of push for these aggressive moves themselves and coming out on top.
Very cool move. Honestly, this Blade Mail adaptation build that he's gone for is really clever because Skeeter can't fight.
Baby. Thundra, they're stepping it up here. They are not going to let Falcons walk away with this game.
Get the stun. They can't. He'll have to unsleep him. Blink is still on cooldown. Whitemon, can he get himself away? Will Lamar find him? He will not. Nice move.
Yeah, good jukes there.
Great plays. They've completely turned the whole early game around. Getting this tower now too. Fantastic stuff when it was looking at dangerous, right?
It certainly was.
Supports are so low level, but they come in clutch. And you can see Skitter, he doesn't want to use his abilities because this Blade Mail. Yeah,
what a fantastic angle there from BZM.
Well played. BZM now. Very big treads plus the Kaya San's already finished up.
And there we go. I mean, the game definitely those sort of points, but when you see this sort of team fight start, you don't really know which way it's going to go.
Nope.
Both teams showing that they have the potential to win these little back and forth.
And we were saying this game is going to have a lot more skirmishing just looking at the lineups, right?
We're
so
getting
many more spells, and yeah, we've got it now after that play there from Thundra, bringing things back to even.
Yeah, very much so. Pure in top position as the Morphling. I think already, you know, with these sort of fast plays that we've seen him pull off, shifting between heroes, it very much goes to show, yeah, he's on the ball this game. Pure locked in, ready to go with this morph to pull off some big moves.
Honestly, he has a lot of really good heroes that he can go for. All three cores are pretty fantastic if he can turn into them. Even Mars in some situations can be decent to get that extra lockdown, but yeah, the Puck and Gyro, definitely the main ones that he can have a lot, get a lot done with.
Yeah.
And he's gonna have Manta done now.
That's the thing, right?
So
he's got over those early hurdles as the morph.
Pretty big deal that he's got this done already here. Still has to watch out for the instant disables because the blinks are done, right? Crit even having one at a pretty early time, so it does just have to be quick on his fingers.
And after these sort of last few minutes, you know, Falcons, what do you think is going through their head right now? Are they still going to look to try and play active, or do they start to slow things down because they feel that Thundra, they do have the means to respond to these plays?
They'll still play active for sure. Now with these double blink daggers, absolutely they're going to look for this extra catch.
All right, but as we've seen, Thundra, if they're quick to respond, I have something to say about this. BZM's pretty far up on this bottom lane, though, if they catch sight of him.
They did see him. Got the catch. Do they have vision?
He's just on the edge of that sentry on the high ground. And indeed, they don't. Fog, they don't. Well, indeed, that's certainly a tip you're throwing out there.
That's a pretty big deal. That's a coil used.
Whose fault is that? Who should have had the detection, Fog? Who's getting flamed?
I mean, you probably blame the core. I always say, right, not the supports.
True. You're like, you're looking at the cores. You're like, yeah, you got a slot free, bro. Where's your detection?
It happens, right? They had that sentry down. They saw him for a second. Whitemon will get caught.
He's back. He's looking for blood. He'll find it.
CMR, he did buy that shard, of course. He does love to have it for the double spears.
BZM
is in.
He certainly is. I mean, he's got the backup of Pure as well, so decent damage. Probably not enough to do anything about the Enchantress, but they're fine with that. They could turn for something bigger. They look towards Amar. Don't quite get the bushwhack set up. He's going to try for the TP out. Have they got the Mars? Solid big shot to do everything to take down the Mars.
Thundra is playing super well with the way they're reacting to the moves. Just very quick reactions to when Falcon is trying to get aggressive. They're bringing the squad. I love, especially now that Pure has the Manta, just getting involved.
Absolutely. Very impressive stuff, especially considering how shaky some of the elements of the laning stage was from Thundra.
I mean, their supports were literally level 5 in almost 14 minutes, right? It's a big deal that they were able to bring this game back to this position and now even claim the Tormentor. Pure is going to potentially get to these item timings that we don't really see Morphlings get to in a lot of these games.
Oh, absolutely. Looking impressive. And just overall, right, the Morph versus Gyro matchup, historically and still up to today, there's a lot of strengths that work in the Morph's favor when it comes to, to the later stages of the game.
For sure.
Dah,
That
ada
flash
si anjing.
damage can get pretty ridiculous. And also looking at things, I'm
Anjing, gua salah
always
Discord,
trying to
Cok.
factor this in too.
Cabut,
The Gyro
cabut,
at some
cabut,
point is
cabut,
going to
cabut.
always have to deal with that. Yes, it's only 1 point for now, but as
Lu nonton
the levels
RESTREAM ya?
build up, it can be a very annoying ability for
Thundra
a
lawan siapa,
damage
Cok?
hero like the Gyrocopter. While the Morphling,
Si Malrin, Malrin jauh, Cok,
at least
midnya
trip
nih.
him up in terms of how
Asli.
much damage he's going to be dealing. Maybe sometimes the Mars Arena is going to block the flax.
Dari TI
We could still,
kemarin kan,
factor
pakai
that in,
Sand King.
but we'll have to see.
And how much
Oh, wait, mana udah bisa
overall
main ya?
these timings from 33 going to mess with what
Kemarin
Falcons
kan
want to
dia
achieve in the
gara-gara
early to
Visa.
mid? You know, getting this blade
Visa,
right,
iya.
and now being able to work on towards the Crimson.
It's really good, this game. This could actually pretty much
Ini udah
prevent
2-1.
Falcons from making most of the aggressive moves in
iya,
this
2-1.
next couple minutes here, right? That
Kok tampilannya gini anjing, overlay ininya anjay. Baru nih di mata gua, Cok.
Thundra, they needed to
Gede.
slow the game down. They've
Kayak Mobile
definitely
Legends
been
lihat tuh
able to do
atasnya,
that
lihat tuh.
so far here.
Iya, gede.
Giving themselves a chance against Falcons, keeping the game very even right now.
Kayak mending ini gak sih, atasnya clear aja gak sih? Lebih nyamanan gitu
You can
anjing.
see the keen eye for the Bane, one of the most
Harus,
important
ya.
ones, getting that
Kayak
free
TI
cast
biasa
rate
aja.
is super nice.
Lalu hari nggak ada stream.
Falcons.
Rabu.
They'll wait at least until the BKB on Skeeter.
Minggu?
Before they'll try and get active again.
The last really
Minggu
aggressive move that
lagi
Falcons have been
kosong.
able to find, they found Whitemon twice and 1 Timbersaw. So Thundra's been able to find quite a hell of a whole lot in the last 10 minutes of comparison.
And I think it talked about that Timbersaw again in particular. If this game does end up being one where Thundra are able to take the win and push this to a game 5, I don't think the Timbersaw's getting through again, right?
Might just get banned. Maybe we will
Just the fact that 33 was able to recover after such a rough start in that lane and still be on track to have such impact, to be top 3 on the net worth.
Not even just the lane, they stole his Ancients too, right? They literally tried to
Bagus
shut him down as
banget
much
anjing.
as possible.
Langsung.
He's now got the items, he's got his core build.
Falcons, they've got their eyes on the mid.
Mantep banget Batman, cok. Ngeselipuknya anjing.
They're going to try and get the setup.
Is it enough damage?
Falling onto 33. Is it enough? They're bringing him low. They'll get the kill. Can they get out there? The feed strip. It's there in on towards the punch. Here comes into the follow-up run. They take him out. Skeeter's turned up to the fight. He'll be able to shoot down White Mom. But now
Wow. Gila Pure Jing. Bisa kayak gitu ya. Gila banget Pure. Kelas Pure. Si Emon cok tadi nangkep hooknya cok. Mantep banget nangkep hooknya tuh.
Atap juga bagus ini
It took so much for them. They had to throw literally everything onto 33. The build that he has, right? The pipe, the Vanguard. Look at how long it took.
Padahal belum top lane anjing bisa save gitu dia.
Actually, that Sonic Wave kind of whiffed a little bit there. But either way, they get the grip on the back line. They get multiple hero with that BZF Scream. And then isolating. I mean, what a catch there from that
apa si Morblingnya nge-copy book anjing bagus banget cok itu.
Indeed, it started to look a bit scary, but they just didn't quite have the follow-up damage.
And look at this.
And straight away, both of them able to slide out to their side, and indeed, Ari making sure that Pure and BZM knew that they could get back in there and continue the cleanup in their favor. Thundra.
That was gorgeous. Beautiful plays there from Thundra again. Up to a 3K lead.
I mean, this game, the emotions all over the place. It's back and forth, everything that you could hope for here in the grand finals. Both teams do their best to give it their all, but for now in this one, Thundra just giving it that little bit more here with the execution in these team fights.
They're in a very comfortable spot now with this Morph. I think he's got it done, right? The butterfly is coming out already. It's going to take such a long time for them to have a good answer now to deal with this Morph. Feels like Thundra they probably can look for any fight now at this point. Just have 33, walk up, soak the spells, and Pure is going to clean up.
Oh, he is. Falcons
looking like a pick off into potential.
Mati sih itu, anjing sampai di ulti cok, 2 ulti anjing ke Enchantress doang.
Snaking on the edge, not necessarily the easiest target, but indeed with the break and the burst,
Gak kena lagi breaknya.
He's a bit of a loose turn. They'll still get him. Takes a lot, but they do get him, and indeed that should be enough for them to set up a walk in a roach and take it.
He cut the tree, right? He did cut the bushwhack tree, so the.
Morphine ngebug anjing, pusing banget.
They have to use the grip, but it does give them the space to get this Roche Cure. We'll be able to finish it off.
Yeah, Falcons not able to put together a team fight, even with just the one support being taken out. Thundra.
And the next item, it's going to take some time for Falcons. They'll have BKB on Skitter, but I'm seeing Amar. He's debating if he does want to even go for it still. He's queuing up the Hex because he is playing versus a Quap and a Morphling, so it is a very valued game for him.
Coming onto White Mom. Still able to get a quick support pick themselves. Yeah, those auras continue to add up. The Crimson Guard now done for 33. We saw just say how tough it was for them to even get the chance to take him out in their last fight. This time round, not only him, but his teammates around him. Not going to be easy for Falcons to kill off in these moments.
Expanding Reaper, expanding.
He had the 1 point in Enfeeble earlier, but now he started to rack up these points, prioritizing those extra ones. So Crimson block plus Enfeeble versus a Gyro can be very, very disruptive because he's only really going to have, at least for now, one way to dispel
langsung parasma dia.
Falcons. We'll see how much they sort of make the call to really slow things down now, maybe. Maybe there's a chance the Skeeter's saying, you know what, I'm a Gyro. We want to try and carry this now in the later stages. Sure, they've got a Morphling, but you let me get 6 slotted, I'm going to be able to have this one in the bag.
Yeah, maybe just look for these little pick-off and catches with the lasso, with the Mars. They were trying to look for Whitemon there, but he was quick enough to back away.
Ya, broadcast sudah bilang, udah lu menang lah, buru Falcon anjing.
And turn to get the lasso here onto Whitemon, so they'll start the fight by taking out the
Tapi masih ada Aegis sih. Itu baterai itu kill dulu nggak sih? Anjay, di dodge cowok ulti. Oh kena masih di passive anjing nggak masih. Ini bayangin nih Morphlingnya nge-copy Giro cok pas perang gede. Terus dia flag cannon anjing itu sakit banget.
making it impossible for them to go on him and making sure that he has all the means to get on top of them. And he's going to have even more of that once he has the Blink Dagger. Right? I feel like he's just turned up and said, I want to be the one.
I think that's why I'm seeing Amar hold the gold. I think that's why he's probably prioritizing to look for that Hex instead of going for BKB. It's very risky to do this, but if it works, I think it's super high risk, super high reward.
Absolutely.
We'll see if he does go for it. Because if he just catches the Morph and a Hex, he will get 100-0 on these stuns. So this could be a really cool and pretty clever approach if he does full commit for it here. Right now, Thundra, you can feel their power, the way that they're playing. They do feel that much more powerful at the moment in terms of a 5v5 fight.
No, for sure. Even though the numbers are still very close, you can definitely feel and see that momentum's there a little bit more for Thundra with the way they've managed to climb back into this game after a rough start.
Like Falcons can still absolutely take pickoffs, right? But the overall 5v5 team fight for now, they might have to wait for a little bit more to come into play before they take that straight up fight. And maybe it is that Hex, right? Maybe it is just going to be that save for the Hex.
I think it should be. You know,
I think it actually is.
If Amar goes for this, this is it's a heads-up move. They need this. They need to be able to jump and 100-0 these big key targets such as Pure. Otherwise, Pure, it's just going to be too much of a nuisance in these team fights.
Agreed.
If you let him live.
Thinking we'll be able to walk over and at least take the shrine, but at the flip side, Pure will be able to get the opposing one. Maureen,
trying to get the Dream Call to get himself a free kill against Whitemon.
I mean, that's 7 kills they've been able to find onto Whitemon, just bullying him a little bit.
Sorry. There's going to be another support in trouble.
What the?
All right, well.
Oh, that happened.
Yeah, that did. Oh, all right. He's going to be quite happy with that one. And I mean, if he's going to miss his Spiz, he definitely needs the Hex Fog. They need that lockdown.
I knew you were going to say it.
He's very close to the money. I think he's going to go for it, Amar.
I really do think so, and it does.
It's going to make the difference.
It could be a gotcha, right? Like if you don't expect it to, but they might be clicking on him and expecting it, right? You're clicking on this Mara during. This guy has had phase blink shard for 10-15 minutes or so.
His game slowed down a lot, especially when you consider how much he was just dominating right in the lane in the early stages. Yeah, Amar's starting to fall behind this game.
Those couple of deaths that he did get caught down bottom in particular, we slowed him down a lot. Let's see if he is going to commit for it. Yes, he is. He pretty much has it done.
Okay, I mean, they've got to make some sort of big smoke play with this, right?
Are they going to see it too is the big thing. Do they have vision? The Watcher?
They'll see
see it. They're going to see the build.
Yeah, they're going to know that this is coming.
Yeah. So that's actually really important that they get the vision. I hope that someone pinged it out, one of the supports. I'm sure Whitemon did. It usually is very, very quick.
Because that would be pretty big. They need this sort of surprise reveal, but unlikely to get that now.
Well, the one thing they do always have too is, I was going to back this in, of course, too, is they do have the sleep save, right? So even if the Hex does come in, there can be the potential for Whitemon to get these saves.
But as you said,
it's hard versus Bloodsport.
Exactly right. It's the combo of the arena and the Hex. Exactly. If Amar's able to make that jump. Let's see if he can.
And Falcons, they're keeping up with this net worth. They're distributing their wealth in a Falcons manner, right? It's not just core heavy. You see these supports, they're getting quite a bit out of the map as well in comparison to Thundra, who Bane, of course, is falling off in terms of that gold.
Absolutely. Yeah. Falcons still very much ready to give this a close fight.
Absolutely. All grouped up a bottle. Shield rune. Crit, blink, and force staff at the ready. He's queued up the Ags as well.
You see this setup from Thundra, that they know that this is coming. I'm ready to enter the smoke on Crit.
Doesn't get the blink off.
Now he's in with the silence onto the two of them. Doesn't want to drop anything else, though.
They're waiting for the high ground. Amar waiting with the Hex. Thundra won't fall for it.
Yeah, everything is going to be on Amar's call to make the jump when he sees fit.
And if he's able to finish the BKB before it does come out, if he's able to get that off as well before the Hex comes off, can be all important.
Thundra will be able to set the map up in a way that will allow them to head over and look towards the Tormentor once again.
So Sonic Wave, why not?
Shard, it's going to go the way of Whitemon. Definitely sort of turning the tables in the way where we've seen many a game before where teams have been the ones trying to make moves against Falcons and they've not been able to get the catch. This time it's Falcons trying to make the moves and actually not being able to find these opportunities despite some of these massive item pickups. Thundra just staying a step ahead and making sure that they can continue to keep this game under control.
I'm seeing Snaking farming a lot, though. I'm getting a little worried because of how much this Enchantress's damage is going to be, too. Like, the Timbersaw, he's very tanky versus most damage, but not versus the pure damage. So I feel like that could be pretty strong. If Snaking's able to survive in the fights, he might dish out and be able to kill 33. Like, this Enchantress is not something to scoff at as the game progresses with the amount of farm that he's starting to get. He's the same level as most of the cores.
All right, well, we'll see if that's sort of in mind for Thundra. Maybe now they themselves are going to look to get out and get aggressive. They've just got the BKB done on Pure, so...
That's 3 couriers Amar's been able to find.
That really was.
It's actually a lot of gold.
I don't think they didn't have any sort of crucial items on it, at least I don't think, but as you say, still good money here for Falcons to pick up.
That means 1,500 gold, right?
Rip. Gonna be able to force pretty far away here from the 2 of them. Goes for the TP out. They'll be able to avoid the move there from Thundra.
Falcons, I mean, these 4 stabs doing work, getting them to be able to disengage, continue getting that farm until they feel comfortable to find that fight. So it is just still waiting for next big item. Satanic is done for Skitter, but maybe just wants the Davis before anything else.
I mean, I think at that point, he's going to be very ready to turn up to the fight. Skitter doing his best here to keep up with the farm of Pure.
Yeah, I'm watching Snag. Snag has queued up a Hex as well. He's getting a lot of farm on this Enchantress.
And it's just going to be interesting to see what sort of decisions Pure makes in the team fights down the line. Like, is he going to opt to sort of go for the morph on the puck so he has that extra bit of control to use against heroes like the puck? Or will he look to prioritize now Skeeter so that he can play to have that overwhelming split damage across the team to match the gyro?
I want to say just prioritizing the puck, to be honest with you, because he's playing into the Mars, so if the arena comes down, the flak's not going to be nearly as efficient, and then it gives him 2 different ways, or multiple different ways to play in and out of arena too, right? He's got BKB, he'll have waveform, he'll have the puck orb too, so yeah, we'll see which one he does prioritize massively. It all depends on the situation of the fight, which one he to team, what does he need? Does he need a silence? Does he need more damage? See, Ari also, he's following suit. He's queuing up a Hex himself since he's playing versus a puck. All these instant disables are going to be incredibly valuable. Crit very close to an Aghanim's, so the double lasso also potential is going to be on the table. It's a lot of double catches that can come from Falcons with the spear plus that double lasso.
Yeah, I guess if that Hex does come out, in terms of saves, on Falcon's side, it's pretty much going to be what's solely down to the 4 stars to just try and get whoever gets caught by the Hex out of there.
Yeah, it's
to a
4
safe
snaps,
distance.
and then just itemization, right? Like once they get their Lincolns, because we're definitely going to see that. Also starting to come up multiple different Lincolns. I believe Malrine, he has his finished. Both teams playing very cautious. BZM able to find an Arcane. This is a pretty damn good rune. Very close to Shiva's though, so might wait for that before they look for the fight.
Yeah, and there's that timing. Line here for Crit.
Both teams content with hitting the creeps. The gold lead has pretty much stayed stagnant between that 1 and 2K for quite some time.
There we go. See if they want to go for that sort of smoke play around the Aghanims.
It is 2 big timings, right? It's the Lincoln that was picked up for Malrine, plus that, I guess, and the Hex that they had picked up from before. Skeeter about to have Daedalus. Yeah, they're going to smoke. They're going to look for a catch.
All right, well, we saw the earlier attempt from Falcons to come in hard with the item reveal of the Hex on Amar. Not work out too strong. Look if this one works out any better.
Look at Thundra. Look at Whitemon and BZM right now. So they're kind of trying to read the move that's coming in. Whitemon is just sitting behind BZM, ready to go for the sleep save potential if he does get caught. They're aware of this move.
And he looks to be another smoke attempt from Falcons that won't result in a catch.
Roshan, the next point of contention.
I mean, that's good. That's going to be the very hot part of the map.
Yeah. It's up. It's going top. Shiva's done for Quap.
Yeah.
Daedalus done for Gyro. This next fight could be the all-big decider.
It really could. The team fight around the Roshan very likely to get pretty messy. I mean, to the point where, I mean, how are we doing on the buybacks? Not really too many available on either side. So in terms of the second lives being able to get over to the Roche fight, it's not too great the potential. Thundra on the way out. Falcons on the high ground. BZM's going to look for the jump forward. He's going to find Amar. The double lasso is there.
Down 2.
That's Whitemon out of the fight. He does have buyback available if he wants to try and get back over. BZM to the side, no burst for Amar with the Sonic Wave. BZM, he continues to jump in aggressively and pops the BKB. Skinner's trying to turn towards BZM, but BZM's able to blink back out to safety.
Amar buyback. They immediately disengage when they see that. Falcons might have to try to force something here, either force a Roche or force an attempted fight with that buyback.
We'll see, because Thundra will certainly take that trade, killing off Amar, forcing him to make the decision to buy back into this.
Yeah.
Only losing Whitemon themselves.
How many BKBs? It was just BZMs that Thundra used, right? Yeah, okay. So Pure still has his available, and he has a full Satanic also for the fight. So Falcons maybe wants to try to force link something, but it's very difficult for them to do so. That buyback from Amar is really going to hurt him.
Of course, both teams not happy to leave this Roshan area.
Gotta point out some of these neutrals that we do see getting picked up, some pretty devastating ones. Pyrrhic Cloak on the Timbersaw versus that Gyrocopter in particular. Same thing for Skitter having his own.
Could be pretty huge, especially if sort of Pure finds himself in a situation where he wants to fully commit on Skeeter. Skeeter could look for the turnaround potential.
Yep.
With that cloak.
And Pyrrhic Cloak is just... It's such a sad item to play against when you're a support. If you don't have a Dispel, they just throw the Pyrrhic Cloak on you and Chorus it. Your teammates kill you. Your teammates literally kill you half the time, so they have to keep tabs of that. Make sure they don't kill up on the supports if they do get Pyrrhic.
ZM looking towards Maureen. Maureen, Skeeter safely at his side.
Force the roar, Pure. Starting that rush. The ward is in the river.
Just trying to bait some sort of misstep from Falcons. Falcons aren't falling for it.
It looks like they're going to smoke again. Bat has Lasso. Eyes if he can get the double Lasso. He does get the Magnifying Monocle as well, too, so they have this cast range.
Now both teams finding the opportunity to split up again. A little bit more so for Thundra as they can relax a little bit. They've got Ari working on the creeps down bottom. Pure able to clean up those side camps.
Is Skitter going to do the disassemble play? It looks like he is. So he's going to disassemble his Daedalus, use the Demon Edge to make the MKB. Not going to do the Rapier just yet because he's playing versus that Butterfly or Morph, but he is going to at least have that MKB, that True Strike that's going to help him quite a lot versus Pure. And of course, you know, that little bit of extra magical damage versus the armor. Nice. Lasso
is there.
They have the catch follow-up.
They've got the follow-up. There's the Hex from Amar into the spear. They lock down BZM. They've got him. Pure and 33 though. They're going to try and push on forward. Pure trying to take down Skeeter. He'll commit it with the BKB, but now with Pure's BKB coming to an end, he'll back off. Jump forward with the Dream Call on towards 33. The arena down as well. They'll trap the Timbersaw, get the double kill. Secure for Skeeter.
They do not have buybacks, the two of them. 70 seconds, that's AORUS. Falcons finding the perfect catch there.
I mean,
Dream and chain stun.
Thundra still hovering around with the three of them, but making a play 3 into 5, it's not going to be easy.
And you can see there, Snaking's damage was definitely starting to rack up a bit there also versus that Timbersaw. I think it's very difficult for them to contest this. Maybe they can look for a steal, but with these two dead, don't think that they can fully contest the Falcons. He had just picked up the MKB too to be able to stand his ground versus Pure, you can see. And now he's going to actually have the Daedalus right after that fight as well too, Falcons.
I'm very much saying, you know, with the amount of lockdown that they've been able to build up, Falcons, there just isn't a lot of ways for Thundra to bail anyone out, especially if that sort of jump comes in from Crit and he's able to drag them that far away from the rest of the team. The space is there. Falcons have got the Aegis on Skeeter.
Oh, and no one's queuing up Lincolns either on the side of Thundra. So they're going to be susceptible to that Lasso or the Hex every single time at this point. So that could be pretty dangerous that they haven't gone down that route. I see BZM, he's queuing up the Aghanim. Maybe he does pivot a little bit here, since he did just get fully chain stunned, but we shall see. Snaking, he's got a Hex now too, so I think they might need to have at least something as Snake.
They're going to try and go for him. They've got the Fiend's Grip with the Sharpshooter, they'll get him.
Nice catch.
Clean
That's
kill
actually
here.
a huge kill.
And Thundra able to make moves despite Falcons being the one with the Aegis. They seize the opportunity to quickly take Snaking down.
Finally bring down that pesky Enchantress. 60 seconds. See if they can get more out of it. Going to swing over. Ari, he does have the Hex. So if they do see somebody, they could catch them.
Yeah, there certainly could be an opportunity here.
Not easy versus Maureen though, right? Because he does have the Lincoln Sphere, so there is always going to be that stop.
Maybe the least able to put some damage onto the tier 2 down bottom.
Should be able to bring it down. Ag's done for Maureen. So his damage is continuing to grow. He's looking for that late game timing, that 25, of course, with the Dream Call pierces immunity plus that Ags. Be very useful. Now his targets allow pretty much all his cores to actually hit the targets because, you know, those BKBs can be problematic, but it does seem like a timing that Falcons is looking for. Amar has gotten his BKB now too. He's having to be a bit more of the sacrifice this game.
He is.
But Snay, he's definitely building up that damage that makes it worth it.
And it's sort of a humble sort of move from Amar. It's definitely
A rare
paid
one.
on. Yeah,
A rare one.
He's realized what he needs to do this game with the sort of limited resources that he's used to having otherwise from his offlane performance. And definitely so far as we're seeing the Hex into BKB in that order, definitely the right move. Just having that moment earlier, having that extra bit of lockdown to ensure they could kill BZM off. He's having to play a bit different this game, Amar, but it's definitely working out for him.
This next fight could be pretty huge. Let's see if they can get the catch. I mean, a Lasso or a double spear. Skeeter has hit level 25, so he's got that flak constantly up. Torment does get brought down. Amar.
Still a bit spooky to push into. They get the opening with the Lasso. Have they got the damage to deal with it? Push back into the Hex Spear as well, and indeed, as you say, we're snaking, pumping out the damage. 33, he's gone.
75 seconds, they can continue to put some pressure, at least get potential, maybe at least a tier 2 or maybe 2 of the tier 2s out of that.
And overall, if you're Thundra at this point, are you just completely avoiding these sort of fights whilst the Aegis is online for Falcons?
Probably. It's just Falcons isn't really giving... It's not even like these straight-up team fights, right? Falcons is just finding these pickoffs now because of this far catch that they have with the bat plus the Mars. But I guess with the Aegis, yeah, you probably just want to wait. Still 2 minutes, though. Falcons might be able to at least poke a little. See if they want to.
Skitter's going to be feeling pretty strong here.
At least just a poke and force a reaction, perhaps.
Let's see if they get it. I mean, still 30 seconds or so until 33's back in action.
Banner is down, so it's going to force a response here from Thundra.
Second Pure. Going for quite a decent trade here.
He's caught himself, Pure.
The arena's there, into the spear. The catch. Beautifully executed. I mean, Amar's so ready to make these moves. They'll get White on as well.
Oh, man. They fell for it. It was a bit of a bluff there from Skeeter, right? Poking the high ground, kind of telling them, hey, my team's behind me, but they set up on the bottom side quickly. Amar and Crit, they find Pure. Whitemon couldn't get that sleep save. I mean, it's pretty impossible versus the Bloodsport, to be fair.
Yeah, very, very quick moves on the defensive.
Yeah,
that
there it is.
Huge kill.
He buys the
here we
rapier.
go.
He's feeling the strength, Skeeter.
He's ready to try and close this game up in style. Still, Thundra very much are going to have the chance to have a say about this.
This is exciting.
But still, yeah, Skeeter, one more team fight victory under his wings, and he might just be able to walk away with a trophy.
Also, they may have seen that Pure had spent the gold, so they might be expecting that he doesn't have buyback. They can get quite a bit out of this push.
50 seconds.
He's going for
He's poking here towards the victory, Skeeter.
There's no cliff, Owen. Oh, they used it.
Well, let's see what the rest of the 4 of them can do to try and hold this push off.
The double lasso.
And they're going to get the catch on both the supports. He goes down and buyback immediately. Jump on from BZM is going to be able to take down Snake with the Hex in there on BZM. The Dream Call as well. They're locking BZM down. They're taking Skeeter out the one. BZM can say he survived long enough to get out of this. He can. We'll get the blink out just in time. BZM will live, but Skeeter on the second life, he's ready to keep the push going. 10 seconds or so until the ball's back in the game. Instant Hex here onto 33. 33 tries to TP in. The arena locked down as well. The Nightmare it comes into play. It doesn't matter. 33's got. He's got the buyback.
And they get Skeeter.
Back in the game now. Pure. Can he bully and punish Falcons for this push? They've got to try and chase onward. Jump on from BZM. They take down Skeeter.
Pure's got the rapier.
Rapier in the neck. Skeeter losing it.
Wow. Oh my God.
The double dash to Nick against the triple. Falcons overstay their welcome, and Thundra, they defend the Ancient.
They couldn't disengage, and now Pure has been handed a rapier.
Boy.
Back the other way we go.
Yeah, they really went all in for that one, Falcons. They were close to being able to do so. They get the tier 4s. I say close. They didn't really do that much damage at all to the Ancient. Just the buybacks that were available from Thundra just being enough to sort of slow down the push, sort of stop the bleeding.
33 also with the initial first kill that he was able to do. Look at the damage that this Timbersaw did. The Pyrrhic Cloak, the Blade Mail, he's just sticking on top of Skeeter. Uh-oh, Skeeter, he does buy the Revenant's approach, but the push is coming. Pure with this rapier.
And he does have the money for buyback, Skeeter. And he's probably going to have to use it.
They're going tier 4s.
They're Falcons tier 4s. Pure, gonna try and close this game. I think that's Buyback immediately coming out from Crit and Skeeter. They'll look towards Pure. They get the Hex on towards him. Skeeter pushing forward. The Dream Call down. Homing missile as well, but he got so much HP shifted up in Pure. He's perfectly fine at 33. He just charges at them, pushing Falcons back. Look at the Skeeter. He'll get the BKB off to get back to the fountain. The lasso's there. You got any other way to push him there towards the fountain?
He's stunned up.
Homing missile stunned. They'll get him. But the buyback's available. 33's holding them in the base here with Ari. As the fortification comes to an end. Look at back up nation. They'll respect this though. They're back up. They look to Amar. Kills off Amar. But then you know the arena, the BKB Amar. Able to hold back Pure and survive for now. Jump forward from BZM wants to finish off the job. The BKB comes to an end of Amar. The daggers fly through. Amar's got him.
The Ancient.
He can turn back towards the Ancient. We're getting a game 5-4.
Oh my God.
Pure brings in the firepower to get the victory.
Holy shit. I mean, Skeeter takes a bit of a risk, goes for a rapier play to look to close the game out potentially versus Pure, but they buy time. He's able to respawn. The Timber, I mean, 33 doing, and it's, I don't even know how much, like 20-something thousand damage for Skeeter in that fight. This Timber might have to go, but my goodness. It looked like Falcons had it, and then a moment later, they just don't after that rapier goes to the head of Skeeter.
And understandably so, they see the chance that there's no buyback on the mob, and indeed there isn't. But the lives that Thundra did have available to throw at Falcons in that defense, they were enough. It didn't matter that the rapier was there on Skeeter. Even with that immense amount of damage, it was not enough to do enough before Pure's able to come back into the play, take the rapier into his own hands.
And the question is going to be, is it worth the risk of going for that rapier there, since they do end up giving it up? That's got to be a question for them.
What a way for Thundra to push this to a game 5. Wow. My goodness, insane. I cannot wait. What a grand finals this is stepping up to be, ladies and gentlemen. It's 2-2 now between Thundra and Falcons. We're getting a game 5, Singapore.
Woo! BZM, what a game, what a game. Congratulations on that game. A quick question, how are you feeling after that? Because that was mental.
You know the heart rate that goes like up and down, that's how I feel.
An absolute roller coaster, 100%. I have to ask you about a specific moment in the game. It was you and Pure in the river. You both got speared to a tree by the Mars. Tell me about that moment, because you guys turned it around crazy.
I mean, my morph was just screaming, I'm strong, I'm strong. And yeah, and I'm like, okay, I'll help you. And then we both got speared and survived on 1 HP. Yeah, he was strong.
It worked out, very well played. Good luck in the final game. Thank you.
Thank you, BZM and Shiver. Quick thought, his heart rate was doing this. I feel like that was going through the audience as well. Everyone not really knowing how this game was going to go, because the early game, all Falcons, that rapier going for throne. I don't even know if you had to make that pressured play right there, Quinn.
Yeah, it's extremely unlike Falcons, really. I'm shocked that they choose to go for throne like that. Falcons is all about playing it safe, building the gold lead. To buy a rapier when you don't need to, whenever the enemy is, I don't know, they have buybacks to throw at you, is like extremely uncharacteristic. And I wonder if the pressure got to them in a rare moment of Falcons sort of just making a massive blunder, honestly.
I mean, this entire game felt like it was a little bit uncharacteristic to Falcons. We're going to look at some replays later about some of the early game and some of the choices they made to enable Thundra to feel like they had this mid game. But what an ending to a game. That's all you want in an arena. All you want in a grand finals is that back and forth. I don't care that Falcons made a weird blunder for the Ancient. They bring the hype, they bring the intensity in Thundra, they capitalize on it. And yeah, what an ending. And the crowd was just beautiful at the end as well.
Yeah, I mean, everyone getting on their feet there with what happened. I don't think the rapier choice was necessarily bad, Misery, but it's more of that choice of going for the throne, being like, yes, we can do this in that 12-second window.
Yeah. That guy's popping up every time, by the way. That one guy, I keep seeing him. He's loving life.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it felt like they were not necessarily doing it decisively either. It was like, okay, I'm going to rapier. It's like, are we going throne? I'm not really sure. It felt like it wasn't really decided whether or not they were going for it. I thought they might just buy the rapier, get through Rexus, control the map like Falcons do, get a bunch of items, and then play it slow, right? But no, they just went straight for the throne. 1 minute on the edges. Like, very risky move, unlike Falcons, like you said. Maybe, I mean, maybe all the criticism Falcons are getting for playing too slow, for playing boring Dota, it got to them a little bit. I don't know.
They're here for the entertainment. You know, Ma, yesterday, he said he wanted to come up against Thundra, crush some dreams. What better dreams to crush than giving them hope in a game number 5? I mean, this could really go either way, T, because the early game looking so good for Falcons, and then it's just, we're going to keep using this word, uncharacteristic. This laning phase was just so good they could have run away with the game.
They could have, but also there was like some big turnaround moments, right? The fact that 33 on the Timber Saw after such a hard lane, he goes for the Blade Mail, he punishes a couple moves, and then we also have have moves where like Falcons are going for the Twin Gate and they're just dying, they're not as 5. A lot of the hype that Falcons have brought throughout this tournament is the 4, the 5-man aggression, the sweeping plays that they make to break a tier 1 tower. In this game, you would rewatch the early game, it's 2, 3, they're not there as 4 or 5. They're making so many blunders that we haven't seen. So that's why this game was so competitive. Like, if you said that this game was game 1 or 2, I don't think they make these mistakes. I think this is a clean victory for them. The fact it's happening in game 4 is because of, the length of the grand finals, the intensity as it reaches, and yeah, they just made many mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is honestly, these are a pivotal few moments. You can see Aui's been talking for quite some time now, and they really, I think it's very easy to get flustered when you lose a game like this. It very much feels like, I'm so stupid. Why did we just go to the base? Why didn't we just chill, you know? Like, it's obvious we should have done this. And so to calm down for that, you see Aoi talking for a while there, you know, telling them, hey, we need to focus on this for next game. It's fine. We did good things, you know, reassuring, reinstilling that confidence, because they should be confident, right? They were doing amazing in the early game.
100%.
And I think, you know, using these minutes well and not being too down on yourself, accepting, okay, it happened, it sucks, it's stupid, but life goes on and we need to play that next game.
I was going to say, it's a game 4. There is still a game 5. This isn't despair by any means. Just like, yep, entertainment, boys, let's look at this. And whilst we talk about, yeah, there were these mistakes from the side of Falcons, you also have to praise Thundra so much for being active early, for seeing what potentially could happen and come out from Falcons and going, they're going to contest this 14-minute Wisdom Rune. We're going to have to bring numbers. Pure as a Morphling, getting active that early on. I mean, who is going to have the confidence to do that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you got to praise Thundra. No doubt, they were level 4 and 5, I think, on the support by 14 minutes. You know, it looked like an impossible game. It looked like just another classic Falcon win, but here we have it. This 14-minute, we need this guy. They bring all the numbers. Sneaking maybe a little bit over eager here, ends up, I think, overestimating his tank ability. You know, this goes into this feed right here as well, and then the gyrocopter comes and gives him another kill, right? And suddenly, you know, you give it all the XP away, and all the lead you had is now gone. That being said, though, we talk a lot about the Falcons' mistakes, right? I also think that they kind of clawed their way back into this game.
That's true too.
Right? They got the Aegis on gyrocopter, then they made the questionable move to buy the rapier, but they played super well from the position they were in. Actually, they were just like normal Falcons again. So basically, you have 2 big blunders by Falcons in this game. These moves that we just saw now, and then the last throw-in attempt, right? But apart from that, they played beautifully this game.
No, I think the mid game was incredible. You know, they were down 3-4K with Heroes. Very bad game matchups. Morphling incredibly good against Jar. One of the best carry-to-carry matchups against Gyrocopter. They have Timbersaw, Broken Hero, Queen of Pain in a very good Queen of Pain game. Like, there's a lot of things going in Tundra's favor. And like you said, Falcons slowly pulling it back. Pick off after pick off. Good skirmish. Excellent fighting. Like, you know, great spell casting. And then just one mistake at the end. Sometimes it's, you know, one of the cruel things about Dota is it only takes one silly mistake and suddenly the game's over and you're like, man, that was dumb. Like, what are we doing?
That's the coin flip that we always talk about, though, is if it pays off, it is the most magical moment. Everyone is praising this clutch decision. At the end of the day, it could go either way, T. But yeah, there were amazing early games. Yes, a small blunder. An amazing mid game to pull it back when the odds are stacked against you. It still is a lot to take away, and losses is where you learn the most.
I mean, there's so many things to talk about this game. Like, I mean, we could even still just stand here and continue praising Thundra for a little bit. We've been very critical on Falcons. We expected them to maybe be a bit better in that game. But for Thundra as well, like 33 Timbersaw, that's going to get banned. Let's not even bother talking about that one. And then, of course, Ari on his Hoodwink, right? We're talking about, you know, interview questions about the Morph and the Queen of Pain living. I mean, there's a 3-man bushwhack. How many times do you see multi-hero bushwhacks on Ari keeping the clutch moments alive? Pure on the Morphling. How often do you see him take over the puck that many times and consistently basically be a puck on the Radiant team? Like, he was doing so much. Like, again, everyone was playing so well. There was so much pressure. We saw individual mistakes, but I think a good sign is Falcons aren't this like untouchable, ethereal team where they're going to just cruise through everything. It kind of felt like that could be the trajectory for them, but again, we are going to see some more replays, and yeah, this is going to be the bushwhack. But
this bushwhack is insane. Look at the range on that.
But then again, like, they also pinged out the regen rune. BZM got the regen rune, so he's able to blink up to the high ground, utilize that. Ari comes in with a 3-man bushwhack. A little bit of luck with the regen, a little bit of skill with the bushwhack. It's, you know, the whole game, so many beautiful moments where every single player stepped up, because one team wants to survive the grand finals, the other team wanted to lock in and secure their, you know, another trophy in the cabinet.
And Bushwhack is such an incredibly clutch spell actually in these type of moments, because it's so difficult to throw out the stun first and the tree and then also hit the spot. And you need, I don't know, it's such a difficult spell to land these situations. So that was insanely clutch by Ari there.
No, I mean, it's just these moments, like BZM said, your heart is racing, and sometimes you're not making the clearest decisions. I don't know, you're just caught up in the moment, and you go a little too far and you get some kill, and then you're like, oh shoot, whoops, and then you're run down, and then you're dead, and then the game snowballs out of control. I think what you said about Falcons not bringing the stamina numbers and bringing 2 or 3 instead of 5, I think you saw the opposite from Thundra. They were bringing the numbers. They were in that spot of desperation where they're behind, and they're not afraid to bring 5 heroes. And I think that for me, that's been the trend and the theme of the grand final. It's a team that's bringing the aggression, bringing the numbers, and not afraid to bring 4 or 5 and make sure that they win these exchanges. They're the ones who are coming out on top.
Look, as our most recent retired pro Quinn now on the panel, being in a grand final, being in a game 5, being in any game really, let's be honest here, how do you just keep that heart rate normal. We level it out a little bit because BZM's going to have to reset. I'm sure a lot of players on the side of Falcons are going to have to do that too.
I think genuinely you just need to focus on yourself, not worry too much about the big picture. I think don't get sucked too much into drafting or what did we do wrong or this or that, and just sort of zone and remember that, hey, I'm just one player out of 5 on this team. The drafting may not be my job or it's a team job. I'm going to do my part. I'm going to lane well.
I thought you were going to stop blaming other people.
Well, that's, maybe some people do that, but I would, if we're talking about good tactics, I would not personally advise for that.
That's how you lose finals.
I've done plenty of that too. The losing, not the playing.
Okay, all right.
One thing is that Falcons need to recover from that loss. Another thing is Thundra needs to make sure that they are not overly eager and overly excited from this game. I think Moon's role now is to make sure that people are ready to play Game 5 from a completely new best of 1, you could even say, right? Like, you saw them walking around smiling a bit and being a bit happy and stuff. It was a crazy ending and everything, but they need to be able to reset again because that game was under normal circumstances. Falcons would just run over Thundra there and claim the victory, right? So they shouldn't take this too easily.
Yeah, you can't rely on that magic again, having those moments, because that door up T is not going to be open for you in the same way, whether that's draft or gameplay.
Yeah, of course, and I think, critically, we joked about it, but, Timbersaw has been the hero for both of Tundra's wins. Is Aoi really going to allow it? Is Amar, maybe the button clicker, really going to allow a Timbersaw on the side of Thundra going into a Game 5? Like, after the first loss to the hero, there was some good reason to maybe ban it out. Of course, in the second game, Falcons easily could have won this, so maybe that isn't a conclusion they come to, but at least from, a viewer perspective, 2 games, 2 wins, 2 Timbersaws.
I mean, I also think it's unlikely we're going to see it again. That being said, though, that last game, it depends how you look at it, right? You can have 2 approaches. We're going to try something different and ban out Timbersaw, or we're going to say, we actually had that game, we shut Timbersaw down, he couldn't do anything, we had a 4K lead at 14 minutes, we had the right approach. We could do that again.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of options, a lot of ways the draft can go. For me, I think for both teams, it's very important that Falcons, they're not too emo after that loss, that they're able to bring it back up to a normal level. And for Thundra, like you said, that they're not too peppy, too hyped. Ooh, we're so good, we came back. Like, no, you have to bring it back down to earth level because you're playing another game, there's another draft, like you're starting from ground zero, and I think both teams need to remember that. Like you can see Ari, he's still feeling good, he's got the endorphins running, and I think while that can be a good thing, it helps some people play. I think it's also a trap sometimes to, after you win a game, to feel too good about yourself and to lose a little bit of focus on your own precise gameplay.
I mean, it also helps as well, I think, with Pure specifically, because after the Game 3 draft, right, he's calling for his lone druid, he's getting this game, and then you get absolutely stomped. For as a player to then have the same pick position in the next draft, to then get the Morphling, to be able to have such a stand-up performance, I think it's going to help carry some momentum going into that 5th game, right? Because you went from the lowest of lows to the highest of highs between Game 3 and Game 4.
I mean, that is still the fun and the beauty of this, is that we get a whole new draft. We have a potential for a new pure hero. What, he's gone from the Ursa, the Faceless Void, the Lone Druid that you just talked about there, T, now going on a Morph. This man is picking out heroes carry players have forgot even exist in this game. Heroes that maybe aren't working out, but yeah, you got to have a wide understanding of what can be picked up for pure, what can be played, and what should be banned out.
No, I think the creativity is great. I think it's super fun to see and it's very exciting. I think Pure, that's one of the reasons why he's a fun player to watch, is because he is someone who will pick, very specific random stuff that other carry players won't do. He plays Moir to carry from time to time and just whips out random stuff. I think that's exciting and fun, and one of the things that makes him a very cool and exciting player to have in the game.
Agree. I can't wait for the Game 5. I mean, whether you're rooting for Falcons or for Thundra, I'm kind of, I don't have a favorite per se, but I'm just happy that we gave a Game 5, because yeah, it would be a bit sad for me if Falcons just win again, and it was in that fashion and we don't get a Game 5. I'd like it to be close.
No one likes a team that wins everything the entire year.
Isn't that what they say? The fastest way to be hated on is to get to the top?
I've not heard the saying, but it sounds true.
I might have just made it up. Either way, I feel like it was a pretty good one. But a draft for Game 5, do you feel like this has been a normal new meta developing as a grand final, as a best of 5 develops, or has it actually been pretty stable throughout?
I think there's a meta, but I think Game 5, I don't think you can rely on that meta that's developed. I think it's kind of all up in the air at this point.
Yeah, all up in the air. Anything else you guys want to add on to this one? Because it's a Game 5 in Singapore, out on a land, in front of a crowd like this.
I mean, this is where you need to clutch up. This is where separate from the mice from the men, and who's gonna are you gonna focus up? Are you gonna play good Dota? Are you gonna focus on you, or are you gonna get clammy and sweaty and feed like a pot? We'll find out.
We definitely will find out. This game number 5 for our grand finals will be happening very soon, so don't go too far.
Today we will be doing a blind ranking of best TI players. Collapse. I feel like the recent TIs have got to be favoured because overall the game's just got harder. Collapse he's got to be in the top half.
I agree. Top 3, top 4?
I'm down to put him 3.
Okay, let's put him 3.
Let's pop it in 3. Collapse in 3. Bulldog. I mean, back when they won, his play style was. He was pretty good back then, right?
He was pretty good back then.
I think 5, 6. What do you think?
Maybe 6.
So, okay, let's put it 7. 7. Let's go 7. You're right. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. I don't know. I mean, it's got to be top. I feel it's got to be top 5 again.
Yeah, but is he better or worse than Collapse?
I think I would put Collapse higher, so maybe 4 for Anna.
Yeah, maybe 4.
Okay, Pup in his prime. This is really hard. Like, how do you put all these players relative to one another? It's just so many different areas.
But now we're gonna put him on like 8, and that's worse than Bulldog.
Yeah. But then we've already done 3. We've already done. No, 5's still available, right? Because we've done 3, 4, and 7.
So 5 or 6?
I mean, we're even putting him 6 or 8.
I think 8.
Okay, we're putting Puppy down at 8 then. Sorry, Puppy. Skeeter?
I think we can put Skeeter in top 2. I think that's fair.
I mean, he is very good.
Yeah.
I think I definitely think some aspects of the community still underrate him.
He won twice, right? For 2 different teams as well.
Yeah, like.
And he's still going strong.
Yeah? You were number 1 or you want a number 2?
I don't know. I'm just thinking, like, what player would actually trump that?
Yeah.
We can do 2 and then leave the.
Yeah, we will. Just to leave the.
Leave some room.
And then we get something funny because we might have to put someone awkward up there number 1. It depends what else we've got to go. So let's put him in number 2. Matumba Man. I don't think we can't give him the number 1, right? We've got to hold the number 1 off. I don't know. Does he have to tank a 9 or a 10?
Maybe Matu he's a kind soul.
He'll forgive us. If he's watching, he'd probably be like, yeah, put me 9. Should we give him the 10?
He's such a good lad. We'll put him on 10.
Yeah, exactly. He's such an understanding guy. He won't mind. So we're gonna have to put Matumba Man at number 10.
This is a good logic. I like.
He won't mind.
Faith Beyond.
I think a 5 or a 6 is good for Faith Beyond.
You choose.
We'll put him in at the 6, just in case there's someone else we need to get in the top 5. I think 6 for Faith Beyond. Yeah. Samael? I think that 5's looking kind of good for Samael.
Yeah.
Yeah, turns up, super young guy, smashes the competition.
Is he the youngest TI winner?
I think he was, right? Youngest TI winner. So I think, yeah, Samael, put him in the middle of the pack at number 5. Yeah.
PPD.
I mean, someone's got to take the 10. And I feel PPD, he's also into that kind of self-deprecating humor. He won't mind it. Oh no, we already gave away the 10, didn't we? So it would be a 9.
I won't mind.
Jerax.
Yeah, that's fine. There you go. Yeah, Jerax, he can be our number 1. And again, I think out of all of them, Matumba Man might have got screwed a little bit, but he'll have a laugh about it, I'm sure. We love you, Matumba Man.
Falcons versus Thundra, Game 5. Everything that's been happening from games 1, 2, 3, and 4, it doesn't matter anymore. I mean, obviously for them it does, but you know, the intensity of the draft, what hero are they going to give critically? Timbersaw, is it going to go through? Is Falcons going to choke up after that Game 4 ancient, shenanigans and rapiers? Whew, so many questions.
I mean, if this was a tournament for Thundra to win, it might be this one. They got the first pick in the Game 5, right? But that's pretty important. I think that is the preferred side, I imagine, for these guys.
It's massive. It's absolutely massive. First pick has won every game so far, right?
Yeah.
And so Thundra getting that, I think they feel pretty good. Falcons, I have to imagine they adapt with these bans. They did Shadow Demon Bounty Hunter last time. I would be floored if they didn't ban Timbersaw, to be honest.
So you're trading the Bounty or the Shadow Demon? I'm assuming probably the Shadow Demon out of the 2?
I would think so. The thing is, if you ban Timbersaw and leave Axe, they'll first pick Axe, I think.
Yeah, so you gotta ban both or nothing.
Yes, I think it's both or neither.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I also think Thundra, the thing is, if you leave Timbersaw, I think they will adjust and they will ban Gyrocopter instead of Ursa this time.
Yeah. I think so too.
So we'll have to see what they want to do. But okay, they're running it back. Take the Timbersaw, I think, is what they're gonna do.
Yeah, I mean, you could also play against the Axe. It's just that's kind of new development that you haven't played against the Axe yet, and it's kind of an uncharted territory, right? That is a bit weird.
You can see on Ari's face as well, like he's are they giving us the Timber? Like, I feel like Tundra's just, they're gonna enter the draft with so much confidence.
I wouldn't be too surprised if they just tried to run it back, because they were so dominant last game. They just made the mistakes, right? That led to their loss. I think
Yeah.
It seemed like Falcons should be confident enough to run it back and just, you know, beat them.
They did it.
They do it.
They ran it back. Okay, so now is it the Ursa ban or is it the gyro ban? Because I think oftentimes what happens when you run it back is the other team should also not run it back. Like if they
A slight adjustment, yeah.
Yes, like there should be a tweak, a little tweak. Because I think picking Timbersaw again, that's going to happen, right? But I think this ban, they should at least think about it. Don't just insta-snap the Ursa ban again. Which they are. They're running some reserve time.
I would also think that Gyro would be worse than Ursa, personally. I think Timbersaw has some plays against the Ursa in lane. Like, you can just...
Wow.
Okay, they just do it.
Interesting. All right, you have to imagine the Timber's coming, and then I would probably think Gyro in response again.
Is there ever a world where they take... Okay, no, don't worry. They just do go for the Timbersaw, so they don't care. They are just straight running it back.
And Gyrocopter.
There's Gyrocopter.
Okay.
I was going to suggest, is there ever a world where like they take the Gyrocopter? Because then, you know, you take the counter matchup, you ban the Ursa already. But again, they don't really care about that logic at all. We do
So
enter
last
the next
time
phase.
here we had Pangolier and Doom.
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
And then
Thundra.
Falcons banned Invoker.
Yeah.
I think
All those
honestly,
bans are
pretty
good.
likely that those bans are going to happen again, honestly.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think those bans with starting out with the Pango, I think makes a lot of sense. It'll be interesting to see where this deviates, where, you know, how long they keep it the same for, because I think it's very possible Falcons considers that Batrider again. Their safe lane went incredibly well. The Batrider honestly was kind of Giga owning this game.
Okay, but then after the Batrider pick, let's assume that's going to happen from Falcons. What's the pivot for Thundra? They picked Bane and Hoodwink. Is a support change going to be able to break, you know, the copy paste of Game 4?
I think Thundra ran into a little bit of an issue in mid game that they had not enough catch that allowed Falcons to split the map and farm a lot of and come back. And I think
it's the same draft.
I think that is where it might pivot, that they might consider actually picking more catch rather than picking both Bane and Hoodwink. Maybe a Disruptor. Is that something we can see? Not sure.
Let's focus up, guys. Has there ever been a Grand Finals Game 5 identical repeat draft of the Game 4?
No, I don't think that's
I don't think that's happened.
Yeah.
I don't think it will happen either. To be
No,
honest.
I don't think so either. But, you know, got to set the scene halfway through just in case.
Surely they have to change something, right?
I mean, to be honest, I think this is one of the beauties of Dota's drafting style. I think it's very cool, and the fact that you can just both sides can remain confident in what they did, and you run it back and you say, "We'll let the play do the talking." I think it's such a cool concept. They're just like, "Nah, you're wrong. Nah, you're wrong."
Again, to remind you, like if Falcons just don't make these weird twin gate plays bottom, you know, feed away the 14-minute wisdom as well. Like the game is so different.
No, absolutely. And you can see Thundra, they're thinking about it. You know, like you said, the support picks, are they going to go the same route? And so far, yes.
I mean, at this point, I think you are. Because what is Ari going to play that's not Hoodwink here, right? It's kind of his hero. The other two are either picked or banned. These are the three heroes he usually goes with.
Yeah, I mean, you can't do any lane pulling. It's bad is the thing, right? So you need to be a laning for. You're going to be a range for, right? I don't think your lane pulling is bad. Just sounds crazy. Like, I don't think you can do it.
Maybe they also consider actually swapping the supports. Like, we were surprised that Thundra just accepted the lane.
Perfect, guys. Good job. Keep it up. Great drafts, everybody. Great drafts.
We are so good at predicting the picks.
All that matters, 5 more picks to go. Come on,
if
copy
I'm honest,
paste.
I think they will take Mars again. It makes a lot of sense.
Throw in an edge
I
as well.
I don't think the Morphling response is that flawless. Like, I think the I still believe in Falcons draft last game more. So I think if you're Falcons, I think the Mars, he was owning, honestly.
Yeah,
he was owning so hard. Then he like got a little over aggressive, to be honest, and he fed some kills away. But until those feeds, he was giga owning this game.
And then after the Mars and Ench, right, then you obviously go for the then you go for the Queen of Pain. And with the Queen of Pain, you're then able to break. No, I think you should go Ench, right, surely, yeah.
Okay, maybe this pick they deviate, because I think
Quinn, live in the moment for a second, brother. Come on, Thundra. There's no more analysis. It's just Queen of Pain.
I have a question here. Is there a world where you pick Puck here instead of Quap?
I don't think so. I think honestly, this Puck hero has some damage issues, and I think it's specifically bad against Falcons. Because they're a team that's so good at building survivability and playing defensive and chill in fights, they'll have these glimmers and solars, and this poke damage is not enough because you can't out-poke Falcons. They're too restrained.
Oh my god. Guys, 2 more picks.
Okay.
Thundra Falcons, do not ruin it for anyone in this arena.
At this point,
they have to change something. Surely.
No, I would say at
you like
this
the ban?
point,
You like the ban?
lock in the
Lock it in?
last game,
Okay.
and let's go again.
To remind the viewers, of course, Thundra, they banned out the DK, the Nature's Prophet. The Falcons, they banned out Abba and Kez. Look at it. Lock in for the bans, guys. You know what's coming.
Is this a replay? Maybe it's actually they're actually a totally different draft and we have the wrong screen.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he didn't bait it. Oh no, that'd be so sad. Dragon Knight. Okay, there we go.
It checks out.
There's the abandon. Okay. Nature's Prophet.
For the meme.
For the meme. But imagine being the team that then drafts a different hero that breaks the spirit of the entire arena. So every fan wants this.
What was that last ban the last ban for Falcons?
It was Kez. It was Kez.
Kez and then Nature's Prophet.
Do you think you swap Kez for the Morphling?
They're considering that, I think.
And then Falcons become hated by the... Sorry, go on. Maybe, yeah, that's a good idea.
No,
there's the Kez.
They run it.
There it is. Okay, Thundra.
It's making our job fairly easy.
It's making it beautiful.
We're so good.
Yeah. All right.
Diladenin anjing sama Thundra juga anjing.
Pick the Morphling.
I'm trying to think if they pick the Morphling, will Falcons go Puck again, or will they like? Maybe there's another mid pick. Maybe they go for the Beastmaster.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was something that we were talking about beforehand, where against the Queen of Pain, the Puck is good for the core, the lockdown, the Beastmaster provides a little bit more of that tempo to rally around. Again, this was the analysis from Game 4. If you do want to rewind, we did analyze this draft, you know, a little bit better than this one, but it's not our fault. They are just copy pasting. And there's the Nature's Two more picks, sorry.
I mean, come on.
Morphling. Anjing beneran Morphling entot.
Oh my goodness.
Puk.
Don't ruin our dreams.
Puk.
When has this ever happened?
He's thinking, because I think part of him wants to pick Puck, and part of him wants to, like, he needs to reconsider. This is a crazy spot. I can't imagine the pressure that Falcons is feeling right now.
One more.
I have to think about, is this actually the right pick? Everyone's screaming. Everyone kind of wants him to pick Puck. He's almost getting guilt-tripped into it.
A little bit, but Falcons, if they do pick the Puck, they want to prove to us they made the mistakes. They should have won that game 4. Maureen.
This is I've never seen a situation like this. This is some crazy pressure on him.
I don't think this has ever happened.
This may affect his gameplay in game, unironically. This is
now
crazy.
There's pressure on him. Yeah, that's serious pressure on him to perform now. Yeah.
He's sitting up. They know the hero, a minute and 11 of reserve time.
That's unbelievable. That's so funny.
Identical draft in game 4, game 5. We know exactly what happened in the 4th game. The mistakes that Falcons made, the comebacks that Thundra made.
Oh my God, what a crazy draft.
I mean, this is what Dota's made of, to be honest. Two teams, both saying, we're better. Nah, we're better. Okay, yeah, fine. We had a draft. We clicked some buttons. There's no skill in clicking the buttons. Now they get to play the game and show who's really the boss.
Surely Thundra adopts the little bit from last game, from the lanes, right?
Yeah, let's take a couple steps back, all right? There's been a lot of hype. What were the problems for Thundra? It was the Timbersaw. He died a lot of lane. He had to go for Blade Mail. Falcons, will they get the same lane like you're mentioning? Will they be ready for that Blade Mail pickup to potentially pivot what was the comeback?
The supports as well for Thundra had so bad games, right? Yeah. Ari had no purpose top, Bane had no purpose bottom. Had they swapped the supports around, I do believe that it would have been better for both. Like, you know now that there's a bad run in the safe lane, you could buy a stick as Bane, go up there, and you actually have potential, I think, to upset this matchups in a different way. And then if you get off to a better start, we know that what Morphling can do against Gyrocopter.
Yeah, I think
keep the phone up. The coaching will be out.
That's not too bad.
That's pretty smart. That guy, he knows some stuff.
Just
no, I think also reconsidering how the Wisdom Runes played out, I think that was one of the biggest detriments to Thundra, is they sort of slipped up their positioning in the Wisdom Runes and they got both taken. That was absolutely massive. I think a lot of times people will change small item builds. Sometimes there's remakes and scrims. This honestly may give them a little PTSD to, like, the game starts and then somebody picked the wrong facet and then everybody changes their item build and goes to different places.
Exactly.
So I'm also curious about, like, does someone try a sneaky level 1 smoke to get an advantage? Is there a slight item build change? There's things like these as well.
But that's the thing, right? Amar in this game, the last game, he went for Blink into straight Hex. What if he went for the Blink and then the Yules? A couple times he was picked off. If he could Yules, keep himself alive, then opens up for the arena. I feel like there are some items throughout the mid game that were slightly greedy on the side of Falcons that did give Thundra a bit more life.
And I think also just level 1 items, right? Like Whiteman started with a Windlace last game and he went to the safe lane. I think a Wanda or just more stats and going into the off lane, I think really that makes a huge difference this game.
No, absolutely. I think it's win this again. Deja vu. Yeah, it really is. This is so fascinating. I think Amar could also, like you said about the items, he could also go for something like a BKB, more stability. If I know Falcons, I know what they were talking about backstage, and it is, guys, remember our fundamentals. We play structured. We don't overextend in team fights. We don't get too antsy. We play, like, chill, and we build a gold lead. And I think they should be at least way more attuned to that this game.
I mean, I also want to know exactly what Falcons is thinking, even what Tundra's thinking, and Slacks is with both the coaches to explain what the hell we just saw in this draft.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't really care what happens in this game at this point, because I know that we have two men here that know what they picked last time was the right answer, baby. Singapore, are you ready for the read? One of the most Giga Chad drafts from both teams that I've ever seen. Now, as the man who lost the game, what were you thinking going back in? I mean, how much pressure were you guys under to draft that puck?
I mean, it wasn't that much pressure because they have the bad karma. They promised us they would give us Huskar, and they banned it first.
Call the man out! Promises were made, handshakes were done, and the Huskar banned. Any response?
I ate chicken rice 3 times today already. My brain stopped working, so whatever.
Okay! One man fueled only by chicken rice. One man fueled only by spite. Will we see one hell of a game? Any words out there? Are you going to be winning, Owie?
I hope so.
Oh, come on. Ladies and gentlemen, do you want something more than that? Owie 2000, are you going to be winning this? I don't care if you don't want to.
Of course.
Yes! Moon, the confidence out of this world. You knew that the draft got you through last time. It was all you, the players. Bullshit. Will you be winning this one?
Absolute cinema, that's all I'm going to say.
All right! Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for our game 5? Shake those hands, gentlemen, and let's get into it with our casters.
Thank you very much, Slacks, Moon, and Aaron. I can't wait for this, Fog. I mean, I feel like I've been here before. It's a quite a bizarre situation we're in. We're getting the same stuff. We're getting the run back here from both of the teams. What does that say to you from what both of these teams thought about Game 4?
Well, let's see, because the teams are literally, they're just talking to each other as well. They're both saying the same things. Yeah, Brown Boot into Hex. Good luck, Amar. You know, they're flaming each other a bit back and forth. But you know what? We got to get underway.
Absolutely, I can't wait to see what happens. We had quite the Game 4. It's pretty entertaining, I'd say. So Game 5, we're probably going to get something crazy again. Ladies and gentlemen, Singapore, it's time to get into Game 5. Time to find out which of these two is going to be walking away with a trophy here at Blast Slam 4. Thundra up against Falcons here in this Game 5.
Time for cinema, baby.
Yeah, well, we saw it in Game 4. Let's see if we get it again here in Game 5. I think, without a doubt, both teams, they're definitely going to be warmed up now. They've had the chance to practice in this exact scenario in Game 4. Let's see who can come out on top in Game 5. I mean, in terms of changes already in the early game, do you think we will see some differences from one of the teams more so than the other at the start?
I don't know. I don't really think so. I think it's going to be a lot of the same. It just depends on how they do in the lanes in particular. If they're able to do better for 33, right, in particular top for Thundra, get him off to a hotter start because he was slowed down a lot. These kills from Crit, there's a lot of oppression coming out from the side of Falcons early. Is Falcons going to make that mistake around the 14-minute mark, right? Are they going to spread themselves too thin, trying to do too much around the map, and then let that swing come back around from Thundra? I mean, who knows? Who knows what really is going to happen? This time around, BZM is not going to be brought down to 200 HP before the laning phase starts, though. And even though that did happen last time, he had a big edge over Maureen.
He did. He was able to get a lot of damage onto Maureen in that matchup.
And Maureen already did ask for mercy. He wrote in the chat earlier. He said, "Mercy, please, BZM." So,
see this time up top.
Earlier up there. It's gone now, but it was there, I swear.
Whitemon's going to be bringing his friends with him on that smoke play top.
Okay, 3v3. Let's go.
See if they can get the setup here. To start things.
Crit.
It's going to mount a burst. Is it enough to bring Crit down? He's up to the high ground. He's going to be fine for now. now. Whitemod's in trouble. Skeeter, he'll get the first blood. They will get crit in return.
Ari, though.
Ari is going to be trapped along the tree line, so they'll be able to start things off with a couple of kills on Falcon's side.
That's a big
first
difference.
blood included.
That's a big difference this time. They get the first blood. It's on Skeeter, so he'll get a start, and Malrine gets a kill. So he'll have that extra gold, that extra experience also versus BZM. Let's see if it makes the difference for him to have a better time versus that Queen of Pain this time. Because BZM, he definitely had his number in the laning phase.
He really did.
So we'll see.
He really did. So Marion getting that chance to have a bit of a hotter start here in the matchup.
We do see that change up, right? So they were asking for a little bit of a switch up on the panel there. It is going to be Ari with Pure down bottom to try to help things out, and the Bane up top too. Actually, this is probably the better run, right? It's the Bane helping the Timbersaw rather than the Hoodwink helping the Morphling. They want to set up 33 for a better time, is what that tells me.
Yeah, of course, ended up having a fantastic game on the Timber down the line, but the start was not easy. So you can only imagine, right? If they are able to secure 33, a good start to the game, he's going to be even more unstoppable.
Yeah, if his timings just come a little bit faster, right? If he's able to get maybe that pipe or that blade mill even earlier, or maybe not even go that, he probably will go blade mill. But if he just wants to change things a little bit, Malrine is, you're already seeing the difference in the lane, at least this time around, compared to that last bit of a better start here.
Very much so, keeping that early pressure onto BZM. Shoving the wave under the tower.
See bottom this time, Pure having a little bit more difficulties actually, even though he has the Hoodwink behind him, Amar. Very focused on that CS. 9-1 right now.
Of course, Amar, I think he'll definitely be doing his best to not get held behind as much as he did last game. Sure was still able to pull off some big moves with the call to go for this Hex build. That's not sort of what the hero that Amar wants to be, right? He wants to be at the top of the net worth, carrying the game from the off lane.
He's not that sacrificial kind of guy. He tends to not be. Snaking usually still does get a crazy amount of farm, right? They do like to play like that as BZM. Oh my god, they're both messing with each other, pushing the limits.
Ooh, he's going to try and jump for this BZM. Not quite enough. Marine's going to have the orb again in a second. BZM will be able to dodge it and get that refuel here with the Water Rune.
Yeah, I can say that's probably the biggest thing that we will see change, right? Because Amar, a couple of those deaths in the last game were preventable. He did get himself sacrificed a lot, so we'll probably see a little bit of a switch up. He's already at the top of the board. 15-6 to the 6-0 of the Morphling.
Yeah, I mean, I think he really came into this game 5 after that game 4 being like, there's no way I'm going to fall behind in farm again. This time, you know, Amar playing even more ferociously in this laning stage with how well he's able to hold the CS in his favor.
And honestly, the Bane, even though they did the switch up to maybe have the Bane help out the Timber, it's actually not really coming into fruition with what I think they hope to, at least in these first few waves right now. 33 is still feeling that pressure. And Pure, yeah, even more so than last time, it does feel. And that level 3 is soon going to be coming out for snaking, and when he's got the creep, then you're really going to truly see how much extra pressure they can put onto both Ari and Pure.
Very much indeed on that bottom lane, a bit of a different start.
Yeah, much. 18-7 to 8.
Yeah,
it's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, Amar, he's ready to win.
Malrine standing toe to toe.
Okay, let's see.
One charge. He's got the orb too. Does he go for it?
BZM's got to be very careful. Malrine sees the chance to jump under the tower. Could be in trouble, BZM.
Whitemon's connecting over.
He's starting to slowly heal up BZM. Not a chance this time around for Malrine to punish him under the tower. BZM will be able to keep his cool.
Both pushing the limits as much as possible. BZM, similar to last time, he is getting those extra denies in comparison. Malrine really trying to go for the kill.
Taking a lot of damage. Trying to get Malrine top forward.
He's dead.
He slipped up bad there, Malrine, and he gets punished hard by BZM on the quad.
He got pretty baited. There was a big one from BZM. Just ends up healing up and all right.
And up until that point, he was definitely contesting the CS a little bit better than was in the last game, but getting that kill, BZM, he's going to be very happy with that one.
He's going to have the 6 even earlier than that last time. And if we can remember to that last game, right, it was actually Malrine ended up surviving because he was able to get a shield rune at that 6-minute mark last game.
That's true.
This time, that 6 is going to come out sooner for BZM, and they'll probably be more prepared to set up for that power rune.
Did not catch you littering, bro.
That's a big deal in BZM.
Malrine can't afford to make those mistakes again here in this mid matchup. BZM is going to be feeling very, very comfortable right now. Being left to this 1v1. We'll see if either side does continue to bring any further support rotation over towards the mid.
Yeah, let's see if there's a creep or something there. I don't think it's going to be the case, but we'll see what Snaking wants to do with it. He does have a Centaur, but I imagine that's just going to continue being there to pressure the Morphling. As Amar continues to shut down the Morph.
Thundra getting the stacks ready. Another part of the game that I imagine Thundra probably going to try and put a bit of effort into controlling, right? We saw last time Skeeter getting to clean up quite a lot from that part of the map very early on.
Yeah, maybe they look to like BZM hold the Sonic Wave or something for the fight around that area to be able to prevent the contest from Falcons. That's a very good point, right? Because we did say, you know, Falcons, they shut down the Timber and then they shut down his recovery farm as well too. And then 33 was still able to recover, so let's see. 6 is hit. 33 trying to go for crit here.
Skeeter by his side. Got the Nightmare set up. Skeeter will be able to take it off crit. Nice little moves there to ensure that Tree's not going to be able to dive in for that.
Ton of damage.
The rocket barrage won't quite be enough. Not quite yet ready to dive the tower, Skeeter.
33 is getting like actually 0 CS up here though. He gets another one, but he's only at 16 at the moment. They are really putting extra pressure on him this time. There's a crit for these kills. Crit! Still alive.
Be able to use the sleep to try and get Skeeter away. Just Lotus pick up, but he's still able to lead him with the rocket barrage. There's a missile heading the way of Whitemon as well. Turn with the brain sap. Another rocket barrage comes in. It's enough to get the kill, but BZM's in with the rotation. Skeeter's got to start backing off. Both Skeeter and Crit very, very low.
There's a blink Sonic Wave. Does he go for it?
He's not going to get the right read on it there. Skeeter should be fine.
No, he's not going to get to go for it there. Skeeter will be able to survive.
Back in the mid, Marine. Chance to lead him with the Dream Core beyond the tower, looking for Ari, but meanwhile back top BZM does at least manage to clean up the support, get crit.
But the mid tower.
Yeah, Falcons getting the chance for a support kill themselves.
This is a problem. They kept the catapult alive, Owen. They've tanked enough. They're keeping this creep alive too. The Warpine Raider. This catapult is going to take out this entire tower potentially. This is very different than what happened that last game, at least in terms of mid lane. BZM making rotation stop, but his tower, he has to finish off that catapult, and he will. But damage is mostly done there.
Ari around, so maybe so they can get the catch, but laning rifts there, Maurine's fine. And even if they did get that lockdown, the damage output, all the options aren't there. They did have to use that Sonic Wave up top to kill crit.
They did get the shrines this time though, so a 1-for-1 exchange. Whitemon will be able to grab that one, but still very limited on the levels. He still is only level 3, similar to that last game, but Ari is going to have that higher level. We'll have that ult potentially around that 10-minute mark. Amar does have the ulti at the ready if he wants to put a point in, if he wants to try for Pure. Pure was caught once last time because of it.
Yeah, Amar did find some pretty nice early opportunities to catch Pure off guard.
Right now, Pure still has raindrops, so it's hard to commit for him, but Amar is whittling those raindrops down. It's down to the 2 now, so it might just continue throwing the spears to just bring those down.
Back over towards the mid, 8-minute power rune.
Nice try with the bushwhack there. Won't connect. Up top, Arcane for Whitemon.
Be able to make sure that not an opportunity for Falcons to get it sort of grab for themselves. 33 should be all right. Gets back over to the safety of the tower.
No flame break. If he does get bonked back, potentially could die there. Didn't come out there from crit. Call down is at the ready, so Skeeter can get involved in the fights if there is a coil that catches something, or an arena really.
Crit starting to head over. It's against the point where there's mid tower. BZM will at least get the deny. Not going to happen here with the even with the micro the creep.
That's an early tower to lose though. It's a Quap versus Puck matchup, which he had a fantastic time in, and he loses his tower first. Malrine is going to have opportunities to move around the map, probably going to give the lane to Snaking as he tends to do, and look to just pressure. See if BZM can find the catch. He's got a Blood Grenade also. They want to try to catch Amar here, but it is very close to the tower.
Amar's being very, very cautious.
It's so dangerous, because if you do jump, he gets the spear on you, the rotation from the gyro can come in with the call down. BZM will opt against it. As we said, BZM having a good time, but the other two cores are absolutely struggling, as we see from those lane matchups. 33 will start to do the jungle. We'll start to get that catch up.
Falcons stepping into this triangle area with Skeeter once again.
33 almost dies to neutrals. Oh my god, has to be so careful.
Not quite able to even finish off the camp. Wants to back away.
That was the rabble rouser, by the way. I wanted to mention. I didn't mention it last game, but yeah, there we go. Rabble rouser. Enchantress. It really does make a difference. Anyone who plays versus Enchantress, you hit those neutral creeps, and you're like, what the hell? Why are they hitting me so hard? We've definitely seen the effect of that at least. And the Ancients, they are stacked up again. Whitemon trying to secure the area. Falcons, they're shoving in the waves. They're starting to get prepared to potentially look to contest that Ancient stack.
Yeah, they did just step up there, but not quite ready to fully commit to try and steal the stacks.
That's on crit.
A good burst here from 33 to follow her up, and yeah, crit's gone. So nice little catch there. Ari finding him a little too close to the tower.
And they get another stack in the meantime, so he might just be able to back up and look to start clearing that stack pretty soon here on 33.
Bottom, the level 8 on Amar, very, very strong.
Just standing right toe-to-toe to him, right? All the stats picked up here. All the raindrops are gone for Pure, so it's very dangerous down here. If he just does, one little slip up there between the morph, can't just get caught from Amar.
Surely Amar finding another chance to make that sort of play would be pretty crazy after Pure gets caught out, as he did in game 4.
Happens sometimes. So he can just get caught at times. Haste from Alreen, almost having the Witchblade again.
Having complete freedom around this mid lane. Which is down to the fact that they got that tower very early, Falcons. Alreen feeling very safe in this area.
But they weren't able to contest that Ancient, so 33, he was able to fully finish it off. See which build, as you said, which build he is going to go down this time, since that Blade Mail pipe build did seem extremely effective in that last game.
Yeah, definitely forced that sort of mid-game where Skeeter had to hold back from turning up to the fights until he had the BKB on top of the Axe and the Crystallis.
Yeah, I mean, the pipe in particular, right? That's definitely one that we probably want to see because of how much it ended up doing in work versus Falcons. The Falcons playing the economy game, a 3K lead for them at the moment. Just hitting those creeps. Waiting till Amar probably has Blink Dagger before they really push the envelope to look for the next, that bottom tower in particular, since they already claimed the other two so early.
That Blink Dagger.
It's gonna be
on
fast.
track for a solid timing. I'd imagine as soon as that is there, we'll see backup come in to try and make a play around Amar on the bottom lane.
Yeah, then it actually just makes it possible for you to get that setup, right? Catch the Morph potentially off guard, catch the Quap potentially off guard, or the backline supports. Probably wants to wait for that one.
Yeah, Whitemon hanging around, but just defensively, not really able to set up anything offensive themselves. Thundra against Amar.
Pure. Yeah, just continue to hit up these neutrals. They're trying to get Whitemon that level 6. He's pretty close to having it. That Fiend's Grip definitely going to be very important for them since it's one of their main lockdowns in this early game right now. Level 6 has been hit for Ari too, so he actually has a pretty good timing on it. Here comes the move. Falcons looking to accelerate things. That bottom tower, as we said, probably the next goal that they want to when the Blink's coming. It is on its way from Amar.
Now they're going to try for Whitemon.
Ooh, nice try with the sleep there. Oh, off the spear.
Gonna miss.
Again.
Well, they'll drop the arena to make sure they finish off the job. But yeah, we'll have to drop the arena to do so.
Alreen, a little bit to steal away all those neutrals, and they will be able to get the tower out of it too. And Blink now comes out for Amar. They might still look to make a move, even though they don't have the arena. Could potentially still get another catch. The moves from Thundra are pretty limited. We said very greedy with this Morph lane.
And who's sort of the focus from Falcons? Like, are you going to try and make a move onto the Timber before he gets his items online?
Yeah, you can go for any, honestly, any of the cores are fantastic pickups. But yeah, slowing down the Timber more could be a really good decision because in this, I hate that I keep having to reference that last game, but it is so important because it's the same exact draft. But 33 was already having the Blade Mill, if I'm not mistaken, so. Skeeter?
Got eyes on Skeeter. They're certainly going to have to burst here. Sonic Wave comes in. Skeeter's gone.
Nice, done. And that's actually going to be the Blade Mail done. So maybe it is going to be that same timing anyway because they do get the kill. Very heads-up move coming in with Thundra. Might be able to finish off this tower with it too.
Kind of similar in the sense that, you know, last game, right, they're a little bit behind on the gold, and then they were finding opportunities to, like, kill Skeeter in this top corner of the map.
Yeah, this, like, in 14 minutes last time, right, it was the Shrine contestation, where they got that, like, double kill, and then they went bottom, and they found Amar as well. So that was where Thundra was starting to bring things back. So yeah, finding the gyro, maybe not exactly the same, but a similar kind of strike back.
6 now online for Whitemon. Down to the fact he was able to secure that shrine.
Yep, and they're always content when they can slow the pace of the game down on the side of Thundra since they have this Morphling that's going to sit back and start getting to hit these creeps a little better.
And when they were able to find that downtime in game for Pure, really, he made the most of it.
He did.
He started to just skyrocket up to the top of the net worth.
It was a lot because of his kill involvement, though, the morphs that he was able to use, right? He was able to use that puck against himself a lot of times here. So far, not going to be the case, at least in terms of getting that extra enabled net worth from getting some extra kills. Ari. Can't quite find Amar there.
He's going to be out in time. And, yeah, we are seeing Amar very much liking the way he did go in that last game, and it's going to be in a different fashion because he is that farm this time.
Yeah.
Around. You know, he's not falling behind, so the timing on that Hex it's going to be very, very fast this game if he wants to commit for that after the blink.
The difference I'm really noticing, the most difference, you know, because we have to just talk about it, and Crit mentioned it himself too, is Falcons playing more methodically, right? Not taking these crazy risks, going for the Shrine of Wisdom while also looking for a kill, while also doing, I think they're just farming, right? They're content with hitting those creeps. Waiting for those timings until they get to that very oppressive full team fight, because their team fight is very, very strong when they've got the double catches with the Bat Blink plus the Mars Blink. Just easier to execute, I would say, than the side of Thundra.
And to the point where do you think they will be turning up to try and find that team fight before Skeeter has his BKB? Like, is it okay to turn up as this Gyro when there is this Blade Mail Timber in the middle of the fight? Now, how much does he care about that?
That's a good question. He definitely has to care about it. He just has to be aware of when it gets popped, right? Maybe he has to, they might have just focused the Timber first, kill him before he gets the Blade Mail off. That could be one of the choices that Falcons can go for, since they will have that double initiation very soon. I think they wait for Crit's Blink because he's very close for it, and then we maybe do see that acceleration from Falcons, because they're getting a lot out of the map.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's the pickup as well for BZM, starting to really tank up here with the full Kaya Sanj. Blink Dagger timing online now for Crit, so Falcons, they've got a great amount of jump and setup.
Easier ways to get the catch for sure. Easier ways to start the fight in comparison to Thundra. Thundra, their way of starting the fight is kind of the Timber tanking things and then turning it around afterwards.
He's getting in that space.
They're grouping up. The smoke from Falcons very likely to come in right now.
I'll be happy with pretty much finding any of the cores of Thundra.
Yep. Honestly, killing the Quap might be the most beneficial, but the Morphling is obviously always just as good as well, so it doesn't really matter which one of the cores they're able to find. And let's see if they do find them.
So at the moment, yeah, just BZM up on this top corner of the map. Doesn't have a TP available. Of course, can make his way through the Twin Gate if he starts to sense something's up here.
Great. He breaks.
He's into the trees. Notice someone's around. Amar. He's going to have eyes on BZM, but Blink's back up in time. It's away from the spear.
Lasso in 3.
Closing in with the other. Get the coil on towards him. There's the lasso to follow up. Have they got enough? Lockdown silences. They're into the damage of the rocket barrage. They've got enough to bring down BZM.
He can't hide. Persistent chase forward there from Falcons. We'll have to use coil as well as that lasso, but they do still have the Mars ulti to look for the next play. Speaking of the Mars also, he did buy the shard, just like last time too. Looking for these constant plays. A 5k lead. Falcons. Methodical Dota.
Making sure that the early game's even cleaner than that they were able to execute last time.
I think for Thundra, they really want to wait for the pipe. When they have the pipe on 33, I think that's when you can actually start to look to perhaps contest the team fights, but you have to be very careful of these pickoffs. Falcons just has way easier ways to pick you off across the map. The only way you can pick off is with White Mine with the Fiend's Grip. And do you want to use it onto this Enchantress?
It's a tough call. Do they feel they can burst him? They're going to try. Crit comes in for the backup. They've got enough burst.
Nicely done.
He's going to be coming in from Skeeter. 33 still hanging around, starting to get to the point where he feels pretty unkillable. We'll see in the mid to set up here with the arena. They have the burn.
They find the bigger one.
Getting the kills this time. BZM's going to jump in on the Sonic Blade. Look towards Skeeter.
They get Skeeter on the other side.
A little bit of back and forth now starting to come out with Thundra finding opportunities themselves. Falcons.
Get out. Mar is swinging over. Crit.
The chase has got lasso up in 10 seconds. The core's going to be there, but Crit, he's going to dive. All right, Thundra once again finding sort of these sort of sloppy, awkward situations where they're actually getting the kills back their way.
Catching Skeeter is very surprising in that type of situation too. The way that they had already backed off away, he didn't see it coming from BZM from the sideline.
Absolutely not. Getting him from the side here with the Sonic Wave. Big moves from BZM after getting caught up top, back in action and making sure that they can shut down that hero that's sitting at the top right now, Skeeter.
Bit unfortunate, of course, that Pure did die at the same time, right? So he didn't get that in time to be able to farm and catch back up, but nonetheless, they will at least slow down Skeeter in the meantime.
But I mean, kind of similar sort of things going on in
is.
game one, really. You know,
It really
once
is.
again, Falcons getting that early game, but then when these team plays start to come out, Thundra showing they've still got some, some fire in the cannon.
The big difference, though, is look at Amar's net worth, right? Last time he was probably bottom of these cores, I would say, like around where the Morphling is. This time he is very much so enabled. He's got the BKB queued up, so potentially switching that build up too. So he's feeling more confident.
Now ready to make the jump.
Pipe is done, though, so 33. He can tank a whole lot here.
Rip. Look for BZM, get the last off on a BZM. There's the pipe bomb by 33. The Nightmare will buy some time for BZM. Can they keep him alive? The Dream Call connects on towards him. They've got him. They bring him down. Skeeter, he's taking a lot of damage here for 33 here. 33 gets it on top of him early with the blade mail. They take out Skeeter. They take out Maureen again.
They were ready.
Are finding the ways to fight back. Pure, ready to drop some ult chat the way of Maureen.
Literally, it looked so similar to last time. Last time, that was the mid lane, right? They made the play around the mid lane on the Timber Saw. They use a ton of spells on it, but this time they kill the Quap. They don't kill the Timber, and the pipe makes the difference. It tanks them up long enough for Pure to get the angle. Watch him turning into the puck, and he finds Maureen.
Yeah, straight away. You know, he was looking towards Crit, but then realizes, hey, you know what? I can go for the puck, the bigger kill. And at this point, Skeeter's just completely split from any sort of help.
And now they get the Tormentor.
Yeah.
This is wild
We've
stuff.
seen that before. I mean, Falcons, they're going to be heading over towards this Amar.
Ari? Oh!
Ari's...
Oh!
The Phoenix Grip is there, and Ari's going to get the chance.
Oh, no way!
Amar's in trouble. He'll try and throw the spin back up, but Ari lives, and Amar's dead.
Whitemon, what a play! The sleep to potentially save Ari, and then the insta catch gives him the "Are you okay?" Oh my goodness, Thundra. This is a literal, what is it, a replay? This is crazy.
I tell you, we're going to have some pretty confused viewers that if they stepped away, you know, kind of towards the end of game 4 and they came back in on this one, they're going to be like, hold on, haven't I not seen this before? What is going on? But yeah, we're here once again. You know, Falcons crushing the early game, and now Thundra, through these skirmishes, they're fighting their way back into it.
And the script continues. Who got the shard? Ari, just like last time.
Once again.
Love to see it.
Well, let's see where the game goes from here. I mean,
look at this play. I mean, look, the sleep, I believe it does.
Crazy.
Actually, no, he was okay. But either way, it allows him to get that disengaged move. And yeah, what a play from Whitemon.
Yeah, Amar, he wanted to try and make the jump and look for the bigger target. But yeah, Whitemon was ready with the grip. Ensures that Amar gets nothing from that aggressive move.
Yeah, that was awesome plays there. This game truly delivering. This game 5, 12-8. Thundra getting some momentum around this pipe.
Oh, they certainly are.
33.
And we saw how much of a problem that became for Falcons once those auras did start to get online.
Now let's see if they do they switch now? They wait for BKBs on the side of Falcons. Is Amar going to pivot and go for that Hex kind of build too? We'll see what they do want to do after that moment.
The Falcons back in action, but the scan does hit, so Thundra not going to get caught out on the low ground.
CM trying to bait them here. They don't fall for it.
Pure now in that top spot.
And Amar now at the spot that he was in last game too, so yeah, pretty wild. Now we do have it quickly happen like that.
It's looking like he is going to make that different decision though.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, for now. We'll see.
Would you like that? Because what do you think the reason is for the change up in that mindset? Because the last game in this point where he did make the call to go for the Hex did seem to be correct. So making that change up if he does commit for the BKB, why is it different this time around, despite the fact that a lot of things feel pretty similar?
Probably just he doesn't get eaten by the Timber Saw in particular in every single one of the fights, but I think he might just go for that Hex on
He might still change
feel
it
like
up.
He does, yeah.
We'll see. We'll see what Amar decides to do.
Slowing down Pure, top of net worth. That butterfly, it's been queued up. He's getting very, very close to it as well. Skeeter. Falcons, I think, probably very likely they wait for the BKB for the gyro before they make another big move, so he just doesn't kill himself on the blade mail.
Yeah, at this point, with the way that the fights are going, you definitely have to make that call.
Yeah,
you've got to have the BKB. 33 is causing way too many issues.
You'll have BKB, but then Timber will have a Crimson Guard. So he's going to block a lot more damage besides just the pipe blocking out the magical. They're going to have that extra bit to block the physical, too. We're in for an absolute treat.
This is crazy. I mean,
it's literally 50-50.
Obviously, there's still, we're still only just 23 minutes in. But if down the line, what if this game does get to a point where it's like, this gyro kind of needs a rapier? Is Skeeter going to be okay to pick one up after what happened in game 4? I don't know.
It will be not for some time, because he wants to get the MKB still, right? Because he's going to play versus the Butterfly Morph, but hey, it could definitely get to these type of points. Roche. Potentially going to be that next point of contention. The next minute or so, it's going to move to the top side.
Yeah, we saw some pretty crazy focus around the Roche, and understandably so, when both teams got to this point where they're so close across the board. Whitemon is going to find the chance for the setup. Pure is around, turns into the Mars, using the spear against him. Grip follow-up from Whitemon. I mean, Whitemon very much having Amar's number this game. He's catching him out a fair few times here on the bay.
He truly is owning in this one. Same exact build. I mean, everyone's going for like the same exact builds that they did last time, but this time these extra little catches that he's been able to find. Beautifully done.
Falcons, they can't afford to run into any sort of action with their Mars gone.
And I'm pretty sure, yeah, he's queuing it up when he's going to the Hex. It's probably gonna it's probably gonna be the case, and they probably do need it to get those instant catches as we saw again before.
It did. It really did make the difference in that sort of later part of the mid game in that game 4 when he did get the Hex online him up.
Pure starting to actually whittle down this tier 2. He might just be able to get it. Doesn't look like Falcons has any. Okay, he's not gonna go for it really.
He's got to be careful with the respawn coming in from Amar.
And he used his Manta, so probably just doesn't want to stick in the area just in case too. But Roche, they can start to potentially work on it if they do get a ward. They actually don't have vision in the triangle, so maybe wait for that.
Yeah, could be a bit scary. They know that all the ultimates are online now for Falcons.
But they've got everything too in a second. The Crimson is done. Fiend's Grip is still about 45 seconds or so, but they've got the Crimson and the Pipe. Incredibly tanky now.
You know, the call for both sides on whether or not to go for the team fight here at this crucial timing. It's going to be very, very important. As both teams are in the area.
4 tumbler toys, huh?
That's a bit more than last time, right? I mean, in terms of last game's roles on the neutrals, was there anything that was pretty important that might not happen here? Any neutral pickups we've got to watch out for if they return or they don't occur this time around?
At the tier 2s, there was a lot of keen eyes, but it doesn't seem like it's making that much of a difference, at least for Whitemon, right? Whitemon had keen-eyed mana draft in the last one. I think a couple other people did too for that extra cast range. This time, it doesn't look like many of the people took keen eye at all, or maybe they just didn't get it, right? So that extra cast range isn't going to be there for pretty much anybody, so.
Falcons, they know exactly what Tundra's going to be doing, waiting on that high ground to set up for the Roche. They want to try and get the wrap around, catch Tundra by surprise.
Yeah, they want to get a pick off.
But 33, if they find him at the front, do they want to go on the timber? I don't think so.
So reminiscent. This is like in the exact same places, but more Malrine looking for backline.
He's going to get caught.
Yeah.
He jumped in.
Wait, BZM.
He jumped in. He needs help. He needs it now. He's not going to get it. He's gone. BZM dead. The arena dropped down on the 33 on Whitemon. Whitemon, he'll fall. 33's caught by the silence.
BZM, he just got caught?
He jumped in.
Oh my goodness. They were prepared. I mean, 33 had the smoke. It broke. He was pinging. They were calling it. Uh-oh.
I guess they knew that Falcons was coming from some sort of angle. I guess BZM didn't quite expect it to be that angle.
I just got caught instantly, I guess. Just didn't get to get the BKB.
That's going to be Roche for Falcons.
Oh, boy.
Watch it again.
And he just jumped in. He already
blinked in. I guess he felt strong because he had the BKB in the amplified damage room, but he still just gets caught by a lasso and he's dead.
I think he was maybe perhaps hoping that Whitemon could get in range and get the sleep save, but that was still so over-aggressive.
It's risky.
Massive punishment coming in.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's going to be Roshan for Falcons, no question about it. Skeeter to pick up the Aegis.
Boy. That hurts a lot. And that Hex for Amar, let's see if he does go for it. He does. He pretty much has it finished now, so
it's the smart move to do. As I say, really sort of helped him out of this position. Obviously, they weren't able to get the winning game for, but definitely managed to get themselves in an opportunity where they're able to sort of make that sort of crazy move with the rapier and let it slip away from them by getting that lead once he was able to get the Hex on Amar. I mean, those aggressive plays, and indeed, there it is. So Hex at the ready.
It's not even just about, it's also instant disables, but now they even have more disables in case of like a Bane Fiend's Grip or something comes out too. Like, not to say that he's going to use a Hex probably on the Bane, right? He's going to use it on the more for the co-op 90% of the time, but the potential that he can, right? If he can just stop it, the grip onto somebody is there. It's a big pickup and a big swing now for Falcons, having this Aegis too. Even though the Morph still in a very comfortable spot, that slows down things a lot, at least for the Queen of Pain. He had the amp damage potential for that fight, now he doesn't.
Are we seeing a change up here, or this was the same? Because I remember he got the blink right in the build. Was it still after these pickups, or?
I think he got it right after the BKB, right?
Okay.
I think he got BKB, then blink, and then he went to the next item. So.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see if he does.
Maybe he does adapt a little bit too.
See in the mid.
Ari.
Quick catch. Does have to drop the Dream Coil for that one, Maureen, to make sure the job's secured.
Yeah, they drop both. Lasso plus the coil, but they'll do that. They'll settle for that. With the way Tundra's playing fully split up, finding that kill. Here, Whitemon. Always paired up. Whitemon never leaving Pure side.
He knows how important it is to keep this Morph safe.
Yeah. Either a sleep save to let him get the Manta plus the shift off, or just a potential catch onto the Mars. And actually, he's going to be able to sneak in here. Let's get the Shrine. So that's nice for XP.
No, that's true, yeah. Falcons focused on the push onto the mid-tier 2. Does mean that Yeah, those other aspects are left vulnerable. Shrine of Wisdom taken by Whitemon.
Yep, you take that all day. He's got Max and Feeble. He already had Max and Feeble for a couple levels now too, but he's going to start also building towards that lens. So, you know, Feeble versus Gyro, always very nice. There's the Daedalus after you've done it. Or Skeeter. So his damage, it's ramped up a lot. Versus the Morphling, a little difficult for him to just focus fire him, but versus everybody else, that Daedalus is going to be pretty devastating. Let's see if Thundra can approach the fight a bit better than that last time.
I mean, do Thundra want to fight at all into this Aegis? Or are they just doing their best to avoid the action?
I would say to probably avoid, yeah. Coil is on cooldown. It's on back up already, so yeah, probably just avoid.
And they're hovering around as if they're ready to see if they can catch someone making too greedy of an initiation.
Yeah, if it's someone walking in onto a high ground, kind of isolated, they can go for it here. But Falcons seems to know the positioning. Look at the line that's been drawn. But Thundra, they'll get the scan. They're actually going to look for the clash.
Yeah, we'll
BKB on the Morphling. Let's see.
33 heads in trying to get the information. BZM aggressive jump forward again. He's going to get knocked back in this time. He's going to get the BKB off at least. Lasso will lock it down a little bit with the BKB out. They don't have the damage to threaten the co-op. So this time BZM's fine to frontline like that.
But he did use the BKB.
But they did use the Lasso.
They did.
A little bit of, item for an ability. Sort of slows down both teams. Both teams fall back.
Lasso has a little bit less of that cooldown,
True.
of course, so could potentially catch him during that window. It's a very tight window, but small potential of it. Skeeter held his BKB, so he does have it ready for the fight if it does kick off.
BZM, he's going to head down towards the bottom lane. They're ready to sort of fall back and split the wave, split the map up.
Yeah, he's just waiting for the time for his BKB to come back up before he looks to rejoin his team at least. Level 18 has been hit for him too.
Probably not going to be a chance for Falcons to find much more. Just 1 minute left on the Aegis, so...
They can go for Tormentor.
Yeah, I think that would be the pretty safe play.
Yeah,
absolutely. Tormentor's up. Just get that one secured here with the remainder of that Aegis.
It's kind of like ideal timing, actually, for them to spawn up. Kind of forgot about it myself for a second, but they'll be able to set up for it very quickly. Crit gonna take a lot of damage, though.
And Malrine finding another chance to kill off these supports here with his Dream Coils. He'll catch Whitemon.
That's actually a pretty big kill. Finding solo kills like this in this game. Extra enable for Malrine to get this Lincoln's finished up.
Each passing moment, Pure, he really is just cleaning up that much more at the map than Skeeter is. We're starting to see him really break away at the top of this net worth. As the last game, his plays on the Morph were very impressive. Some very, very fantastic plays around his ultimate in the team fights.
He's occupying a vast majority of that farm for sure for his team. Malrine and Amar.
Getting a bit trickier for Falcons to look for the play now that Aegis is about to come to an end.
They're looking to take out this high ground board, but weren't quite able to. Now Snaking is trying to inch his way forward, and let's see if we'll be able to get that D-ward. So they're claiming high grounds, looking to find Amar.
There's the Hex. Has the opening on towards BZM, but the follow-up's not going to be coming in from anyone else in time.
BZM.
He's hanging around, making sure he can get the dagger down onto Amar so no sort of chase can continue.
Had to be careful. I mean, that was risky. Crit was still coming in the area there. BZM really pushing the limits. That's Amar's ult use, 70 seconds. Are they going to look to perhaps group up with that? Because the BKB is available for BZM. They're going to have everything ready, and there's not going to be an arena now.
I think it's all going to be down to whether or not Pure is making the call for a team fight to be found.
Yeah.
Because obviously at this stage, he is incredibly strong on the Morph, but definitely has sort of two ways to go about it. He can get involved, look for action, or he can just look to try and get himself completely slotted up. He's got 3,300 gold at the moment in the bank, so he might want to just look for that next pickup.
Yeah, and he is switching that build. It doesn't look like at least he's going for the blink just yet. I didn't like what he was doing with that blink before, because what he was doing, right, he was messing with Malrine a lot. He was turning into the puck, silencing him to get into the backline, but I think perhaps because Malrine has this Lincoln's so early now, he actually can't do that same thing that he was before, so things get adapted, things get changed.
Is under attack.
I think until Pure spends his money, they won't look for some action. They've got the money now to get the Crystallis and still have a decent amount of gold on top to fall back on. So Pure will get that sent out to him.
Falcons is getting to be able to sit back and finish that BKB, though, for Amar. He's going to have it finished very soon there. He's under vision. That ward actually has not been taken out just yet, but I don't think they're going to be able to take advantage of it fully. And that is pretty much that BKB done.
So should give him the freedom to always be able to get into the fight, find his target with the Hex.
Multi-timings, too. Crit has the Ags on the side of Thundra. What did they pick up? Kaya Sanj on 33. And almost Shiva's on BZM, so also almost have his Daedalus. So very aggressive build that he can go for. They have to be so careful where they stand, though. That Aghanims is finished for crit, cannot get double lassoed. We did see a couple of them come into play in that last game.
Absolutely, yeah, crit. Amongst sort of the rest of them, it's just so much jump and catch from Falcons. And Thundra, if they can make sure that all of the sort of team moves end up going down with 33 at the front, they have a pretty good, solid chance of taking these fights.
He needs to soak.
But if he's not the one getting caught, and it's sort of these supports, that the fight can fall apart very quickly for Thundra.
He either needs to soak or the BZM just has to get the BKB up before any of the disables come out, right? Like if he gets that last one with BKB, it's fine.
Crit's going to be able to find Ari, trying to get away through the twin gate. Not going to happen. Ari will get caught out here. Maureen down on the other side of the map. We'll see if they try and make this play at Whitemon to maybe steal away the wisdom if it's just a one-on-one, but no, it doesn't want to stick around to risk that. He'll get away from the putt.
Skeeter, Satanic's done. Very close to having that MKB also when he does the disassemble play. Only about 2,500 gold away from it.
Thundra, they're smoking up for this.
Okay, let's see if they can find something. Ari is dead. Lasso is on cooldown.
Sure, Pure, Daedalus online. Big damage ready to come out from the morph.
They want to catch Falcons because Falcons is just starting to do that thing where they split up and farm and just continue to grow the lead. So they have a ward down. They see snaking.
I mean, if they were to search up top, they'd find something bigger. But as it was, Skeeter not sticking around on his own by the Ancients any longer. TP's back over towards the mid.
Lasso's back up in 8 seconds. Reconnecting.
Whitemon trying to force out a reaction. Amar
gets the Hex.
He's going to give him that reaction. Jumps in with a Hex in the arena. We'll get the time for the rest of Thundra to bail out. Whitemon taking for the brunt of the attacks again.
BZM BKB is forced very early. He got very scared from that jump there. 80 seconds, no BKB. Lasso is at the ready. Falcons might continue to swing over and hunt.
Could be a good time to do so.
It's a big rune too. Arcane rune for the puck.
Yeah, I think for the most part, Falcons have been able to maintain control of most of the power runes this time round. Getting closer and closer to that Roche respawn.
They're pretty big. Maureen especially too this game. Level 23, approaching that 25 plus Ags again. Pure. It just has to be so careful.
I think it's one sort of opening with the jump. The rest of the team will be very quick to follow up.
It's similar to last time where they're not building the Lotuses or the Lincolns, and we do have to point at this. That's also similar to last time. 33, he does get the Pyrrhic Cloak again, so it was a big difference maker in that last game, having both of that plus the Blade Mail versus that Gyro.
Thundra, they do want to try and step out on the map though and attempt to find something around this timing where Roshan's about to come back into play.
It's also pretty much just before this MKB is going to be finished up here too for Skeeter if he does the disassemble play. He's getting very, very close to it. Only about 700 to 800 gold away.
Falcons, they want to go on 33.
I think he will start to poke at the least.
Sonic Wave, okay, just burst in the creep wave. Have it up again pretty shortly, of course, with the talent.
Seeing a change up also for Snaking's build. I want to point this one out. Last time he went for the Hex Rush. This time he went for a Mage Slayer, so that's actually going to be very disruptive for BZM and for 33 in the fights. If they don't deal with this Enchantress, he's going to be able to multi-hit targets too. The Sproink plus the Mage Slayer, you're applying that Mage Slayer on 3 targets, right? So,
well, they get the lasso. They'll get a grab to start things. Once again, Ari to be found.
He has buy.
Falcons trying to get back into the Roshan pit here around the damage of Skeeter. Can Thundra interrupt this here with just the 4 of them?
They keep getting information. Maureen jumps to high ground, pokes.
BZM
forward, Skeeter.
Can he get caught with the creep collar? Look at the BKB up, but he's taking so much damage. A defensive nightmare comes in, allows him to slide up to the high ground and back off for now. It's going to be kept very low after that attempt, and with the BKB on cooldown, not really a great chance for him to get back in on this fight.
Falcons still just waiting for the potential catch on Heroes, though.
BZM having to go all the way back to base.
Mar waiting on the side there with the Hex. They have this vision on the high ground that I don't believe Thundra has any idea about. It's scouting so much. Look at this ward. It's seeing everything on the left side there. It sees 33, it says Fear, it says
Lasso's back up, and he gets the rope! He gets onto the 2 and the 4 Hex, the arena's dropped down, there's Fear on to both of them for the grip. It's holding Skeeter off to the side. Pure, but it's very limited. He's going to get the waveform off out of the BKB. Pure will survive. Skeeter, he's trying to finish the Roche with the Sonic Wave. Gets the kill on Roche and gets the pickup with the Aegis. Crit's gone. Jump forward from BZM. But look towards Skeeter and taking for the BKB's there from Skeeter. Sneaky goes for the TP out, but the spear from Pure as he turns into the morph there to kill him off. BZM.
Shit, Whitemon. Oh my god!
And BZM there coming in clutch as they both enter into the pit. The Fiend's grip into the Sonic Wave follow-up, the jump forward. They pull it off.
I mean,
Thundra.
This Fiend's grip in particular is everything, right? It holds him to prevent him from finishing off that Roche, prevent them from connecting to get that double spear kill potential, and then they get the Sonic Wave, push him away, get that Roche. That
just one little bit more damage and Pure would have died.
Yeah, literally, imagine if Skeeter's able to get any hits, but yes, look at Whitemon, he's just got him, Roche is beating on him, he's getting hit from sharpshooter and everything. Oh my god, what a play.
And the timing here, BZM getting the angle, pushing them back with the Sonic Wave, gets the jump forward, gets the pickup.
Up to the high ground, level 25 for the morph.
Yeah, they're straight up to the barracks. Thundra, how much can they get with this? As the fortification coming to an end.
Absolutely insane gameplay coming in. Crazy spell casting. Rex, it's going down.
It's gone. It's gone. 40 minutes in. They've got the full set of barracks top Thundra. Still got tier 2s they're going to have to take down on the other lanes.
But they've got this comfort of this Aegis now too, and BZM has a Hex himself to potentially catch the puck also. What a massive fight. And that was them getting initiated on first too, which is insane that they're able to turn it like that.
Absolutely, especially with the way it started, right, with Falcons being able to force that BKB out of BZM, push him out of the fight completely. True. BZM, he actually ended up having all the time to get back to base, reset, and get back out there. You know, Falcons, even though they were able to push back the Quap, they didn't feel confident enough to try and quickly finish up the Roche. And Thundra, they get the opportunity to swing back things back in their favor.
Look at that swing. Look at the items starting to get picked up to an Octarine, even tankier, more spells coming into play too.
Octarine for him, Hex for BZM.
Whitemon is 3/4 of the way towards an Aghanim's as well too, which is a pretty game-breaking item if you're able to get that on the Bane as well. That was absolutely massive.
I mean, if this continues, you know, maybe Skitter's going to start saying, you know, boys, Rapier again. We might need it.
Yeah, he might need it.
They might need it on them.
Yeah. He's got the MKB this time now finished. He didn't actually have it toward the end of that last fight. Wasn't able to do the disassemble play in time. But he wasn't able to do anything that last fight. He literally didn't get to really attack too much of anything at all.
Thundra being able to push the game back to this even state on the numbers. Pretty much dead even on the net worth.
But Pure has that huge separation now between him and the gyrocopter.
And we saw just how much he was able to do with that sort of lead in game 4. I mean, pretty incredible to be able to do this right on the Morphling, a hero that so many other teams don't really touch. I feel like we saw what back at like TI, some teams, they sometimes tried for it. They're like, hey, you know what, maybe we can make the Morph work here. I feel like most of the time they couldn't. But here, on the main stage of Blast Slam 4, Pure find the chance to bring it out. They're going to try and get a bit of setup here onto 33, but he's so tanky.
Look at the damage on the crit.
Like, he's just dead. I mean, they can't kill this Timber, and now the backup's coming in. BZM gets the Hex on towards Amar. Amar has to put the BKB and slowly back up to the high ground.
They're getting pushed back into the base.
He's ready to disregard. Jumps forward. Spear's not going to connect. BZM's going to be perfectly fine. Pure. He moves in. He's ready. He He'll drop the arena defensively, trying to stop the damage flying in, but still, Amar's gone. 33 able to get it with the Chakram, and the Blade Mail finishes him off. He has got buyback Amar. Thundra pushing in, and another jump. They're in on a Snake King. They burst through it with the Sonic Wave. As a second set of barracks in trouble. There's the buyback from Snake King.
They're feeling tanky enough to just jump right through. Pure finishes it off.
Still nearly a minute left on the Aegis for BZM.
Skeeter has no BKB. It's so dangerous for him to step up almost at all.
They look for the jump. There's the lasso. It's a good lasso onto the two of them. Do they have the follow-up? Trying to get the angle. Look at the Hex in on it once. Pure, they're trying to burst through this mob. The spear follow-up. Pure, they've got him. They'll bring him down. But Skeeter, he'll lose his life in return. 33 is not going to be able to tip a chain out of this one.
Snake King is doing a ton of damage.
BZM wants to get the fight going. 33 buyback as well. Wants to re-enter into this one, but the spear's down towards BZM. He's got the Aegis. He's going to be back for round 2. Marin, he found Whitemon on the back lines, took out the Bane. Can they deal with him a second time? BZM, the Hex is there for the opening. Damage flying in from Snake King. BZM's able to get the blink off. 2 buybacks coming out from both sides.
They're looking to try to end.
They want to keep this going. Still a buyback available on Skeeter.
Might be forced to use it. He's trying not to.
They'll look to settle to try and take it, at least a mega crease. BZM with the jump on a Snaking. Snaking will get the heels off. Amar, look at the angle with the spear on towards 33. 33 that gets the flame along. BZM
Oh, BZM.
also available on the block. Pure, it's got to be a bit cautious. He's got in a back away. They'll clip him with the sides. The Lasser's back up. They get the grab. Can they take it out of time? His damage coming in for the Emergence to form Hex from Amar. The arena with the spear. Bring it down, Pure. He's gone for 2 minutes.
This is going to be a rapier pickup. They look like the same thing as last time, right?
The fight's still continuing in the mid. BZM's trying to keep the damage in onto Crypt, but he's got to be careful. They've got to try and hold this game for 2 minutes without their Morphling Fog.
Oh my god, 100 seconds.
Whoa.
Skeeter, does he go for that rapier play? Is he going to look to be able to? BZM's going to look to cut some waves.
Let's see if he can. Will be able to commit him with the BKB, but the coil's going to catch him. He's down.
That 25 coil is there.
He's got the buyback available, at least on BZM.
Oh my god, I can't even sit in my seat right now. Absolutely insane. These lassos, this control. What? This chain stun on Pure. How many seconds was he controlled? Back to back, I think he was controlled for 12 seconds.
He's going to try and get it together.
He has to, right? Like that, they can run down
It
again.
didn't work last time, but maybe
God.
this time. It's a different situation. Sure, the Morph doesn't have buyback.
Can he snipe the courier?
Oh.
Ari? He didn't see it.
He didn't see it.
Oh.
He's
chasing it. He's trying.
It's trying to get some sort of vision.
Oh, that would have been so clutch if he could find it. It still had the shield.
It's going to be a safe delivery. Rapier online. Skeeter, he's ready to run it back.
Oh my god, 50 seconds.
He's ready to run it back.
50 seconds, no more.
Last
BZM
time,
has buy.
It didn't go so hot. This time, once again, no buyback in the Morph for different reasons, of course. This time it's on cooldown rather than not having money. Is this going to be long enough for Falcons to shut the game down?
They're going for the tier 4s. Oh my god, I can't believe we're seeing this again.
Buyback available on BZM. They've got to be careful with the buyback from the quad. Skeeter, onto the tier 4s. He's been here before, but he's ready to change the outcome this time round.
Amar waiting in the wings with the Hex. 25 seconds, the Crimson to block.
It's buying a little bit of time here for the towers. I mean, if BZM can get away with not having to expend the buyback, they'll certainly be able to keep the game alive. The question is now, Falcons, do you go all in for this play or do you pull back?
I don't know, Owen.
Pull back?
I have no idea. You probably pull back.
I don't think you go all in.
I think they pull back.
Not after what happened last time. They'll respect the respawns. Falcons learning from their mistakes. The Rapier's online. They're not going to go too zealous with the push. They'll back off.
We're truly getting that absolute cinema coming here. This game is absolutely ridiculous. An amp damage also in the bottom lane. Could look to pick that one up. Skeeter.
Refresher now.
Oh, that's a big pickup. We already saw the chain lockdown they were able to do before. Now they've got a whole double set round. He's gonna give him the bottle.
There we go. Amplified damage. Ready for the next fight. Oh my goodness.
Also close to his refresh. There's gonna be a ton of control now. Extra control that Falcons has also picked up on top of extra damage from Rapier.
Oh, absolutely. We saw how much Amar was doing just with one set of his spells, right? You're given 2 rounds of it. Pure's got to be so careful. Amar, last few times on that defense, he really had his hands on the Morphling. He had that control, Amar.
This is so crazy. Great.
Go on, Ari. They get the jump. The grip's going to be their response, but it doesn't matter. Ari's gone. Can they at least find the kill and return? They can. BZM had to jump forward.
Coil.
And what the BKB with the coil? The damage is gone. The skinny is gone. BZM has got buyback available. But he's out 100 seconds. Falcons going to push for anything more. They did obviously lose the bat themselves.
I think they can, if they wanted to play it super safe, which as we're saying, they probably do, they can sit back and wait for the rush. Keep that little creep inside the pit. Could force the situation that BZM, he's not going to buy back, but it's going to put him in a weird situation that they maybe want to try to contest.
I mean, you've got to only imagine, though, that Falcons, they are going to be so careful with how they progress from this point onwards. Sure, they've managed to shake up Thundra quite a bit, find a chance to get not only this Rapier, but also this MKB online now for Skeeter. They want to make sure this game has a different ending despite the same drafts and some very similar item pickups coming into play.
Yeah, some switch-ups, of course. I was thinking, I think, doing the most pivots on his build. We saw during the push, too. I didn't get to mention because things are insane, but he bought Vlad's, too, right? Like, all these small things to try to enable Gyrocopter rather than having the Hex that he did go for that last time. Roche spawning. 2 seconds. They don't actually have the creep inside of there.
I mean, what's the call going to be from Thundra? Are you trying to contest this, Roche?
I mean, they have 30 seconds on the co-op respawn. So far, we haven't seen Falcons commit for it and see it just yet. Now they'll see that it's up. Do they just go for it, or do they just wait?
And for Falcons, how much do you want to try and force a fight before the buybacks are back online for both 33 and Pure. Like, are you thinking about that? You want to try and go in these next 2.5 minutes?
Oh yeah, I mean Amar in particular, right? With the double, they're gonna have the extra lives, right? They'll have the double catch as well too. They'll have the extra lives they can buy back and look to throw into the fray as well. Does feel like they would like to, but hey, maybe they are just going to play a bit hesitant. Maybe they are going to just play very careful because of how crazy that last and
I mean,
how crazy
absolutely.
this entire series has been.
I would not be surprised if they just sort of sit back and allow Skeeter to not only farm up like the buyback gold, but also maybe like an insurance rapier as backup. You know, just play it as safe as possible after what happened. We'll see this
finally get a
sort of
moment.
hold that they're able to pull off, and a lot of it again down to sort of these hex plays from Falcons, and Amar getting that chance to catch Pure out multiple times.
And the lassos too. I mean, how many times is Crit going to be able to get away with getting these lassos on the prime target? There is now a Lincoln's picked up though, Owen. So more flank Pure. He's pivoted his build. He had the Scotty. Now he's got that Lincoln's.
Incredible stuff here. And Singapore in this game 5. The crowd very much getting the treat that they deserve after how fabulous they've been this weekend. This game 5, 9K lead at the moment for Falcons, but it still could be anybody's.
Such tense moments.
Thundra, look at this smoke.
Bottom. Aeon discs are starting to get picked up here from Falcons. Sure. So they have ways to stop some aggression that comes out from Thundra. Thundra doesn't have that option.
This could be a bit of a risky move from Thundra still. Not with their own buybacks available. I mean, obviously the same to be said for Falcons, but still not easy for Thundra to try and force the fight.
No, they can't just go for one of these targets. You see Malrine, he's putting himself out there. He's like, go for me. I have Aeon disc. If you go for me, we're going to get the follow-up catch onto you guys. So already can't go for the Hex onto this puck. They have the Ags now in the Timber, so a bit tankier.
They'll be free to go into the Roshan here, Falcons. Thundra, I don't know if they're going to try and head over to the pit. They might.
It's hard.
Might just have to let this one go freely for Falcons.
Yeah, it's hard to get down here when it's already fully set up with the wards. They'll be able to get that. That's a pretty big pickup too. It's that refresher shard for Crit. The double lassos could be the back-to-back double lassos on 2 targets. And always the thing we have to point out, Owen, that secondary target of the lasso, it bypasses Lincoln's. So if he's able to find one of the front lines, it could still catch Pure.
And he'll definitely be playing with that in mind, Crit.
Yes.
He'll be looking for those angles, those opportunities to trip them up with that sort of move. And Thundra, I mean, it's getting to the point where the buybacks, you know, the cooldown has come to an end, but they still need quite a bit of gold on both Pure and 33. So they've got to find this opportunity to farm up that final bit of gold. They do not want to be caught in a fight without that buyback money available.
Aeon disc also for BZM. They're all kind of doing the same thing, right? Both sides replicating each other. Seeing the Lotus now for the Enchantress, so potential there to reflect one of these hexes in particular, probably pretty massive.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Also, dispelling the Pyrrhic Cloak off himself, very important. Because it can't just kill you as these supports, as we mentioned.
BZM definitely needs everything possible that sort of enables him to get away with these just sort of jump straight into the midst of the fight, because he has to kind of be the one to go in and cause that chaos alongside 33 so that Pure gets that freedom to play the fights without the threat of Crit getting the chance to sit back and be patient, waiting to look for that last opportunity to try and catch off the Morphling off guard as the second target with the Ags Lasso.
Yeah, Thundra they don't have the same, it's just not the same type of lineup where they have this double jump, double catch, double spear, etc., right? Their lineup is very different how they approach those fights. It's someone has to absorb these spells, allowing that Morphling to be able to come in and get the cleanup. But yeah, it looks like it's getting quite a bit harder versus all these Aeon discs, all this extra control. Amar having that refresher with the Aeon disc.
3 minutes left on the Aegis. How much do Falcons want to try and get done? They'll get down onto the tier 2 on the bottom lane. Be able to clear that up. The money very nearly there, at least for BZM. He's got the buyback back available. Pure just 400 gold off his own buyback. 33 still a little bit away.
Falcons going through the high ground poke a little here. 3 minutes on this Aegis. They do bring the tower down very quickly.
They certainly do with this rapier. BZM, seeing what sort of reaction he can force out. It's going to be respect from Falcons. They back away as BZM shows.
Yeah, very annoying poke onto Skeeter there. You see the Enfeeble, puts the Shadow Strike. He does respect it, backs away. Crit.
He's looking for that.
He's solo smoked. He's looking for the catches himself.
His lassos have been pretty crucial to really getting the ball rolling in these fights.
And they did pass the refresher shard to Malrine. So the double coil.
Them's going to show. Again, try the back of the opening. They'll get the lasso. Eon distance there. They'll jump at the high ground. Amar. He's going to get caught by the Hex. But the son of the BZM to spear. On towards Harry. They're trapped in the arena. The damage is coming in. Amar. Refresher round 2. They'll catch up. The damage Skeeter with this rapier. It's too much for Thundra. Skeeter gets the triple. Stick around for the push, the Sonic Wave, and the burst of the Chakram, enough to bring Skeeter down the once.
Buybacks.
Can they do it a second time? And Mars BKB comes from that BZM jumps in, they'll get the Hex onto it, Mar. Pure turns into the gyro, using the flag against it. He's trying to hold his ground, trying to heal up, and the BKB comes to an end. Pure
Nice!
The rapier hits the deck once again here in this game 5. Pure able to get the pickup on it again.
Unbelievable. It's 3 buybacks, but they are able to bring down Skeeter here.
Oh boy, here we go. Thundra.
Snaking.
We know what happened last time when they got their hands on the rapier.
He'll be brought down as well on the Enchantress.
Falcons, they tried to be a little more calculated with how they attempted to push the game to victory this time with the rapier in the hands of Skeeter, but they still get punished. The buyback situation, I mean, it only really just came back online, right? We saw how desperately Thundra were trying to get the money for the buybacks. They managed to do so in time for this fight, so they had the effort to go in for that round 2. Showing that sort of first round of the flat cannon, Skeeter does a huge amount of cleanup, but they couldn't kill off Pure, and Pure remaining alive throughout the team fight. It was just too much for the gyro to deal with, even with that second life.
Honestly, 33 and Pure, they're doing too much. They're unkillable, and they're making Skeeter have to just focus onto them. They're just on top of him the entire time. And Skeeter, I was watching, inventory management for him is an issue. He's trying to swap his items, get a refresher shard pass in his inventory. He didn't have the BKB. He was actually backpacked. And disc. It did pop during the grip.
He's going to be safe for now, but the barracks in the mid will be claimed. Now the question is, how careful are Thundra going to be pushing on with the edges? Because you say, sorry, with the rapier. They had that rapier, but the buybacks aren't great. They'll get the mega creeps.
They're backing up. They're resetting. I think that was the Aeon disc status resistance there versus the Fiend's grip, right? That's 75%. That's what actually allows him to survive.
Thundra, how much do they want to try and push this?
33 is pressing forward. It looks like they want to go for it here. 20 seconds on the gyro.
I mean, Pure's not around though for this push.
Lasso.
33 is going to get caught. The follow-up Hex as well.
Another.
Over to help out 33. He'll get the axe of the BKB off. He's not going to die. The Founding Tank comes from the damage with the axe of the 3. There. They have the lockdown. His BKB soon to come to an end on 33. 33 will fall, but he had the luxury of buying the committing. And the space is there for Pure to try and go to the game end. He'll put the BKB on back up down the grip.
Gironya di ulti sama
Arena's
with
dropped
fight
down.
mode.
Pure's going to be so careful in this fight. The damage bringing down Skeeter.
He's still
mati.
They get the kill. They bring Skeeter down. They're onto the Ancient. Pure's trying to finish this off. Falcons desperately trying to throw everything at the ball.
Ih, pedih banget anjing.
He's doing it.
Spears there.
Thundra menang. Thundra menang anjing.
Gonna get him in time. Pure wins the game. And with that, and the tournament get the win. Fuck, what the hell's going on?
What is going on? What a wild game, my God. We have pretty much a replay of the 4th game.
I'll tell you what, normally the sequel ain't as good as the original, but this game 5, it was even crazier than the game 4.
Oh my God, this is unbelievable. Actually so unbelievable. Absolute cinema across the board. Such clutch plays.
Moon promised it.
I don't even know what to highlight, right? Do we say, like, the Fiend's grip from Whitemon around the pin, the Fiend's grip, I don't even know what to talk about here. That was absolutely insane.
Wow.
One of the craziest finals I've seen in a long time.
It really was. Both teams decide to run it back in this game 5 after an insane game 4, and somehow they just managed to top it here with this performance in game 5 from both sides. And again, the rapier pickup, they tried to do it so much more carefully, Falcons, but Thundra, even in the more difficult position this time around, was still able to get that chance to make that hold. The buybacks, this time around, they had them ready, right? They had them ready for that rapier defense on the bottom lane. Pure's able to get in with that cleanup. Skeeter on the Jaracles, you could kill off the team with the flag, but when it comes to the one-on-one, this morph, with the amount of farm that Pure had, it was just too much for Skeeter to deal with.
The Timber and the Morph were just absorbing everything. Just such a good job from them. And Thundra, they're just proving, right? Blast Slam, it's their turn.
It certainly is, and I think they're certainly proven as well. Do you really want to let them get the chance for this first big Timber? I think 33's he's gonna have a huge smile on his face.
That's gonna get nerfed, for sure.
33 absolutely crushing with that pick every single time. They felt they could deal with it, Falcons. They just couldn't. Thundra, an amazing performance here in this grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, Singapore, give it up for Thundra!
on the stage yet for you. You gotta be feeling it right now, man. This is the beginning of the decade of Ari, am I right? How are you feeling right now?
Feels incredible. It's my first Tier 1 LAN win, so hopefully the first of many.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you think that this is the first of many wins for this man?
33, the last time you were in this Singapore indoor stadium, you won your first international. How special is this stadium for you now that you won this crazy best of 5 here against Falcons?
Yeah, honestly, it's really amazing and I'm really happy. I always wanted to come back to Singapore. I love this country, I love the food, and I have really good memories here. So I'm happy we got to win here. And you know, it's such an exciting way, so I'm really happy.
Absolutely. BZM, my man. Earlier you told us, you've been making some mistakes. You didn't know if you were the best guy. Can you finally admit that you are one hell of a Giga Chat in this series? Can you finally admit that you are the man right now?
Sure. I mean, I think my whole team is like a man, like they're the man.
Not just you, but the whole team. Anything that you want to say to this crowd that's been cheering your name, absolutely blowing the top off this stadium with your plays here in this tournament?
Thank you to everyone. Thank you. Just thank you. Yeah.
Pure, I'm coming for you. Dude, you've been a standout player at so many different teams, but this, I feel like with this team right now, you're gelling more than we've ever seen you. What makes this unit so special?
This one?
Yeah.
I mean, it's Neta. It's a goat.
Just Neta.
I mean, overall our team is just crazy, guys. We're pretty high skilled players and we want to grow. We want to grow together. And that's what I respect the most. And we made some good conclusions and we made some good decisions inside the game. That's why we won, guys. That's why we're champions.
Fantastic. And dude, Moon, please come over here with me. Moon, you knew that this would happen, all right? The same draft, you believed in him, you promised us cinema, and everything went exactly the same way as Game 4 and Game 5. You called it, you never doubted him. Did you always believe in this team, Moon?
I did.
Okay.
They're crazy, I think. I don't know, they're stellar.
Hell yeah. All right, Moon. Many more victories coming up for the squad. I mean, this is a big win. You took out one of your main rivals here. Is this the first of many for this season?
Of course. We finally assembled this team. I said this year the meta, no more stand-ins, no more half measures. This year we're gonna have 5 people and we're gonna have the same roster for the whole year, no matter what.
That is what I'm talking about!
White Man, I'm saving the best for last here, because people take the trophy. People have been cheering for Thundra. People have been cheering for the plays. It has happened, but people are very loudly cheering for you. So I want to give you this moment to address the crowd here in Singapore who have been absolutely so loud for you guys, and especially for you.
I think I want to say thanks to my family and friends or everyone that's supporting me, everyone that believing in me and my teams. Thank you so much. And yeah, I think my team played really good, and coach also draft really good. I'm so happy. Yeah, I think that's all. Yeah.
Grand Finals for Blast Slam, 3 Grand Finals titles for Blast Slam, for Thundra, and this one with just the epic victory. What's that, Pure?
1 for me.
1 for you, 4 for Neta, though. So it's 4 for the Thundra organization, it's okay, you gotta share the love. We're gonna share the love, ladies and gentlemen, one more time. Thundra Esports, your champion here for Blast Slam 4, and we're heading back to the desk.
cheers in the arena for Thundra here, our Blast Slam 4 champions, but Whitemon as well, a chant going for him there. I get a little bit emotional, you know, Whitemon's like an SEA event, finally a LAN, and there he is lifting a trophy in front of, I am sure, plenty of not only fans, but friends and family too.
No, an incredible player and an incredible warm welcome that he deserves for lifting the trophy, for an incredible Game 5, and for you know, an incredibly well-played tournament. I think Whitemon deserves it every single bit, and you can't help but be happy for the guy.
I mean, I think all of Thundra deserves that, right? They had such a grind in this tournament as a whole and in this grand final. Kind of a historic grand final, I would say. I've never seen anything like it, honestly.
I mean, to have the repeat draft, of course, Game 4, Game 5, but then Thundra as well, right? The fact is, in their minds, they could have seen Falcons make a play adjustment and then potentially, you know, crush. To have the confidence as well to go, you know what? You might have made a play, but we're going to make the same changes. And I don't know, there's so much confidence between both teams. And of course, for Thundra, they just showed why they are going to be a challenge to Falcons throughout the year. This is not going to be just a simple year of Falcons win everything. You know, sure you win a TI, sure you win the first Tier 1 event after, but you know, Thundra very quickly stopping them in their tracks and making sure that the rest of this season is going to be a battle between multiple teams for every single tournament they attend.
I'm looking at the players and, you know, they're trying to get their emotions in check. And a little bit of me is like, yes, there's emotions from winning this, but also that Game 5, it literally came down to one last auto click from Pure there onto the throne at the same time that he's dying. I don't know if you could ever have a more amazing way to end a grand finals at Game 5 in Singapore.
Yeah, I think the endorphins are still running for them. They're like buzzing, shaking after a game like that. That was awesome, and to do it, I think, especially in front of a crowd as great as this, you know, especially for Whitemon in his hometown, home region. I think it's you know, it was awesome. It was an incredible last game.
I don't even know where to go from here, because this game, to have this confidence we talk about, to run back the draft, but also there were a lot of nerves. I'm not going to say it was a clean play by any means, but definitely entertaining misery.
Yeah, definitely not the cleanest game of Dota. But hey, there was also a lot on the line. And you're running the drafts back, there's even more on the line. So much pressure going into both teams, I think, to perform there. And I mean, we talked about the last moment of Pure hitting the throne, but there was also other moments in this game that was absolutely insane, like the Roshan fight where Pure survived on 40 HP, I believe.
Yeah.
Gyrocopters getting bashed by Roshan and gripped
by Whitemon, yeah,
exactly. And everything. Absolutely ridiculous.
Just everything coming together for them to be able to claim this Blast Slam. Also, Pure said only one for him. This is his second win. Has this man forgotten that he won the very first Blast Slam and now the most recent? A little bit of respect on his own name.
Yeah, it was a little too exciting. He got caught up in the moment, forgot how good he is.
Look, sometimes it happens, but Thundra as an org now, as this roster of 5, together, joint, they won every Blast Slam. I actually don't know if we should even bother running back the next one, because it feels like this team is going to be unstoppable, T.
I think we should still, I think we should still probably do it. You know, maybe we have another team, you know, step up and try and compete with the likes of Thundra. But again, they played incredibly well. It was a very, very, you know, challenging best of 5. You know, the back and forth in both the draft and the play. Like, you know, some teams would have easily crumbled under the pressure of, you know, what they were bringing in the early, you know, between games 1, 2, and 3. But of course, it is testament to the experience, and hence why they're able to claim another trophy.
Another trophy added to the cabinet there. And with the winners, I know you guys have already had their moment on stage. We're going to have a moment here on the panel as well. 33 joining us. I don't even know what you want to talk about, man. Like, this Game 5, the way that it ended, everything from start to end, running back a draft to having the throne explode as Pure is dying.
Was he dying? Oh, no.
Oh, no, you didn't see. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have said that one.
No, I mean, it was an insane game. I guess, yeah, the draft. Usually it's a bit weird to do a repeat because you give the enemy the chance to change things up. But I guess they were really confident and we were as well, so it was pretty funny, and yeah, the game was just...
So then, you know, you guys are talking between Game 4 and 5, and it's like, oh yes, you feel like maybe you magically won that game number 4. But is there even that conversation of running back a draft, or is it happening in the moment as you're drafting?
I mean, I can say something that is maybe like when you lose, you cannot complain, but when you win, you can put these things up that... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. Take your time. Take your time.
But there's something really wrong with the system of coin flips in best of 5, because what happened is they won the first coin flip, so they chose first pick. And then on the second game, we got to choose first pick because we could see that first pick is better. So basically, we got to
have that advantage.
Yeah, we get to have an advantage. And if we won the first game, we could force them to play exactly the same game. Like second time in a row. And this happens for the whole series like that. And then on Game 5,
instead of getting back the advantage that they lost by having the first choice and having choice in game 5, there's another coin toss. So I would say that something should maybe worked out, because we got lucky in the first coin flip, and then we got lucky in the last one. We got to choose first pick again. So
I love it that you just won a tournament and you're already like breaking down all of the systemic issues when it comes to
no,
Dota
because
draft.
this is issue I was thinking about it a lot of times, and
yeah,
I guess now is a good time to bring it up.
That's it. That's your platform. You're allowed to do it after you win a tournament. You're definitely allowed to. I understand now.
So, outside of coin flips, you know, them giving you Timbersaw in 3 of the games, 3 that you win, were you expecting them at some point to put some respect on the hero?
I mean, I guess it's hard for Amar and Malrine, because obviously they are way better Timbers than me, and they think that I don't know how to play it. Maybe they're right.
I see. They were trying to shatter your dreams and stuff, but it didn't really work out.
Yeah.
And then Ferret Cloak. You know, talking about neutral items. My guy, you're taking some Ferret
Another
Cloak.
platform to complain.
Yeah, I want to do a bit too, but you know, you're clicking on some people, you're running into Fountain a little bit, a little cheeky Fountain dive for some damage. Thoughts on the item? Neutral item?
I mean, we got the coin flip RNG, we got the neutral item RNG, you know, it's like... Even the the RNG gods hate Falcon.
There it is.
Sometimes, you know, that generational run has to end, whether it's from RNG being outplayed. That we do have a clip that we want to play for you. This is the end of the game, because it feels like you weren't aware of everything that was happening. There was a lot of chaos, right? A lot of rapiers everywhere, but this is it. This is where you guys are making the decision. But walk me through it. What's the team comms? Do you even remember?
Is this after I bought back or before? After, I think, right?
Yeah, you bought back.
I think I said I'm gonna go space, I'll travel, I'll buy back, and I don't know, in the fight, I think White One was mostly the one talking. He was just telling who he's gripping. Everyone else, it's so hard to tell. Like, you have so many things to focus on, so many spells to land. But he's just playing Bane, you know, he's just chilling. Not much to do. So we were listening to him, and I think at some point, Pure was just like, guys, please hit the throne, please, please, please. And I guess because he was dying, I don't know, I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, he had buyback as well, so even in the moment, so he's probably got a bit more confidence there. Like, he's the only player of all 10, and that ancient, whew, it was beautiful. So
yeah, it was.
I'm curious, like, from game 4 to game 5, I mean, I've never seen a draft being run completely the same ever in competitive Dota.
I've never seen.
And so you end up with the same draft, they end up with the same draft, the same bans, everything. What do you adjust? Did you adjust a lot of things? Or?
We adjusted the lanes. We switched the supports, right? Because we had really bad lanes in the first game, and yeah, that's it pretty much. We just talked about not getting fucked in the lanes and making sure they don't steal our wisdom. Or like, even if our lanes don't go that well, like, it shouldn't collapse.
We talked about the same thing, so that's why I was curious. But what about like mid game, late game? Did you talk about that at all, or was it more like in lanes and then we're fine?
I think. Yeah, we talked a lot about our map movement, because we felt we played really bad in the first game. Like, we were just running around too much, we were not farming, we were like, I don't know, we kind of got lucky in that game that we won in some way. And I think this game we played a lot better, but they did too, so, you know, it was hard. But yeah, overall it's really surprising to play the same. I kept expecting them to like adjust something, to change something up.
Yeah, we all did.
And I think they really could, because for us, we were kind of set in our bans, I guess, at least from our perspective, but they, I don't know, they didn't. They were confident, so.
I do have one quick follow-up to you talking about, you know, you guys swapped the supports for lane. Do you feel like it made that big impact? Because it was such a back and forth game later on to that mid, around the Roshans, all of that, that we kind of forget about how impactful that laning phase was for you.
Yeah, the lanes, they were really hard for our supports mostly in the first game. They were so under-leveled and we couldn't even get Wisdom Run.
Do you feel like they went way better the second time though, when you swapped them?
Yeah, I think they went better at this. I don't know, my lane went better, I don't know. I sacrificed some people at the first lane to get the kill, but yeah, I don't know. The supports for sure had way better game, so that was nice.
I was curious if you had like a sort of a special fire to win because it's Ari's first time, you know, at a tier 1 event in the grand finals. I imagine there's some extra motivation there.
It's always good to win, yeah, and yeah, for sure, especially against Falcon, because everyone hates them.
Oh, 33, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again on the win, winning back-to-back Singapore Indoor Stadium events here. I'm sure this, you know, you've already talked about it, this place being such a special moment for you now. Now you got 2 wins under your belt here, but look, thank you so much. We're gonna say goodbye to you, and you can go and celebrate with all your friends, family, rest of your teammates, and we're gonna round out Blast Slam for Singapore, because this finals have delivered on so many different ways, and I don't even know. All I want to do, guys, is just get to the next Blast Slam event. I just want to get to Chengdu already. That's still weeks away. I can't believe it.
Yeah, it was an incredible event, start to finish. It was honestly a pleasure to get to watch all these amazing teams play some amazing Dota. I think this is one of the best finals we've had in years, to be honest, with an incredible Game 5. I think it was honestly a treat.
Completely agree. I mean, it didn't look that good in the beginning of the BO5, but I think it really delivered towards the end here. And yeah, I also can't wait for Chengdu. I also want to give a shout out to the production here, like the production value of the stage and everything. It's so fucking amazing, honestly.
I mean, to follow up on the production, also shout out to the camera guys, by the way, because in that previous game, they were standing in front of Falcons, then they had to run in front of Thundra, then they had to run back to Falcons. The poor guys' cardio, they were running miles during that Game 5. But again, sorry, back to you, Misery. Just want to shout out the camera guys.
Yeah, I mean, just the stage and the introductions, all that stuff is like, it's really, really hype. It's something Dota, I wouldn't say lacking, but it's something that really brings something extra to the tournaments.
Yeah, it's amazing when we get to have it, but with a winner, there is unfortunately someone that does not get to lift that trophy, and we were very lucky to be able to catch a couple of words with Snake King.
Snake King, I'm gonna be real with you because this was crazy, and I know that you've watched a lot of Dota, you've played a lot of Dota. I don't think I've ever seen a Game 5 with the exact same draft as Game 4, and I need to ask you about that because that is unique, right? That's never happened. How did it come to be, and how come you feel like it didn't work out in your favor?
I think the only reason why you would run a draft back on both teams is both teams think they have a favorable draft, and like they can make some adjustments to make it better, and so I think in both Game 4 and 5 we had a good advantage from the laning phase. And like we're ahead, but then we make this very similar mistakes. We're dying on the map, we lose objectives, and then suddenly like the game is very hard. And I think, I mean, it's something we're gonna have to go over in the replay to fix. But it's pretty identical mistakes in Game 4 and 5. But at the end of the day, both teams thought they had the better draft.
And both teams played phenomenal, so it was a grand finals. It's definitely going to be remembered by a lot of people. Didn't end up going your way. You guys had a fantastic run, obviously, with many grand finals going your way, including the international. I know this was the last grand final before you guys do get a little bit of a break. So I want to focus on the positives, because how much of a run, like how do you feel after a run like that?
Obviously, it's been pretty fatiguing to be on the road for so long. Malrain couldn't get visa for PGL, so we decided just to take a little break and skip this event and play the other events. And I think we'll be back and ready for our future events. I mean, the team is very sad right now, obviously, from the loss, but we'll learn from it.
And I'm sure we'll see you in Chengdu?
Hopefully. Don't jinx us.
All right, no jinxing here. Any final words you want to say to anyone out there?
I just want to thank all the fans here supporting us in Singapore. It's unfortunate we didn't win, but you know, thank you so much for everyone watching online and supporting us in person. I'll see you guys next time.
Thank you very much, Snake King.
Yeah, they might not have won here. They might not be lifting the trophy. That one's going towards Thundra, but they definitely delivered on the entertainment front. I can't stop gushing about how amazing this grand final was. It felt like we had literally everything, maybe just shy of a rampage. But that was earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, we got it all just in bits and pieces. Yeah. No, I think you know, it sucks. It sucks to lose. Obviously, you know, you feel bad for Snake King, but they are an incredible team and they put on an amazing show. And like you said, they're going to come back stronger for Chengdu and continue to wow us and hopefully give us amazing games like this in the future.
And hopefully not get jinxed. That's what he was worried about there, team.
Yeah, and I'm not going to do it either. So good luck to all teams participating. I don't wish anyone to win it straight away. And yeah, just make sure you're ready for the best of ones next time. It is grueling. Yeah. This format, it is not. You cannot just be an average team in this format. You need to be at your best game the entire time. When you play 66 games collectively as a mass and then come to play your single elimination, be on your A game. You know when Chengdu is, you know when the group stage is. Start preparing. Get ready for it.
Prepare all your pocket strats, right, for the best of ones.
Exactly. Yeah, the cheese picks.
Well, look, I don't know if I'm ready for that just yet, but it's been so much fun paneling with you guys in Singapore. The crowd's been amazing. This country as well has just delivered in every front. It's been a joy for Blast Slam 4, but you guys are going to have to wait a little bit longer before you get the best of one actions, the single elimination drama for Blast Slam 5 in Chengdu.
Amat guys. Packing orang-orang udah pada packing. Stats si anjing bagus. the next stop. Teng, 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 teng.